In an imaginary world ruled by the waters of fate, people begin to wonder whether destiny is something that truly guides their lives, or if choices can lead to different outcomes. Some believe fate is fixed, while others think decisions can change everything. One day, monsters appeared in the world, plunging the land into chaos and causing people to panic and lose hope. Some fell to the ground in fear, while others ran for their lives, chased by terrifying creatures. During one escape, a small group of humans found themselves trapped at the edge of a cliff. With nowhere else to go, they hid behind a few rocks scattered across the plain. One young girl prayed in despair, hoping the monster would not find her. But when one of her tears hit her chest, a creature appeared, drawn by the faint sound. She begged for mercy, but the monster had no sympathy and did what monsters do. Nearby, a boy with green eyes watched from behind another rock. He wondered if this place was really the Phantom Star, and realized the beginner's test was harder than expected. He thought he only needed to survive for 5 minutes to complete his job change, but seeing how the others were ordinary people, he doubted anyone could last even 1 minute. The boy's name was John Kai, and he was taking a beginner's test on a planet called Phantom Star, a massive celestial body that suddenly appeared near Earth 50 years ago. Its arrival caused no gravitational disaster. But soon after, animals and plants on Earth mutated into terrible creatures called celestial monsters. Humanity could not fight them with its current technology and faced near extinction. Amid the panic, humans discovered teleportation gates appearing across Earth. Those who entered them were transported to Phantom Star in digital form. There, people found a hyper-realistic virtual world where they could choose professions, gain equipment and skills, and grow stronger, like characters in a game. Over time, they learned that when a person reached a certain level on Phantom Star, their power could return with them to Earth, allowing them to fight celestial monsters in real life. These people who entered the other world to gain power were called explorers. John Kai was one of them, but during this brutal beginner's test, all his companions were slaughtered by the test monster, leaving him alone. Cornered at the cliff's edge, he felt hopeless. He thought about his family, his sister who had worked hard to support him, and his older brother suffering from kidney failure, who needed money for surgery. John regretted that he might die here, failing them and wasting all their efforts. As the monster approached, John refused to die without a fight. Instead of waiting for death, he ran. Though injured, he barely avoided the creature's fatal blow. With no other choice, he made a desperate decision and leapt off the cliff. He believed that surviving the fall was more likely than surviving the monster's next attack. At that moment, a notification sound echoed. A system message appeared, praising his decision as a rare player action and announcing that he had triggered a 1 in a million chance to unlock a hidden profession. The transfer was successful. John Kai had obtained a secret and honorable new job. After a long fall, John landed among tree branches that softened his impact. He survived. When he woke up beside a river flowing south, he was surprised to find that all his injuries had healed. A system window appeared before him, showing a rift in space and time. From it emerged a girl-like figure who represented the system's intelligence and informed him that since his job transfer had succeeded, his attributes had been updated. He had essentially been revived with full health, and when John asked if she was the artificial intelligence that ran the system, she ignored the question and began listing his new talents. His first talent was Double, which doubled all rewards or punishments, with a 1% chance of multiplying them tenfold. Since he triggered the talent immediately, he gained another one called Super Critical, which increased attack damage 200 times but had only a 1% success rate. When John checked his status window, he saw his 4 main attributes totaled 36 points, nearly twice what most beginners had after a job change. He realized this boost came from his double talent, meaning he would level up twice as fast as normal players. The super critical talent also amazed him. Even though the chance of success was small, its potential damage was enormous. Looking around, John noticed a weapon stuck in the riverbed, one often used by monsters. He decided to retrieve it. At first, he had only wanted to complete the test and earn some money for his brother's surgery, but now that he had a hidden profession, he saw greater possibilities. Still, this was just the first step. To pass the beginner's test, every player needed to reach the city of Shino within 7 days. The area was filled with monsters, and dying meant being sent back to Earth, a setback only the rich could afford, since re-entering Phantom Star cost a lot. Just then, a loud roar echoed from the forest. John hid behind a tree, recognizing the sound. A huge serpent was attacking a terrified young man who fought with his eyes closed, throwing clumsy punches surrounded by faint energy. It was Yuan Zhu, John's old friend. Realizing the danger, John shouted to him not to be afraid and rushed out to help. When Yuan saw John, he panicked, urging him to run away because the snakes were too poisonous and fast for beginners. But John attacked with precision, throwing his weapon and killing one of the serpents instantly. Yuan was shocked by his friend's strength. John had planned his move carefully, using Yuan as a distraction to strike from behind. The remaining snakes turned on him, baring their fangs. Yuan warned him about their superior speed, but John dodged easily, showing incredible agility after his system upgrade. Yuan watched in disbelief as his friend moved faster than humanly possible. John realized his boosted attributes made him as strong as a level 2 player, while the snakes were only level 1. He tightened his grip on his weapon and asked Yuan to keep the creatures distracted. After a brief but intense fight, all the snakes were dead. Yuan hugged John in relief, praising his skills, but John brushed it off, saying he had only been lucky to complete his job change and gain the player profession. Yuan didn't quite understand, but proudly said that his own profession, martial artist, was also decent, ranked 5th in the Divine Glory realm. On Phantom Star, job quality depended on the materials purchased before entering. The wealthy could afford high-tier professions like paladin or assassin, while the poor were often stuck with weak roles like beggar or drunkard. John teased Yuan, asking if he had borrowed money from a loan shark to afford his class, but Yuan avoided the question. They decided to sell the materials from the snakes later, since monster parts and equipment could be converted into tradable cards. Soon after, they noticed a young girl wandering through the forest. She introduced herself as Sui and asked to join their team for safety. John refused at first, explaining they could barely protect themselves. But Sui pleaded, saying she was a healer who could cure poison and even use venom to strengthen their weapons. Remembering his near-death experience, John realized her class could be vital and agreed to let her join. Yuan whispered that John probably just wanted to impress the girl, which made John roll his eyes. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the city of D in the Divine Glory Kingdom, researchers monitored the Phantom Star's portals. A scientist commented on how advanced the explorers' wrist devices had become, able to track players in real time. A woman named Su Lannan, Sui's older sister, asked how the new players, especially her sister, were doing. The scientist replied that most beginners had already been eliminated, but her sister had formed a team with 2 others. Lannan sighed, worried, since larger groups tended to attract stronger monsters. A few minutes later, the scientists detected 2 human-faced monsters approaching the area. Lannan grew pale. She knew such creatures could wipe out all the beginners, and her sister stood no chance against them. Death on Phantom Star did not kill players in real life, but the experience felt painfully real, often leaving deep psychological scars. Lannan feared she would soon need to send her sister for therapy. Then something unexpected happened. The scientist announced that her sister was still alive, and both monsters had been killed. Lannan was speechless. Moments earlier, in the virtual world, the 2 monsters had appeared before John's group. Everyone fled in terror, knowing the creatures were far too strong. John realized his friends were slower than him and would soon be caught. He told Yuan and Sui to keep running, while he stayed behind to hold off the monsters. Yuan begged him not to, but John insisted someone had to buy time for the others. He stabbed one of the monsters straight through the chest, making it roar in pain. For a second, he thought he had won, but then the creature struck him hard, sending him crashing into a rock. It was clear that the monster's endurance was far beyond his strength. As John struggled to get up, Sui began to cry and called Yuan for help, but he was frozen in fear. Meanwhile, in the real world, Yuan's mother served tea to a visitor who had helped her son join Phantom Star. She admitted that Yuan was strong but timid and would probably run if he ever faced a monster. The visitor agreed, but noted that despite his fear, Yuan always helped others in danger. Back in the fight, Yuan heard Sui's cries and remembered John's sacrifice. Shaking with fear, he finally charged at the monsters, his fists glowing with energy. He shouted that if they were brothers, they would live and die together. With newfound courage, Yuan struck the human-faced monster with a powerful blow straight to its chest. John wonders if Yuan can really defeat such a powerful enemy with only one strike. He realizes that even if Yuan cannot deal high damage yet, the control and pressure of a martial artist are truly impressive and deserving of their high rank. It is not only Yuan who is helping. Sui also steps in to heal John's injuries from the monster's attack. John is surprised and asks why she is still there when she does not have a combat class. Sui, embarrassed but firm, says that a healer must heal the wounded and cannot run, even if she is scared. She explains that her father died during a previous monster wave because there was no healer to support him. He kept fighting until he fell. She does not want to repeat that mistake by abandoning her teammates. After a short time under her healing ability, John feels his body recovering completely. He stands up with excitement and praises Sui for her courage. But Sui says the three of them together still are not doing enough damage to kill even one human-faced monster. John then remembers what Sui said earlier about using snake venom to strengthen weapons. He reminds her of this and drags over a snake corpse. He asks if she can heal Yuan and coat his weapon with venom at the same time. Sui says she is not sure she can do both at once, but she will try her hardest. John understands that this is their only chance to win. He knows he himself cannot endure a direct fight with a human-faced monster for long, but Yuan can block the monster due to his martial artist abilities. Yuan's damage alone is not enough to kill the monster, but Sui can boost him. So the three of them together form a full battle group, Yuan as the shield, Sui as the healer and support, and John as the damage. After some time working, Sui finishes extracting the venom from the snakes and applies it to the tip of John's weapon. John moves forward toward the monster again, knowing his normal power is not very high, but the venom may turn the fight. On the way, he asks Yuan to pin down and restrain one of the human-faced monsters so that he can strike. Yuan understands immediately and continues to act as the team's shield. John realizes that as long as the three of them fight like a real unit, and each person does their job in sync with the others, even a so-called beginner killer like a human-faced monster can be hunted by new players. John then leaps at the monster and attacks with his venom-tipped weapon, striking a vital spot. The impact explodes with force through the forest, and the sound echoes everywhere. The system informs him that he has killed a level 2 human-faced monster. The others stare in shock. Their plan actually worked. After the shock fades, relief and happiness spread through the group. The remaining human-faced monster starts shaking with fear after watching its partner die, realizing that the same thing might happen to it. John prepares to fight again, thinking to himself that teamwork really works and that even though another monster remains, they can take it down if they stay organized. The creature is afraid but still charges forward, driven by pure animal instinct, as their formation activates again with near-perfect timing. Back in the monitoring room on Earth, Sui's older sister is angry and confused, as the data from the explorers' wrist devices shows that a team of beginners just killed 2 human-faced monsters, even though a single one of those creatures could destroy an entire group of new players. The scientist watching the feed says that based on the readings from Sui's watch, she does not have the power to kill such monsters, and the other 2 members of her team do not show high damage output since they are still only level 1. That means the killer must be the explorer named John Kai, who is in Sui's group, but when they try to read his class, his profession does not appear in the system. Sui's sister, Su Lannan, thinks this should not be possible, and believes that someone who can kill 2 human-faced monsters must have an amazing profession, making her wonder who this boy really is. Back on Phantom Star, the system notifies the team that they can collect the monster corpses. All 3 of them collapse on the ground, totally exhausted, as Yuan praises John for his quick thinking. Sui points out that now that they know they can beat human-faced monsters, they should be able to complete the tests safely. But John says they do not need to rush to the final destination, explaining that there is still plenty of time to reach the city of Shino, the goal of the beginner test, and tells them to relax and rest. They are confused, so he explains further. He says that after the test ends, ranking points are counted, and rewards go to those with the highest points. The equipment given by the military to the top players is extremely useful and helps beginners survive later. Since they can now hunt monsters and turn them into points, they should aim for the highest ranking instead of only running for the finish. He then asks his teammates if they are willing to hunt more monsters with him to farm points and get better rewards in the end. They are unsure at first, but a few hours later, Yuan is standing in the forest acting as bait. Surrounded by snakes, he is shaking so badly that he almost cries and asks if he will be the first one to die. From high up in a tree, John tells him to be brave, reminding Yuan that he is a martial artist who can take hits and fight. From another spot, he reminds them that they also have Sui, a healer, who can support them if anything happens. When the snakes move in to attack Yuan, John jumps down. He charges in to help before Yuan is overwhelmed. The system reports that John has killed 3 level 1 land snakes, raising his experience to 10 points out of the 100 he needs. John thinks quickly about the rules he read earlier. Only the person who deals the killing blow gains experience from the monster. Since he is currently the only one who can safely kill enemies, they all agreed to let him gather experience first. If he levels up faster, he will be able to protect them more easily. That is the plan. One day passes as the group keeps fighting non-stop. After enough battles, the system congratulates John for reaching level 2, and since his talent doubles his gains, his growth is even faster. He is pleased that after only one day of hunting land snakes, he has already reached level 2. Sui congratulates him, and Yuan asks how his stats changed after leveling up. John answers that he received 20 attribute points and now has 56 in total, though he admits it does not sound like much to him. Sui and Yuan are stunned, realizing that this number is far from normal. Yuan says that leveling up increases physical strength, agility, and mental power, but normal people only get 10 attribute points per level. Sui adds that 56 total points is something close to a level 4 explorer, and John is only level 2. John explains that this is part of his class, which can double his rewards but also double any punishment. Even though his teammates do not fully understand, Sui can tell it is an extremely powerful profession, while Yuan suddenly feels discouraged because, compared to John, his own martial artist class now seems less impressive. At that moment, a rift opens in front of them again, and the system appears in the form of a girl who explains that when a player reaches level 2, they normally unlock one skill, but because of John's special talent, he will receive 2 skills instead. John is thrilled, realizing that he will now have 2 profession skills. The system explains the first ability, called Phantom Hand Flying Cards, which gives any thrown item a 20% armor-piercing effect, or 200% if the item is a card, though the mental energy cost is doubled. Then the system explains the second ability, called Phantom Eye, which increases his vision range and tracking ability by 50%, but doubles his mental energy use while active, and it can also be upgraded. Both of these are long-range abilities, and John realizes that his profession is likely focused on ranged attacks, which makes him happy, so he tells his team that with these new skills, they should go after stronger monsters for more experience. Yuan, meanwhile, starts to feel just a little jealous. 2 days later, in the monitoring room on Earth, the chief researcher is speaking with an instructor. She reports that even after 2 full days, Sui's team is still alive. Su Lannon comments that the group's survival means John must still have plenty of power left. Suddenly, soldiers rush into the room. A guard announces that the beginner test area is about to get more dangerous. The higher authorities have detected that Country L has sent invaders into their nation's beginner zone, describing it as a rare, large-scale invasion. The Supreme Commander of the Central River City District, Wei Wang, arrives and orders immediate preparation for this situation. Su Lannon, worried, asks if a mass invasion is really happening. Wei Wang confirms that even if the report later turns out to be false, they will not lower their guard. The explanation horrifies Lannon, who knows exactly what these invaders do. The invaders are trained players from Country L, who enter other nations' beginner zones to hunt and murder new players. The rules of the Phantom Star beginner test state that advanced players are not allowed to enter and help their own rookies, so normally the test is meant to be fair and solo. But Country L has a special profession that allows its own natives to break this rule and enter other countries' novice zones as attackers. These invaders torture and kill foreign beginners in brutal ways to traumatize them. Many become too afraid to ever enter Phantom Star again, which lowers the number of future strong players in rival countries. Su Lannon slams her fist down in anger. She says her little sister does not have the mental strength to endure that kind of cruelty. Wei Wang orders psychological support preparations for all remaining beginners, since the invasion has already begun, and the mood in the room turns dark as many now believe there may be no survivors in this test. Back on Phantom Star, John's group walks through the forest, calm for the moment and looking for more monsters to gain experience. Suddenly, John senses something hiding in the bushes behind them and quickly stops, raising his weapon. Yuan asks what he is doing, because they already passed that spot earlier and saw nothing. John answers with a serious face that the real threat is coming from farther away than they first thought. John throws his spear with full force toward the area where he sensed movement. The spear flies a long distance, smashes through branches, and finally hits something. John announces that he hit a target and runs forward, telling the others to come see. Yuan mutters that John must be imagining things, but he still follows, along with Sui. Even though it is nighttime and the forest is dark, they find that John's throw killed a level 2 short spine wild boar. Yuan is shocked, unable to believe that John landed a killing shot from that far away on a level 2 beast. John stays calm and tells them not to panic, explaining that this is just his new ability in action. The system then asks if John wants to collect the boar's remains, nodding that the animal's spines can be turned into weapons. John agrees immediately. He thinks to himself that Phantom Hand has already increased the power of his thrown attacks, while Phantom Eye lets him see in detail at long range, almost like slow motion and a scope combined. This is why he can now throw with deadly accuracy from so far away. John tells his teammates that he only needs one more experience point to reach level 3, and that they should find one more target. But before they can move, mocking laughter comes from the river nearby. A voice calls out and comments that the team is very lucky. Men rise from the water, a group of invaders who act as if they are there for entertainment rather than survival, casually talking about playing around with the bodies of new players. John steps forward and demands to know who they are, while Sway becomes frightened. One of the strangers tells them not to be scared, and calmly says that they are not bad people. The leader draws his weapon and says that all he wants to do is skin the beginners, hang them up to drain their blood, or maybe peel John first and lure human-faced monsters to eat the others alive. Another invader climbs up from the water and adds that their superiors only have a single goal this time. John is visibly shaken, but the leader keeps smiling with an evil look. He explains that the goal of their superiors is to make sure that every beginner from Glory City fails the test. Sway suddenly realizes that these men are the invaders from Country L who break into Phantom Star's beginner zones to kill new players from other regions. Her words terrify both John and Yuan. Sway then warns that all of these attackers are level 3 or higher. She also senses that the strongest one is level 5. John feels his confidence drop. Even facing several trained enemies is bad enough, but with one of them being level 5, John knows his current strength might let him handle a level 4 explorer, yet a level 5 opponent would mean certain death unless he levels up. The invader leader orders his men to start the massacre. John immediately yells to his teammates to run with him, telling them to split up as part of his plan to survive. The leader laughs at how fast the beginners run and asks if everyone from Shino City is this cowardly. He then orders 2 assassins to chase the one running alone, who is John, while telling the other 2 to stay behind and handle the rest of the group. The 2 assassins who go after John are both level 3. They sprint after him through the forest and comment that he runs well, but they are already close to catching him. Then suddenly, John vanishes from their sight. The assassins are confused and stop. One of them grins and says that if the kid wants to play hide and seek, he will just cut off the kid's feet when he finds him. At that exact moment, John's weapon shoots out from the bushes and flies straight at the more confident assassin. Seeing the incoming blade, the assassin laughs and assumes he can block an attack from a beginner. But the spear pierces his chest with huge force and sends him crashing through trees. The second assassin stares in shock. He runs toward his partner, asking if he is all right, only to realize he is already dead. John steps out from behind the trees. Holding 3 more throwing weapons between his fingers, he taunts the survivor and asks if this is really all the strength an invader has. The last assassin activates his wrist device, identifies John as a beginner from Shino, and demands to know how a level 2 player just killed his level 3 partner. Then he sees John's data, showing that John has 60 attribute points despite only being level 2. The assassin is stunned, but John is in no mood to talk, throwing his projectiles without mercy as they strike the remaining assassin's body. The attacker drops to his knees, groaning in pain in front of the boy he was supposed to kill. John thinks the fight went well. His stats are already equal to those of a level 4 explorer, so defeating a level 3 invader is not hard. He also remembers his real plan. Telling the team to split up was not just panic, but a way to lure a smaller part of the enemy away so he could kill them one by one. He also remembers something he learned on Earth. When an explorer dies, you can take their wrist device and claim their experience. The system now confirms that John has killed 2 level 3 explorers. Each one is worth 100 experience points. John immediately agrees to absorb the experience from both of them. After taking 100 points from each assassin, John finally reaches level 3, and the system congratulates him for leveling up. Now that he has reached level 3, the explorer's stats rise sharply, and he is already halfway to leveling up again, with a total of 76 attribute points, higher than the average for a level 5 player, which is around 60. He loots the fallen invaders. He takes one enemy's watch and pulls his weapon back out of the other enemy's body. With his new strength, he is ready to return and save his friends. While John was handling his enemies, the rest of the team was struggling. Yuan and Sui were being pushed to their limit. One of the invaders commented that he did not expect to meet real high-grade classes like a martial artist and a healer in a small beginner zone like this. Seeing such good professions on two harmless-looking new players, the invaders decide to torture them to death. Sui keeps healing Yuan as hard as she can, begging to know if the team leader will really come back. Yuan, badly wounded, tries to calm her, saying that John will definitely return and explaining that even if John is the type to run when girls chase him, he always shows up when his friends or family are in danger. No matter how bad it looks, he will come back. The invaders finish playing around and announce that they are about to skin the two beginners alive. Before they can begin, John bursts out of the trees like a true hero. Without hesitation, he fires several sharpened wild boar spines. The strikes are fast and deadly. Several of the enemies are killed instantly. Yuan lights up with happiness, knowing in his heart that John would return. The surviving invader captain panics. He shouts into the empty forest, demanding to know who is attacking them. He cannot even see the source and wonders if the city of Shino somehow sent a special profession into the beginner zone. He realizes the situation is now dangerous for him and decides to run before the attacker shows himself. Sui notices that the enemy captain is trying to escape like a coward. But John is not going to let him go. He saw what the captain did to Yuan, and he refuses to forgive it. John takes the spear he got from the human-faced monster and hurls it. The spear strikes the fleeing captain in the back with brutal force. The man groans, crashes forward, and dies face down. With all of the invaders killed, John runs over and asks Sui if she is all right, and she sees that he really did come back. But there is no time to relax, as Yuan is in very bad shape, and Sui explains in panic that she can no longer heal him. His injuries are too severe. Yuan coughs and speaks weakly, saying that he knew John would come back, but this time he will not be able to go with him any farther. Then he falls to the ground. Yuan lies on the ground, barely hanging on, and with the last of his strength, he thanks them for everything they have been through together, saying that what they shared will become a great memory. His eyes begin to close as he tells them to continue forward without him and do their best to pass the judgment trial. Sui breaks down in tears, blaming herself and believing that part of the reason Yuan is dying is because she was not strong enough to protect him. John lowers his head, calls Yuan's name, and then, without hesitation, drags one of the still living invaders over and drops the body in Yuan's lap. He calmly explains that he left 6 invaders alive on purpose, each one wounded but not dead, so his teammates could get the finishing blow, level up from it, and recover. Sui remembers how the system works. When you kill an explorer in Phantom Star, you gain experience and your body returns to a healthy state, while Yuan realizes he may have just made a dramatic farewell speech for nothing and feels embarrassed. John, seeing that his battle brother was being dramatic on purpose, smiles. He tells the group they can now take revenge on the invaders, saying the enemy's survival now depends entirely on the team, and that the team is free to show them what true justice looks like. The captured invader realizes what is about to happen to him and goes pale with fear. The team says that what is about to happen is called karma, the proper greeting to give to visitors like these. Meanwhile, in Country L, in the Data Research Institute and the Stealth Operations Department, chaos breaks out. One by one, all the invaders wake up in the real world after dying in Phantom Star, remembering being wiped out by a beginner from Shino. The higher officer in Country L demands to know what happened. He asks how their elite invaders could have been destroyed and wonders if the enemy country now has a profession that can counter them. At the same time, in the Kingdom of Shino, a scientist informs an instructor that the news is bad. He says that Sui made contact with the invaders. When Su Lannon hears this, she panics, knowing that her younger sister is not prepared for something like that. The Supreme Commander says that, sadly, no beginner has ever escaped from the invaders before, and that they need to prepare psychological support. But the scientist quickly says that is not actually the problem. He looks at the main screen and explains that, according to the system data, Sui not only survived but also leveled up. Everyone in the room is shocked, unable to understand it. The commander asks how a new player could level up after being found by those killers, guessing that maybe the invaders helped them hunt monsters, but the scientist rejects that idea. The only answer left is that Sway's group killed the invaders. The commander is so stunned, he drops his glass of water and jumps to his feet. He demands the full data on Sway's team. The researcher quickly pulls up the status of each teammate and confirms that all of them have reached at least level 3. The commander is thrilled, pointing out that it would be impossible to reach level 3 so quickly unless they had defeated the invaders. Su Lannon is still unsure, saying that her sister is only a healer and that Yuan is a martial artist who cannot deal huge damage. That means only one possibility remains. John Kai must have killed all the invaders himself, yet the military still cannot read his full level or profession. The scientist then reveals that he has discovered why the system cannot identify John's data. John is wearing an old-style watch, and although everyone who enters Phantom Star needs a watch to track their status, his device is an old-generation model that no longer connects to the network. The military stopped supporting that model more than 10 years ago. The instructor is angry that someone is using such outdated original gear, while the commander, Wei Wying, finds the situation very interesting. He orders the researcher to gather all possible real-life information on John. Back on Phantom Star, Yuan is amazed by the way his body was restored to normal after leveling up. Sui is also excited to feel her own physical strength jump. Yuan says he gained a skill from his martial artist class that lets him strike nearby enemies with force, while Sui says she gained a healer skill called the Doctor's Heart, which makes her healing ability much stronger than before. John thinks that everything is going as he expected, nodding that healer classes may not be flashy, but are extremely practical in real combat. Yuan then asks John if he is now strong enough to finish off all the remaining invaders, since John should now be a higher level than him. They cannot believe he reached level 4 so quickly, and when they see his total attribute points, now 96, they realize he is as strong as a level 8 explorer. John calmly explains that he is already level 4, leaving both of them shocked. John explains that while he was escaping, he killed the 2 invaders who chased him, which brought him to level 3, and after he returned and they fought together, he leveled up again. Yuan groans with frustration, saying it is unfair that their leader is still stronger than him, and Sui then asks what they should do next. John tells them that he heard the captain mention the invaders they fought were Team 2, which means Team 1 is still out there, and their next goal is to hunt down that team. Half a day later, in another part of the beginner zone, several enemy soldiers from Team 1 are walking through the forest, laughing and talking. They mock the news that Team 2 was wiped out by beginners, joking that Team 2 should retire in shame. The captain warns them not to get careless, saying that when the commander mentioned the threat, he sounded serious. One of the invaders laughs and asks why they should worry, saying the beginner zone has a level cap of 5, and their group is full of level 5 players. Hidden behind a fallen tree nearby, John and his team prepare their ambush, counting 9 level 5 enemies ahead as the group grows nervous. John tells them not to panic, saying that even if he cannot kill the enemies instantly, he can still hurt them. But he adds that if they do nothing, the invaders will just hunt other beginners, so waiting is not an option, they have to strike first. The enemy captain spots movement at the edge of the forest. He sees John rushing in with a spear. The invaders quickly realize that he is only a level 4 novice, and one of them is impressed that a player at that level has survived this long in such a dangerous zone. The captain grins, calling it a lucky find, and orders his men to kill John so they can count it as a military accomplishment. The invaders chase John. This puts him in an even worse spot than before, because now the group is large and organized. John's team sticks to their plan, aiming to lure the enemies into position so Yuan can use his new skill to knock them all off balance and let the group finish them. The problem is that this enemy squad is too big, and if any of them survive the first hit and escape, they could warn the others. Still, John's group comes up with a version of the plan that can wipe all of them at once. John charges forward, gathering electric energy around his body as his aura grows stronger and more dangerous, knowing he might have to spill blood just to make them commit to chasing him. The movement enrages some of the invaders and confuses others. They cannot believe that a beginner is charging them head-on instead of running. Seconds before contact, one of the invaders laughs at John and walks straight at him. He swings his weapon and slashes John's arm, ordering him to get out of the way, but John takes the hit without blocking and keeps running. He thinks to himself that he is still not close enough. The invaders surround him tighter and tighter, but he still needs them even closer for the trap to work. He keeps running past them and dodging their strikes just to pull them in deeper. Their captain grows annoyed and demands to know why his men cannot stop one level 4 kid. He says that all of them are level 5, and that it should be impossible for a lower-ranked player to avoid every attack like this. One of the invaders checks his watch. The first scan was too fast to get full information, so he now scans with a higher-grade watch. He frowns and reports that, although he cannot read John's total stats, he can see that John's agility is around 30 points. The captain is stunned, realizing that number should not be possible. Another invader argues that this must be a mistake, since his own agility at level 5 is under 20 points, and there is no way a level 4 beginner should be faster. The captain starts to shake, knowing that high-rank watches do not usually make this kind of mistake, and suddenly realizes the real danger, that if they are all chasing someone with agility that high, the boy is not running in panic but leading them. The captain shouts to his team that they have been tricked and tells them to escape right now. But it is already too late. As the invaders start to pull back, golden lightning cracks through the sky. Yuan is in position and activates his special ability, Earthquake. He slams the ground so hard that the force lifts the invaders off their feet, throwing all of them into the air and leaving them helpless. John thanks his old friend in his mind as he surrounds himself with crackling energy, telling Yuan to leave the rest to him. He then begins his attack, launching wild boar spines with perfect aim. The invaders hit the ground one after another, and one after another they die. The entire enemy squad is wiped out almost instantly, exactly as planned. Yuan can barely believe what he just saw, staring at John and asking what kind of terrifying monster his friend has become. The system reports that John has killed 5 level 5 invaders, and after looting them, he gains 2,000 experience points, enough to reach the highest possible level in the beginner zone. John reaches level 5 and realizes that from this point forward, the amount of experience he can loot from enemies will be doubled for higher explorer levels. Sui is amazed, saying she has never seen anything like this, and when Yuan asks if they are going to power up even more, John explains that he left 4 of the enemies only half alive on purpose. Those weak survivors are for Yuan and Sui to finish, so they can gain their own experience. He says that earlier he had to kill most of the enemies himself to level up fast and protect them, but now he has leveled enough. After everyone gets enough points, they will head to the finish line, and Yuan and Sui are excited because it is finally their turn to evolve. As they move through the forest looking for more enemies to level up the team, John tells the others to stay alert. He says there are still many monsters on the way to the end of the test, and that the closer they get, the stronger and scarier those monsters become, with the possibility of even a final boss waiting in the beginner area. A roar shakes the entire forest, making all 3 of them jump. They follow the source of the sound and find 2 dead human-faced monsters. Their bodies are torn apart, heavily mutilated. Sui recognizes the corpses, and Yuan nervously asks what kind of creature is strong enough to do that to monsters of this level. Curious, John activates his phantom eye skill to sharpen his sight and focus on the area. He notices a faint golden glow in the distance. He realizes that something covered in golden energy is what killed those 2 monsters. Sui is confused and interested, but before any of them can say more, something attacks. An energy blast fires from behind them. Yuan does not notice the attack coming as he keeps talking in fear, asking what could have done this. The energy blast hits both him and Sui, throwing them back. Right after that, the attacker charges straight at John. Yuan struggles to his feet and shouts a warning, saying that whatever it is seems strong enough to kill instantly. The creature slams into John, who does not even bother to defend. The others are shocked, but instead of being killed, John simply grabs the attacker. Now they can see what it is. It is not a giant beast but a golden hamster. Yuan and Sui are stunned. John catches it like it's nothing and calmly says that the little creature is not fast at all, calling it a fat rat. The hamster gets angry, saying it was only caught because it wasn't paying attention and claiming that it's actually very fast. To prove it, John does something unexpected and lets it go. The hamster surrounds itself with golden energy, spins up speed, and darts forward again to attack the beginner. Yuan shouts in panic, asking why John is letting it loose and reminding him that this same creature just killed 2 human-faced monsters. John simply reaches out and catches the hamster again, doing it even more easily this time and without any effort. Then he tosses the hamster down and says it is still too slow for him. To make his point, he casually starts tossing the hamster from one hand to the other in midair, not even giving it a chance to escape. Sui and Yuan stare in disbelief, unable to understand how John became this strong so quickly. At this point, John is holding a creature that just destroyed two human-faced monsters, and that creature cannot even break free. Holding the captured hamster, John says it seems the little beast is not going to run anymore, while Yuan, stunned, keeps saying that what John just did is unbelievable. John says he does not know if this little rat can be tamed and turned into a combat companion, but either way, they should still collect the bodies of the human-faced monsters. He also points out that his teammates are almost level 4, so they should hurry and gather more experience, while Sui looks at the hamster and says it is very cute. Yuan once again feels discouraged, because compared to all this, his martial artist abilities now feel ordinary. Elsewhere in the beginner zone, another young man walks casually through the forest. He is relaxed and pleased that he has finally reached the end of the beginner judgment. Ahead of him is the finish line, the city of Shino. He climbs the long staircase leading to the gates. When he reaches the top, the huge city gate opens, and soldiers come out to greet him. They welcome him as a new Phantom Star explorer and say they will act as his guides. Their leader, a soldier named Sha Tao, places a hand on the young man's shoulder and tells him that first place has already been taken, but ranking is not everything, since just passing the trial at all is already a great result for a newcomer. The young man says he understands he is not the first to arrive, but he proudly opens his inventory to show how many monster bodies he collected and how high his level is. The soldiers are impressed, since ranking in the beginner test is based on points, and rare monster corpses can be traded for a lot of them, and Sha Tao asks how he managed to kill so many monsters. The young man laughs and brushes it off. He explains that he is the second young master of the Hua Yuan family, and that he will soon become a high-ranking member of the Xuan Wu Guild. He says he received special training before he ever entered Phantom Star. Sha Tao then realizes who this young man is. The Hua Yuan family is connected to one of the top 10 guilds in Shino, and the soldiers congratulate him, saying that with this many points, he ranks among the best in the city. The young man barely reacts, because he treats first place in this trial as only the start. With a confident and almost cruel smile, he says that given enough time, he will take control of all of Phantom Star. Meanwhile, deep in the beginner zone, John and his team continue hunting so that all three of them can level. John mentions that something feels off since they have not encountered any monsters in a while. He guesses that maybe the monsters are staying away because of the hamster, who seems to like Sui. Suddenly, a roar explodes through the trees. Sharp claws flash in the darkness. More and more enemies appear. In an instant, the group is surrounded by an entire pack of shadowless wolves. Among them stands one monster unlike the rest, its claws glowing with a deadly aura, the boss of the beginner zone, the shadowless wolf king, ready to kill every human in front of it. John finally understands why they had not seen any monsters. They had unknowingly wandered straight into the boss's territory. The wolves form a tight ring around the three explorers. Yuan is terrified and says he has heard that the Wolf King is a creature that has never been killed in the beginner zone, and anyone who meets it is as good as dead. John grips his weapon and shakes, knowing he could probably escape alone if he ran now, but Sui and Yuan would not be able to. That means there is only one choice. They have to fight, and John tells the others that running is no longer possible, and that they will kill the Wolf King together. He charges at the boss with his spear. Yuan leaps and uses his earthquake ability to crash the ground and distract the rest of the wolves. John keeps moving forward without slowing down, while Yuan slams into the dirt and splits the area around them. Sui is also determined and boosts John's weapon by coating it with poison. John asks her to back him up and then, using everything he has at once, he hurls his spear at the Wolf King. Giving everything he has, the hero tries to finish the fight against the beginner zone boss in a single attack, by throwing his spear with full force at the shadowless Wolf King. But something unexpected happens, as the spear bounces off the wolf's thick hide without causing real damage. All three teammates feel a wave of fear. The Wolf King roars. The entire wolf pack responds to that order and charges, and even though the wolves are lower-level monsters, they become much more dangerous when commanded by a higher mind. They attack Sui and Yuan, landing hits, and Yuan shouts, asking if there is any other plan because they are getting overwhelmed. John thinks quickly, knowing the Wolf King's defense is extremely high and that he cannot kill all the surrounding wolves at once to protect his teammates. In the middle of the chaos, something else happens. The golden hamster, which had been sleeping in John's hood, wakes up, looks around with an annoyed expression, realizes the situation, and blames the wolves for disturbing its rest. While John is still fighting for his life, the hamster flares with golden power. It leaps from his hood, shoots through the air at high speed, and creates shockwaves as it moves. Then, in a single burst, the hamster pierces straight into the Wolf King's chest. John is stunned, realizing that while he had not managed to get through the boss's skin at all, this small creature just bit through it. To confirm, John activates Phantom Eye, the focus ability that sharpens his sight. He looks at the wound and sees clearly that it is real, realizing that the hamster has opened a weak point and that they can win. His first spear throw failed because the boss's natural defense was too high, but with an exposed wound, it is different. John takes one of his wild boar spines and throws it like a bolt, surrounding it with crackling energy. The projectile flies and strikes directly into the open injury in the Wolf King's chest, and this time the boss reacts. It is hurt. John understands that his method is working, and that he can keep using Phantom Eye to lock onto the same wound and repeat the attack, but then something even more incredible happens. The projectile flashes with intense light. Against all odds, John's ultra-rare super critical activates, multiplying his damage by 200 times. None of his teammates understand what they are seeing. Yuan saw only a single hit, and then the boss began to fall. John himself is surprised. The system announces that he has defeated the boss of the beginner zone, and although he had planned to drag the battle out and slowly take control, luck triggered a 200 times critical hit that killed the boss instantly, and he also realizes that this is the first time his super critical has activated since he gained his hidden profession. With the Wolf King dead, the rest of the wolf pack panics and tries to run without their leader's command, and John asks if his teammates can still fight. Both Yuan and Sui say yes. John charges forward, saying that without the Wolf King, these are no longer hunters but just prey. Yuan and Sui think about everything the wolves did to them, the fear, the pain, the injuries. They decide they will not let any of the beasts escape. The three explorers attack together, and this time the fight is different. Yuan and Sui are no longer helpless as they tear through the pack with confidence. They are able to kill wolves without asking John for protection every second. After a few minutes of battle, it is over. The group has completely wiped out the entire pack, and these so-called beginners have not only survived the beginner zone, but also defeated the final boss. This is something almost no one can do, and John explains that he left some of the wolves weakened on purpose so Yuan and Sui could finish them and gain experience, after which Yuan asks what they should do next. Now that everyone has enough experience to rank up, their next step is simple: they will head for the finish line. Time passes as the group finally reaches the border of Shino City, the main stronghold of their country, inside Phantom Star. As they walk into the area, the hamster jumps out of John's hood and tries to run away, and Sui immediately worries that it will leave. John tells her not to worry, explaining that he never planned to trap it, and that since the creature helped them survive the final boss, it is free to do whatever it wants now. The team then enters the final reception hall of the beginner trial. An officer named Shatao congratulates them for passing the trial, and when John asks to see the newcomer rankings, Shatao agrees. Before the list is shown, another young man steps forward with a smug smile. He is the wealthy beginner who reached the city earlier, and says he did not expect to see someone from his family's servant class enter Phantom Star and survive this long, then offers to show the rankings to John. John is mildly surprised to see this boy, Huang Wei, already here. The rich boy looks at the ranking, proudly claims first place, and mocks John's team, calling them bottom feeders who somehow crawled up. Other followers join in, insulting John's group, calling them losers, and demanding to know how they dare to ask about rankings at all. Inside, John remembers his past with this boy, and how his sister worked in the Huang household just to save money so he could enter Phantom Star. He remembers how this same rich boy harassed his sister, and how he used John's sick brother to humiliate them both. Yuan steps forward in anger and tells Huang Wei to shut up, but John stops him and says it is fine. He apologizes to the others in the hall for the disruption, and calmly says that the rankings are going to change anyway, adding that his team will take the top 3 places. For a moment, the whole hall goes quiet. Then the rich boy and his followers burst out laughing, saying that John is just dreaming. John turns to his friends and says that they do not have to pretend anymore. Sui agrees. Yuan activates his wrist device and says he is ready. The 3 of them step up and publicly display their inventories to the ranking system. The bullies stare with their mouths open, unable to believe what they are seeing. All those monster corpses, and not just weak monsters, but rare ones, are in the hands of only 3 beginners. Huang Wei is shocked. He sees not only human-faced monsters in their inventory, but also shadowless wolves. Then he notices something else and panics when he sees the shadowless Wolf King, saying that it cannot be real and demanding to know how a group of nobodies could possibly kill the final boss of the beginner zone. John does not bother answering and says that the ranking will show them what is true and what is not. At that moment, a system notification appears as the rankings begin to update in real time. The numbers change as John's team takes the top 3 spots, forcing the arrogant rich boy to face the truth. That is not the end of it, as John's group has more than just monster corpses. They also place several wrist devices on display, the watches taken from the invaders from Country. One of the officials in the hall recognizes them immediately. Someone in the crowd shouts that this is impossible, claiming that beginners cannot defeat invaders, and pointing out that none of them there have ever even seen an invader in person, so John's team must be lying. He loudly demands that the leaders disqualify the so-called cheaters, and others start joining him as jealous voices spread through the crowd, claiming that what John's group is doing is fraud and that they should be punished, causing the room to turn against them. Then a new voice cuts in as a man steps forward and confirms that there were invaders and that John Kai and his teammates really did defeat them. He says that the military already knows about it and that his superiors instructed him to commend John Kai publicly, revealing himself as Lu Jun, vice commander of the military division. The jealous ones go quiet as it hits them that this is official recognition and that the group is not lying. Vice Commander Lu Jun then announces the rewards, saying that because of what they accomplished in the beginner zone, defeating invaders, protecting the border, and surviving, their compensation will be increased. He explains that the second and third place explorers will each receive a class equipment. He then announces that John Kai, who placed first, will receive S-class equipment. John, Sui, and Yuan are thrilled. Everyone else in the room is stunned, realizing that these rookies are about to start with high-grade gear. Now the story pauses to explain gear ranks in Phantom Star, where equipment is graded from rank F at the lowest, progressing through D, C, B, and A, with S as the highest rank. B and C class equipment is already considered very good, while a class and S class are what every serious explorer dreams of someday. The jealous boy cannot handle this. He placed fourth after the update, and he cannot accept it. He shouts that something must be wrong, insisting that since John comes from a poor family, it should not be possible for him to be better. John tells him to calm down, saying that the military has already confirmed the truth and warning that if he keeps insulting his family, things will get ugly. The jealous boy only gets louder, screaming that John's family is trash and mocking John's sister as nothing but a servant while sneering about his sick brother. He says John is nobody and that someone like him should not dare talk back. That is the moment John stops holding back and moves before anyone can react. The jealous boy tries to attack, but he never gets the chance. John is much faster. A deep cut appears across the young man's chest, and blood sprays. Most people in the room do not even see what happened. It was too fast, and even John's friends stare in shock. The vice commander turns and asks if John just attacked Huang Wei, the jealous boy. Someone in the hall nervously reminds everyone that Huang Wei's family belongs to one of the top 10 guilds in the country, yet even so, John has just cut him down. Huang Wei, bleeding and trembling, tries to threaten him, asking if John understands what he has done and warning him about the consequences. John answers coldly, saying that garbage like this, who threatens his family, deserves worse, and that he does not care who Huang Wei is. Huang Wei realizes something in that moment, that this is not a peaceful world but one that already resembles a battlefield, where family is all most people have left, and if someone threatens that, there is no point in trying to negotiate. John walks toward him, step by step. No one stops him. John says he will never hesitate to defend the people who matter to him, declaring that anyone who endangers his sister or brother should be ready to die and be forgot. Huang Wei breaks down, screaming and crying like a child. In the system, a notification appears showing that Huang Wei's character is dead, and John receives 6 experience points for it, which is very little. John frowns, thinking to himself that for someone from such an important and wealthy family, that is a disappointing amount of experience, though he knows there will still be consequences, since death in Phantom Star is not permanent in the real world and Huang Wei will wake up back on Earth with his family's influence intact. Even so, the military commander is watching closely and thinks that John is reckless but also powerful, decisive, and loyal, which pleases him. The commander silences the room, stating that John acted in self-defense and that the matter ends here for now, adding that he does not want anyone discussing it further. He then turns to John, Sui, and Yuan, telling them to follow him to receive their rewards. As they walk, Yuan and Sui congratulate John, saying he handled himself with total confidence. Later, under the glow of bright lights, they gather around Vice Commander Lu Jun. He apologizes for keeping them waiting and says that the military has prepared their items. He reaches out toward a reinforced case, which opens on its own and spills golden light across the room. Sui receives her reward first, the Jade of Vitality, which is the dream of every healer. It increases mentality and physique by 15 points each, and also boosts healing power and potion-making ability. Yuan receives his reward next, in a class armor called Blackstone Rhino Armor. It increases his defense and strength by 16 points, and reduces incoming damage by 16%. Now it is John's turn. John opens his case, and his eyes light up. Inside is a set of finely crafted throwing daggers, and the system reports that the item requires an evaluation card before its full details can be read. Vice Commander Lu Jun is surprised, since items that require evaluation cards are very rare and usually indicate gear of truly superior rank. Luckily, Lu Jun has one evaluation card on hand, and he gives it to John. The card is absorbed into the weapon. The data becomes visible, revealing that the weapon grants 9 points to strength, piercing, and agility, and has a special effect that increases John's critical strike chance each time he survives a dangerous encounter, stacking up to a maximum of 90%. Lu Jun quietly thinks that the weapon might not be a good match for a rookie, believing that beginners do not deal enough damage for a high critical chance to matter much yet. One of his fellow officers argues that this is unfair to John and asks if they should let him choose something else. John refuses. He says he wants to keep the daggers, believing they are the best possible weapon he could have received. John knows something the officers do not. His class talent allows a critical hit to deal 200 times normal damage. The downside is that his chance of landing a critical hit is much lower than that of normal players and rarely triggers, but these daggers change that. The daggers increase his critical hit rate by 10% each time that special effect stacks, up to a maximum of 90%. That means this weapon is almost perfectly made for him, turning his risky, rare super critical into something he can trigger often, so he decides he is absolutely keeping it. Vice Commander Lu Jun says that since they have officially cleared the tutorial, they can now return to Earth. He also steps in close to John and warns him that someone may be coming after him soon, telling him to be careful on his way home. After that, the session ends, and John and his friends return to the real world. John is excited, not expecting to have passed the beginner test so smoothly, and eager to tell his brother and sister as he heads home. As he walks up to his neighborhood, something feels off. There are several luxury cars parked in front of his house. He wonders if some neighbor suddenly got rich, takes out his phone, thinks about taking a picture, then shrugs it off and goes inside. He calls out that he is home and starts to say that he passed his evaluation. Then he freezes. There are men in his living room he does not recognize. One man is sitting comfortably on his couch like he owns the place, while the strangers say they already heard that the kid did very well in his rookie evaluation. John realizes who the leader is, Huang De, the older brother of the boy John cut down in Phantom Star. John demands to know why Huang De is in his house. Before he can finish, something hard hits the back of his head. The door behind him slams shut. Two men grab him and hold his arms in place. Huang De talks calmly, saying his younger brother is now in a bad mental state and that it is John's fault. He insists that their family is the one being treated unfairly, not John, and claims he could keep his brother offline for a month if he wanted, but he could keep John offline forever. He raises a metal baton and prepares to smash it into John's skull. John is pinned and cannot block. Then the front door blasts inward with huge force. The broken door slams into the two men holding John and knocks them to the floor. Even Huang De is knocked off balance and falls, then, trying to get up, demands to know who just interrupted him. A man steps in, saying he told John to be careful coming home. He sounds annoyed and asks why John did not take that warning seriously. A woman enters along with an older man and shows official documents, ordering everyone not to move and declaring that this is now a military matter. The older man is Wei, the supreme commander of the city's military force. The intruders do not understand what is happening. They only came to threaten Kai, but now they have accidentally angered someone they never should have touched. Huang De is shocked and demands to know who this kid really is and what kind of background he has. John slowly gets back up after being held down. He himself can hardly believe that the supreme commander of the city's military force has personally come to his house. Because of what they did, the thugs are detained and taken to the police station. John thanks Commander Wei for saving him, but he also asks why the commander is here. Wei tells him not to be nervous, saying that John and his teammates were exceptional during the Phantom Star test. While John was offline, the military already contacted his friends and invited them to join. Wei explains that he is here to extend the same invitation to John, then sighs and exhales smoke from his cigarette. Wei then says that John has started something new, that a new profession has appeared through him, and asks if John understands what that means. He explains that there are already many existing professions on Phantom Star, and that every 20 levels an explorer can change profession, altering their attribute growth, sometimes making fighters stronger, and sometimes weaker. Most professions are useless to the military, but it is always searching for those with real combat value. He believes John's profession has enormous potential. The woman with Wei steps toward John. She asks if he would be interested in joining the military and building a future with them. She says they are not here to force him and that they already know his family situation since they looked into it. She also says that if he joins, the military will pay for his brother's treatment and guarantee his family's safety. The offer is very good, and John goes quiet, thinking seriously. They tell him to consider it, saying that if he agrees, he can give his answer tomorrow. He only has to speak to the woman. As they turn to leave, John stops them and apologizes. Then he says he refuses. Both Wei and the woman seem surprised. John explains his refusal. He says he knows that joining the military is, in theory, a good choice for someone with a combat profession, but he does not trust it. He asks them to remember when the drunkard profession first appeared. Back then, the military was very interested and gave support. But once they realized the drunkard profession was useless in real combat, they abandoned that person, leaving the explorer in a miserable state. John admits he cannot be careless like that. He says he will move his family out of this neighborhood to get away from the Huang family's reach, and that his family has always survived by protecting itself, not by depending on someone else's protection. The woman replies that this is not just about him, saying humanity needs strong people and that his profession might help everyone. John says he is not trying to be noble, only that he cares about keeping his own family safe. The woman keeps trying to persuade him, but Commander Wei interrupts her, saying he understands John's point. He says that a person cannot change their entire life in just a few days, and points out that John's brother does not have much time left. On top of that, Wei says, constant fighting is not a very interesting future in a world like this. Wei then makes John an offer, telling him that the military will protect him for 1 month, during which he must make enough money to pay for his brother's surgery. If he can do that on his own, he can stay free, but if he fails to make the money in time, the military will pay for the surgery, and then John will have to enlist. John stands there in silence, thinking. After a moment, he lets out a small smile and agrees to the bet. He says that if he loses, he will keep his word. With that settled, there is no time to waste. He needs to return to Phantom Star and start earning money. Before leaving, he records a message for his brother, saying that he is returning to Phantom Star and that they cannot keep living in the same neighborhood anymore. They have to move for their own safety. He promises to come back with enough money. He then logs back into Phantom Star. Now that he has new clothes and an official registration, he can finally hunt monsters for real profit. But first, he has to register with a guild. Beginners are required to join teams because hunting alone is dangerous. Guilds exist to help new explorers survive. He wonders which guild will take him. At the check-in counter, a woman greets him and asks if he is John. Then she tells him something bad. Right now, he cannot join any guild. Because he offended the Huang family, he has been blacklisted. No guild will accept him. That means he will have to act alone. Still in the safe zone, he looks around and sees many other beginners without a guild. He wonders if his journey is already over before it even starts. Then someone approaches him. A girl asks if he is unsure where to hunt monsters, saying she reads fortunes for people and can tell him the best place to hunt for 100 coins. She introduces herself as Huan, level 29. John looks at her and does not believe her. He starts to walk away and apologizes, saying he is basically an atheist, but she keeps pushing and offers him a free reading. She says it will not cost him anything and teases that it is not too late for him to become superstitious. Trying not to overthink it, John agrees. The girl treats it like a test. A strange board in front of her begins to glow with golden light. She chants silently and focuses. After reading him, she tells him his situation is dangerous right now, but there is a way out if he moves first. She tells him to go to the Valley of Kings. The fortune teller is right, John is being watched. In the safe zone, no one is allowed to openly attack him, but the moment he leaves, hunters could be waiting. Normally, rookies begin their hunting in a place called the Ash Plains, but she says there is probably already an assassin waiting for him there. Another possible area is Victory Peak, meant for players above level 15. If he goes there now, he might die instantly, but the Valley of Kings is intended for players above level 10. It is still dangerous, but she believes that this area is his best chance. She says there should be no trap set for him there, and adds that if he has to do things alone, then so be it. John thanks her for the advice and leaves for the Valley of Kings. She watches him go and frowns, having assumed he would go with a team. She thought her reading meant he should head there with a group. Going alone might be suicide, and she hopes he at least comes back alive and doesn't blame her later. John arrives at the Valley of Kings. He wonders if the monsters here are as strong as the rumors say. A violent roar shakes the leaves, and he turns to see movement in the trees. A massive jaw filled with sharp teeth snaps down. A huge black gorilla is smashing through a group of players like they are nothing. The creature is a level 11 monster. The players fighting it are level 10 explorers. They are trying hard to hold their ground and believe that if they keep pushing, they can bring it down. The fight is fierce. John watches from hiding as both sides, the humans and the monster, prove to be strong. He quietly asks himself if he could handle something like that alone. As he is thinking, he catches a strange scent, the smell of beasts. He looks around and realizes several gorillas have already found him. He jumps back just in time as his wrist device flashes a warning about immediate danger. The weakest of the gorillas near him is level 12. Meanwhile, the level 10 explorers in the distance are still struggling against a single level 11 gorilla. They fight with effort, but eventually manage to defeat it without losing anyone. One member of their team is excited and says they are going to brag about this. Their captain agrees. Then they all hear something else. They turn and see what is happening in John's direction, finally noticing that several level 12 gorillas are chasing one lone explorer. John realizes he must have stepped into their territory and triggered them. The other team stares and wonders if they should help him. But their captain says that if they try to interfere, they will all die here. He tells his team to run and get out fast. As they watch from a distance, something unbelievable happens. One of the level 12 gorillas falls. John's new daggers were the perfect weapon. After only 5 attacks, one of them lands a huge critical hit, and the beast collapses. The other team stares in disbelief. The boy they just watched outrun a pack of monsters has killed a gorilla even stronger than the one they barely managed to defeat together. John keeps moving, running from the remaining gorillas but without panic. In fact, he is confident. He believes he can kill them too. He targets the next gorilla and strikes again. Another body drops, leaving only one gorilla remaining. John got a critical hit in just a single throw this time, and the monster falls. The onlookers are speechless. This kind of result would be difficult even for a larger team than theirs, yet the boy did it alone. John pauses, breathing hard, and admits to himself that it was still more difficult than he expected. He looks down. He now has 3 corpse cards from the gorillas, proof of the kills that can be traded for money, and feels more certain he can do this job on his own. He continues walking deeper into the valley. Once he is gone, the other team starts arguing. One of them says they should have introduced themselves and tried to recruit him. Another claims he was about to, but someone else stopped him. But the truth is, none of them actually moved a step to help John. In another part of the hunting grounds, something else is happening at the same time. A group of people gathers in the wide plains, the air tents. It is the Huang family's Falcon Squad. Every member of this squad is level 20. That means they are far above normal beginners, and they are all waiting for John to appear. They surround a woman and pressure her to tell them where she last saw him. The Falcon Squad says they are here to avenge the honor of the Huang family, which John insulted, calling him trash and ordering the woman to tell them where to find him. The woman says that the boy went to the Valley of Kings and can probably be found there. They throw her aside and say that if she is lying, they will be back for her. This Falcon Squad is known as the strongest group in the Huang family for players under level 20. John is in real danger if they catch up to him. But as they leave, the girl smiles to herself. She thinks that rude people do not deserve the truth, so she gave them what they wanted to hear, but secretly cast their fortune, believing they are actually walking toward their own deaths by chasing John. After a full day of hunting, John reaches level 6. Rumor says gorilla bodies are worth a lot because they are extremely hard to collect. If he keeps hunting like this, paying for his brother's treatment will not be a problem. While he is thinking about this, another group approaches him. They ask if he wants to join them for a hunt. There are a lot of them in total. They have 3 full teams. They say if he joins them, he can earn a share of the loot that the gorillas drop. John answers honestly, saying he does not have a hunting team and is working alone. The young man leading the others insists, saying they only need one more person. He explains that the Valley of Kings is full of cliffs and peaks, and at the top of one of those peaks, a group of people is already gathered. He points down and shows John what they are looking at. Below them is an elite treasure chest. He says they have been watching that chest for a while. It is guarded by elite gorillas, which are much stronger than normal ones. He says they need John to act as bait. John will distract one of the elite gorillas and pull it away while the 3 teams handle the others and take the treasure. And afterward John will get a share of the reward. They also mention that elite treasure chests tend to give out rare items, sometimes even better than what you get from normal monsters. John thinks about it and realizes what this plan really is. They do not expect him to come back alive. But at this point, he is already involved. He decides to go through with it. They begin the operation. Everyone moves into position according to the plan. The elite gorillas notice the intruders. The leader of the hunters signals that the job has started. John is the one who must lure one of the elite gorillas. He leaps into action. He strikes the first gorilla and grabs its attention, pulling it away from the group and leading it far from the others. The leader of the hunting teams is pleased. John does exactly what they wanted, luring an elite gorilla away by himself and becoming the bait. The leader expects John to die, which means one less person to share the treasure with. The rest of the teams fight to the death over the loot, while the elite gorilla's attacks are brutal. John knows he is taking a huge risk by running alone like this, as an elite gorilla is much stronger than a normal one. A normal explorer would already be dead, but John is not a normal explorer. He throws his daggers at the beast. Every throw hits clean. The elite gorilla staggers and finally crashes to the ground, dead. A level 15 elite gorilla is still no match for John's critical damage. Now the situation turns. It is John's turn to use the other explorers. Outside, the 3 teams are locked in battle with the other elite gorillas, struggling to hold them back. Even with their full numbers, they are barely managing to survive. Their leader keeps shouting for them to stick to the plan, trying desperately to keep things under control. John, meanwhile, moves quietly. He only needs to walk a short distance before he finds what he came for. There it is, the elite treasure chest, and getting this far was easier than expected. All it took was killing the first elite gorilla guarding the entrance, but as he reaches for the chest, a roar explodes from inside the cave. Warm saliva drips onto his shoulder from above. Another gorilla was already in the cave, guarding the treasure. It drops down in fury and nearly crushes him. This one is different. It's a level 20 elite gorilla that the other teams had no idea existed, and unlike the others, this one is actually dangerous to him. The gorilla moves to block the exit entirely with its body. There's no way out now. It's kill or die. John attacks first, throwing his daggers, but this time they do nothing. They do not pierce the monster's skin. Even hitting its eyes is useless. The system shows why. The gorilla's defense is 23 points. John's normal attacks can't break that number, and even though his daggers ignore 9 points of defense, it's still not enough. While he is thinking, the gorilla charges. John is struck hard and smashed against the cave wall. His body slams into the rock, pain exploding through him as he struggles to sit up and understand what just happened. The difference between them is too big. He is outmatched, but even so, he refuses to die here. If he dies now, he won't be able to return to Phantom Star for an entire month, which means he won't be able to earn money. And if he can't earn money within 1 month, he'll break his deal with Commander Wei and be forced to depend entirely on the military, losing his freedom, something he cannot allow. His vision starts to blur. His body weakens, and he can feel himself slipping. Then in his mind, a memory rises. He hears a voice telling him to stay awake, and then he sees his brother. In the memory, his older brother is running while holding him. The world around them is broken. They are in a ruined city, his brother doing everything he can to carry him, keep him awake, and get him to safety. A memory from 10 years ago when their home became a war zone. John thinks of that moment, remembering how his brother kept going even as everything collapsed around them. He remembers how his brother and sister saved him, and he refuses to give up. He pulls one of his daggers back into his hand. Energy spreads through his body as he forces himself to move. He will not die on the floor of this cave. Outside the memory, inside the cave, the level 20 elite gorilla lanes in, and then it swallows him. The monster lifts its head with satisfaction, believing the fight is over. But something else is happening inside. A moment later, the gorilla's face twists and it lets out a horrible sound. Its head bursts apart into fragments and blood. Its body drops like a stone, and the giant creature lies dead. John is injured, exhausted, and covered in blood, but alive. He figured out that the gorilla's outer skin was too tough, but its mouth was softer. It was just like with the Wolf King. The outside had too much defense, but the inside did not, so he killed it from within. Now the elite chest is his. He's weak, but the treasure belongs to him. Almost an hour later, the other teams outside finally manage to kill the remaining elite gorillas. They cheer and celebrate, saying that the boy who lured one away is probably dead by now, which means one fewer person to share the loot with. They then enter the cave to take the treasure, but when they get inside, they freeze. The cave is empty and the elite chest is gone. The captain starts shouting in anger, saying the chest was supposed to be there. Someone else says that he saw the boy run inside the cave while they were still fighting, but he thought he imagined it. He did not say anything because it did not seem possible that the boy survived. Now the group turns on their leader. They complain that they have been out here for days, that their pay is late, and now the treasure is gone because they were tricked. Meanwhile, in another part of the valley, John is resting. He figures those people are probably cursing him right now, and shrugs. He opens his system screen and looks at the treasure chest he took, which he still hasn't opened. Then he opens the chest and can barely breathe. It is full of valuable items, rare minerals, and equipment. The money he can make from this is far more than what he would get from just selling monster corpses. But something else in the chest stands out even more. There is another piece of gear inside, a pair of gloves. He slips them on. Each glove has a small fire emblem. He does not know yet whether they are meant for attack or defense. But the moment he wears them, he feels lighter and stronger. His body feels faster. He thinks his strength and agility have both improved and decides to test them. He throws his daggers, and as they fly, flames appear around them in midair. This must be the effect of the gloves. On Phantom Star, there are many kinds of flames, some extremely deadly, others almost worthless. Normal flames are weak. Ordinary fire is usually only good for lighting a campfire or cooking and isn't considered a real weapon. So John thinks that maybe these gloves are only for utility. Before he can finish that thought, the forest shakes. A heavy force slams into the ground nearby as a giant arm crashes into the dirt. He turns and sees them, 4 elite elemental gorillas. He wonders if one of them was hit by one of his test throws, or if they simply sensed him. Either way, all 4 are now staring directly at him. Even one of these enemies is a huge problem, but facing 4 at once could be impossible. He uses the same trick as before, aiming for the mouth, and throws a dagger at close range toward the open jaw. But this time the gorilla is ready. It clamps its mouth shut before impact, and the dagger bounces off. The system reads the result, 0 damage. John realizes this is bad. They've already learned his pattern and know to guard their weak point. He runs. In his current condition, even if he manages to target the inside of one of their mouths, there's no way he can handle all 4 at once. He might die here. Then he notices something strange. One of the gorillas suddenly begins losing health as its body catches fire. He doesn't see what started the fire, but the flames spread across its body. Then another gorilla's health drops, and then another's. The health drain keeps rising. One of them bursts fully into flame, and its health bar drops by 2,000 points in a single moment. The fire spreads uncontrollably, and the elemental gorillas panic. The flames keep spreading, and though the gorillas try to run, they are already burning. John stares, struggling to understand what he's seeing. He doesn't even know how the fire is jumping from one target to the next. A tiny spark lands on one gorilla's chest fur. The gorilla slaps at the flames, but it's already too late. Its arm catches fire, then its shoulders, and soon its entire upper body. Now all 3 remaining gorillas are burning hard. John watches as the last of them begins to fall, still confused. He doesn't understand how the fire grew so strong so fast. It started as normal fire, yet now it looks like something else entirely. Then the flames fade, leaving all 4 massive bodies on the ground, completely dead. Something becomes clear. He saw the damage climb. At first, the fire was doing about 10 points, but within seconds it rose to 2,000, a 200-fold increase. He realizes the truth. The gloves create fire, but more than that, His special talent lets the damage multiply by 200 times and spread from one monster to another. The fire looks like normal flame, but it is not normal if you cannot resist it. If they cannot endure the heat, it becomes fatal in seconds. With these gloves, he can inflict 2,000 points of damage per second across groups of enemies, meaning it no longer matters if he can't pierce a monster's outer defense. He can simply burn them down. For the gorillas, this is a disaster, the worst night in their history, as fire filled the valley and nothing could stop it. No one had ever burned elite gorillas like that. They could only run and scream as the fire consumed them like dry brush. After that, John walks openly through the valley without fear. Within a range of 10 miles around him, there is nothing left for any other explorer to collect. By dawn of the second day, ashes cover the entire area. It was incredibly profitable, as he had hunted dozens of gorillas. His level rises to level 8. Thanks to the gloves, nothing below level 20 can stand up to his area damage now. On top of that, he has collected 10 elite chests and a pile of monster corpses. He's going to make a lot of money. He looks up at the sky and feels a little lonely. He misses being with his friends. He does not know exactly how they are doing right now, but he guesses that since they joined the army, they are probably all right. Back in the Valley of Kings, his former companions are frustrated. They find almost no gorillas left, as someone has wiped them out. One of them says that without John, everything is much harder. He used to help them find monsters and take them down. A senior explorer addresses the rookies and tells them not to complain. Lee, a level 38 fighter, says the area is too dangerous for beginners, which is why they aren't finding monsters anymore, and adds that even with John, this place would still be risky. All they can do now is keep searching and hope they find at least one remaining gorilla. Even so, they admit it out loud. They miss John. 3 days pass, and one of the explorers complains that all he can find now are normal gorillas, which are too easy for them. He says Huang Wei told them to focus on finding John instead of hunting properly, calling it a waste of their time and skills, but another explorer tells him to accept it. Orders are orders. The others turn and listen to what he says next. He explains that a few days ago, they saw something unbelievable in the Valley of Kings. A single person took down 3 gorillas without difficulty. The arrogant explorer scoffs, saying that might be impressive for low-level beginners, but not for real fighters. He clearly isn't taking it seriously. The group shows him an image of John. They ask if the arrogant one has seen that boy anywhere in the valley, and the others confirm that yes, he's the same person they saw, the one who killed 3 gorillas alone. They say he was just a level 5 rookie at the time. The arrogant one says that's obviously a lie and vows that when they find him they'll crush him, but then someone spots John, seeing him leaving the Valley of Kings. The arrogant one smiles. John is nearby at last. He rallies his squad, ready to finish their mission. Elsewhere, John's old supporters shake their heads, feeling sorry for the newcomers who are about to pick a fight with him, completely unaware of what they're walking into. At the exit of the valley, a crowd has gathered. People are annoyed there are almost no gorillas left to hunt. Some say a huge fire burned them all, while others insist that's impossible and that no single person could have done it. By this point, John is level 10. After defeating all those gorillas, he has collected 19 elite chests. Then he hears someone shout his name from behind and tell him to stop. He turns. It is the Huang family's Falcon squad. Everyone nearby starts whispering. They all know this squad belongs to the Huang family and wonder what John did to make them hunt him like this. John looks at them and asks if the Huang family really sent them. The arrogant leader of the squad draws his weapon, saying that John must have forgotten who he insulted during the beginner tutorial, and that now the whole squad is here for one reason, to kill him. John braces himself. He tells them that he acted in self-defense before, and asks if they seriously want to keep doing this. They answer that they don't care about self-defense, they care about the bounty. So John decides not to show mercy. His daggers fly. Some of the Falcon squad members dodge the first wave. Others are hit, and at first they laugh, saying the flames licking at their skin are weak and mocking the idea that a little fire could hurt them. Spectators nearby shake their heads, unable to believe someone is using what looks like ordinary fire in a serious fight, and whisper that it won't matter, that it's only a matter of time before John is overwhelmed. John looks at the Falcon squad and asks what they think will happen if the fire starts doing more damage. It does not take long for the first member of the Falcon squad to start losing health. His health drops by 2,000 points every second as flames engulf his entire body until he can barely be seen. His teammates panic, trying to put the fire out, but nothing works. They They can't understand how such a normal-looking flame is draining life so fast. The other two, who were only lightly touched by the flames at first, now begin to burn as well. Soon they also turn into human bonfires. The rest of the squad realizes too late that something is very wrong. Before they can react, more of them are swallowed by the spreading flames. The fire devours them, their bodies burning away as they struggle helplessly to stop it. The system confirms what just happened, announcing that John has completely wiped out the Falcon squad and stolen their experience points. Everyone who saw the fight is stunned. A crowd that had expected John to be killed now stares at the bodies of an elite level 20 squad lying on the ground, taken apart by one person. The onlookers whisper, wondering who this dangerous kid is. One of them tries to scan John's information with a wrist device, but cannot read all of his details. They guess that he must be some kind of powerful fire type class, and that he is using special gear that blocks stat reading. John opens his status window and sees that he's already leveled up 2 more times from that short fight. He then asks the system why other players are unable to read his attributes. The system tells him that his skill grants many bonus attributes, making it impossible for players around his level to view his full data. He thinks this is actually a good thing. It means people will not immediately target him out of fear or greed. After that, John goes into town and walks into a shop to sell what he has collected. He tells the saleswoman that he has some items to sell and wants a price. The woman barely looks up at first, used to rookies coming in to sell small junk, and based on how plain and rough he looks, she assumes he has nothing valuable. Then he opens his inventory, and her eyes go wide. He shows her cards from normal gorillas, elite gorillas, and more. That alone would be a rich haul, but that's not all. He also shows her 19 elite chests he collected from the Valley of Kings. John asks how much all of it is worth. For a moment, the saleswoman just stares. She's not used to someone showing up with this much top-level material at once. Usually, players bring her one body card or a small item, but this guy looks like a wholesaler. She shakes her head to clear it. Now fully awake and excited, she says that she will calculate the value herself, and that she is the best person in the shop for this kind of job. She begins calculating the price, and the total is high. She explains it out loud. The monster body cards are worth 10,000 coins, and the elite treasure chests are worth 170,000 coins, for a total of 180,000 coins. Each coin in Phantom Star is equal to 10 units of real-world money, meaning his total comes to 1,800,000 in real-world currency. That is enough to take care of his brother's health. John realizes something important in that moment. He's done it. He's already earned enough to pay for the surgery, winning his bet with the commander and freeing himself from having to enlist in the military. Later, while he is walking in town, the fortune teller calls out to him. She reminds him that she gave him the fortune reading for free earlier, grinning and out of breath, as she says she was right to send him to the Valley of Kings. She says it must have gone very well, and he calmly confirms that yes, it did. Then she asks him for a favor. The girl, Hyun, says her wish is to be part of his team. She wants to fight alongside him in the future. John turns away and starts to walk off, telling her goodbye in a cold, final way, leaving her angry and annoyed at how blunt he is. Hyun changes the subject and teases him, saying the military is always the one deciding whether a profession is useful or not, then adds that if he likes getting things for free so much, maybe he wants her equipment, mentioning it might be her last time in the game. John pauses and asks if she is really that poor, and if she has already given up on making money here. She explains her story. She says that when the military said fortune teller was a good profession, she followed that path. Before that, she had been in a different class, but she says she changed her profession to fortune teller because she believed it would be valuable. But later, the military stopped supporting it, and after that, no one wanted fortune tellers on a team anymore. Now she can't join any group and spends her time alone in the game, waiting, hopping, and doing nothing but reading fortunes. She says that if she goes back to Earth for good, nothing will really improve. In fact, it might get worse. She will have to do hard physical labor and earn almost nothing. John says that's awful, thinking of his brother's condition and how his health began to fail from non-stop overwork, adding that a normal girl wouldn't be able to endure that kind of punishment. Hyun admits that she would not, but she also says she can't give up because she has younger siblings depending on her. She can't just disappear and leave them with nothing. John is quiet for a moment, thinking of his own older brother. People have different roles, but the pressure is the same. His brother also carried the whole family alone. His brother saw Phantom Star as hope, but gave it up to keep John and his sister alive. Hyun sighs and says she really is quitting this time, that she won't return to Phantom Star again, and says goodbye. John tells her to wait. He says he's leaving for now but will be back, and tells her that if they meet again, they'll form a team for real. Hyun actually trembles when she hears that, unable to believe him, and asks if he's serious. John says he isn't lying, adding that if he is, may he never make money again. She laughs a little at that, because she knows how much he cares about money. Before he can leave, she jumps forward and hugs him tight, thanking him for the chance. He tries to push her off, and nearby players start staring at them. John goes home and tells his family the news. He tells his sister she no longer needs to work and can go back to school. His sister is stunned and asks if the money is real, and John tells her he earned it in the game, in Phantom Star. He turns to his brother and says the surgery can be done the next day, but his older brother looks worried and says it must have been very hard out there. John tells him it's nothing compared to what his brother has already done. He raised 2 orphans and took care of both him and their sister. John says his brother did his part, and now it is John's turn to take care of the family. They celebrate together, talking about a new start. As John drinks quietly, his phone buzzes. It is Commander Wei. Wei tells him he lost the bet and that John has his freedom, adding that he'll send someone to pick John up later to show him something important. He reminds John to come outside the safe zone when called. After some time, John is brought to a ruined place. He looks around at the broken, burned, empty city and realizes it's the place where he grew up as a child, now destroyed and hollow. He meets the commander in person. John asks why he was brought here. Before Wei can answer, the ground shakes. A huge impact echoes through the buildings as explosions rumble in the distance and the air tears with force. John turns and sees it. Not far away, a massive creature the size of a small building is being fought by several people. A small team of 3 fighters is battling the giant beast without fear. John asks if these people are fighting what is known as a god beast. Commander Wei explains that in Phantom Star, every 20 levels mark a new tier for explorers, with 6 main tiers in total, and that up to level 80, a player's power can only be used inside the game. The fighters continue their assault on the creature, but then Wei explains that from levels 81 to 120, something changes, an awakening occurs, and those players are called extraordinaries. They can use their Phantom Star abilities in the real world, not just inside the game. These are the people who stand between humanity and extinction. John looks at the 3 fighters again. Their eyes show no fear, their movements sharp and calm as the battle against the god beast continues. Wei says that this kind of fight is the only real way to deal with a god beast. John watches the fight and feels how strong those players are. Commander Wei tells him this isn't even a special case, that this is just an ordinary god beast. He explains that to get rid of it, they already lost 2 transcendents. This shocks John, who had spent most of his time in safe zones where people were protected, and only now sees how bad things really are outside them. Wei says he will not force John to join the army. Lightning cracks overhead as thunder rolls over the ruins. Wei goes on, saying that he already spoke to the Huang family and told them to leave John alone, which surprises John that the commander went that far for him. Wei says that he trusts his instinct. John falls quiet. Wei says his instincts tell him that John will become a strong person and that he understands John's desire to protect his sister and brother, but adds that if John joins the army right now, it would mean going to war and leaving his family behind. Wei also says that every person has a share of responsibility. Someone has to hold the line, or there will be nothing left, and as a citizen of Shino, it is his duty to fight for his country and for people like John, fully accepting that he might die in that duty soon. Wei says he will not force John to sign up, but he also says that one day, if the city cries for help, and if John is able to answer, he hopes John will fight for Shino. After resting a few days in the real world, John logs back into Phantom Star. He thinks about what the commander said. He did not expect Wei to place such high expectations on him, but now it was time to focus on his own survival. He needed tougher enemies. Gorillas were no longer enough. His wrist device shows the profile of a new kind of monster, a ghostly banshee. The banshee can kill in a single strike and terrifies its targets. It cannot be damaged from farther than 10 meters and is extremely dangerous to fight up close, which makes it even worse than the gorillas. John thinks it over. He decides that this is not the kind of monster he can face alone and that he needs a team, so he goes looking for the fortune teller. She is asleep in the street, next to a small sign that says she is waiting for the captain and does not want to be disturbed. John wakes her up and asks if she has really been waiting there since the last time he logged in. She is happy and says she knew he would come back, and John tells her that he always keeps his promises. She smiles and says she has already found someone who could be useful to them, and that if this person helps them kill monsters, their team will be strong. John adds that he hopes the person is not a drunkard. The new person introduces himself as Ryuen, and he is exactly what John did not want, someone from the drunkard class. The moment John hears that, he tries to run away at full speed. The fortune teller sighs, realizing that their captain is still very practical. She tries to defend Ryuen, saying that he is a hard worker and loyal. The boy looks embarrassed and doesn't know where to look, saying he can cook and give massages, and that as long as he can be part of the team, he won't even ask for a share of the payment. That last part gets John's attention. John immediately reacts. He grabs Ryuen's hand, raises it like he is announcing a champion, and tells him that he knew Ryuen had talent. He says he is happy to work with him and declares that, as captain, he will now take Ryuen to the hunting grounds where banshees appear. Ryuen quietly asks the fortune teller if John is always this quick to change his mind, and she answers that yes, he always is. They head out together. They return to the Valley of Kings, where elite banshee monsters appear. A level 20 banshee steps forward, hunting players. Some explorers nearby are watching her from a distance. John studies the banshee and says she is strong, adding that once she is revealed, everyone nearby will try to kill her at once, so they have to be careful. He warns that she can only be attacked at close range, meaning the only way to win is to get in close without being noticed. He tells his team to stay low and quiet and wait for a chance. Then he hears something. He turns and tells Hyuen to stop talking, but Hyuen frowns and says she wasn't talking at all. He tells them both again to be silent, but Hyuen repeats that she hasn't said a word. John turns around and finally realizes where the sound is coming from. It is Ryuen. He is asleep and snoring loudly, happily shouting in his sleep that he is drinking in honor of the captain. The banshee instantly notices them. She floats toward their hiding place. Once she is close enough, she unleashes her terrifying scream. John panics and demands to know what Hyuen did, because right now this is going wrong, and the drunkard is not helping. The banshee's scream hits all of them, as they are within range, and the scream inflicts fear. John is overwhelmed, Hyuen is also affected, and even Ryuen, who is still asleep, is affected. All three of them gain the fear status, and are frozen in place, unable to think of any way to respond, move, or fight. The banshee keeps gliding closer and closer. Then something ridiculous happens. Still asleep, Ryuen mumbles that he does not know how such a beautiful woman appeared in front of him, and then he lunges at her. He slams into the banshee with so much force that it looks like a deliberate tackling move. He wraps his arms around her and tells her, in his drowsy mumbling, that fate brought them together and he will take care of her. He even rubs her face while half asleep and says her skin is smooth and glowing. The fear status on John and Hyuen suddenly breaks, and John realizes that Ryuen's weird behavior interrupted the banshee's first control ability, which is now on cooldown, preventing her from using her scream again right away. John understands immediately that this is their opening. He cannot waste the opportunity and has to end the banshee now. Something unexpected happens. Ryuen is holding the banshee in place so she cannot dodge, still half asleep and acting as if she were his future wife. He leans in and announces that from now on they will be husband and wife, and that he is about to kiss her. Before the situation can get any worse for the monster, she explodes. A shock wave rips through the air as smoke rises from the center of the blast. Ryuen snaps out of his dream and wakes up, confused, looking around and asking where his beautiful and loving wife went. John is satisfied, and the fortune teller is thrilled, saying that the captain managed to kill an elite monster in only a few seconds. Not everyone is happy, though. Ryuen falls to his knees, crying that his true love was just blown up in front of him, saying that she was the woman of his life and that he will never be able to love again. John quietly asks the fortune teller if Ryuen is always like this, and she explains that he is from the drunkard class. When he drinks, he becomes like this, and in that state, his taste in women is unbelievably bad. She goes to retrieve the monster's card. Meanwhile, John thinks about what he just saw. The banshee's scream is supposed to terrify everyone who hears it and lock them down with fear, but the drunkard was within her range and not only resisted the effect, he actually managed to grab her. John realizes that this is not normal, since from what he knows, the weakness of the drunkard class is loss of control while intoxicated. A drunkard is unpredictable and unstable, but that same unstable state seems to make them naturally resistant to banshee fear. If that's true, then Ryuan is the perfect counter to this kind of monster. As John thinks this through, the fortune teller returns with the spoils, the chest from the elite banshee. John's expression changes to a mischievous smile, and the fortune teller notices. She wonders what exactly he is planning. The group keeps hunting through the forest. They move to another area where the banshees live, and another banshee appears, letting out a terrifying scream. But this time, John is ready for it. He now knows exactly how to fight this type of enemy. He looks at Ryuan and, like a trainer sending a pet into battle, he releases his drunkard straight at the banshee. The banshee screams again and tries to frighten him, but it does not work. To Ryuan, she isn't a terrifying ghost, but a beautiful woman thirsting for his strong and lovely body. Still dreaming, he tells her that he wants her too and cannot wait for them to be married. While she is locked in place with him and cannot use her special move again, John takes the shot. His daggers cut through the air and strike. The banshee explodes in front of Ryuan. The system confirms that John has taken down another banshee. Still lost in his fantasy, Ryuan looks shocked, clutching his head and shouting in despair, demanding to know where his bride has disappeared to and accusing his teammates of destroying his woman again. Then he collapses face first onto the ground. John and the fortune teller don't waste time. Before Ryuan sobers up, they hurry to find the next banshee. Hours pass, and after about 3 hours of hunting in that area, Ryuan has already lost 11 wives. Time keeps moving, and by the end of the session, he has mourned 23. Every banshee they found, he tried to claim as his one true love, and every banshee exploded. The team, however, gains a huge amount from this. Thanks to Ryuan distracting all the banshees, they collect many drops and many chests. By the end, they have gathered 35 treasure chests. With all the fighting and looting, John gains a lot of experience, leveling up twice and reaching level 14. The only real cost is emotional. Ryuan says his teammates are two heartless beasts who keep blowing up his future brides. That is not all they get. The group also finds 2 skill cards. They examine the first card, which grants a skill that can create heavy rain. If the user has strong mental power and favorable terrain, the rain can become so intense that it even forms lakes. Since Hyuan, the fortune teller, is already level 29 and has high mental strength, John gives that card to her. She is overjoyed. Before now, her only profession skill was fortune telling, and this is her second real ability. For the first time, she feels like she isn't completely useless. She bows deeply to him and declares that from now on she will treat him like an older brother forever. John says she deserves it and lightly taps her on the head to stop her from being dramatic. The second skill card is unusual. It can only be used by someone with a secret profession, and when activated, it grants a one-time skill that disappears after that single use. John decides to test it immediately and activates it. A new ability appears. It is called Pickpocket Casino. The description says that any player who looks at him for half an hour will lose 1,000 attribute points, which will temporarily transfer to John before returning to their original owner once the time is up. John asks the system if that's all, and the system confirms that it is. He frowns, unable to believe that something sounding this impressive only steals 1,000 attribute points at a time, and only works if someone stares at him for that long, thinking that in practice it may not be very useful. Then Ryuan finally wakes up. He clutches his head in pain, groaning that he has the worst headache. The fortune teller smiles and asks if he remembers losing 35 wives last night. Slowly, blurry scenes come back to him. He remembers flying through the air, leaping at a ghostly woman, and yelling about eternal love. He realizes what he's done and starts shaking with shame, overwhelmed by a full moral hangover as he throws up, crying. Between sobs, Ryuan apologizes to John, saying he has only dragged the team down and that if he's causing trouble, he's willing to quit and leave the team. John does not let him finish. Instead, John hands him some clothes and tells him something different, that the real hero last night was Ryuan. He tells Ryuan that without his distraction, John might have died, and that the equipment they found belongs to him, calling Ryuan an important member of the team. Ryuan tries to refuse, saying that being allowed to stay on the team is already more than enough. John cuts him off and tells them both the same thing, that he would never mistreat his teammates, and adds that he has something for the fortune teller as well. The fortune teller is shocked, not expecting this kind of generosity. She looks at him with bright eyes, as if she is looking at the main character in a romance story. Ryuan nods quickly and loudly repeats the same praise, saying their captain is amazing and kind. Both of them bow to John and promise to follow him forever, but he tells them to stop doing that. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. The scene opens at the Ghost Star item trading office, where an employee announces the return of a VIP customer. An employee at the trading office is ecstatic. She joyfully informs the customer that the total price for his monster corpses and treasure chests comes to a whopping 840,000 Ghost Star coins. Zhang Kai is overjoyed. He realizes that this amounts to 8.4 million Shengyao coins, more than enough to cover the future expenses for his big brother and Ingzi. Later, in the trading office locker room, Zhang Kai reflects on his success. Not only does he have enough to live on, but he also kept 2 pieces of equipment for himself after selling the rest of the loot. The first item is a pair of F-grade night trousers. Paired with his previous cloak, they form a set that allows him to move undetected, increasing his agility by 11 and strength by 6, and enabling a 3-minute stealth mode at night. The second piece is an A-grade ghost leather armor. It provides a significant boost to his stats and has a special voiding ability that can be activated every 10 minutes to become immune to 1 physical attack, which is perfect for avoiding deadly blows. He also inspects his arsonist gloves. He's pleased to find that they allow his weapons to inherit his critical damage stats, a feature he considers a godsend for his combat style. Fully equipped, Zhang Kai emerges from the locker room. With his new gear, he feels immensely stronger, confident that he could now take on even a level 20 adventurer. A status window displays his current stats. As Zhang Kai, a level 14 gambler, his agility is now 132 and his critical hit damage is a staggering 20,000%. He clenches his fist, filled with confidence for any upcoming fight. Just then, a man wearing goggles and carrying a large wooden log runs towards him, calling out, "Captain." Zhang Kai recognizes him as his teammate, Wan Yu. Wan Yu, looking exhausted but eager, rushes forward, telling his captain to just wait and see the results of his latest project. To demonstrate, Wan Yu hurls the large log forward, which suddenly shoots off like a rocket, propelled by a powerful red energy. Zhang Kai is stunned by the sudden display of power. He jokingly shouts at Wan Yu, asking if he's still holding a grudge because Zhang Kai had blown up 35 of his wives, the treasure chests from their last mission. A close-up on Zhang Kai's face shows his utter shock and disbelief at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. The demonstration goes awry as the log flies uncontrollably towards Zhang Kai. Wan Yu panics, shouting for the projectile to return. But just as the log is about to strike, a beam of red energy shoots out from between Zhang Kai's legs, stopping the projectile in its tracks. The source of the energy is revealed to be the small life chaser knife in Zhang Kai's hand, which now seems to be pulling the log back. Wan Yu explains his modification. He noticed that Captain Kai always had to pick up his life chaser after throwing it, so he cleverly added a magnet to it for easy retrieval. Zhang Kai's face lights up. He's thrilled with the upgrade, realizing that now he can pull his life snatcher back with the magnet, and won't have to worry about how many he has left. Wan Yu proudly adds that the life chaser can now also cause damage to objects while it's flying back, making it even more versatile. Impressed by his teammates' ingenuity, Zhang Kai warmly pats Wan Yu on the shoulder, praising him as a talented modifier. Wan Yu bashfully replies that he taught himself. Feeling appreciative, Zhang Kai raises his hand and makes a solemn oath. "Of course. I swear to God." As he speaks, a flash of blue energy crackles around his hand, and his expression goes completely blank, hinting that one of his skills has just been activated by the oath. Seeing the skill's activation, Wan Yu's face falls. He looks at his sweating captain with a sense of betrayal and asks if he was lying. Before Zhang Kai can answer, the mood is broken by a sudden change in the weather. Out of nowhere, rain begins to pour down. A woman in a striking red dress appears, joyfully exclaiming, "Haha, Captain Kai. It was me." It's their teammate, Hu Yan, who proudly announces she's learned the basics of praying for rain, though she quickly dismisses it as a useless skill. Zhang Kai counters Hu Yan's self-doubt, pointing out how her rain skill is already affecting people. He tells her to look at everyone on the street below, running and hiding from the downpour she created. He explains the strategic potential of her ability. If she could make the rain heavy enough, it would seriously hinder the enemy's movements in a fight. With their movements slowed, Zhang Kai explains, the enemy would become a living target, allowing him to kill anyone he wants with ease. Hu Yan is overjoyed at the realization. Finally feeling useful, she enthusiastically promises to practice her rain-praying skill. Zhang Kai simply wishes her good luck. Zhang Kai looks on with a sense of satisfaction. With Wan Yu now able to fight, and Hu Yan possessing the rain prayer skill, their entire team has become significantly stronger. Nearby, another group of adventurers complains loudly about the sudden rain. They worry that their equipment for an expedition to the frozen island will be soaked, and that the Huang family will blame them for being late. The mention of the Huang family immediately catches Zhang Kai's attention, his expression turning serious. Zhang Kai approaches the group and politely asks them to elaborate on what they were saying about the Huang family. One of the adventurers scoffs at his ignorance. He explains that the Huang family Xuanwu Guild is taking 200,000 people to the frozen island to hunt a king-level boss, a mission that will help their country expand its territory on the Ghost Star. Taken aback by the scale of the operation, Zhang Kai listens as the adventurer continues, stating that it's every man's responsibility to know about such important news concerning the fate of their country. The adventurers decide to ignore the idiot and hurry off, fearing they'll be punished for being late. As they leave, Zhang Kai wonders if this means his rival, Huang Wei, will also be at the frozen island. Zhang Kai's expression grows grim as he connects the dots. With the beast god wreaking havoc on Earth, the only way for any nation to fight back is to obtain more resources from the ghost star. An infographic explains the situation. The valuable resources of the ghost star, like ore, materials, and energy, are all in territories occupied by powerful bosses. To obtain them, the bosses must be defeated. These monsters are divided into several tiers of power: normal, elite, warrior, commander, and the mightiest of all, the king-level boss. Among them, the king-level boss is a terrifying monster that requires hundreds, if not thousands, of people to even attempt to fight. And now, the Huang family is leading the Xuanwu Guild to contribute to this massive war effort for the country. Zhang Kai contemplates this, wondering if the Huang family has truly turned over a new leaf and started caring about the world, just as Commander Wei had suggested they might. He recalls the commander's words. Every man has a share of responsibility for the fate of his country. Someone has to stand up and fight those monsters. With a newfound resolve, Zhang Kai makes a decision. If Huang Wei is doing this, then he should also go to the frozen island and do his part for his country. The scene transitions to the Ghost Star Frozen Island, a vast and desolate landscape of ice and snow under a starry sky. Zhang Kai's team trudges through the deep snow, their footprints the only mark on the otherwise pristine, frozen wasteland. Completely unprepared for the extreme temperature, the team shivers violently. Huyen asks Zhang Kai why he didn't buy any cold-weather clothing, to which he sheepishly admits he didn't expect it to be this cold. Suddenly, an aggressive voice bellows, "Hey!" From a nearby cliff, a man from another team shouts down at them. "Which team are you from, you idiots?" he yells, demanding to know why they are walking on the lake before the main assault begins. Unfazed by the hostile welcome, Zhang Kai responds calmly. "This is our first time here," he says, then asks, "May I ask why we can't walk here?" The man scoffs at their ignorance, calling them newbies. He explains that it's common knowledge that a monster's lair lies directly underneath the frozen surface of the island. From a ridge above, he condescendingly warns them that walking on the thin ice will surely alert the monsters that are dormant below. But the warning comes too late. The ice beneath their feet shatters as a monstrous creature erupts from the depths, sending the unprepared team flying. A system window identifies the terrifying beast, a level 22 bipedal fishman. The team is thrown back by the force of the monster's emergence. Huyen and Ruanyu cry out in shock, recognizing the creature as a fishman. Watching from their perch, the other adventurers mock the three idiots. They smugly state that a level 22 fishman requires a full team, with every member being above level 20 to handle. The adventurer continues his lecture, explaining that it's well known that fishmen are exceptionally skilled at close-range attacks. As the level 22 fishman lunges towards Zhang Kai, the man declares that once you're entangled by such a creature, you are as good as dead. Seeing their captain in peril, Huyen and Ruanyu scream his name in terror. However, Zhang Kai remains perfectly calm. As the fishman attacks, he activates his ghost armor and uses the voiding skill, allowing him to phase through the monster's body completely unharmed. After his voiding ends, Zhang Kai lands gracefully on the monster's back. He looks down with disdain and says, "I thought it was something powerful, but it turns out he is just a small fish." With a powerful roar, Zhang Kai unleashes a fiery punch directly into the back of the fishman's head, yelling, "Get lost." The attack connects with devastating force, resulting in a massive explosion that completely engulfs the level 22 monster. The group of adventurers who had been mocking them just moments before are now completely speechless, their faces frozen in a state of utter shock and disbelief. Their minds reel as they try to process what they just witnessed. A guy who they assumed was a low-level newbie just dodged a close-range attack from a level 22 fishman, a feat that should require a full team of level 20s. Zhang Kai stands confidently amidst the dissipating smoke and embers. "Huh," he says with a smirk. "After stretching my muscles, I don't feel cold anymore." He summons his knives, calling them to return. He reflects on his newfound power, noting that his strength has now reached 76 points. He mentally calculates his damage potential. As long as a critical strike is triggered, he can deal at least 15,200 points of damage, and that's without even factoring in the Life Snatcher's own critical damage bonus. Surrounded by his floating daggers, he makes a conservative estimate based on his lowest critical hit damage. He concludes that his damage output is now firmly in the level 20 range, whether against monsters or other adventurers. He then dismisses his weapons, retrieving them into his storage space. Confident that few could withstand his critical hit, he is greeted by his excited teammates. Huyen and Ruanyu have already collected the fishman's corpse card. He thanks them and suggests they head ashore. With a newfound confidence, Zhang Kai turns to the stunned adventurers and cheerfully asks them, "By the way, big brothers, I want to ask you, do you know where Huang Wei is?" Terrified and eager to get on his good side, the adventurers frantically backtrack. They insist they aren't his big brothers, but his younger brothers. They quickly add that they know exactly where Huang Wei is and offer to show him the way. Following the directions from his new, terrified guides, Zhang Kai heads deeper into a secluded, snow-covered forest on the island. He walks alone, having decided that the coming confrontation is personal and not something he wants his teammates involved in. He scans the silent woods, actively searching for his rival, Huang Wei. Just as he is contemplating his next move, a voice calls his name, Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai looks up with a smile, recognizing the voice. His search is over. Huang Wei, he says, finally face to face with his rival. Indeed, it is Huang Wei. Clad in magnificent silver armor and a red cape, he approaches Zhang Kai, flanked by his subordinates. Zhang Kai decides to extend an olive branch. He tells Huang Wei that he's impressed he's fighting against the boss for his country and suggests they put aside their grudges. He declares his willingness to do his part on Frozen Island as well, but Huang Wei has no interest in a truce. Without a word, he unleashes a sudden, ferocious attack, his sword crackling with blue energy. Zhang Kai is shocked by the immediate hostility, but is fast enough to dodge the lightning-quick assault. As he lands, he angrily demands, Huang Wei, what are you doing? I'm here to make peace with you. Huang Wei, his face concealed by shadow, scoffs at the very idea. Make peace. His face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. You fucking killed me first. He seethes. I've been in therapy for so long, and now you're telling me that I should make peace? He recounts how badly he wanted revenge after Zhang Kai killed him in public, but the military had ordered his family to leave him alone, an order he had no intention of following. He reveals his true, sinister motive. He took the initiative to participate in the king-level boss fight solely to use that achievement to threaten the military into stopping their protection of Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai is stunned into silence, realizing with horror that Huang Wei's participation in this crucial mission for the country was nothing but a selfish ploy for personal revenge. Yes, Huang Wei confirms, enraged. He's thrilled that Zhang Kai came to him on his own initiative. He declares that since the war is about to start anyway, he'll just kill him first. He lunges forward again, sword crackling with energy. He plans to take the military credit from the boss fight and use it to pay back the military for their crimes of protecting his rival. Zhang Kai easily leaps away from the telegraphed attack. Huh, he scoffs. So I was thinking too much. I didn't realize you're still that villainous Huang Wei. Flames erupt around Zhang Kai's hand. He coolly advises Huang Wei and his men to come at him together, reminding them that he single-handedly annihilated their Falcon 5 team before. One of Huang Wei's subordinates laughs dismissively. Bah, you were only able to wipe out Falcon Team 5 because of the secret protection of the military. Our young master is level 10 with a set of S-level equipment. Do you still think you can kill him? As another subordinate chimes in, he suddenly stops mid-sentence, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. That's right, this guy, wait. He stares in disbelief at a system window displaying Zhang Kai's status. How did this kid get to level 14 so fast when he's the same age as young master? He stammers. Before they can process this new information, Zhang Kai unleashes his attack. A massive torrent of fire erupts, completely engulfing the charging Huang Wei. Huang Wei is caught completely off guard, screaming in agony as the flames sear him. His health plummets by 2,000 HP with every tick, and he can't understand what's happening. Why is there fire? He desperately cries for help while his subordinates watch in horror. They are confused, wondering why a seemingly normal fire is inflicting such an insane amount of damage on their master. Zhang Kai stands calmly amidst the inferno. He coolly informs the subordinates. Your young master is dead. If you don't want to be like him, leave. But from within the flames, a charred, skeletal hand emerges. No, I'm not dead. Huang Wei screams in defiance. He rises from the inferno, his armor blackened but intact. He reveals that his S-level equipment has a special ability that locks his health at 1%, preventing him from dying. Enraged and humiliated, he screams, Hurry, you guys kill him for me. Still burning, Huang Wei screams his final order. He wants Zhang Kai tortured to death. His 4 elite subordinates respond in unison and advance on Zhang Kai, who stands ready to face them all alone. Continuing from the last chapter, Zhang Kai faces down Huang Wei's assassins in the snowy mountains. He scoffs at their leader, questioning his decision to send more men to their deaths. With a confident leap, Zhang Kai announces his intention to test his newly modified weapon, the Life Chaser, on the unsuspecting assassins. He unleashes a barrage of red, glowing darts that seem to miss their targets, flying past the group of assassins. The assassins mock Zhang Kai's seemingly poor aim. The captain, a level 32 warrior, taunts him, asking if his hands are shaking with fear because they are all high-level players. Believing Zhang Kai has already failed, the captain charges forward, eager to be the first to strike down the low-level player. Zhang Kai remains calm, his hand glowing with fiery energy as he begins to quote a proverb, hinting that the overconfident captain has fallen right into his trap, that the nail that sticks out first gets hammered down first. As he finishes his sentence, the real attack begins. Suddenly, the dart that had supposedly missed returns, piercing the charging captain through the chest from behind. He looks down in shock, not understanding what just happened. A massive fiery explosion erupts from the captain's body, silhouetting Jiang Kai, who stands calmly amidst the chaos. The remaining assassins stare in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how the dart managed to fly back and strike their captain. The true shock sets in as they realize the impossible just occurred. Their level 32 captain was instantly killed by a level 10 kid. The captain's body falls lifelessly to the snowy ground, his death confirmed in a matter of seconds. But Jiang Kai isn't finished. Surrounded by a menacing red aura, he declares that the fight is not over yet. With glowing green eyes and a flick of his fingers, he commands his weapon. Return. Another dart, controlled by his skill, slams into a second assassin, catching him completely off guard. The second victim is instantly engulfed in a powerful fiery explosion, his face contorted in agony. He lets out a final, agonizing scream as the flames consume him, leaving his comrades frozen in fear. The remaining assassins are terrified by the overwhelming and inexplicable damage. One of them wonders if Jiang Kai is a hidden master, pretending to be weak. The leader of the group, Huang Wei, furiously yells at his subordinates for their incompetence, pointing out that Jiang Kai is clearly a long-range specialist. Believing he has figured out Jiang Kai's weakness, Huang Wei orders his last two men to attack together and close the distance, thinking that will nullify his advantage. Huang Wei smirks, confident in his assessment. He believes Jiang Kai is a glass cannon assassin who will be helpless once they get into close-quarters combat. However, as one of the men charges forward, he is met with yet another devastating explosion from behind, proving Huang Wei's strategy completely wrong. The assassin screams in terror as he is obliterated, his final moments filled with the shock of being outplayed so thoroughly. With the subordinates swiftly eliminated, Jiang Kai calmly walks past their fallen bodies. He looks down on them with disdain, muttering, Trash is still trash." His attention then turns to the sole survivor. Jiang Kai examines his life chaser, remarking that the number of opponents is irrelevant. In the background, Huang Wei collapses, utterly broken and stammering in disbelief at how his entire high-level team was single-handedly wiped out. Standing over the defeated Huang Wei, Jiang Kai materializes a sword of pure energy. He states that he was originally going to let their conflict go, but Huang Wei has disappointed him too much. He confronts Huang Wei directly, confirming his murderous intent. Terrified, Huang Wei can only ask what he's going to do. Jiang Kai looms over him, saying that since Huang Wei wanted to kill him, he must return the favor. He brings up their past encounter, mentioning he heard Huang Wei was traumatized by it. With a sadistic grin, Jiang Kai declares his intention to make that trauma even bigger, sealing Huang Wei's fate. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the snowy mountain peaks, implying the swift and brutal end of Huang Wei. A few minutes later, the battlefield is silent, with only bloodstains remaining in the snow. Jiang Kai checks his status screen. He notes that killing other adventurers provides a lot of experience, as taking out Huang Wei and his 4-level, 30 minions has boosted him all the way to level 17. However, his satisfaction is cut short by a glaring red system warning. He has received the Bloodthirsty Killer penalty for eliminating more than 10 adventurers from the same team. Jiang Kai stares in shock, not anticipating such a severe consequence for his actions. He reads the details of the penalty. While the Bloodthirsty Killer status is active, his location will be known to all surrounding players, and anyone who kills him will receive triple the normal amount of experience. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. This penalty title is notorious on Ghost Star, as it paints a massive target on your back for every other player to hunt. A cartoonish depiction shows his new reality. He has become a walking experience bag, a tempting prize for any player who sees him. The situation gets worse as he remembers his unique talent, Doubled, which has a chance to amplify system effects. He fears the worst, knowing it can increase penalties tenfold. His worst fears are confirmed. He screams in terror as he calculates the amplified penalty. If he dies, he'll lose 30 times the experience, which could rob him of all his progress and send him back to level 1. Realizing he can't go to any crowded places, he resolves to find the tears of repentance needed to remove the status and immediately flees the scene. The scene shifts to the heavily guarded Huang family station on Frozen Island, the base of operations for the powerful clan. A panicked guard rushes to deliver terrible news to his superiors, reporting that Huang Wei has been killed. The news reaches Huang Wei's father, Huang Tong, the commander-in-chief of the battle on Frozen Island. He sits on his throne, seething with rage, furious that his family's reputation has been tarnished. Huang Wei's brother, Huang De, the vice commander, steps forward to ask his father for their next course of action. Huang De proposes a ruthless plan. They will attack the king boss to gain military merit, then use that political leverage to force the military to stop protecting Jiang Kai, leaving him vulnerable for their revenge. The leadership of the Huang family gathers, united in their decision to execute Huang De's plan for vengeance. Half an hour later, Jiang Kai has successfully regrouped with his companions, Nuanyuan and Zhu, on Frozen Island. They immediately notice his new, ominous, bloodthirsty killer title. Jiang Kai tells them there's no time to explain, only that he is now an official enemy of the Huang family, and they must leave immediately. Nuanyuan tries to ask where they are going, but is cut short. Suddenly, a loud, deep sound reverberates through the entire island, stopping the trio in their tracks. They recognize the sound as a war horn. Zhu panics, and Jiang Kai wonders if the Huang family has already begun their attack ahead of schedule. Before Jiang Kai can react to the war horn, Nuanyuan cries out, pointing towards the source of the commotion with a look of pure shock. The massive frozen lake begins to crack and splinter, the sound echoing across the island as the ice gives way. The ice shatters as a monstrous, clawed foot punches through from below, signaling the arrival of a powerful entity. From the depths of the broken lake, a horde of grotesque, fish-like monsters begins to swarm onto the icy plains, ready for battle. Jiang Kai and his companions can only stare in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of an entire army of monsters. At the center of the lake, a massive pillar of ice and water erupts upwards, dwarfing the surrounding mountains. Atop the newly formed ice peak, the king boss reveals itself, a colossal, heavily built fishman lord, surrounded by its shark-like lieutenants. A system window appears, identifying the creature as the king-level boss, the frozen fishman lord, currently at 100% health. Upon arriving at the desolate ice island, the group is met with a terrifying sight. As the newly emerged king-level boss towers over them, the man with black hair stares in disbelief, questioning if this is truly the boss. His companions are paralyzed with fear, overwhelmed by the immense, oppressive pressure radiating from the creature, with one admitting they are scared. A battlefield-wide announcement rings out, informing all warriors that the king-level boss has been lured out and ordering everyone to prepare for the fight. From a high vantage point, Commander Huang Tong rallies the human forces from atop his giant lion mount, promising generous rewards and control over new lands and resources if they win this battle. He raises his sword, declaring that this fight is for the future and the protection of their families, urging them to fight to the death for victory. His officers echo the sentiment, reminding the troops that once the battle starts, there is no turning back. With a final, roaring declaration, the officer announces that the king boss battle has officially begun. With a unified battle cry, the massive human army charges forward across the ice, meeting the advancing horde of fishmen head-on. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the 200,000-person battlefield, a terrified Zhu and Nuanyuan grab onto Jiang Kai, begging him to leave with them. Jiang Kai, however, remains perfectly calm. He gently pushes them away, telling them that they don't have to run just yet, leaving them confused. He smirks, explaining his strategy. Now that the battle has started, the Huang family will be too busy to bother him. He decides they should stay and watch, seeing it as a perfect chance to learn from a king-level boss battle. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the human army charges forward, ready to clash with the fishmen. The soldiers are immediately met by the terrifying, shadowy figures of the giant fishman monsters. A system window identifies the rank-and-file enemy as a common-grade fishman at level 25. One of the lead soldiers, full of bravado, shouts at his comrades not to be afraid, claiming they can win with their superior numbers. His confident battle cry is cut short as a massive shadow falls over him. The soldier is snatched up and dragged into the monstrous, gaping maw of a fishman, his screams for help muffled. He is devoured whole, his desperate cries for someone to save him echoing for a final, horrific moment. The nearby soldiers are frozen in terror, their morale shattered as they realize with horror that these fishmen can and will eat them alive. Watching from a safe distance, Nuanyuan and Zhu are stunned. They can't believe that a common-grade fishman is strong enough to overwhelm an adventurer, and they note with dread that there are countless more of them on the battlefield. Jiang Kai, however, analyzes the situation with a cold, strategic focus. He recalls a crucial piece of information about this kind of raid. As long as the main boss isn't dead, the army of minions will respawn endlessly. As he watches a soldier struggle against a fishman, he comes to a critical realization. The key to this battle isn't the massive clash between the 200,000 adventurers and the fishman army, but something else entirely. The battle on Ice Island has reached its climax. It is a desperate fight between the highest-ranking adventurers, the Supremes, and the formidable king-level boss. An alliance of 8 Supremes unleashes a coordinated assault against the frozen fishman lord, a colossal monster that has emerged from the icy depths. One of the Supremes, a man with fiery determination, rallies the troops. He announces that their team of 8 has officially entered the boss's territory, ready for the ultimate confrontation. Warriors from the elite team prepare their most powerful skills, their bodies glowing with immense energy as they prepare to strike. With a unified war cry, the Supremes charge forward, urged to give it their all and perform to the absolute best of their abilities. They all know what's at stake. They must do their best in this combined attack. And so, they unleash a cataclysmic barrage of attacks, hoping to deal maximum damage to the seemingly invincible boss. The onlookers, including Zhu and Nuanyuan, are left speechless by the sheer power on display. So strong. Is this the power of Supremes? Zhu exclaims, while Nuanyuan expresses her hope that the boss is about to be defeated. However, Kai, observing from the sidelines, has a different assessment. As Nuanyuan voices her concern, he He senses that the situation is not as good as it seems. He activates his special ability, the Ghost Eye Focus, to see the truth of the battle that is hidden from others. Through his enhanced vision, Kai analyzes the devastating attack. He sees that while the Supreme's skills are incredibly powerful, they haven't even managed to break through the boss's defense. A system notification confirms his observation. Failed to penetrate the defense. The Supremes themselves are in disbelief. They can't believe their combined, ultimate attack failed to even scratch the boss. Before they can recover from their shock, the frozen fishman lord retaliates with a single, massive swing of its arm. The elite warriors are sent flying, their powerful formation shattered in an instant. The boss lets out a chilling, victorious laugh, mocking the futile efforts of the adventurers. The onlookers are horrified, realizing the unthinkable has happened. In a single strike, the boss has killed all 8 Supremes. Kai grimly assesses the situation. He realizes the terrifying strength of a king-level boss, capable of annihilating 8 Supremes with a single blow. But as all hope seems lost, a lone figure steps forward. It is the Supreme, Zhang Fong, wielding a spear and ready to face the monster alone. His comrades cry out in disbelief and fear. The 8 Supremes died even after joining forces, and now someone dares to go up alone. Nuanyuan pleads for him not to go. Ignoring the pleas, Zhang Fong charges headfirst towards the colossal boss, a solitary warrior against an overwhelming force. The remaining adventurers watch in despair, certain that another one is about to die. Zhang Fong slams his spear into the ice, bracing himself not for a final, desperate attack, but for a calculated counter. As the boss's power bears down, he channels all his remaining energy into the spear, unleashing it in a brilliant, defiant blast aimed straight at the frozen fishman lord. Zhang Fong's spear connects with the boss. The frozen fishman lord, who was previously untouchable, shows a rare sign of shock. Kai, Nuanyuan, and Ju are flabbergasted. Kai exclaims, "What? This person actually took the boss's attack head-on?" Witnessing Zhang Fong's impossible feat of survival and counterattack. The other adventurers are equally stunned, unable to comprehend how a single warrior could withstand the power that annihilated 8 Supremes. Standing firm, Zhang Fong reveals the grim truth behind his power. He scoffs, revealing that his teammates' deaths were not in vain. They were a deliberate sacrifice. A system window confirms his identity. Supreme, Zhang Fong, the strongest lancer in the Xuanwu Guild. He glares at the boss, declaring that it can't kill him with a simple blow. He raises his spear, vowing to fight on behalf of his fallen comrades, their sacrifice fueling his resolve. The secret to his power is revealed, his unique talent, Blessing of the Dead. For every Supreme teammate who dies, he gains a massive 25% increase in strength. Now empowered by the loss of his 8 teammates, Zhang Fong lets out a furious roar and unleashes his full, amplified power, screaming, "I'll kill you." His empowered strike lands true, and a system notification confirms the impossible. The boss's impenetrable defense shield has been shattered. The frozen fishman lord recoils in pain, wounded for the very first time in this battle. This turn of events leaves everyone, including Kai, in awe. The other adventurers shout in amazement that someone could actually break the boss's defense. Kai realizes that this hero, Zhang Fong, might actually have the potential to kill the boss. A red-bearded man, the leader of the Xuanwu Guild, smirks confidently. He reveals their master plan. The deaths of the other Supremes were a premeditated strategy to boost Zhang Fong's power. He explains that since Zhang Fong was already a powerhouse, the Blessing of the Dead from 8 fallen comrades increased his power by a staggering 200%. With this immense boost, Zhang Fong's strength is now comparable to that of 20 Supremes combined. The guild leader is certain of their victory, thinking that as long as nothing unexpected happens, the battle is as good as won. From a distance, Kai, Nuanyuan, and Ju watch the tide of the battle turn. But their relief is short-lived. Just as Nuanyuan cheers, convinced that their victory is assured, the situation takes a dark turn. A new threat emerges. Kai and Nuanyuan look on in horror as a system window announces the arrival of a level 32 elite sea fishman. Suddenly, a scout rushes to the Xuanwu Guild leader with terrible news. He has detected a large number of sea fishmen rushing in from behind the frozen island, trapping them. The guild leader's confidence shatters. His worst fear has come true. The main army of the fishmen has been summoned, creating a pincer attack. The scout confirms their dire situation. There are hundreds of reinforcements, all elite fishmen above level 30, now surrounding them and cutting off any chance of escape. A soldier curses, noting that with the lesser fishmen being held back, their champion, Zhang Fong, can now fight the main boss without any worries. The panel shows a massive energy beam striking a giant, shadowy monster. A strategic map of the battlefield is shown. The entire area is divided into 5 distinct zones, each corresponding to a different level of fishmen: ordinary, elite, general, leader, and the final boss at the peak. By assigning a large number of adventurers to engage the fishmen in each specific zone, they have managed to create a delicate balance on the battlefield. Among the warriors holding the line is Zhang Kai, who smiles confidently in the heat of battle. However, this balance is fragile. The commander knows that if their rear is breached by a new wave of enemies, it will cause chaos in the battle. This would not only prevent Zhang Fong from defeating the boss, but on the contrary, it would lead to the annihilation of all 200,000 of their forces. A commander with pink hair shouts in panic, realizing the immense pressure. He estimates it will take Zhang Fong at least 30 minutes to kill the boss and desperately asks how long it will take for the new wave of sea fishmen to arrive. His subordinate checks a holographic screen, which flashes with red alerts. He delivers the grim news. A massive number of sea fishmen are approaching, and they will be there in at most 10 minutes. Suddenly, a powerful spell ignites on the battlefield as 3 pillars of fire converge into a massive blast. The fiery explosion engulfs an elite fishman, which screams in agony as it's incinerated from the inside out. The attack is devastatingly effective. A system window announces that adventurer Zhang Kai has successfully defeated 1 elite sea fishman. Not far from the explosion, 2 of Zhang Kai's companions, a purple-haired girl and a boy with goggles, look on in terror. The girl cries out, "Captain Kai, why are there so many sea fishmen around suddenly? Let's get out of here quickly." Zhang Kai, however, remains composed. He turns his head, his gaze steady as he questions the idea of retreating at such a critical moment. He surveys the vast, snowy landscape of the battlefield. He knows the situation is a delicate stalemate. If no one steps up to stop the approaching sea fishmen, it could lead to the failure of the entire battle. A close-up on his piercing green eye reveals a silent, unwavering resolve. He has made his decision. Elsewhere, a soldier grapples with his conscience. He admits that the Huang family leading them are his enemy, and he'd be happy to see them lose. But the 200,000 people fighting for the future of their country are innocent. Another chimes in, holding a cigarette. He declares that the fate of the country is a responsibility of every man, and someone has to step up and fight these monsters. Back with his team, Zhang Kai stands resolute against the sky. He turns to his companions and makes his stance clear. "Huyen and Ruanyu, we are not leaving." His companions look at him, baffled. The boy, Huyen, seems particularly shocked by the decision to stay. Zhang Kai begins to walk away from them, towards the direction of the coming threat, as he lays out his seemingly insane plan. He tells them, "I also need you to lure all the surrounding sea fishmen to me." A fiery aura begins to envelop him as he makes a bold declaration, his expression one of absolute confidence. "I'll take care of all these sea fishmen by myself." His 2 companions, Huyen and Ruanyu, are left utterly speechless, their faces a mask of shock and disbelief at his proclamation. 10 minutes later, the battlefield is a scene of carnage. An adventurer screams in pain as he is run through by a fishman's massive spear, while others fight desperately around him. A bloodied and battered adventurer stumbles towards his captain, pleading with him to stop fighting. He reports that a large number of fishmen have been detected approaching from the rear, and if they get surrounded, it will be all over. Panic spreads among the adventurers as they face the monstrous fishman boss. One cries out that if he dies, he won't be able to log in for a month. Another worries that without the income, his family will be kicked out by their landlord. A consensus is reached. They must leave, or they will all die. However, their captain walks towards them with a calm demeanor, telling his bewildered men, No need to run." The captain urgently explains his reasoning. "Didn't you notice? 10 minutes have passed since we first detected the sea fishmen. We were told they would reach the battlefield in 10 minutes. He continues, pointing towards their supposedly vulnerable rear. But now none of them have appeared. What does this mean? The soldiers are shocked as the realization dawns on them. One wonders if a supreme-level player is secretly helping them, but another dismisses it, knowing the Huang family didn't deploy any troops in that area. The captain comes to a logical conclusion. There must be an incredibly powerful figure behind the scenes, someone capable of holding off that many sea fishmen all on their own. The scene confirms the captain's theory. Far away, a lone figure faces down 2 roaring monsters. Indeed, a group of powerful elite explorers, or rather a single explorer, is fighting hard. The grotesque, twin-headed monster lunges at Zhang Kai, its massive jaws wide open, ready to devour him. Zhang Kai stands his ground, completely unfazed by the creature's terrifying advance, and cocks back his fist, which glows with red energy. He smirks, delivering a cold taunt. The last person who dared to open his mouth in front of me." He unleashes a devastating, fiery uppercut that sends a column of flame soaring into the sky. As he walks away from the explosion, he finishes his threat. Has grass on his grave a couple of meters high. Zhang Kai reflects on his progress. He's already killed more than 20 fishmen, but since they're only coming one by one, it's a bit slow. A notification confirms he has killed 2 more elite fishmen. Meanwhile, his companion Ruanyu screams for his help. She has successfully completed her mission, attracting a massive horde of sea fishmen who are now chasing her. His other companion, Huyen, has also succeeded, crying out for the captain as he's literally being carried off by a swarm of monsters he has gathered. Zhang Kai, his hands now wreathed in flames, praises their work. "Amazing. Leave the rest to me," he commands, telling them to go and hide quickly. His companions are skeptical. Ruanyu asks, "Captain Kai, there are so many elite sea fishmen. Can you kill them all?" Huyen adds that he was struggling to kill just 1 or 2 earlier. Zhang Kai looks over his shoulder at the approaching horde and calmly admits, "Indeed, I was having a hard time killing 1 or 2. He turns back to face the swarm of monsters, a confident and slightly menacing look in his eyes as he continues. But what you don't know is, without another word, he unleashes a torrent of fire, instantly incinerating the front line of the charging fishmen horde. A close-up of his glowing green eye reveals his true nature in battle as he explains that I'm more comfortable killing in groups than killing individually. He unleashes an even larger firestorm, engulfing the entire horde. In an instant, the battle is over. A single, massive system notification appears. Explorer Zhang Kai killed the elite fishman x257. Guan Yu and Huyen are left utterly astounded. Huyen stammers, "Holy shit, he's just a little over level 10. What's with this damage?" Guan Yu asks in disbelief, "Is this the real strength of our captain?" From the main front, the commanders see a massive explosion erupt in the distance, exactly where the rear guard was supposed to be. A soldier cries out in confusion, "Why did a huge explosion happen in the back?" The Huang family leader, sitting atop his mount, dismisses the idea. "Military? No, it shouldn't be. I just contacted the military. How'd they arrive so quickly?" He remains silent and thoughtful, his eyes narrowed as he tries to piece together the mystery of who saved their rear flank. Deciding not to dwell on it, he seizes the opportunity and bellows out an order. "All right, since the military is here, let's notify everyone to balance the battlefield, so that Zhang Fong can be alone and deal with the boss in peace." His men cheer in agreement. Half an hour later, the focus shifts to the boss's location. The warrior Zhang Fong, glowing with blue energy, is locked in a fierce, high-speed battle with the colossal fishman boss. The boss roars in fury. Its health bar shows that it has 65% of its health remaining. An adventurer cheers with excitement. "Awesome! The boss's health has been reduced by 1/3. We can win," but their celebration is premature. The boss suddenly moves with blinding speed, its arm a blur as it prepares to counterattack. It unleashes a furious barrage of attacks, overwhelming Zhang Fong with sheer power and speed. The leader's son shouts a frantic warning. "Watch out." After losing 1/3 of its health, the boss has entered the second stage, Berserk. He explains that in this Berserk stage, the boss's attack speed becomes so fast that it's almost impossible to dodge. Zhang Fong responds by encasing himself in a crystalline defensive armor, bracing for impact. The key to defeating the boss now depends entirely on whether Zhang Fong's defense can bear the sheer force of these attacks. The onslaught is too much. Zhang Fong coughs up blood as his health plummets. A system notification showing his remaining health is a critical 5%. The onlookers are horrified. Zhang Kai and his companions watch with shocked expressions, while the Huang family leader and his son are gripped by panic. On the battlefield, the adventurers who were just cheering are now filled with despair. "Are we going to lose?" one of them asks. But Zhang Fong is not defeated yet. He holds up a shard of his broken armor, a defiant smirk on his face. "Heh, you bastard, you think with this much damage you can kill me?" he roars, unleashing his supreme talent, intentionalized armor. A massive aura of blue energy erupts from his body. With newfound power coursing through him, he screams at the boss, "Come!" The boss's powerful strikes now land harmlessly against Zhang Fong's body, which is protected by the glowing blue armor. A system message repeatedly confirms he is immune to all damage. Not only is he immune, but the damage is reflected back at the boss, which now receives the full force of its own attacks, roaring in pain and confusion. Watching from a distance, Zhang Kai is amazed. What a great armor. Not only is it immune, but it can also reflect damage. Is this what a supreme talent can do? The Huang family members, who were just in despair, now erupt in celebration. "Amazing, with this we can kill the boss," they shout. The Huang family leader grins with satisfaction. He explains that Zhang Fong is their carefully selected trump card, whose talent allows him to rebound 50% of damage for 90 seconds while the boss is in its fast-attacking berserk phase. The strategy is working perfectly. The boss's health drops to 35%. The faster the boss attacks in its frenzy, the more health it rapidly loses to the reflected damage. The Huang family leader laughs triumphantly. In just a short while, the boss has lost 30% of its health to its own reflected attacks. He's confident that if this continues, the boss is already in the Huang family's pocket. But just as he declares victory, the boss's claw begins to glow with a sinister light, unleashing a piercing strike that looks completely different from its previous berserk attacks, instantly silencing his celebration. The boss's special attack lands a direct hit. Zhang Fong's supposedly immune armor instantly shatters into 1,000 pieces, the force of the blow sending him flying backwards. He lies broken on the ground, his body battered and his armor completely destroyed. A red, critical system notification flashes. Defense armor disabled. 1% of health remaining. Their trump card has been defeated in a single strike. Everyone watches in stunned silence. The soldiers' previous cheers turn to gasps of horror, while Zhang Kai and the Huang family leader stare in utter disbelief. One adventurer voices the question on everyone's mind. Did The great supreme lord, lose? The fisherman boss looms over its fallen opponent, victorious. A system message reveals the terrifying truth behind its sudden comeback. It possessed the armor-breaking combat skill all along. The Huang family leader collapses in despair. I was careless, he mutters, realizing his fatal error. I didn't realize that this boss has unidentified, armor-breaking skills. His son rushes to his side, but it is too late. All hope is lost. On the icy battlefield, a sense of dread spreads among the adventurers. Their greatest hope in this battle was the warrior Zhang Fong, who is currently fighting the main boss. From a distance, Zhang Kai watches with a grim expression, sweat dripping down his face. The adventurers around him are terrified, realizing that if their ace falls, this will be a losing battle. Chaos erupts across the battlefield as the fishman monsters overwhelm the human forces. With their aces down, the adventurers are in a full-blown panic, screaming for everyone to run for their lives. Amidst the chaos, an adventurer coughs up blood after taking a direct hit from a monster's attack. A captain named Li Biao is brought to his knees, his shield shattered. He grits his teeth in regret, apologizing to his subordinates, Zhu Zi and Nan Nan, for bringing them to this deadly place. His voice is filled with despair as he confesses his selfish motive. He only brought them here to prove that he was better than Zhang Kai, a name his team always talked about. As a massive fishman looms over him, ready to strike, Li Biao screams in anguish. He laments that while Zhang Kai would never lead them to their deaths, he did, making him a complete failure as a captain. A pink-haired healer screams for Captain Li Biao as he lies motionless on the ground. Next to her, their other teammate is also heavily wounded and bleeding. The healer looks around in desperation, crying out for anyone to save her captain. Her face is a mask of despair as she admits she has no more power left to heal him. She looks on helplessly at the hordes of fishman monsters. With the boss still alive, their army will just keep appearing, sealing the fate of the adventurers. The grim realization dawns on her. If no one takes action, everyone is going to die. At that moment, a strange cracking sound echoes through the air. Captain Li Biao, who is on the verge of death, looks up in shock, his eyes widening at an unbelievable sight. A monster lets out a horrifying scream as it's struck by an unseen force. In the midst of the chaos, a desperate voice cries out, asking if there is anyone who can save them all. A brilliant beam of light flashes past Captain Li Biao as he kneels on the frozen ground, saved from a fatal blow at the last second. The massive fishman that was about to execute him is suddenly engulfed in a fiery explosion, its body blown back by the immense force of the attack. The monster is completely obliterated by the mysterious attack, its body disintegrating into nothingness before it can even hit the ground. A close-up reveals the face of the attacker. It is Zhang Kai, who calmly utters the single word, "Return," recalling his weapon. Captain Li Biao and the healer stare in disbelief. Their wounded teammate, Hu Yan, looks up with a wide grin, starting to laugh in relief and amazement. A figure engulfed in a powerful, fiery aura appears on the battlefield. The adventurers recognize him instantly, shouting out his name. It's Kai. Zhang Kai turns to Zhuzi and Nuanyuan, telling them to protect themselves. With a determined look, he announces he's going to fight the boss and dashes towards the heart of the battle. Hu Yan, still trying to process what happened, struggles to sit up. He can't believe his ears. Did Kai really just say he's going to fight the boss all by himself? An even greater shock registers on his face as he realizes something else. He can sense Zhang Kai's location with perfect clarity, an impossible feat on this chaotic battlefield. The pink-haired healer, Wanyu, looks in the direction Kai ran off, her expression a mix of awe and worry. Me too, she says, confirming she can also sense his presence. The fishman army continues its fierce advance, a sea of monsters charging across the snow, ready to crush the human forces. However, as Zhang Kai's power surges, a strange phenomenon occurs. Other adventurers across the battlefield suddenly sense his presence, recognizing the ominous aura of the bloodthirsty killer title, making them all aware of his location. From a cliff above, Hu Yan and Wanyu shout down to Zhang Kai in a panic. They remind him of his current status as a bloodthirsty killer and question his reckless actions. The danger is immense. With the bloodthirsty killer title active, every other player on the battlefield will see him as a target. He will be hunted by 200,000 people. But Zhang Kai is undeterred. He breaks into a sprint, a menacing red aura confirming his bloodthirsty killer status is active as he charges headfirst into the fray. An opportunistic adventurer spots Zhang Kai. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he realizes the opportunity. He had been ready to die, but now he sees a chance to gain a huge amount of experience by killing a bloodthirsty killer. The adventurer rallies his group, deciding it's better to die fighting Kai for a reward than to be killed by fishmen. They resolve to kill him first and launch a coordinated assault. A massive, fiery explosion erupts on the battlefield as the adventurers' powerful attacks converge on a single point. Watching from a distance, Wanyu and Hu Yan are horrified. Wanyu cries out Kai's name, fearing that he was killed in the blast. However, the explosion was not from an attack on Kai. As the smoke clears, Kai's voice is heard calmly stating, "It was just a critical hit from me." Moving with blinding speed, Zhang Kai effortlessly weaves through his attackers, who are sent flying by his counterattack. He coolly asks them, "Can you handle it?" The would-be assassins are left defeated on the ground. One of them coughs in agony, wondering how Kai's damage is so high, while another expresses his disbelief that a mere level 10 rookie could possess such power. Hu Yen and Ruan Yu are overjoyed and relieved. Hu Yen shouts in excitement that Kai is fine and marvels at how his captain dealt with so many opponents with such ease. Leaving the defeated adventurers behind, Zhang Kai walks calmly through the snow-covered landscape, his focus already on his next objective. Captain Li Biao, who witnessed the entire exchange, is left speechless. He finds it impossible that Kai, a low-level adventurer, could escape an ambush from so many high-level players completely unscathed. Elsewhere, a subordinate runs to a heavily armored leader of the Huang family. He reports that Zhang Kai, the man who killed their kinsman Xiao Wei, has appeared on the battlefield and is heading towards the boss. A red-haired commander dismisses the report, stating they have bigger problems. He insists they should be worrying about how to reduce their losses in the battle, not about Zhang Kai. However, another commander, a man with sunglasses, looks on with a grim expression. Despite his colleague's dismissal, he has a bad feeling in his heart. He can't shake the vague premonition that Zhang Kai might actually succeed in killing the boss. Meanwhile, Kai continues his charge, effortlessly cutting through the fishman ranks. As he runs, Kai reflects on the irony of the situation. He never thought he'd find himself helping his enemies, the Huang family, to fight a boss. He admits his past self would never have done such a thing. His thoughts drift to a promise he made. He remembers the words of Commander Wei, who hoped Kai would use his strength to fight for the country if it were ever in danger. Kai's resolve hardens. The country is in danger now, and he has the power to make a difference. His promise to the commander gives him a reason to fight beyond personal grudges. With a determined glint in his eyes, Kai makes a decision. He calls upon his AI intelligence, preparing to activate a special one-time skill he acquired. A holographic AI appears and confirms the activation of casino pickpocketing. For 30 minutes, this skill will steal 0.1% of the total attributes from every adventurer who is paying attention to him. Kai clenches his fist, a smirk on his face. He had originally thought this skill was useless because it only stole a meager 0.1%. He never expected it would come in so handy. He realizes the true potential of the skill in this unique situation. Thanks to his bloodthirsty killer title, almost everyone on the battlefield is paying attention to him, making them all targets for his ability. Other adventurers across the field feel a strange, sudden drain on their power. A system window appears before him, confirming the process has begun. Initiate stealing 0.1% of total attribute points from attendees. The skill is now active, drawing power from everyone watching. While stealing a mere 1,000th of a person's attributes is a tiny amount, the battlefield holds a vast number of soldiers. As adventurers all over feel the slight drain, they spot the bloodthirsty killer, Zhang Kai. The thought process continues. If you take 0.1% of the attributes from 200,000 people and combine them, the result is an extremely huge number. Zhang Kai is engulfed in a colossal golden aura as his power skyrockets. His stats window reveals he has jumped to level 20, with his strength, agility, and spirit all soaring into the tens of thousands. The Huang family commander's son shouts in alarm, reporting to his father that Zhang Kai is making a beeline for the boss and might actually steal the kill. The red-haired commander, who had just dismissed Kai as a non-threat, yells in confusion, unable to understand the sudden urgency. His son explains frantically, pointing at his tactical watch. The data shows that Zhang Kai's attributes have become terrifyingly powerful, even surpassing those of their ace, Zhang Fong. The red-haired commander's eyes bulge in utter disbelief. He roars, "What?" Unable to comprehend how a low-level rookie could suddenly become so powerful. Now powered up, Zhang Kai charges through the battlefield, entering the dangerous territory of the warrior-level fishmen. A massive, level 51 warrior-level shark-tooth fishman lets out a ferocious roar as it spots the intruder in its territory. The giant monster lunges forward, its enormous jaws wide open, attempting to swallow Zhang Kai whole. The Huang family commanders watch with scorn. They mock Zhang Kai for not even attempting to dodge, noting that the shark-tooth fishman's bite is a deadly skill that even level 60 explorers must be wary of. As the monster's jaws snap shut, the commanders believe this is the end for Zhang Kai. But they are mistaken. With incredible speed and strength, Zhang Kai catches the monster's jaw with a single hand, stopping the powerful bite attack completely. With a shout of "Get lost!" he smashes his fist into the creature's head, the impact echoing across the battlefield. Everyone who witnesses this is left in a state of shock. From Li Biao's team to the Huang commanders, they are all speechless. With no weapons, using only his fists, he killed a warrior-level fishman. They begin to fear that his newfound power is real, and he might actually kill the boss. The higher-level fishman monsters look on with menacing grins, confident that no human can challenge their might. Having cleared the warrior zone, Zhang Kai doesn't slow down. He pushes even deeper into enemy territory, arriving at the commander-level fishman area. An enormous, level 74 commander-level fishman, towering over the others, immediately spots Jiang Kai. The monster demonstrates its terrifying power by effortlessly grabbing a nearby adventurer and crushing him in its fist. It then unleashes a powerful sonic roar, a special skill that distorts the air with turquoise energy waves, aimed directly at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai is caught off guard by the special attack. The world inverts as he stumbles and coughs, clearly affected by the roar. The Huang commanders scoff at Kai's predicament. The red-haired leader points out that Kai is overestimating himself, as the roar requires special skills or equipment to resist, not just raw attributes. Brought to his knees, Jiang Kai seems to be incapacitated by the roar. The commander smugly declares that Kai is just an ignorant kid, and that his quest to kill the boss was nothing but a foolish dream. Seeing their captain in trouble, Guan Yu and Hu Yen scream out his name in terror, fearing the worst. Suddenly, in a bizarre turn of events, a wooden mug full of foaming beer is shoved directly into the commander-level fisherman's roaring mouth, silencing it instantly. The culprit is revealed to be Kai's companion, Hu Yen. His face bright red, he boldly screams out that he has never been inferior to others in his life. In a fit of drunken jealousy, he soars through the air towards the monster. Believing the fishman is a beauty, trying to seduce his captain with its roar, he yells that he is no worse than his captain and she shouldn't only focus on him. As the fishman lets out a muffled roar, still reeling from the beer mug, Hu Yen continues his heroic, if misguided, charge. He shouts at the monster, asking if a high-quality human male like himself can't attract it. With a determined expression, he declares he will give the monster an interracial kiss, providing a bizarre and hilarious end to the intense battle. Continuing from the last chapter, the battlefield is in chaos. Zhang Fong comically tries to hold back a giant fish monster, pleading for no one to harm his wife this time. In a bizarre display of affection, the drunk Zhang Fong lovingly embraces the monster, much to everyone's confusion. His wife, the fishman commander, doesn't appreciate the sentiment and sends him flying with a powerful punch. Despite the bleeding nose, Zhang Fong is unfazed, even finding her hot-tempered personality attractive. A status window confirms he's in a drunken state, which reduces damage taken. The surrounding players are in disbelief, wondering who this man is and how he could possibly withstand the fishman commander's roar and even attract all of its hatred onto himself. Elsewhere, the team captain, Jiang Kai, observes the scene, initially annoyed that his teammates, including Guan Yu, disregarded his orders and followed him into battle. His teammates declare their loyalty, exclaiming that they would never abandon their captain. Jiang Kai is taken aback by their declaration. Suddenly, his teammate Guan Yu steps forward, unleashing a powerful spell she calls the Invincible Rain Prayer, amidst the army of fishmen. A fellow teammate urges Captain Jiang Kai to hurry, as Guan Yu can't hold on for much longer due to the large level gap between her and the fishman commander. Meanwhile, the persistent Zhang Fong gets back on his feet, still eager to confront the fishman commander he calls his wife. Jiang Kai looks on, his expression hardening with determination as he assesses the unfolding situation. A slight, confident smirk appears on his face as he resigns himself to his team's stubborn loyalty, thinking to himself that he really can't do anything about them. The other players are confused by Guan Yu's spell, questioning the use of a rain-praying spell in a battle, and wondering if the fishmen are supposed to drown in the rain. Guan Yu scoffs at their ignorance, chiding them for not understanding basic physics, while in the background, Jiang Kai tells his team he's leaving it to them. Suddenly, a player shouts in alarm, telling everyone to look up at the sky. The sky darkens ominously, and what looked like rain begins to fall between the icy cliffs. It's not rain that's falling from the sky, it's a super large hailstorm. The massive hailstones begin to bombard the entire area, causing chaos as players cry out in confusion, wondering why the spell is attacking both friend and foe. Guan Yu laughs triumphantly, explaining that by taking advantage of the frozen island's cold weather, her rain prayer naturally turned into huge hail. She boasts that she can now beat up 200,000 people at once. She reminds Captain K of their plan. As long as her rain spells hinder the enemy's movement, they'll become his targets. Jiang Kai confirms the plan is working. The hail has attracted the attention of all the fishmen, preventing them from using their roar attacks and making them easy targets before the main boss fight. The strategy is a massive success, as the hailstorm relentlessly pummels the fisherman army. Guan Yu shouts a heartfelt reminder to her captain. Remember, we are a team, you don't have to fight alone. Her words strike a chord with Jiang Kai. For a moment, his hardened expression softens as he looks genuinely touched by his team's unwavering support. Thanks to their combined effort, a commander fishman is finally brought down. As the other players celebrate the hard-won victory, Zhang Fong comically weeps on the ground, crying out that they killed his wife again. With a smirk, Jiang Kai admits he underestimated his teammates, acknowledging that he doesn't want to be alone. He then adds that thanks to their help, he can now deal with the remaining nuisances on the battlefield. Jiang Kai unleashes a devastating wave of fire, incinerating the remaining lesser fishmen with ease. Engulfed in a fiery aura, he stands as the sole figure remaining amidst the defeated monsters. The leaders of the other guilds are left in utter shock, exclaiming, "What? Jiang Kai killed all the commander-level fishmen." The other players are equally stunned, shouting that it took more than a dozen of their teams just to hold the line. They marvel at his amazing and strange power. With the lesser enemies cleared, Zhang Kai leaps forward, boasting that with his enhanced attributes, a critical hit is guaranteed. His confidence soars as he declares that with his current power, not even the King of Heaven himself could stop him now. He finally arrives before the main boss, the Fishman King, casually remarking how it looked amazing from afar. Now that he's closer, however, he bluntly tells the colossal boss that it looks incredibly ugly. The boss's health bar shows it's still at 35%. The guild leaders watch in disbelief, shouting that it's impossible for that kid to have actually gotten in front of the boss so easily. The other players wonder if Zhang Kai is really going to attempt to fight the main boss all by himself. But his teammate, Wan Yu, has complete faith in him, cupping her hands around her mouth to shout encouragement. "Go, Captain!" Zhang Kai responds with a confident "of course," as he lunges towards the enormous Fishman King. The Fishman King lets out a menacing growl, preparing to counter the bold challenger. A nearby player shouts a warning, realizing that the boss is about to unleash its powerful berserk attack again. Convinced that Zhang Kai won't be able to withstand the incredible speed and damage, the boss unleashes a furious roar and a devastating strike. But to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Kai effortlessly dodges the supposedly unbeatable attack with incredible speed. Zhang Kai calmly assesses the attack, noting that the boss isn't actually that fast. To him, it's clearly slow enough to dodge, unlike the previous foe, Huang family's ace. Instead of simply dodging, he questions why the previous fighter chose to take the attack head-on, just as he himself moves to block the boss's massive weapon. A confident smile plays on his lips as he perfectly executes his maneuver. The crowd is speechless. They can't believe their eyes, with one player shouting, "Am I seeing things? This guy actually dodged all the attacks from the boss." Wan Yu cheers, proud of her captain's skill, while the dumbfounded guild leaders wonder if Zhang Kai's agility is actually higher than the boss's. With breathtaking agility, Zhang Kai runs up the boss's own weapon, using it as a ramp to launch himself into the air, positioning himself for a powerful counterattack. As the boss swings its weapon in a futile attempt to hit him, Zhang Kai easily evades and mocks its speed, simply stating, "Too slow," before preparing to strike from above. From the air, Zhang Kai unleashes a fiery kick, shouting, "Get lost." His attack lands with explosive force, engulfing the Fishman King in a massive blast. The boss growls in pain as the attack visibly takes a toll. A system window shows its health has plummeted from 35% down to 25%. The onlookers are completely stunned, shouting in disbelief. From 35% to 25%? That bloodthirsty killer actually took off 10% of the boss's HP in one hit. One of the guild leaders points out that even their ace, Jiang Fong, would have needed to attack for 10 minutes to deal that much damage. Another player can only stare in awe, wondering, just what kind of damage is that? Enraged, the Fishman King finally rises to its feet, letting out a furious roar as it plants its weapon firmly in the ice. The massive boss now stands tall, finally treating Zhang Kai as a serious threat. It dwarfs Zhang Kai, who stands calmly before it, completely unintimidated. The crowd is shocked once more. One leader yells, "What?" Jiang Fong couldn't even get the boss to stand up and respond. Even Zhang Kai's own teammates are in awe, while a flashback shows their ace, Jiang Fong, lying defeated before the previously seated boss. The battered Jiang Fong looks on, stunned, as he realizes that Zhang Kai has actually forced the boss to go all out. Zhang Kai smirks, taunting the giant creature. "Oh, you finally know how to use your legs?" The boss unleashes its powerful roar attack once again, sending waves of sonic force across the battlefield. But Zhang Kai is prepared, stating confidently, "Humph, I won't fall for the same trick twice," as he easily dodges the sonic rings. The boss follows up with a massive punch, but Zhang Kai has already moved, leaving the beast to smash nothing but ice. The force of the blow sends ice and players flying. The onlookers wonder if the powerful blow killed the bloodthirsty killer. But Zhang Kai reappears unharmed, looking up at the boss and stating calmly, "Death? You're targeting the wrong person." He lunges forward again, this time aiming his attack directly at the boss's massive trident. With a powerful strike, he shatters the weapon, sending fragments of it flying across the ice. The Fishman King is left stunned and disarmed, growling in frustration. Zhang Kai stands amidst a swirl of energy, coolly observing the now weaponless boss. "Ah, I see you don't have any weapon," he says before sarcastically adding, "So, you don't know how to fight." The battlefield erupts in disbelief. "What? He even destroyed the boss's weapons," one player screams. The onlookers question what kind of monster Zhang Kai is, wondering if a boss's weapon has ever been shattered before. Declaring the fight a waste of time now that the boss is disarmed, Zhang Kai ignites his claws with fire. He lunges forward to finish it, shouting, "Let's end this quickly." He lands a devastating, fiery blow right into the boss's gut. The Fishman King groans in agony as its health drops another 10%, now down to just 15%. Without giving the beast a moment to recover, Zhang Kai winds up another punch, shouting, "Let's continue." He unleashes another explosive punch, relentlessly pummeling the weakened boss. The boss lets out a final, agonizing roar as its health drops to a critical 8%, leaving it on the verge of death. Surrounded by a fiery aura, Jiang Kai confronts the Fishman King, his voice dripping with contempt. He questions the king's audacity for still showing its arrogant face. In a close-up, Jiang Kai's expression is one of pure disdain as he declares he's long been fed up with the Fishman King's arrogant demeanor. With immense power, Jiang Kai unleashes a massive, explosive attack directly at the colossal Fishman King, engulfing the battlefield in light and debris. As the explosion rages, Jiang Kai declares that it's time for the Fishman King to meet its end. The sheer force of the attack sends shockwaves through the onlookers. The leader of the Huang clan and his subordinates stare in disbelief, while in another area, other adventurers, including a woman with pink hair, look on with a mix of awe and terror at the raging blue monster. The hulking blue Fishman King roars in fury. Elsewhere, the purple-haired Wan Yu watches the scene unfold with a confident, sinister smirk. In response, the Fishman King brings its massive fist crashing down with murderous intent, aiming to obliterate its opponent. Watching the battle from a distance, Zhang Fong stands with a calm and collected expression, observing the chaos with a sharp gaze. The Fishman King collapses to the ground, heavily wounded and bleeding from the devastating blow it just received. A system window appears, confirming the catastrophic damage. The boss's health has plummeted to a critical 1% remaining. The leader of the Huang clan looks on in utter shock and disbelief, his face a mask of outrage at what just transpired. He can't believe it. Not only did Jiang Kai defeat the boss, but he did it without taking a single point of damage himself. Meanwhile, two high-ranking military commanders, Lu Jun and Commander Wei, observe from afar. Lu Jun notes that there seems to be no need for their intervention. Commander Wei agrees with a sly smile, admitting he never expected the turning point of the battle to be this particular person. His gaze falls upon Jiang Kai, acknowledging that the young man, whom he holds in high regard, has finished dealing with the hail and is now ready to finish the boss. Panic sets in for the leader of the Huang clan. He screams that the boss has only a sliver of health left, and they absolutely cannot let Jiang Kai be the one to kill it. He issues a new command to all members of the Xuanwu Guild. They are to abandon their fight with the fishmen and focus all their efforts on killing the bloodthirsty killer, Jiang Kai. With a furious expression, he declares a bounty. Whoever kills Jiang Kai will be rewarded with 50 million Xingyao coins. Then comes the threat. If they let Jiang Kai take the boss, none of them will get a single penny of their promised reward after the battle. The guild members are stunned into silence, shocked by this sudden and treacherous command from their leader. The members begin to panic. For them, this isn't about glory but survival. One worries how his family will survive the next month without payment, while another needs the money for his child's medical treatment. The grim reality sets in. One of the members shouts that they have to forget the fishmen and kill Jiang Kai, otherwise they're all doomed. The members exchange grim, silent glances, their resolve hardening as they accept their new, grim task. United by greed and desperation, their eyes glow red with murderous intent. The members of the Xuanwu Guild turn on Jiang Kai as one, screaming for his death. Ignoring the remaining fishmen, the entire guild charges forward in a chaotic wave. They are no longer soldiers, but a desperate mob racing to claim the bounty on Jiang Kai's head. Unfazed by the charging mob, Jiang Kai looks on with a smirk. He notes how disgusting it is that the Huang family, who were incapable of taking the boss themselves, now threaten to kill him just as he's about to succeed. He then turns his attention to the wounded warrior he is supporting, Zhang Fong, the ace of the Huang family, and casually asks if he's still alive. Zhang Fong, confused and wary, questions Jiang Kai's motives. He asks what the bloodthirsty killer wants from him, wondering why he doesn't just finish off the crippled boss himself. Jiang Kai smiles mysteriously. He admits he's good at weakening monsters, but cheekily asks whoever said he was going to be the one to steal the boss kill. He explains his reasoning. If he took the boss, the wealthy Huang family would barely feel the loss. However, the 200,000 families of the regular adventurers, being held hostage for the rewards, would be the ones to truly suffer. Standing before the nearly dead Fishman King, Jiang Kai points out that Jiang Fong, despite his injuries, is still representing the Huang family. With a calm but firm expression, Jiang Kai makes an unbelievable request. He asks Jiang Fong to be the one to deliver the final blow. Jiang Fong is utterly stunned by the proposal, unable to comprehend why his enemy would simply give away the final kill. From a distance, Jiang Kai urges him to hurry. He points out that the mob is closing in to attack him and presses Jiang Fong to do him this one favor. Understanding dawns on Jiang Fong. He accepts the request, and a powerful blue energy begins to coalesce around his body as he prepares to strike. With his decision made, he takes a determined step forward towards the downed boss. With a quiet thank you, Jiang Fong unleashes his final attack, plunging his energized fist directly into the Fishman King's body. The Fishman King lets out a final, agonizing scream as the attack lands, its massive body writhing in pain. The boss's body goes limp as a system window confirms the inevitable. Its health has reached zero. It is finally defeated. The remaining adventurers on the icy battlefield look on as the dust settles, unsure of what just happened. A massive system announcement flashes across the sky for all to see, declaring the victor of the long-fought battle. The adventurers read the message in disbelief. It wasn't the bloodthirsty killer who got the final blow. It was their own master Jiang Fong who killed the boss. As the Fisherman King's body begins to dissolve into blue light, its reign of terror is officially over. With their king defeated, the remaining fisherman monsters are seen diving back into the icy waters, confused and leaderless. An adventurer shouts what everyone is thinking. The massive fishman army is finally retreating. The members of the Xuanwu Guild are overjoyed. Their own lord killed the boss, which means the bloodthirsty killer didn't steal it, and most importantly, they will get their rewards. The leader of the Huang clan, however, is furious and confused. He can't understand how they won, or how Jiang Fong was the one to kill the boss. His subordinate wonders if Jiang Kai was behind this. The shocking truth begins to dawn on him. Did Jiang Kai, the feared bloodthirsty killer, voluntarily give up the opportunity to kill the boss? The other adventurers erupt in celebration. One joyfully exclaims that they have won, and it turns out the bloodthirsty killer is actually a good guy. Another declares him a great hero for giving up the boss, vowing to go to war with anyone who dares to touch their new benefactor. The sentiment spreads like wildfire. The pink-haired adventurer, Su Nuanyuan, is completely starstruck by his actions, remarking how amazing and magnanimous Kai was. Her companion agrees enthusiastically, shouting that it was so cool. An older, high-ranking adventurer declares that seeing is believing. He is now truly convinced that Jiang Kai is the biggest hero of this entire battle. Wanyu beams with pride, boasting about how powerful and generous her captain is. She smugly reminds everyone that she was the one who picked him as the captain in the first place. The crowd's sentiment turns against the Huang family. Adventurers recall how disgusting their threats were, angry that the guild expected them to die for a failed plan and still bear the costs. The anger boils over. All around the battlefield, adventurers publicly renounce their affiliation, shouting, "I'm quitting the Xuanwu Guild," and cursing the leader as a capitalist dog. The leader's subordinate reports the disastrous news. 200,000 people are quitting the guild and posting negative comments, causing the clan's reputation to plummet. Consumed by pure rage, his face contorted in fury and his eyes glowing red, the leader of the Huang clan seethes. He swears to himself that he will remember the name Jiang Kai. He makes a tactical retreat, ordering his subordinate to leave for now, vowing that they will definitely take their revenge on Jiang Kai next time. With the battle over, Jiang Fong formally introduces himself to Jiang Kai, admitting that he owes him a big favor for letting him get the kill. Jiang Fong smirks, his curiosity getting the better of him. He admits he really wants to know just how Jiang Kai managed to get such overwhelmingly powerful attributes. Jiang Kai introduces himself and offers a simple explanation. He got his powerful attributes from a one-time use skill. Jiang Fong is amazed that such a skill could even exist. Jiang Kai downplays it, saying the skill wasn't actually that strong because it's gone after a single use. Jiang Fong begins to ask a follow-up question, but is cut off. Jiang Kai continues, revealing that his plan worked because he simply took advantage of the system's bloodthirsty killer punishment mechanism. Suddenly, before he can explain further, the ground trembles. Blue, fleshy tentacles erupt from the dead Fishman King's body and lash out, catching Jiang Kai completely by surprise. Jiang Fong shouts his name in alarm as the tentacles rapidly wrap around Jiang Kai, pulling him off his feet and dragging him back towards the boss's corpse. From Jiang Fong's perspective, he can only watch in horror as Jiang Kai is lifted into the air, completely engulfed by the writhing mass of tentacles. Jiang Kai struggles, but is powerless as the tentacles fully consume him, his muffled cries echoing as he disappears into the dark, monstrous appendages, leaving the chapter on a tense cliffhanger. Following the intense battle, Wanyu is thrown back by a powerful force, landing heavily on the cliff's edge. Huyen, seeing this, desperately shouts for their missing captain. Huyen rushes to the exhausted Wanyu's side, asking if Jiang Kai is his captain. Wanyu, kneeling in defeat, confirms with a simple yes. With a grim expression, Wanyu begins to explain the dire situation, filled with regret. He reveals his terrifying suspicion. Jiang Kai has most likely triggered the boss's death revenge skill. Huyan's face contorts in shock and disbelief. Wanyu explains that death revenge is a horrifying special skill some bosses possess. Upon death, they can inflict a terrible curse on their killer. Once the boss successfully takes revenge, the explorer is subjected to an extremely gruesome punishment. Being tortured to death is merely the beginning of their nightmare. But the true horror unfolds after the person returns to the real world. The memories of the torture are so unbearable that they often can't endure it. Haunted by the psychological trauma, many are driven to madness, begging for a release that will never come, ultimately choosing to end their own lives. The horrifying realization washes over Huyen. Her body trembles as she imagines Captain Kai suffering such an unspeakable fate. Tears well up in her eyes as she desperately pleads, "No, don't." The scene shifts to a dark, watery abyss, representing Jiang Kai's submerged consciousness. A faint cry for the captain echoes through the depths. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai is experiencing the full force of the curse. Excruciating pain racks his body, as he feels like he's being crushed from all sides. His consciousness flickers. Disoriented, his mind struggles to grasp his surroundings as he weakly questions where he is. Suddenly, a horrifying sight comes into view. He is being held captive by the vengeful spirit of the slain boss, a monstrous creature with countless glowing green tentacles. The monster's face is a grotesque mask of hatred, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on him with malevolent intent. The torture begins as one of the phantom tentacles pierces his body, sending a wave of agony through him. Jiang Kai cries out in pain as he feels something foreign growing and spreading within his body, a parasitic corruption from the boss's hatred. In this moment of despair, a system window appears with a critical warning. His one-time skill, Casino Pickpocket, along with its stolen attributes, will disappear in just 20 seconds. A sudden realization dawns on Jiang Kai. He understands that the only reason he's still alive under this relentless torture is due to the support of those temporary attributes. The countdown to his demise has begun. As the timer ticks down, he knows with chilling certainty that the instant the attributes disappear, he will die. The monster's voice, dripping with malice, echoes in his mind, promising to kill him. A system prompt confirms his fears, identifying the creature as the boss's remaining shadow of hatred. With no other choice, Jiang Kai lets out a defiant roar, activating his last resort. Ghost Armor Voiding. As the countdown hurtles into the single digits, a powerful energy erupts from Jiang Kai's body. The Ghost Armor Voiding skill successfully purges the corrupting influence of the boss's hatred. The immediate threat is gone, and for a brief moment, there's a spark of hope in his eyes. He looks at his hands, wondering if his body has been returned to its original state. But the crisis is far from over. However, the monster's final attack is still coming. With the countdown nearing its end and his strength depleted, Jiang Kai knows he's too weak to dodge. He braces himself, preparing to give it his all in one final stand. A system prompt gives him a sliver of hope, instructing him to use his weapons. With newfound resolve, Jiang Kai decides to take advantage of the last few seconds of his stolen attributes. He leaps into the air, blades ready, determined to use every last bit of his temporary power to fight back and destroy the remnants of the curse. He lands firmly, bracing as his counterattack connects, unleashing a wave of energy. The Ghost Armor Voiding skill culminates in a massive explosion, obliterating the boss's shadow of hatred completely. As the light fades, Jiang Kai stands victorious, a relieved smile on his face. He lets out a sigh, believing his ordeal is finally over. But his relief is short-lived. A mysterious, ethereal woman appears before him as a system message pops up, congratulating him not only for escaping the death revenge, but also for discovering an undiscovered secret treasure zone. The system officially welcomes him to the underground Fishmen Kingdom, revealing that his voiding skill did more than just save him. It transported him somewhere new. The scene pulls back to reveal a breathtaking sight, a massive, frozen citadel with towering doors, a hidden kingdom buried deep beneath the earth. Another message clarifies his location. He has stumbled upon the secret treasure hall of the frozen Fishman Lord. Jiang Kai stands in awe before the colossal doors, flanked by flaming braziers, realizing he's at the very heart of the boss's territory. The spectral guide informs him that a new countdown is about to begin. The entire hall will be destroyed in 10 minutes, and he must collect as many treasures as he can and escape before then. Jiang Kai is shocked and panicked. Another countdown? He frantically asks what the consequences are if he fails to get out in time. The system's response is grim. Failure to escape will result in death, and any treasure he has collected will disappear. The only way to keep his loot is to make it out alive. Without any further warning, the ground begins to tremble and crack. The destruction has already started, catching Jiang Kai completely by surprise. Realizing there's no time to waste, he quickly assesses the situation. The mission is simple, if not insane. Collect as much treasure as possible and escape. He braces himself to run. With his life and a massive fortune on the line, a determined glint appears in his eyes. He has no choice but to try. He rushes forward and pushes open the gigantic doors to the treasure hall, stepping through the glowing threshold into the unknown. Jiang Kai is completely stunned. The doors open to reveal a massive cavern overflowing with mountains of gold, sparkling crystals, and countless treasure chests. It's a pirate's dream come true. Amidst the glittering hoard, a system notification congratulates him on discovering a particularly valuable find: 3 Fishmen's secret potions, which can grant him a total of 60 attribute points. With the hall's destruction timer ticking down, Jiang Kai doesn't hesitate. He grabs the potions and decides to drink them on the spot. As the system asks where to allocate the points, he spills some of the potion in his haste. He gives a swift command to add all 60 points into agility, prioritizing speed for the escape. His frantic looting pays off again as he immediately uncovers another grand prize: the boss's rare treasure chest. He grins, thrilled by the sheer quality of the loot, noting that none of the items seem to be ranked lower than A rank. He quickly glances at the main timer, about 7 minutes left. Feeling a surge of confidence, he believes he can clear the place out if he just hurries. Just as he thinks he has a handle on the situation, the system throws another wrench in his plans. A friendly reminder pops up, warning him that the boss's treasure chest has its own separate, rapidly decaying lifespan of only 90 seconds. His confidence evaporates, replaced by shock. Even the treasure itself is on a timer. With the chest's 90-second timer now ticking down, Zhang Kai frantically shoves loot into his inventory. He has to be faster. In the background, his teammates are shown still valiantly fending off monsters, completely unaware of his situation. 90 seconds later, Zhang Kai is utterly exhausted, slumped over the now empty treasure chest. He managed to clear it out just in the nick of time. Just as he's about to move on, he spots a small pot left inside the chest. The system congratulates him on discovering Tears of Repentance, an item that can eliminate his troublesome, bloodthirsty killer status. He can't believe his luck. He runs through the cavern, overjoyed. Not only did he get a mountain of treasure, but he also managed to clear his negative status. He celebrates, yelling, "What a steal!" But in the middle of his celebration, his eyes catch sight of something in a dark corner of the collapsing cavern. He discovers one final prize resting on a pedestal in a hidden alcove, an ancient scroll. The system congratulates him on finding the ultimate treasure, a special job transfer scroll, which is necessary for an explorer to advance after reaching level 20. Zhang Kai is stunned into silence. He realizes that with this scroll, he can finally complete his special level 20 job change, a pivotal moment in his journey. The next day, back on the icy plains of the Ghost Star, the scene is quiet and somber. Believing their captain is dead, Hu Yen and Wanyu have created a makeshift memorial for him. Wanyu mourns, lamenting that Zhang Kai never returned, just as he had morbidly predicted. They both weep dramatically, convinced that Zhang Kai suffered a horrible death from the curse and was then driven to suicide by the trauma. Suddenly, a gloved hand appears over the edge of the cliff, struggling to get a grip on the icy surface. Hu Yen spots the movement and, assuming it's an enemy, yells to Wanyu that another fisherman is climbing up. The two immediately get into a defensive posture, vowing to protect their captain's tombstone from any monster that dares to disturb his rest. Thinking they are defending their captain's honor, they hit the climber on the head with a rock, sending him falling back down the cliff. An enraged voice echoes up from the chasm. "Which bastard is it? I almost reached the top," as the figure plummets into the darkness. Hu Yen and Wanyu are taken aback, confused by the unexpected response from the monster they just attacked. While Wanyu yells down an insult for the ugly fish, Hu Yen pauses, a flicker of recognition on her face as she realizes the voice sounds incredibly familiar. Their confusion turns to shock as laughter echoes across the ice, and they see a figure running towards them. It's Zhang Kai, alive and well, cheerfully greeting them as if nothing happened. "Long time no see, Hu Yen and Wanyu." After a moment of stunned silence, the two break into relieved, albeit slightly awkward laughter. Hu Yen admits she didn't expect to miss him after just one day. Zhang Kai's smile instantly vanishes, replaced by a look of pure fury. Sprouting dark wings, he charges at them, screaming, "You two traitors want to kill your captain? How dare you hit me?" His teammates panic, frantically shouting apologies and insisting that they didn't attack him on purpose. The scene shifts away from the Ghost Star, back to a futuristic metropolis on Earth, the Jiangzhou City Ghost Star login base. Inside, a meeting is taking place. In a high-tech boardroom, several powerful figures are discussing Zhang Kai. A subordinate reports that while they couldn't find his offline location, they discovered that his sudden increase in attributes was due to a one-time use skill, revealing that Zhang Kai's incredible feats have not gone unnoticed. In a high-level meeting, an old commander with gray hair scoffs at the idea that they need to train Supreme Ones if a level 20 kid can just change tens of thousands of attributes. A red-haired analyst beside him considers the fate of Zhang Kai. He notes that those who face the boss's revenge are already dead and wonders if Zhang Kai is still being tortured. Another colleague, a man with long blonde hair, chimes in, convinced that the kid is definitely screwed after being tortured for so long. However, the red-haired analyst warns the commander not to use common sense when it comes to Zhang Kai. The commander's expression turns serious as he considers a different outcome. He wonders if it's possible that Zhang Kai not only survived the boss's revenge, but even discovered its secret treasure. The blonde-haired man immediately dismisses the idea as impossible. He elaborates that in the 50 years since the Ghost Star appeared, only a handful of people have ever survived a boss's revenge and obtained the secret treasure, and all of them were top-tier Supreme Ones. The red-haired man agrees, adding that since Zhang Kai has only been on the Ghost Star for about a month, he doesn't believe he stood a chance. Despite their logical arguments, the commander leans back in his chair, a contemplative look on his face. His instincts are telling him something different about this kid. Suddenly, the door bursts open and a female officer rushes in, shouting for Commander Wei. She frantically announces that someone is posting items on the private trade. A comical silence falls over the room as the three men stare blankly, stunned by the sudden and confusing interruption. The blonde-haired man and the red-haired analyst look at her, bewildered. They ask who she's talking about and why it's necessary to report a simple private trade. The female officer shouts Zhang Kai's name, revealing that not only did he not die, but he has opened a private trade space on the Ghost Star. She delivers the final, shocking piece of news, The total value of the items he sold was more than 400 million Xingyao coins. The two analysts are utterly flabbergasted, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief at the astronomical figure. A few minutes later, they examine the trade records. A screen displays Kai's cart, showing the first sale, 1.8 kilograms of green ghost ores, worth an incredible 18 million Xingyao coins. The next item leaves them even more stunned. He also sold 3 kilograms of a special-grade white iron crystal stone, which alone was worth 63 million. As they scroll through the list, they see more high-value items: strong iron crystal, black iron crystal, obsidian steel fossil, and more. The total quickly adds up to over 100 million. The two men scream in unison, their faces contorted in shock. They can't believe this kid really made 400 million. To sell so many items at once could only mean one thing. Commander Wei lets out a hearty laugh. He was right all along. He proudly exclaims that he told them Jiang Kai could find the boss's secret treasure, and the kid didn't disappoint. Just then, the female officer interrupts his celebration to report that the Huang family has suddenly arrived and wants to talk to him. A few hours later, the scene shifts to the Ghost Star's item trading office. Jiang Kai, having successfully sold his loot, mutters to himself about how he had so many things he had to open a private space to sell them. His companions, Huyen and Ruanyu, are with him. Huyen tells him it's not a loss, because he had so much loot it was the only way to sell it. Ruanyu jokingly calls it fun trouble. Jiang Kai agrees and smiles, telling them he also kept a lot of good things for them. He announces it's time to split the boss spoils, making Huyen and Ruanyu's eyes light up with excitement. He presents the first item to Huyen, a black ice jade. It's a B-grade piece of equipment that adds a freezing effect to her skills, potentially allowing her to cast a blizzard. Next, Jiang Kai presents a stack of old parchments, explaining that in addition to the equipment, he also got some eternal pages that can be used to upgrade skills. An infographic explains that there are 2 ways to improve skill levels. The first is using a special skill book for a specific profession, which is typically found only in monster treasure chests or from special tasks. The other method is using universal upgrade items like the ones he got from the Fishman Lord's treasure chest, the eternal pages, which can improve the level of any skill. The immense value of these pages is highlighted. As a treasure of rigid demand, a single page can sell for 500,000 Xingyao coins and will be snatched up instantly on the trade market. Furthermore, the number of eternal pages required to upgrade a skill varies depending on its strength. More powerful, combat-oriented skills require significantly more pages. Jiang Kai generously tells his friends to take the eternal pages first, leaving Huyen and Ruanyu completely speechless and stunned. As he stands triumphantly on a mountain of gold and cash, he tells them to enjoy themselves. At this moment, in Huyen and Ruanyu's eyes, Jiang Kai is a radiant god of wealth. Overcome with emotion, they lunge at him, grabbing onto his legs and crying out, "Captain Kai!" With tears streaming down their faces, they declare they will pray for his great kindness every day, proclaiming that even if he dies, his soul will go to heaven. The scene turns comical as Jiang Kai, embarrassed, tries to get them to let go, reminding them they're in the middle of the street. Their commotion attracts the attention of a passing group. The leader of the group, a burly man in ornate white armor and sunglasses, looks down on them with disdain. He scoffs, asking if Jiang Kai even knows what embarrassment is. He arrogantly continues, insulting them as a bunch of low-class people and commoner bastards who don't care about their image. Jiang Kai recognizes the man, muttering his name, Huangda. Beside him, Huyen and Ruanyu look on in confusion, asking who he is. Huangda issues a warning to Jiang Kai, telling him not to be arrogant just because he has the military's protection after going against the Huang family. His eyes glow red with menace as he declares his intention. He will mercilessly slaughter Jiang Kai in the guild challenge to prove to the military that he's a useless bastard not worth protecting. As Huangda and his cronies turn to leave, he delivers a final threat. "Once the military gives up on you, be prepared to die in my hands." Jiang Kai watches them walk away, his gaze sharp and unwavering in the face of the blatant threat. He turns to his friends, confused. "Guild challenge? What's that? What is Huangda talking about?" Huyen is shocked he doesn't know. She begins to explain that the guild challenge is a competition held by the military to screen out powerful guild forces. She pulls up a holographic bracket, explaining that the challenge has a minimum entry of level 21 and is divided into 4 level brackets. Guilds send teams of 5 to compete, with the top 3 in each level being decided. Because the military gives out generous rewards to the top 3 in each level, many powerful guilds participate every time, making the competition fierce. Jiang Kai is still puzzled. In a chibi-like thought bubble, he wonders why Huangda would challenge him, since he didn't even participate in the challenge. Deciding not to dwell on it, Jiang Kai says goodbye to his friends. He tells them he needs to go offline for a while to visit his family, and they happily wave him off from a balcony. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Kai, now back in his everyday clothes, greets his older brother who is recovering in bed. He cheerfully explains that he brought some nutritional supplements, worried his brother wouldn't recover well after his surgery. His brother, however, seems at a loss for words, starting to question just how much Kai bought. The answer is revealed to be a ridiculously large mountain of lavishly wrapped gifts and supplements, so much that it has to be wheeled in on a dolly. All his brother can think to himself is that this is way too much. In a comical chibi-style exchange, Jong Kai innocently asks if the amount of supplements is too much, while his brother wryly comments that the hospital room now resembles a grain warehouse. His brother's expression turns serious with worry. He reminds Kai that he's already in the most expensive hospital and frets about the spending, declaring he'll get back to work as soon as he's discharged to help with the financial pressure. Jong Kai smiles warmly, telling his brother it's okay. He reminds him of his dream to become a transcendent and fight against the beast god for humanity. He encourages him to pursue that dream after leaving the hospital and just become an explorer, leaving his brother stunned and speechless. Looking downcast, his brother dismisses the idea. He questions how he could possibly become an explorer in his current physical condition and mentions the prohibitive cost of going to a ghost planet, saying it's enough that Kai alone can go. In response, Jong Kai simply taps his watch, activating a function. He projects a holographic display showing his bank balance, a staggering 419,623,047.16 Xingyao coins. He tells his brother there's no need to worry about money or work anymore. His brother's jaw drops in utter disbelief. In a panicked chibi reaction, his brother stammers, unable to comprehend the number. Kai, where did you get so much money? This is hundreds of millions. Jong Kai explains that it's all money he earned honestly on the ghost planet. He tells his brother that after years of working hard for him and their sister Ingzi, he can finally live the life he wants. A flashback shows his brother, then just a mortal, bravely carrying a young Jong Kai and Ingzi through a fiery battlefield. Jong Kai says he remembers how his brother saved them. Jong Kai smiles, full of conviction. He believes that if his brother becomes an explorer, he'll be able to save even more people. His brother is deeply moved by the faith Jong Kai has in him, breaking into a nervous sweat. He clenches the bedsheets, his mind racing. Could someone like him, with his current body, really become a superhuman? A symbolic image appears. An apple, held in two hands, is cleanly split in half, representing a shared future and a new path. Jong Kai extends half of the apple to his brother, his voice filled with gentle encouragement. Brother, you can definitely do it. Leaving the hospital, Jong Kai feels a wave of relief and happiness. His brother has finally regained his dream. He decides they must celebrate after he picks up their sister, Ingzi, from school. Lost in his happy thoughts as he walks away from the hospital, he is suddenly startled by a loud noise. A military jeep screeches to a stop beside him, and the man from the commander's office, Lu Jun, leans out yelling, Jong Kai, come here. Follow me. Jong Kai recognizes him. Brother Lu Jun, are you here to see me? He tries to wave him off, saying he doesn't have time as he needs to pick up his sister from school. Sitting in the jeep, Lu Jun's expression is grim and urgent. He tells Jong Kai, I came to see you because of your sister. Your sister Jong Ying got into an accident. The words hit Jong Kai like a physical blow. His world stops, and his eyes widen in pure shock and horror. The chapter opens on a scene of chaos. A bus lies overturned on a city street, its metal frame twisted and broken amidst smoke and debris. A desperate cry cuts through the noise as Jong Kai screams his sister's name, his face a mask of pure terror. He sprints frantically through the wreckage, pushing past the crowd, his eyes darting around as he continues to shout for Ingzi. Watching from the sidelines are two men, Lu Jun with his red hair and glasses, and his blonde-haired companion, both observing the scene with grim expressions. Suddenly, Jong Kai's expression shifts. Tears of relief well up in his eyes as he spots something, or someone in the crowd, murmuring the word brother. From amidst the crowd, a cheerful voice calls out. It's his sister, Ingzi, waving her hand high in the air to get his attention, looking completely unharmed. Jong Kai rushes to her side, grabbing her shoulders in relief. He asks what happened, and Ingzi explains that her school bus was in an accident. She quickly reassures him, pointing towards someone else. She says a big brother saved her, and that he even claimed to know Jong Kai. The man who saved her steps forward. It's Jong Fong, with his distinct white hair and red eyes. He greets Jong Kai with a calm smile and a wave. Jong Kai is stunned. He recognizes the man, questioning how the Huang family's supreme, Jong Fong, could possibly be here. Just then, Lu Jun and his companions approach the group. He addresses Jong Kai with a grave tone, telling him the most important point is that his sister's bus crash was no accident. Both Jong Kai and Ingzi are shocked as Lu Jun reveals the truth. The accident was secretly orchestrated by the Huang family. Lu Jun explains the motive. Jong Kai has embarrassed the Huang family multiple times, and their hatred has grown. Now, they've used the military merit they gained from defeating the Frozen Island boss to force the military to stop protecting him. The scene flashes to an image of Commander Wei, sitting alone in the dark. The military merit was too significant, and he was forced to compromise under pressure from above. But Lu Jun adds, he still left a chance for Jong Kai. In a flashback, we see Commander Wei during the negotiation. He brought up the upcoming guild challenge, proposing a condition. If the Huang family could defeat Jiang Kai in the challenge match, only then would the military agree to their request. A close-up on Commander Wei's face shows his inner turmoil. He hopes Jiang Kai will give in this time, as it's the only way Wei has an excuse to protect him from the Huang family's wrath. The flashback shows the conclusion of that negotiation. A handshake between a representative of the Huang family and Commander Wei, sealing the manipulative deal. Back in the present, Lu Jun looks at Jiang Kai grimly. He tells him that this is the limit of what they can do for him, and that today's incident was the Huang family's way of forcing him to participate in the challenge. An ominous vision fills the screen, illustrating the threat. Monstrous figures from the Huang family loom over a helpless Ingzi. If he doesn't comply, his family will suffer. The full weight of the situation crashes down on Jiang Kai. His eyes widen in a mixture of shock, disbelief, and a rising cold fury. Lu Jun apologizes, explaining that the Huang family is extremely powerful and their military merit has swayed people in high places. As long as they don't attack directly, the military can only turn a blind eye to this kind of intimidation. The blonde-haired man speaks up, lighting a cigarette. He lays out the first option. Jiang Kai can agree to the bet with the Huang family and face them in the challenge. Jiang Fong then presents the alternative. The other option is to join the military as soon as possible and receive official, direct protection. Ingzi, frightened by the whole ordeal, peeks out from behind her brother. She worriedly asks if the military can truly offer them protection against such a powerful family. Lu Jun explains that at present, Jiang Kai's new profession is a valuable asset. If he joins, Commander Wei will have more avenues to protect them, at least allowing them to avoid a lot of immediate trouble. Jiang Kai looks down, deep in thought, with Ingzi holding onto his arm. He quietly questions the path laid out for him. So I've to join the military first? His mind flashes to a horrifying vision of the future. He sees himself being held down, helpless, as his loved ones are attacked. A desperate cry echoes in his thoughts. Big brother. Ingzi. No. In this dark imagined future, a voice mocks him. Jiang Kai, did you think you could sit back and relax after joining the military? You are nothing but a worthless gambler. A waste. The words reflect his deepest fears of being powerless. His fist clenches in defiance of that vision. A resounding "no" echoes in his mind, rejecting that potential fate. Back in the present, Jiang Kai's internal monologue continues. He realizes that relying on the military's protection is a fragile piece. If his career development is poor, he could be abandoned, leaving his family even more vulnerable to the Huang family's oppression. He soberly assesses his situation. He acknowledges that the Huang family is a massive enterprise, and in terms of resources, wealth, and power, he is currently no match for them. But then, he remembers his ace in the hole. A system screen detailing his unique double talent appears in his mind. It doubles all his system rewards, giving him nearly twice the attribute points of others at the same level. He visualizes himself in battle, his superior stats giving him a significant advantage in total attribute points and critical damage, allowing him to overwhelm opponents of the same level. Furthermore, he knows that with the right strategy, this advantage allows him to even defeat opponents of a higher level, turning seemingly impossible fights in his favor. He puts the pieces together. Because gambler is a brand new profession, the Huang family has no idea of his true strength. This secrecy, this unknown factor, is his greatest advantage. A fire ignites in his eyes. He makes his decision. Instead of passively seeking shelter and waiting for death, it's better to take a gamble. He'll use this opportunity to make the bet with the Huang family a widely publicized event. His strategy becomes clear. If he can defeat the Huang family in a public showdown, the military will be forced to acknowledge his new profession's power and continue to protect him. At the same time, the Huang family would have to consider public opinion before daring to make a move against him again. Misunderstanding his silence, Lu Jun places a hand on his shoulder and says, "Okay, since you don't have any other opinions now, I will help you prepare the application materials for joining the military." Jiang Kai cuts him off before he can finish, turning to face him and calling out his name with newfound resolve. Brother Lu Jun. With a confident smirk, Jiang Kai lays out his own plan. The challenge match must be a 5-person team, right? I only have 3 people in my team now. Can I borrow Zhu and Wan from the military? Lu Jun is taken aback, sweating as he tries to process the sudden change in direction. Jiang Kai, what do you mean? He exclaims. Jiang Kai stands firm and declares, I've made up my mind. I'm going to participate. Lu Jun argues back, warning him not to be impulsive, reminding him that he'll be facing the giant that is the Huang family. Jiang Kai turns toward the setting sun, a sense of peace on his face. Brother Lu Jun, don't worry, he says calmly. I am now very clear-minded and very grateful for your plans for me, but everyone has his or her own path to follow. He holds his hand up to the light, as if grasping for something. The path I choose, he declares, is to take control of my own destiny. His expression hardens with determination, a stark contrast to his earlier fear. He clenches his fist and makes his ultimate goal known. I want to defeat the Huang family in the guild challenge. Zhang Fong, Lu Jun, and the blonde-haired man look on. The blonde man, Haitian, speaks up, telling Zhang Kai he thinks he's being too impulsive. But then, Haitian's demeanor completely flips. A wide grin spreads across his face as he says, "Good. Kid, you've got guts. I support you. I'm starting to like you." Lu Jun is stunned by his companion's abrupt change of heart, turning to him in disbelief. Haitian steps forward, his earlier caution replaced by a confident grin. He reveals his powerful identity, announcing, "My name is Haitian. Even the Huang family doesn't dare to mess with me. I promise to help you and lend you people." Riding this sudden wave of powerful support, Zhang Fong also gives his firm approval. He praises Zhang Kai's courage and acknowledges the favor he owes, offering crucial protection. "I'll keep an eye on the Huang family for you," he promises. "If they try to mess with your family again, I'll let you know." Even Ingzi, in a cute chibi form, pumps her fists in the air, enthusiastically declaring, "Brother, I support you too." Lu Jun, however, is the lone voice of reason, running a hand through his hair in frustration. He turns to the other two, exclaiming, "Hey, you guys are not kids anymore. Why are you following Zhang Kai and acting on impulse?" Zhang Fong and Haitian just smirk back at him, retorting, "So what if we are both like this? What about you?" Leaving a flustered Lu Jun standing between them. Sighing in defeat, Lu Jun relents. All right. I can't stop you both by myself. Anyway, Commander Wei told me to help Zhang Kai more." He then makes a promise to Zhang Kai. "So, I'll take care of your family's safety. Just focus on preparing for the challenge." Zhang Kai lights up, overjoyed by the news. Really? The deal is sealed with a firm and reassuring fist bump between Zhang Kai and Lu Jun. With his three powerful new allies, Lu Jun, Zhang Fong, and Haitian, plus the unseen support of Commander Wei, Zhang Kai now has a formidable support system. Zhang Kai bows respectfully, making a formal gesture of thanks. "I, Zhang Kai, would like to thank you all for your care today. If you need any help in the future, I will definitely help you." Later that night, the scene shifts. Zhang Kai has brought his sister to a wealthy, modern-looking suburb. Ingzi looks around, confused. "Brother, are you sure you want to come and see the house so late at night?" Walking down the clean, tree-lined street with Ingzi on his arm, Zhang Kai explains. "Well, the Huang family has completely revealed their true colors. You and brother can no longer live in a slum with poor security." They arrive in front of a stunning, multi-million-dollar villa. Ingzi is in awe, asking, "Brother, did we come to the wrong place? These are villas worth hundreds of millions. We can't afford them." Zhang Kai calmly reassures her. "No, we're not at the wrong place," as he pulls out a sleek, black VIP card and holds it up to the security scanner. With a soft beep, the high-tech door unlocks and glides open. Ingzi can only stare, her mind struggling to comprehend what's happening. He turns to her with a wide, proud grin, revealing the glittering, modern marvel behind him. "This is our new home." Ingzi's face becomes a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. "Kaya, this is our new home," she shrieks, her excitement bursting forth. She immediately starts exploring, her eyes wide with wonder as she looks out at a beautiful, sparkling private swimming pool. Her tour continues. She marvels at the massive living room, exclaiming that it's bigger than their entire old house. Then she sees the dining area, wondering aloud how many dishes could possibly fit on such a long table. Next, she discovers a personal gym. She playfully teases her brother. "Brother, look. Big brother is weak. He can exercise here in the future." Finally, Zhang Kai leads her to one last door. Her excitement gives way to curiosity as she asks, "Brother, this is..." She peeks her head into the room, her eyes widening as she takes in a beautifully furnished bedroom, decorated just for her. "My room," she whispers in disbelief. Zhang Kai looks at her with a gentle, knowing smile. "Of course, Ingzi. Do you like this new home?" Tears of joy well up in her eyes as she struggles to find the words. "I like it. But brother, am I really not dreaming? This place is so beautiful. Is this really our new home?" He gently pats her on the head, his voice soft and reassuring. "Ingzi, it's true. This is our new home. But everything now is just the beginning. From now on, with me here, you and big brother don't have to worry about life anymore. The three of us will have a better and better life, overcome with happiness and relief." Ingzi gives a bright, heartfelt smile and hums in agreement. The scene transitions to the next day, overlooking a lush, mountainous forest. A voice speaks, setting the stage for a new meeting. "Nuanyuan, do you think we were abandoned by the military because of our poor performance?" The two figures are revealed to be a burly man in armor, Zhu, and a pink-haired girl, Nuanyuan, both crying. Zhu laments that their captain said a new one would take over, but it feels like they've just been abandoned. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to them. "Zhu, Nuanyuan, I'll take care of you now. Why are you two so sad?" They look up in unison, startled. Zhang Kai stands before them, looking confident and strong. Zhu stammers in disbelief. "Kai, you are our new captain?" To which Zhang Kai simply replies, "Yes, that's me." Their sadness instantly turns to joy as they rush to greet their old friend, asking what's going on and if he's decided to join the military. Zhang Kai clarifies the situation. "No, I didn't join the military. I just asked the military to borrow you temporarily to cooperate with me in the guild challenge in a month." He proceeds to explain the entire situation, how the Huang family used their military merit to threaten him and his sister's safety, and how Commander Wei created the guild challenge as a way to help him fight back. His expression hardens with determination. So this time, I must win and completely shut the Huang family's mouths. He looks them in the eyes and asks, Zhu Nuanyuan, are you willing to help me? They don't hesitate for a second. Zhu explodes with rage. Of course. How dare those dogs from the Huang family touch Xingzi? I watched Xingzi grow up. Nuanyuan clenches her fists, agreeing. They're so bad. After his initial anger, Zhu's confidence wavers. But Kai, he asks hesitantly, are you sure you want to team up with us? Jiang Kai is confused by his sudden doubt. The scene cuts to an infographic explaining the military's sophisticated evaluation system, where newcomers are given an initial rating from E to SSS based on their performance. Zhu explains their situation. If a newcomer maintains an E rating for 6 months, they're abandoned. He confesses that while Nuanyuan received a C rating, he was so frightened during his evaluation that he received the worst possible score, E. Overwhelmed by insecurity, Zhu looks down. Sai Kai, I'm afraid I'll hold you back. Nuanyuan sadly agrees. Me too. But Jiang Kai is unfazed. It's okay, he reassures them. When the time comes for reevaluation, I will make sure that your score reaches at least an A. Still skeptical, Zhu points out that team captains usually need to be level 15 or higher. He looks at his friend with doubt. Kai, are you level 15 now? Before he can answer, a new, confident voice cuts in from off-screen, dismissing the question entirely. Level 15 is nothing. 2 new figures appear. A woman in a striking red dress makes a shocking announcement. Captain Kai has already reached level 20. He is now trying to change his job. Jiang Kai gestures to the newcomers. By the way, I haven't introduced them to you yet. They are our new teammates. The 5 members of the newly formed squad stand together for the first time. The woman in red gives a cheerful salute. Hello, everyone. My name is Hu Yan. My profession is a fortune teller. Hee, I've heard Captain Kai talk about you too often. Next, the stout man with goggles on his head introduces himself with a friendly smile. This is Ruanyu. His profession is a drunkard. Nice to meet you, I'm Ruanyu. The 4 teammates, Zhu Nuanyuan, Hu Yan, and Ruanyu, all greet each other with warm, happy smiles. But as they smile, the gears in Zhu and Nuanyuan's heads slowly start to turn, processing the information they just heard. The realization hits them like a lightning bolt. Their faces contort in pure shock as they scream. Wait, holy shit, we're only level 9, and you're already level 20, Kai. Jiang Kai simply smirks. That's nothing, he says. My goal is to bring you all up to level 20 before the guild challenge starts. Only then will we be able to deal with those dogs from the Huang family. Zhu and Nuanyuan are completely floored. Level 20. Us, they stammer. Zhu adds, if you can bring us to that level, then you're simply a god of leveling up. Hu Yan casually puts her arm around Nuanyuan, her faith in their new captain absolute. I don't know about others, she says with a confident smile, but I believe Captain Kai can do it. In a forest clearing, the newly formed team discusses their identity. Nuan Nuan, the pink-haired girl, suggests they should think of a team name. The blonde man, Hu Yan, proposes the Vulcan Squad, symbolizing that the 5 of them are full of fire and power. Jiang Kai, the team's leader, agrees with a confident smile. He officially christens their group the Vulcan Squad, and declares that after a night's rest, they will head straight into monster territory. The entire team enthusiastically shouts yes, in unison, energized by their new name and the mission ahead. The rest of the Vulcan Squad waves goodbye to Jiang Kai for the day, heading off into the woods. Let's go first, one says, while another adds, Kai, see you tomorrow. Jiang Kai watches his new teammates leave, his expression turning thoughtful as his mind drifts to the past. The scene flashes back to the novice trial. A younger Jiang Kai and the muscular warrior, Zhu Zi, are seen from behind, watching Nuan Nuan walk ahead of them in the woods. In the flashback, Jiang Kai turns to Zhu Zi with a cheerful expression, asking if he's nervous about the real challenge they'll face when they log into the Ghost Star in Shengyao City. Zhu Zi looks downcast, a bead of sweat on his face. He admits he's not nervous, but rather preoccupied with whether he'll ever be able to activate his unique profession talent, martial art. Jiang Kai tries to reassure his friend, reminding him of his great performance over the last 2 days and how he protected both him and Nuan Nuan during battle. Zhu Zi looks up, his expression pained. He confesses that even though he tries his best, deep down he's still afraid, suppressing his fear because he's worried about his friends getting hurt. He clenches his fists, explaining that to truly activate martial art, he needs to be fearless from the bottom of his heart and believe himself to be an invincible warrior. Looking away in frustration, Zhu Zi admits, but I can't do it. Jiang Kai is visibly shocked by this confession. Back in the present, Jiang Kai recalls the details of Zhu's warrior's heart talent. It provides additional attributes upon job change or level up and can grant effects like knockback and armor breaker in battle. Jiang Kai thoughtfully analyzes the situation. He understands that the talent's additional effects are tied to the user's courage and confidence. Since Zhu's confidence is low, He can only utilize weaker abilities like the Earthquake Stomp. A look of determination appears on Ju's face as he is engulfed in a powerful aura. The purpose of this leveling is to stimulate Ju's courage and fully activate his professional talent. But before focusing on his teammate, Zhang Kai decides to improve his own strength first. He recalls giving away some eternal fragments, leaving him with 50 to upgrade his Ghost Hand flying cards and Ghost Eye focus skills. Zhang Kai summons his system's holographic AI. AI, he commands, please upgrade the 2 skills of Ghost Hand flying cards and Ghost Eye focus for me. The AI responds with a simple OK. The AI floats in a digital space, processing the upgrade as 2 cards representing Zhang Kai's skills materialize before her. A system window appears, announcing that Ghost Hand flying cards level 2 has been upgraded to the top level. When throwing items, it now has a 30% penetration effect, which increases to 250% for card-type items, though at an increased cost. Zhang Kai is pleased with the result. He notes the penetration effect has increased by 10% when throwing items and 50% when using cards. The 110% increase in consumption is an acceptable trade-off for the power boost. Suddenly, the system reveals an additional unlocked state for the skill, Gambler's Time, leaving Zhang Kai intrigued. The system provides details. Upon entering Gambler's Time, attack speed increases by 100% for 10 seconds. However, it comes with a hefty 220% increase in resource consumption and a 60-minute cooldown. A small, chibi version of Zhang Kai appears, exclaiming in shock. Attack speed increases by 100%. Isn't that equivalent to doubling attack speed? Next, a system window confirms the second upgrade. Ghost Eye Focus has also been raised to its top level. The upgrade boosts his visual range and eye-tracking ability by 60% at the cost of a 120% increase in mental energy consumption. Zhang Kai voices his approval of the enhanced tracking ability, accepting the increased mental cost. Remembering the bonus state his other skill received, he eagerly asks the AI, does Ghost Eye Focus also have an additional state? The AI continues its explanation, stating that in a high-stakes game, a gambler must not only have flexible hands, but also be able to confuse their opponent, preventing them from reading the truth in their eyes. Just as the AI finishes, a system notification pops up, congratulating Zhang Kai on unlocking the additional status for Ghost Eye Focus. The cheating state. The system explains the cheating state. It allows Kai to influence an opponent's judgment through his eyes for 10 seconds. The effect's potency depends on the mental strength gap between them, and it comes at a high mental cost with a 60-minute cooldown. The AI clarifies that no matter how mentally strong the opponent is, Kai can still influence them, though the effect might be small. Zhang Kai realizes that while its effect may be diminished in cross-level battles, it's still a good ability, and he can't wait to try out his 2 newly unlocked skills. Bokhua, outro panel / creator credit. 2 days later, the scene shifts to a vast, scenic landscape featuring a sparkling river flowing through a valley surrounded by lush trees and mountains. The Vulcan squad has arrived at their destination. Hu Yen, the purple-haired diviner, announces that they are at the meeting point between the King's Valley and the Taiping Mountain Road. As the team looks out over the misty, alien-looking landscape, Hu Yen dramatically concludes her sentence. And also, the territory of the armored lizard. Juzi looks alarmed and asks Kai if there will be a lot of armored lizards, voicing his concern that they are level 25 or higher. Zhang Kai cryptically replies, not just a lot. Hu Yen elaborates, explaining that armored lizards are social beasts and that their team can expect to face no less than 100 of them in this territory. She adds that she's also heard rumors of warrior-level armored lizards, monsters above level 50, residing here. Juzi is utterly terrified by this revelation, screaming warrior level. The thought of facing a warrior-level monster, a rare and powerful foe, sends a chill through the team. They are almost all under level 20, making a direct confrontation seem suicidal. Manhwa, though nervous, expresses her faith in Kai's ability, remembering his feat on Frozen Island. Still, she questions the safety of taking their underdeveloped team against such a massive number of high-level monsters. Zhang Kai addresses their fears, explaining that this mission is about more than just experience. It's about training their teamwork. He believes that only real danger can unlock their potential and force them to improve rapidly. Furthermore, Zhang Kai reveals another crucial objective. The materials needed for job transfers often drop from monsters in the territories of warrior-level beasts. He details the potential loot. Warrior-level lizards can drop transfer materials for priests and drunkards, while the black armored lizard might hold the blood of the warrior, the very item Juzi needs for his level 20 job transfer. The revelation hits the team like a lightning bolt. Juzi, Hu Yen, and Ruanyu are stunned, shouting in unison, level 20 job transfer materials? Hu Yan's eyes glow with intensity as she studies their leader. Captain Kai, she says, you seem very confident. Do you have a trump card? Zhang Kai turns his head, a sly smile playing on his lips. A trump card? You can say that, he replies coolly, adding, it's a secret. With their objective clear and their spirits lifted, Zhang Kai rallies the team. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. The The silhouettes of the Vulcan squad move cautiously through the dark, menacing forest. Jiang Kai spots tracks on the ground and warns everyone to be careful. The team affirms. As they walk, a nervous Juzi turns to the blonde man, Wan Yu. Brother Wan, I heard you're not even afraid of the elite ghost banshee. How did you overcome your fear when you saw them? Wan Yu casually replies that he didn't need to overcome his fear because he didn't have any in the first place. An amazed Juzi immediately asks Wan to teach him his ways. Wan Yu then offers Juzi several flasks. He explains that the wine he brews has special effects, and that this is a second-level batch with better effects, which may be helpful. However, Wan Yu cautions Juzi that as a martial artist, it's best not to drink during a fight. Juzi gratefully accepts the wine and the advice, saying, "Okay, I'll remember it." "Thank you, Brother Wan." Suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes widen in alarm as he detects movement. He leaps into the air, shouting a warning to his team below. There is something under the rock ahead. Everyone scatter. The Vulcan squad immediately disperses. With a deafening crack, the ground erupts as something massive bursts forth from beneath the rock. A giant, roaring armored lizard emerges, shattering the earth. As the team scrambles away, a system window identifies the monster as a level 25 ordinary level armored lizard. Jiang Kai lands gracefully, readying himself for the monster's attack. To his surprise, the armored lizard completely ignores him, charging past with a ferocious look in its eye. The beast lets out a mighty roar, setting its sights not on Jiang Kai, but on the rest of the terrified Vulcan squad huddled together. The team screams in pure terror as the monster charges them. Huyen cries out for Kai, while Wan Yu yells for their captain to be careful. Jiang Kai stands his ground, his hand poised and claws extended, seemingly ready to spring into action to save his team. But he stops himself. This is the moment he was waiting for. He realizes that Juzi's timidity is what holds back his talent, and facing this enemy head-on is the perfect opportunity for him to practice and overcome his fear. Kai quickly assesses the situation. The lizard is an ordinary type, and while Juzi is only a level 9 warrior, he won't be killed instantly. The risk is calculated. Confident in his ability to use Ghost Step to intervene if needed, Kai commits to the gamble. He wants to help Juzi realize that he is not weak. Seeing that their captain isn't moving, the rest of the team panics, desperately yelling for Kai to make a move as the lizard bears down on them. Huyen looks on in horror as the massive shadow of the armored lizard falls over her, the sound of its attack echoing through the forest. Seeing his friends in mortal danger, something inside Juzi snaps. An explosive golden aura erupts around him as he screams, "Ki, I'll save you," and charges forward. With a powerful battle cry, Juzi leaps and smashes his fist directly onto the armored lizard's head, unleashing a devastating earth stomp attack that craters the ground on impact. The rest of the party, consisting of Wan Yu, Huyen, and Nuanyuan, watches the final blow with expressions of pure shock and disbelief. With the dust settling, the team's leader, Kai, looks on with a smirk of satisfaction. He commends his teammate. "Well done, Juzi." The giant armored lizard lies motionless on the ground, defeated after the intense battle. The scene flashes back to a moment during the fight, where Juzi cried out in terror as the monster counterattacked with terrifying speed, forcing him to call for help. Despite his fear, Juzi had managed to land a powerful blow, causing a huge explosion on the creature's body. From the sidelines, Kai had directed him, revealing that he had successfully penetrated the monster's weakest point and urged Juzi to press on and finish the kill. Enraged and wounded, the armored lizard let out a threatening hiss, its eyes glowing with fury as it faced its attackers. Juzi's face was pale with fright, his teeth gritted as he trembled before the terrifying might of the monster. But channeling his courage, Juzi summoned his power, his sword crackling with energy. He brought his glowing blade down in a final, decisive strike that ended the creature's rampage. Returning to the present moment, in the darkness after the battle, Kai's voice calls out, checking on his teammate. "Juzi, open your eyes. It's over." A system notification confirms the kill. 1 level 25 armored lizard. Juzi stands over the corpse, panting as he processes their victory. The armored lizard, it's dead? The adrenaline wears off, and Juzi shouts in delayed fear, exclaiming how the creature's sudden appearance had scared him to death. In a cute, chibi-style moment, Kai lightly scolds him for spacing out, reminding him he could have been bitten. Juzi retorts, reminding Kai of his promise to protect him. Dropping the playful tone, Juzi looks at Kai earnestly and admits his own weakness. "Kai, I am timid, don't you know?" But the team rushes to his side, full of praise. Nuanyuan, the pink-haired girl, is amazed. "Juzi, you were so brave. Back in Captain Li Biao's Tiger Squad, you rarely dared to take the initiative." The others chime in, praising his powerful ground stomp skill. Juzi, now beaming with pride, boasts that it's merely average, only ranking 3rd in the world, earning a comment that he is indeed a true martial artist. Kai quickly brings them back to the mission. He instructs the team to continue towards the location of the warrior-level armored lizard and tells Juzi to use a loot card to collect the corpse. As they proceed, they encounter more monsters. System windows pop up, identifying multiple elite armored lizards, all at a formidable level 35. From a vantage point, The team spots 3 of these elite lizards gathered outside a stone forest in the distance. The team looks on grimly. They speculate that these elite lizards are guarding the even stronger warrior-level lizard they're hunting for, and that there may be even more dangers lurking nearby. Kai reflects on a past encounter on Frozen Island where he only succeeded thanks to a single-use skill. He resolves that this time, he must be more cautious and strategic. Putting a plan into action, Kai quietly instructs Huyen to use his rain-praying skill to mask their scent from the lizards. He estimates it will take about 10 minutes, and Huyen confidently agrees, stating his skill has been upgraded and is ready for the task. With the stealth approach settled, Kai assigns the remaining roles for the ambush. He orders Nuanyuan to prepare her poison for emergencies, while Wanyu is tasked with protecting both her and Huyen as they execute their skills, setting the stage for Kai and Juzi's attack. Kai finalizes his instructions for the upcoming ambush. He tells Juzi that once the rain starts, they will rush the forest together. Juzi's only job is to use ground stomp for crowd control. Kai will handle the rest. Juzi agrees with a determined yes. As planned, Huyen's rain-praying skill takes effect, and a downpour begins, shrouding the forest and masking their approach. An unsuspecting armored lizard lifts its head, its red eye glowing in the gloom. With the rain providing cover, Kai gives the signal. Juzi, now's our chance. Let's go. The two of them immediately sprint towards the forest, kicking up splashes of water as they charge. But as they enter, they are greeted by a horrifying sight. A massive horde of armored lizards, far more than they initially saw, roars in unison, their red eyes piercing through the rain. Kai's suspicion was correct. As expected, there are many more armored lizards hiding, he shouts, turning to his partner. Juzi, cover me. Though visibly repulsed by the swarm of creatures, Juzi steels himself and prepares to unleash his skill, shouting, "Ah, they're so disgusting." He slams his foot down, unleashing his signature move. Earth-shattering stomp. A brilliant column of energy erupts from the ground, sending several of the lizards flying. With the lizards stunned, Kai sees his opening. He recalls his own skill, which can increase his attack speed by 100% for 10 seconds, and decides this is the perfect time to test it in a real battle. His eyes begin to glow with fiery energy as he activates his ultimate ability, Roaring Gambler Time. Under the effect of Gambler Time, Kai becomes a blur of motion. He instantly appears next to a lizard, his flaming dagger plunging into its neck, killing it instantly before moving on to the next. He weaves through the battlefield like a whirlwind of fire and steel, his daggers finding their mark on lizard after lizard with blinding speed. A cascade of system notifications floods the air, announcing the defeat of multiple elite armored lizards of varying levels, from 35 up to 37. Watching from a safe distance, Wanyu and Huyen are blown away. It felt like the souls were being bombarded by Kai's endless darts. Huyen exclaims. Wanyu adds, "This is the first time I've seen Juzi and Kai's skills working together. It's so strong." Nuanyuan confirms their strength, remembering that they used this exact cooperative strategy during the newcomer trial. She notes that the lizard's armor is so tough that even their former captain couldn't kill one instantly without exposing its weak belly. The battle concludes with a final, decisive strike, as a sword slices cleanly through the last lizard's neck. Amidst the victory, a brilliant light envelopes Juzi. He looks down at his status window in joyful disbelief. "I leveled up?" he shouts, seeing that his martial artist class is now level 10. "Whoa, I'm level 10 now." Kai gives Juzi a knowing smile. "I knew you could do it." As he speaks, his wrist device automatically collects the loot from the battlefield. 65 normal grade and 6 elite grade armored lizard corpses. The rest of the team regroups with the duo. Wanyu compliments them. "Wow, Captain Kai, Juzi. The teamwork between you two just now was so cool." Huyen agrees, feeling more and more confident in their Fire God squad. Nuanyuan is particularly impressed by Juzi's rapid growth, noting that it's been less than an hour since they set out, and he's already leveled up from 9 to 10. While she knew Kai and Juzi were strong together, she didn't expect their leveling speed to be this fast. Looking at their powerful combined form, she thinks to herself, "Oh, I also want to be awesome like them." Sensing her eagerness, Kai smiles and calls out to her. "The elite treasure chest should be in the rocks or cracks in this area. Come over here, Nuanyuan. Let's find it together." Excited at the prospect of finding treasure, Nuanyuan enthusiastically replies, "Coming." After securing the area, the entire team stands together, looking ahead at a daunting stone forest. Kai states with certainty, if nothing unexpected happens, the warrior-level armored lizard should be inside this stone forest. Juzi, ever considerate, turns to Kai with a concerned expression. "Kai, do you want to rest for a bit? You must have consumed a lot of energy just now." Kai acknowledges the toll of the last fight, but reassures him. "I indeed used a lot of energy, but it's not to the point where I can't move." He adds grimly, "And there may be more than one entrance to this stone forest, and the noise we just made was quite loud." He elaborates on his urgency, stepping forward as he explains that if they delay, the warrior-level lizard inside might summon reinforcements from the other entrances to protect itself. With no time to waste, Kai rallies the group. Hunting warrior-level beasts requires striking while the iron is hot. "Let's go." The team follows him with determined expressions, ready for the final hunt. 10 minutes later, the team ventures deeper into the stone forest. The path is eerily silent, prompting Nuanyuan to wonder aloud. It's so quiet, is there really a warrior-level lizard here? The oppressive silence puts Kai on edge. Finding it strange that he hasn't noticed any suspicious traces, he activates his special skill, his green eye glowing as he focuses his ghost eyes to scan the surroundings. Despite his enhanced vision, Kai is perplexed. His ghost eye can't see any presence of a warrior-level lizard. He starts to doubt his own judgment, wondering, did I estimate wrong? Just then, Juzi shivers, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel goosebumps all over, he mutters. Kai turns to him, asking what's wrong. Wanyu playfully leans in and teases him. Hee Juzi, I think you are too nervous, she says, poking fun at his constant state of alert. Unseen by the group, a massive, invisible force exhales, sending a gust of wind rustling through the trees, as if the very mountain itself is breathing. Kai's eye widens in sudden realization. It's not Juzi's nerves. He understands the chilling truth. No, it's not that he's overly nervous, it's that there is something wrong with where they are standing. Panic grips him as he whirls around, shouting a desperate command to his unsuspecting teammates. Juzi Huyen Wanyu, stop now. Startled by his sudden outburst, Juzi Huyen and Wanyu stop and look back at him, confused by the sheer terror in his voice. Their confusion turns to horror as the large, rocky mound they were standing near begins to move. A massive, scaly tail unfurls, revealing that the rock was the camouflaged body of a colossal beast. The ground erupts as the monster awakens, throwing the party members into the air with a single, powerful movement. Kai can only watch as his friends are scattered by the ambush. The entire team is thrown back, their faces etched with shock and disbelief at the sudden and overwhelming appearance of the true boss. The creature reveals its full form, a monstrous lizard-like dragon that lets out a deafening roar. A system window appears, identifying the terrifying boss, a phosphorized warrior-class lizard dragon at level 58. As they land, Juzi gasps in terror. Phew, I almost lost my life just now. Wanyu, equally shaken, adds, why is this guy's color so similar to that of a rock? He's really good at camouflage. Wasting no time, Kai prepares a counterattack, his specialized gauntlet glowing as he loads 3 sharp darts, ready to strike back. He leaps into the air, taking aim at the colossal beast. As he prepares to fire, he shouts to his teammate, Wan data. Though trembling with fear, Nuanyuan reacts instantly, her finger tapping a holographic screen to pull up the vital information on their new enemy. The data panel flashes a dire warning. The level 58 monster is not just a warrior-class lizard, but a phosphorized mutant, also known as a white lizard dragon, weighing up to 2.4 tons. Juzi yells in shock, realizing the first warrior class they encounter is a far more dangerous mutant. Kai unleashes his 3 darts, which fly like guided missiles straight towards the lizard dragon's armored back. The darts strike the monster's thick hide. While they don't seem to penetrate deeply, 2 blue markers flash, indicating that he successfully landed 2 critical hits. Juzi cheers, shouting, great, we finally hit it. Wanyu agrees, equally excited, reasoning that if 1 critical hit causes considerable damage, 2 must be even better. Kai, however, maintains a grim expression. He knows that while mutant warrior-class monsters provide richer collections and better treasure, their strength is also far greater than that of ordinary monsters of the same class. A text box explains the sheer defensive power of their foe. The skin on its back not only has a defense rating of over 35 points, but is also heavily phosphate, making it resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, and extremely difficult to penetrate. The data readout continues, revealing that the monster's defenses are even more formidable. Not only its back, but its chest and abdomen are also covered in a phosphide protective film with a defense of around 20 points, granting it high temperature and corrosion resistance. The team reacts with collective horror. Huyen, Juzi, and Wanyu stare wide-eyed, shouting in disbelief as they realize the devastating truth. What? It didn't break through the defense? Nuanyuan stares at her data panel, her face pale with shock. She reports that previous data on normal warrior-class lizards of this size showed their spiritual power between 100 to 150 and agility between 150 to 170. But the stats displayed for this mutant are astronomically higher. Its strength is between 380 and 420, and its physique is a staggering 440 to 480. Before they can fully process the information, the lizard dragon roars and violently swipes at Kai, who is still in midair. A critical warning flashes across Kai's vision, a red alert repeatedly stating that the beast is rated extremely dangerous. The rest of the team can only watch in horror, screaming out warnings to their captain. Kai, Captain Kai, watch out. The beast shakes its massive head, Kai's critical hits having done nothing more than annoy it as the darts fall harmlessly from its impenetrable hide. Kai is slammed into the mountainside, but quickly recovers. I'm fine, don't worry, he calls out, analyzing that the creature's armor is so tough that even a critical hit can't cause damage, and is simply repelled. He reflects on his narrow escape, knowing he was fortunate to dodge in time. A direct blow with the creature's strength of over 400 would have crushed him. He credits an agility potion he found in the Fishman Lord's treasure hall for his survival. A new, risky plan forms in Kai's mind. His agility is high enough to attract the monster's attention without being instantly killed. He sees a golden opportunity. If I can take this opportunity to motivate Juzi and make him activate his class talent, Armor Breaker, then he also prepares a contingency. If the plan fails, he'll simply continue to draw the monster's attention and lead it away, finding another chance for the team to escape. But if he succeeds, he could awaken Juzi's true potential. Weighing the risks, Kai decides to commit, standing firm as the monster lets out a terrifying roar, ready to become the bait. Putting his plan into motion, Kai puts on a convincing performance, screaming in fake terror. "Zhuzi, save me." Believing his captain is about to be devoured, Juzi screams back in a panic. "HHH. Kai, I'm coming." Fueled by adrenaline and the need to save his friend, Juzi leaps high into the air, charging with energy to unleash his ultimate attack, the earth-shattering stomp. The attack lands directly in front of the lizard dragon, unleashing a massive shockwave of golden energy that tears up the ground. However, the monster merely braces for impact. The powerful shockwave does nothing but push it back a few feet, leaving it completely unharmed. Juzi lands in the crater his attack created, staring up at the unfazed beast in complete disbelief. "Oh no, Kai," he stammers. "It doesn't seem to have any effect on it." Realizing his plan has backfired and put Juzi in immediate danger, Kai's expression turns to genuine fear as he screams, "Zhuzi, run." The lizard dragon now focuses on the closest threat. It lunges forward with terrifying speed as Juzi turns to flee for his life, screaming, "Wah, it's so scary." Just as the monster's jaws are about to clamp down on Juzi, a completely unexpected figure flies in, delivering a powerful kick directly to the beast's snout, shouting Ruhar. In the chaos, Kai manages to grab Juzi and pull him to safety. He quickly decides on a new course of action. Now this warrior-class armored lizard will definitely be focused on me and Juzi. Let's lure it away first. As he drags his terrified friend away, Kai glances back, confused by the timely intervention. Who was that just now? The girls, Nuanyuan and Ruanyu, scream out the unbelievable truth. One shouts, "Captain Kai." Ruanyu, "He's drunk." The other adds a dire warning. Kai. The saliva of the phosphorized warrior-class lizard can quickly corrode most equipment and cause skin damage. The chapter ends on a bizarre cliffhanger as Ruanyu, in a drunken stupor, mistakes the giant monster for a beautiful woman and charges in for a kiss, his eyes filled with hearts. Juzi and Kai can only stare in disbelief at the unfolding madness. Continuing from the last chapter, the party is hunting for monsters. Ruanyu skillfully uses his ice shield to parry a vicious strike from a large armored lizard. The monster is relentless, immediately following up with a ground-shattering lunge. Ruanyu is forced to retreat, narrowly dodging the attack. Instead of backing down, Ruanyu slams his fist on the ground, preparing a counterattack with a determined look on his face. Suddenly, Ruanyu's demeanor changes. He takes a swig from his bottle, and with a blush on his face, correctly identifies the creature as a phosphorized lizard. From a distance, the team leader, Zhang Kai, watches in disbelief. He's shocked because usually when Ruanyu drinks, he starts seeing monsters as beautiful women. He wonders why it's not happening this time. His companion, Huyani, explains with equal surprise. She reveals that Ruanyu drank a newly brewed second-grade wine, and she's amazed that it seems to have eliminated his usual drunken state of distorted aesthetics. But the relief is short-lived. A manic grin spreads across Ruanyu's face as the wine's true effect kicks in. He declares that, as a male armored lizard himself, he's finally found a worthy female mate. His eyes sparkle with deluded love as he points at the giant monster. He tearfully thanks the heavens for answering his prayers, declaring he's finally found the one among all the lizards. The phosphorized lizard can only stare back, utterly bewildered by the tiny, love-struck creature in front of it, completely overwhelmed by his newfound love. Ruanyu is surrounded by hearts and steam, shouting, "Ah, my dear, let's not waste this beautiful moment." Watching from the sidelines, a pink-haired girl, Su Nuanyuan, is mortified. She can't believe that Ruanyu now thinks he himself is an armored lizard. Blinded by love, Ruanyu charges headfirst towards the monster, yelling, "Ah, my lover," as it unleashes a powerful fire blast at him. He crazily dodges the attacks, getting more excited by the struggle. "Come on. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Tonight is our wedding night," he screams, as the monster continues its barrage. Zhang Kai realizes the situation is dire. Ruanyu is too hard to control while drunk, and they're losing their chance to kill the lizard while also trying to protect their crazed teammate. Ruanyu continues his romantic proclamations, now wanting to warm his wife's broken heart with his strong chest. Zhang Kai grits his teeth. With Ruanyu now unconscious, they can't fight the lizard and control him simultaneously. He yells for Juzi, telling him they need his armor-breaking talent to get them out of this predicament. A muscular man, Yuanju, also known as Juzi, appears, ready for battle while Zhang Kai draws the monster's attention. Watching the chaotic bravery of Ruanyu, Juzi is in complete awe. So this is what is called having no fear? He asks, calling his teammate a divine being. Later, Yu smugly claims he wasn't scared at all. The amazed Juzi eagerly asks his brother Wan to teach him his secret to fearlessness. Jiang Kai reveals the secret to Juzi, presenting a holographic image of a mug of beer, implying that drinking is the source of Yu's bravery. Eager to learn, Juzi accepts the lesson. Okay, here I come, Kai, he says, chugging the drink while thanking Yu for the demonstration. Immediately after drinking, a system window appears in front of the now blushing and love-struck Juzi. He has obtained the cognitive confusion status. A system warning flashes, indicating that he is now in a state of serious confusion. Just as the system warning flashes, the monster roars and launches another devastating attack, sending Yu flying and the bottle of special wine hurtling through the air. Jiang Kai, Huyani, and Su Nuanyuan can only look on in horror, screaming Yu's name as he is thrown back, seemingly defeated and in mortal danger once again. The bottle of potent alcohol smashes on the ground, its magic now flowing through a new host. With his eyes glowing with drunken power, Yuanju roars, now fully under the influence of the cognitive confusion. I, Yuanju, am the strongest warrior in the world, he declares. Filled with this newfound, albeit fake, confidence, he fearlessly charges the massive phosphorized lizard, unleashing a powerful, glowing sword strike. Jiang Kai watches, a look of dawning realization on his face. Did Juzi drink Yu's alcohol and achieved armor-breaking attack? He understands now that the drink unlocks their hidden potential. The mechanics of the power-up are revealed. Juzi's cognition was confused after drinking, which pushed his self-confidence to an unprecedented height. This blind confidence, in turn, activated his professional talent, giving his attacks an armor-breaking effect. The narrator explains that just like previous boss monsters, their party couldn't break the lizard's armor. But now, with his eyes crackling with energy, Yuanju, the self-proclaimed world's strongest warrior, is ready to shatter that defense. However, even with his newfound power, the lizard is overwhelmingly strong. Juzi is hit by a massive wave of energy from the monster's tail. The impact sends him flying, and he coughs up blood. The strongest warrior is still no match for the sheer brute force of the level 58 beast. As Juzi is knocked back, the monster raises its tail for another devastating blow. But the creature is distracted, focusing on the apparently defeated Juzi, leaving itself open for a critical attack. Seizing the opportunity, a smirking Jiang Kai thanks his teammate for creating the opening. Juzi, thank you. Next, with incredible speed, Jiang Kai leaps onto the distracted monster's back, his sword glowing with power, ready to strike the spot Juzi's attack had weakened. Let me help you get revenge. Jiang Kai yells as he swoops in, targeting the broken armor on the lizard's back. He unleashes a flurry of devastating strikes on the monster's weak point, dealing massive damage with each hit, as indicated by the 2000 HP markers. Jiang Kai lands gracefully, a confident grin on his face. Good. This armored lizard is defenseless after being attacked by the armor-breaking skill. Juzi, I leave this final blow to you. Hearing his leader's command, Yuanju steadies himself, planting his sword in the ground to prepare for one final, mighty swing. With a furious roar, he channels all of his drunken power into his final attack. I'm the greatest warrior in the world, who dares to challenge me, he screams, ready to end the fight. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. Continuing from the last chapter, the battle rages on. While Jiang Kai and the others watch from a safe distance, Yuanju aggressively charges towards the giant mutated warrior armored lizard. In a drunken frenzy, Yuanju grits his teeth and unleashes a powerful attack, his body glowing with a golden aura. Watching the reckless display, a worried Nuanuan turns to Kai and asks if Yuanju will be okay. Jiang Kai smirks, completely unconcerned. He reassures her not to worry, explaining that Yuanju is just drunk and that he has already severely damaged the lizard's armor, making it safe for him. Moments later, a powerful strike lands, and blood splatters everywhere. Yuanju successfully slays the giant beast, which comes crashing down in front of him. A system notification appears, congratulating him on killing the level 58 mutated warrior armored lizard and obtaining its corpse and a warrior-level treasure chest. Yuanju stands triumphantly, a notification showing his name, profession as a martial artist, and his current level of 15. With glowing red eyes, he drunkenly boasts that he is the world's #1 war god. He then proceeds to comedically and repeatedly stomp on the defeated lizard's head to make sure it's dead. Watching from the side, Huyan and Jiang Kai comment on how drunk Yuanju appears to be. Suddenly, Nuanuan, Jiang Kai, and Huyan all get a strange feeling that they've forgotten something important, but none of them can recall what it is. The three of them are walking through the forest, a small crow flying ahead of them as they try to figure out what they have forgotten. Suddenly, they hear a scream. Both Huyan and Nuanuan are shocked as Jiang Kai realizes something is wrong with Ruenyu. It's Ruenyu crying his eyes out while holding a glowing blue item. He wails in despair, calling the item his only love in this life, his wife. He glares menacingly at Jiang Kai's group, his face filled with rage. He screams at them, I treated you as a family member, but you killed my wife, and begins to charge at them in a fury. As he gets closer, he suddenly catches a whiff of a strange purple scent. The smell is so overpoweringly bad that it stops him in his tracks, and he immediately faints and falls to the ground. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan stare at Nuonuan, who is holding a potion emitting the same purple vapor. Nuonuan explains with a sly smile that she just used a potion she developed to put him to sleep, worried he might attack them thinking they were lizards. Hearing her clever solution, Jiang Kai and Hu Yan give her a big thumbs up, telling her she did a great job. Realizing how useful the potion is, Hu Yan and Jiang Kai immediately ask Nuonuan to give them some too, praising its effectiveness. Nuonuan happily agrees. Later that night, the team sets up camp by a cliffside, while 2 members are fast asleep in their sleeping bags by the fire. The other 2 powerhouses of the group are seemingly wide awake, their eyes popping out as they drool over something in the distance. It turns out the ones drooling were Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu, who are sleeping soundly and happily together in the same sleeping bag. Later that night, while Hu Yan is also asleep, Jiang Kai and Nuonuan are still awake, sitting by the campfire under the full moon. Nuonuan offers Jiang Kai some water, and he thanks her, asking why she isn't asleep yet. She hands him a bottle and explains that the day's events were so exciting she still can't believe them, remarking on how fortunate it was that Zhu Zai broke the lizard's armor at the critical moment. Jiang Kai smiles, revealing that he didn't expect Nuonuan's second-level wine would accidentally activate Yuan Zhu's professional talent. Excited by this revelation, Nuonuan clenches her fists and eagerly asks Kai if he thinks Yuan Zhu will be able to activate even more of his talents in the coming days. Jiang Kai turns his head and smiles knowingly. He explains that Yuan Zhu has always been strong but lacks confidence. It was because he was drunk and confused that he managed to activate the powerful armor-breaking effect. Even in his sleep, Ruan Yu mumbles about being the #1 warrior in the world, while a snot bubble forms from his nose. Kai suggests that Yuan Zhu needs more training to build real self-confidence. Nuonuan agrees optimistically. The next morning, Yuan Zhu wakes up with a shout. After hearing about his own exploits from the others, he puffs out his chest, steam coming from his nostrils, amazed at how brave he was the previous day. Hu Yan begins to tease Ruan Yu, recalling his drunken confusion, where he confessed his love to the phosphorized armored lizard. With stars in her eyes, she gives him a thumbs up and sarcastically calls his performance heroic. Overcome with embarrassment from the teasing, Ruan Yu cries out for her to stop and proceeds to vomit a sparkling rainbow. With the comedic moment over, the team's attention turns to the gleaming warrior-level treasure chest they acquired. Jiang Kai gathers the whole team, announcing that it's time to open the chest together. However, Hu Yan stops him. As a fortune teller, she's read his fortune and says he's unlucky today. She points out that Nuonuan is glowing with better luck and should be the one to open it. A surprised Nuonuan points to herself, questioning if she should be the one. Jiang Kai smiles and confirms, trusting Hu Yan's abilities as a fortune teller and encouraging Nuonuan to do the honors. Hu Yan puts her arm around a nervous Nuonuan, encouraging her to open the rare chest. Mustering her courage, Nuonuan agrees. As soon as she touches it, the chest bursts open with a brilliant flash of golden light. The entire team eagerly peers inside, their faces filled with shock and awe at the contents. Nuonuan's luck is indeed incredible. Her wrist device scans the first item she pulls from the chest, identifying it as a major find. In a chibai-style cut, she excitedly explains the first of many treasures, a super-grade phosphate or essence. It's a rare material that can enhance equipment defense, and the 10.4 kg piece is estimated to be worth a whopping 500,000 coins. The treasures keep coming. Yuan Zhu holds up 17 kg of nuclear soil, a crucial energy source for urban construction, valued at 100,000 coins. Next, Hu Yan shows off 48 grams of blood essence crystals, used for improving important equipment, with a value of 300,000 coins. Then, Jiang Kai presents 3 pieces of heavenly bone, a key ingredient for raising one's talent level, estimated to be worth 210,000 coins. But as she looks deeper into the chest, Nuonuan's eyes widen in disbelief at what she sees next. It's a mutant blood crystal. A tiny 0.6 gram piece, one of the materials for making a secret medicine, is worth an unbelievable 6 million Shengyao coins. Jiang Kai is shocked, exclaiming that the material costs 10 million coins per gram. Nuonuan confirms, her face pale with shock. Yuan Zhu, who had consumed a secret fishman's potion earlier, breaks into a cold sweat. He realizes he drank something worth hundreds of millions of coins in a single gulp. The secret medicine is shown to be incredibly rare, with less than 20 bottles produced a year. A single bottle can increase basic attributes by 20 points and sells for around 150 million coins. Yuan Zhu cries in regret, saying that if he'd known he was drinking the equivalent of a lakeside villa, he would have at least tasted it carefully. The discoveries aren't over. Nuonuan and Hu Yan are overjoyed as they find holy water, a required material for a healer's job change. They need 5 ml, but the bottle contains 15 ml. Ruan Yu shouts that since 5 ml of holy water sells for 1 million coins, the small bottle in their hands is worth a staggering 3 million coins. Yuan Zhu is amazed, exclaiming how lucky Nuonuan is. He notes that even from a mutant warrior-level chest, getting 3 job transfer materials at once is incredibly rare. With dollar signs in her eyes, Hu Yan calculates that the total value of the chest exceeds 10 million coins. Ryuan Yu jokingly calls her a money grubber. Hu Yan retorts with a sly grin, telling him to take a look at their captain, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai is drooling, his eyes also replaced with glittering dollar signs. He calculates that with the previous hauls, their total earnings have exceeded 15 million coins. Hu Yan and Ryuan Yu give their greedy captain a deadpan, judgmental stare. After that day, the newly named Vulcan squad becomes a force to be reckoned with. They can take down an armored lizard lair in a day, sometimes even 2. As they fought more, Yuan Zhu's armor-piercing attacks and Jiang Kai's light-speed strikes became a deadly combination. The combination of Jiang Kai's initial assault and Yuan Zhu's powerful follow-up proves devastatingly effective. The only drawback is that Yuan Zhu's War God mode requires a large consumption of alcohol to activate. 10 days later, the Vulcan squadron has swept through almost all the warrior-level lairs. Yuan Zhu and Ryuan Yu have both reached level 20, while Nuan has leveled up from 9 to 12. The team is seen working together, gathering resources from the forest. The team carries baskets of harvested materials through the forest. Hu Yan approaches Captain Kai, asking where they are going next, as they have cleared all the warrior-level monsters in the vicinity. Suddenly, an urgent notification pings on Nuan's wrist device. Startled by the message, she drops the spiky purple fruits she was carrying. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan notice her distress and rush over, asking what happened and why she looks so pale. Sweating and looking terrified, Nuan explains that she just received a message. A small but powerful group was ambushed by a mutated Lord-level fallen corpse king while training in Flame Mountain. The entire team, Jiang Kai, Hu Yan, Yuan Zhu, and Ryuan Yu, reacts in absolute shock as Nuan delivers the final, grim news. The group was completely annihilated. The fallen corpse king is introduced as a terrifying monster that appears without warning. A normal commander-level version is over level 60, meaning a mutated one is far more powerful, even stronger than a mutated battle-grade armored dragon. As the team digests the news, Jiang Kai analyzes the situation. He concludes that for a mutated commander-level fallen corpse king to be injured, the guild that was wiped out must have been incredibly strong. This means the powerful but wounded beast is now hiding and trying to recover. In the aftermath of their recent battle, the group receives shocking news. Hu Yan exclaims that a powerful team was completely wiped out trying to defeat a formidable boss, a prize that would have made them incredibly rich. Yuan Zhu and the bulky fighter reflect on the defeated team's fate, remarking that it was a pity, but acknowledging that they did their best against overwhelming odds. Sensing an opportunity, Kai turns to Nuan, the team's healer and information gatherer, asking if the news is recent and how widely it has spread. Nuan confirms the news is very recent and hasn't spread far yet. However, she warns that the major guilds have likely already caught wind of it and are mobilizing their forces. She notices Kai is deep in thought. A glint appears in Kai's eye as he processes the information. He understands that while taking on king-level bosses is forbidden in Shengyao, this heavily injured, mutated commander-level fallen corpse king is a legitimate and tempting target for any ambitious team. With a confident smirk, Kai turns to his teammates, a new plan already forming in his mind. He raises a thumb and asks them if they should give this challenge a shot too. Hu Yan is the first to respond, her eyes shining with excitement. She declares that they've already mastered fighting the local armored dragons, and even if they don't succeed in taking down the fallen corpse king, it will be a valuable new challenge. The bulky fighter and Nuan quickly voice their support. The fighter enthusiastically states that thanks to Kai, he's accomplished things he never dreamed of, like defeating the phosphorized armored dragon, and he's all in. Nuan eagerly chimes in, saying she's coming too. Flexing his muscles, Yuan Zhu proudly proclaims that the Fire God squad couldn't possibly face this challenge without him, the self-proclaimed world's greatest god of war. He confirms that he is, of course, going. Kai flashes a wide, satisfied grin. His team is united and ready for the hunt. With their decision made, Kai officially announces the Fire God squad's next target, the mutated fallen corpse king. As one, the team shouts their readiness and prepares to move out. The next day, the scene shifts. The Fire God squad travels through the blazing Flame Ridge, a desolate landscape with cracked, smoldering earth under a hazy hot sun. The intense heat of the region is already taking its toll. The bulky fighter pants, sticking his tongue out and complaining about how hot it is. Yuan Zhu, ever observant, stops to examine the flora. He points out that the trees in this area look strange, unlike anything he's seen before. Nuan consults her knowledge base and provides an explanation. She identifies the strange plants as skyfir trees, estimating their age to be around 20 to 30 years. She adds that killing them might yield a valuable material, a heart of fire tree, which boosts fire effects. The team pauses, taking in the alien landscape and the information Nuan has just provided. Kai looks on silently, processing the new variables. Suddenly, Yuan Zhu's eyes go wide with surprise as he spots something in the distance. He points towards the horizon, recognizing the approaching group. It's a team from the Azure Dragon Guild, one of the major players Nuan had warned them about. He notes that the closer they get to their goal, the more teams they encounter. The camera pans to the approaching Azure Dragon Guild members. They are fully armored and moving with purpose, clearly heading for the same target as the Fire God Squad. As the team watches the Azure Dragon Guild, they spot another group of adventurers in the distance, further confirming that the race for the fallen Corpse King is on. Huyan voices the team's growing concern. Just as expected, everyone who heard the news is rushing to the area. She notes that even though they were fast, they still couldn't beat the teams that were already training nearby. Kai listens to Huyan, his expression tense. He knows she's right. Countless teams are converging on the fallen Corpse King's location, and those already in the area are undoubtedly calling for reinforcements. The fast pace begins to wear on Nguyen. She slows to a stop, looking back at her teammates who have pulled ahead. Exhausted, Nguyen admits to herself that she can't keep up with the team's relentless pace. However, her frustration quickly turns to determination. She knows the competition for the boss is intense and everyone is pushing themselves. She refuses to be the one to hold them back. As she prepares to push past her limits, the harsh sun is suddenly blocked. A shadow falls over the cracked earth at her feet, and she looks up to find a teammate has silently come back for her. Kai catches up to Nguyen, offering her some water and telling her to take a break. He reassures her, explaining that the others are higher level because Juzi and Yuanzhu are main fighters who needed to level up first, and Huyan has been at level 29 for a while. In his thoughts, Kai acknowledges Nguyen's quiet perseverance. He knows that even though she is only level 12, she has been pushing herself to the limit without a single complaint to keep up with the rest of the team. Despite her obvious exhaustion, Nguyen waves her hands and insists she isn't tired. Kai internally remarks that as the lowest level and a non-combat healer, her ability to have kept going this far proves she is much stronger than she appears. Kai smiles warmly and uses a gentle trick to get her to rest. He tells her that even if she isn't tired, he is, and she should just think of it as taking a break with him. The rest of the team gathers. Juzi agrees with Kai's decision to rest, observing the numerous high-level teams in the area and suggesting they save their strength for the inevitable fight. Nguyen looks worried, still feeling the pressure to keep moving forward despite her fatigue. She starts to protest, but Kai cuts her off to explain his reasoning. Kai lays out the strategic situation. The Blazing Flame Ridge is a vast area of 5 or 6 kilometers, and the local monsters don't have set territories. With so many teams searching, gaining an advantage through simple speed or stamina will be nearly impossible. Understanding the difficulty of their situation, Huyan turns to their leader, asking Kai what he thinks they should do. Kai reveals his strategic mind. He proposes they stop and consider what unique advantages their squad might possess that could allow them to find the fallen Corpse King before anyone else. Juzi immediately voices the group's collective doubt, questioning how the Fire God Squad could possibly be the first to find the boss when they are competing against so many other skilled teams. The team falls silent, pondering the problem. Yuanzhu and Huyan look on thoughtfully, waiting for Kai to reveal his plan. Nguyen clenches her fists in frustration, unable to think of any special advantage they might have. She worriedly asks if they are just supposed to rely on luck. The word luck sparks a sudden realization for Kai. His eyes widen as an idea clicks into place. At the same time, Yuanzhu jokingly suggests that Huyan, their fortune teller, should do a reading on their luck. Huyan dismisses the idea, saying she can't predict something like that, but for Kai the connection has been made. Luck. Kai suddenly grabs Huyan, startling her as he declares that she is the squad's advantage. She looks at him in disbelief, asking if he's seriously asking her to perform a fortune-telling ritual. With a brilliant smile, Kai reveals his true strategy. He reminds Huyan of her past. Before becoming a fortune teller, she was a feng shui master. He then asks her to consider where a badly injured, hell-type monster would choose to hide and recover. The realization hits Huyan like a bolt of lightning. She understands his logic instantly and exclaims, "The place with the strongest yin energy." Kai clarifies the plan. It might not be the absolute strongest spot, since the boss is injured and lacks the energy to find it. He instructs her to use her feng shui skills to identify all the areas in Blazing Flame Ridge with high yin energy, allowing them to narrow down the search. Huyan's expression transforms into one of pure, adorable comprehension. She finally sees the genius of Kai's plan. Switching into a confident and playful demeanor, Huyan declares that feng shui is her specialty. She tells the rest of the team to rest up while she calculates the fallen Corpse King's likely hiding place. With a solid plan in place, the team's morale is restored. Kai gives a simple okay, and the whole squad, now confident in their new direction, smiles in agreement. Later, as the team rests, Kai stands alone, his expression serious as he contemplates their next move, lost in thought. He is so deep in concentration that he doesn't notice Yuanzhu approach until a hand claps him firmly on the shoulder, startling him out of his reverie. Yuanzhu grins, apologizing for scaring him. He asks Kai what he was thinking about so seriously that he didn't even notice him walk up. Kai deflects the question with a half-truth, sighing that he was just thinking about how Nguyen already has her level 20 class advancement materials. He adds that even though he knows the recipe for his own advancement, he still has no idea how to find the necessary items. Yuanzhu's interest is piqued. He asks Kai, since he knows the recipe, what are the materials and are they very rare? Kai explains that the problem isn't that the materials are rare, but rather that he can't even decipher what they are. He recounts how he found a special level 20 class advancement recipe after defeating the merman boss in an underground palace on Frozen Isle. After deciphering the strange writing, it revealed a list of cryptic ingredients. The recipe scroll is revealed, its text glowing ominously. The required materials are described in riddles: water without a source, fire that ignites itself, still and silent wind, restless earth, and unpredictable metal. Yuanzhu is completely bewildered by the cryptic phrases. He questions Kai, asking if he's sure it's a recipe and not just a riddle. Kai reassures him that it's the correct recipe, though he admits it's confusing. He shares that he had already figured out water without a source likely meant rain, but he was stumped on the rest. Yuanzhu's chibai form pops up as he makes a connection. If water without a source is rain, he wonders if fire that ignites itself could be found here, at Blazing Flame Ridge. The idea resonates with Kai. Yuanzhu explains that he's heard Blazing Flame Ridge is incredibly hot despite having no visible flames, almost like a natural furnace. The strange phenomenon perfectly matches the riddle, and Kai agrees he might be right. Just as they have their breakthrough, an arrogant voice interrupts them. A stranger appears, taunting Kai as the little guy who got lucky on Frozen Isle and has gotten too big for his britches. An entire squad of hostile adventurers emerges, led by the man who just spoke. Their status windows reveal they are all level 40, presenting a formidable threat. The leader smirks and says, "Well, what a coincidence." Yuanzhu senses the immediate danger and whispers to Kai, asking if he has a history with these guys, as they look ready for a fight. Kai narrows his eyes. He tells Yuanzhu that he's never seen them before, but judging by their hostile expressions, he surmises they must be connected to the Huang family, a group he has antagonized in the past. The rival squad powers up, their bodies glowing with a menacing purple aura. Yuanzhu gets ready to fight, but Kai stops him, reminding him that their goal is the fallen corpse king, and they shouldn't start an unnecessary fight with a high-level team. Deciding to face them directly, Kai steps forward calmly, identifies himself by his full name, Jiang Kai, and asks what the problem is. The leader of the Xuanwu Guild lays out his accusations. He claims that Kai not only killed members of his Falcon Squad 5, but also ambushed and killed another member, Huang Shao, while they were hunting the Merman Lord. With a twisted, furious grin, the guild leader gets in Kai's face, sneering that he is incredibly bold and must have a death wish. Yuanzhu scoffs and defends his friend's honor. He retorts that Kai didn't ambush anyone. Huang Wei was the one who brought 4 helpers and still got completely wiped out by Kai's strength. Yuanzhu's defiant defense of Kai instantly enrages a red-haired woman in the opposing squad. Her eyes flash with anger. She lashes out with a whip, shouting at Yuanzhu for barking, while her captain is talking to Jiang Kai. The attack on his teammate causes Kai's expression to harden, his vibrant green eye flaring with sudden intensity. In a flash of movement, Kai intercepts the whip strike just before it hits Yuanzhu, blocking the attack with his arm. The red-haired woman gasps, stunned by Kai's incredible speed and his intervention in the fight. With a cold and steady gaze, Kai addresses his attackers. He states that he wouldn't call himself bold, but he has a severe distaste for annoying flies that keep buzzing around him. The leader of the Xuanwu Guild is incensed. He draws his weapon, furious that Kai dared to call his guild flies, and snarls that they were originally going to let him die quickly. Erupting in a torrent of dark red energy, the guild leader's eyes glow menacingly. He delivers a final, chilling threat to Kai. "Now, I'll make sure you wish you were dead." Continuing from the last chapter, Jiang Kai stands firm, his hand glowing with power. He senses the hostility from the opposing group and realizes that a battle is unavoidable. Suddenly, Su Nuanuan and Juzi rush forward, shouting at the opposing leader, Su Feixiang, questioning his intentions and asking if he truly intends to fight them. Seeing the interaction, Jiang Kai looks towards Su Nuanuan as one of her teammates wonders if the two of them know each other. Su Feixiang angrily confronts Su Nuanuan, questioning why she, a member of the military, is with Jiang Kai. She fearlessly declares that Jiang Kai is her captain now and that she will defend him. One of Su Feixiang's subordinates advises him to stand down. He reminds his captain that their priority is to find the fallen corpse king and that causing trouble now is not ideal, especially since Su Nuanuan's sister works under Wei Weiing. Su Feixiang scoffs, deciding to spare them for today. He mockingly comments on Jiang Kai's supposed tactic of using women as shields to get by. Jiang Kai remains silent, his gaze sharp and unwavering in the face of the taunts. As Su Feixiang and his group turn to leave, he throws another insult over his shoulder, sneering at Jiang Kai's use of throwing darts as a sneaky weapon. He then issues a chilling threat, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he promises that the next time they meet, he will not only destroy Jiang Kai's darts but also chop off his arms. Jiang Kai's expression hardens, a spark of anger flashing in his eyes as he listens to the threat. As the rival squad walks away into the distance, a member of Jiang Kai's team scoffs at their cowardice, questioning how Falcon Squad 5 could have lost to such people. Hu Yan, seething with anger, starts to move forward, but Jiang Kai holds him back, telling him that now is not the time to act. With the immediate tension diffused, Jiang Kai turns to Su Nuanuan and asks if she knows Su Feixiang. Su Nuanuan explains that she knows a little about him. He used to live in the military family quarters and switched from being a martial apprentice to a warrior more than half a year ago. She adds that with his rapid progress, his real combat ability might now even match that of a successor. The revelation shocks Juzi and Hu Yan. The rank of successor is clearly a formidable one. A graphic appears explaining the career stages the military emphasizes before one becomes extraordinary. The first two stages shown are warrior and fighter. The chart continues, displaying the higher tiers, successor and the ultimate, ancient martial artist. It clarifies that levels 120 are martial apprentice, 2140 are warrior, 4160 are successor, and 6180 are ancient martial artist. Jiang Kai processes this information. Su Nuanuan further warns him to be careful, as Su Feixiang is known to have a good relationship with the Huang brothers and possesses extremely high agility. Jiang Kai looks into the distance, a massive, intimidating image of Su Feixiang looming in his mind. He has a strong premonition that he will inevitably face him again in the upcoming guild challenge. Just then, their thoughts are interrupted by the arrival of Ryu Yu, a cheerful team member with purple hair. She waves a scroll excitedly, announcing that she has calculated 3 possible locations. She unrolls the map, pointing out the first 2 potential spots for the Fallen Corpse King's lair: Twilight Garden, located northwest of Liaoyan Ridge, and Shanian Lake to the south. She then points to the third location, a low, nameless basin to the west of Liaoyan Ridge, which is not well known and requires crossing a small mountain to reach. Jiang Kai listens intently, silently analyzing the strategic possibilities of each location as his team begins to weigh in. Hu Yan is the first to speak up, suggesting they try Twilight Garden. He reasons that the Fallen Corpse King must be eager to retreat to its lair to recover, making the most obvious location a likely bet. Disagreeing with Hu Yan's suggestion, Jiang Kai confidently overrides him, deciding that their destination will be the basin. The rest of the team, Hu Yan, Juzi, Ryu Yu, and Su Nuanuan, are taken aback by their captain's decisive but unexpected command. Jiang Kai begins to explain his strategic reasoning. He points out that Twilight Garden is the most obvious location, meaning many other teams will think the same way. By the time they get there, it will likely have been thoroughly searched. He continues, dismissing the second option. Shanian Lake lacks the strong yin energy of the garden and isn't as secluded as the basin. Furthermore, its proximity to the main city makes it another popular starting point for other search parties. Then he lays out his argument for the basin. While its mountainous terrain seems inconvenient, this very feature makes it easy for most explorers to overlook, making it the perfect, unconventional hiding spot. He concludes with conviction, stating that overall, their best chance of success lies in taking a calculated gamble and heading directly to the basin. 2 hours later, the team arrives at the nameless basin. They trek down a path into a dense, gloomy forest that immediately feels foreboding. Looking around at the eerie woods, Hu Yan remarks that the place feels creepy enough without needing any knowledge of Feng Shui to tell. Juzi expresses his concern, noting the vastness of the area. He realizes the difficulty of not only finding the injured Fallen Corpse King, but also defeating it before any other teams discover their location. Jiang Kai walks onward, reasoning that since the Fallen Corpse King is afraid of being discovered while it's healing, it would surely choose the most hidden spot available, most likely a cave or a tomb. Always prepared, Su Nuanuan steps in, offering potions she made during her military missions that grant poison damage reduction from hell-type monsters. Jiang Kai instructs everyone to take one before they start searching. The team quickly agrees, each taking a potion to prepare for the dangers that might lie ahead in the dark woods. As they venture deeper into the forest, Hu Yan begins to lag behind, complaining that he's too tired to walk anymore. Seeing another teammate, Juzi, also falling behind, Su Nuanuan tells him to hurry up. Jiang Kai joins in with a playful tease, asking what Juzi would do if the Fallen Corpse King suddenly appeared right now. The suggestion immediately spooks Juzi. He stammers in fear, arguing that there's no way it could appear, as it must be hiding to heal its injuries. Ryu Yu decides to pile on, grinning mischievously as she suggests a what-if scenario. What if the mutated king gets hungry while healing, smells them, and decides to pop up for a snack? The teasing works, and a terrifying image of the colossal Fallen Corpse King flashes in Juzi's mind, causing him to panic. Overcome with fear, Juzi shouts that he's coming and bolts forward, desperate to catch up with the front of the group. Jiang Kai lightly scolds Ryu Yu for scaring the timid Juzi. She just smiles, retorting that Juzi is strong, but his timidity holds him back and that he needs more training. Not paying attention to where he's going in his panicked rush, Juzi's foot slams into a rock hidden on the forest floor. He trips spectacularly, crying out as he falls headfirst towards the ground. The team calls out to him in concern as he lies on the forest floor, asking if he's okay after the fall. As Juzi pushes himself up, his eyes suddenly widen in shock and disbelief at what he sees right in front of him. The rest of the team runs over to the fallen Juzi, who, instead of being hurt, is pointing at something on the ground with a look of sheer amazement. In a stroke of pure luck, his stumble has revealed exactly what they were searching for, a hidden tombstone, glowing with an eerie green energy from a mysterious carved symbol. Ryu Yu expresses her shock, noting that the abandoned tomb is so well hidden that they might have walked right past it without noticing. Juzi, however, is skeptical. He looks at the small structure and questions whether a massive, leader-level fallen corpse king could actually fit inside. As the team watches, a loud cracking sound echoes from the tomb, and fractures appear on its surface, confirming their fears. Sensing immense danger, Jiang Kai immediately reacts, yelling for Hu Yan, Ryuan Yu, and Nuanuan to get back. The three quickly retreat, while Jiang Kai and Hu Yan stand their ground, preparing for the imminent battle. From a vantage point in a nearby tree, Jiang Kai lays out the plan. He instructs Hu Yan to engage the monster head-on, drawing its aggro, while he prepares to attack from the shadows. Hu Yan acknowledges the order, gathering his power. The ground trembles as the tomb begins to crumble, the green energy within glowing brighter. Jiang Kai gives one last instruction to his tank, telling Hu Yan to retreat if he can't hold on and not to force himself, as he will use his own skills to hold the monster off if needed. Hu Yan confirms he understands. Suddenly, a massive spectral claw composed of pure energy smashes out from the rubble of the tomb. Even before the monster fully reveals itself, Hu Yan breaks out in a cold sweat, feeling the immense and overwhelming pressure emanating from the creature. The monster erupts from the ground, a horrifying giant wreathed in green flames. A system window identifies it, a mutated commander-level fallen corpse king, level 65. The corpse king flexes its power, its malevolent green aura flaring up around its monstrous form. It lets out a deafening roar, revealing a terrifying skull-like face with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes filled with malice. The entire team looks on in horror, screaming as the colossal monster charges towards them. The monstrous king looms over Hu Yan, its sheer size casting a dark shadow over the terrified warrior. Despite his fear, Hu Yan stands his ground, drawing his sword and shouting at the terrifying creature to stay back. As the monster lunges forward to attack Hu Yan, Zhuzi watches from the side and bravely decides to charge in to help his comrade. The monster's chest beats with a powerful, glowing red core, pulsing with dark energy. Hu Yan struggles under the monster's assault. A glowing mug of beer materializes in his hand, a skill activating as he cries out that he can't hold on any longer. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, showing the immense strain he's under from blocking the monster's powerful attacks. Seeing his teammate in trouble, Zhuzi steals his resolve, gripping his sword tightly, determined to intervene no matter the danger. With a surge of bravado, Zhuzi proclaims himself the world's greatest battle god and leaps into action, his sword glowing with a powerful golden light. He brings his empowered sword down hard, striking the fallen corpse king with all his might. The blade slices deep into the monster's shoulder, embedding itself in the creature's tough hide. However, the monster barely flinches. Zhuzi is left vulnerable, his sword stuck in the beast, as the unimpressed corpse king glares down at him. Zhuzi is frozen in terror, letting out a small hiccup as the massive corpse king glares down at him, completely uninjured by the sword still embedded in its shoulder. Watching from the safety of the trees, the team panics. Hu Yan points out that Zhuzi's sword is stuck, leaving him completely defenseless. Sensing the monster is about to counterattack, Hu Yan desperately yells for Zhuzi to run for his life. But it's too late. The fallen corpse king casually swats Zhuzi with its massive arm, sending him flying backward. Zhuzi crashes violently into the ground, knocked out of the fight in a single blow. The monster stomps towards the fallen Zhuzi, ready to deliver a finishing blow, but it's suddenly interrupted. Jiang Kai leaps down from the trees, taunting the monster for being in such a rush to finish off his teammate. He unleashes a powerful attack from both hands, declaring that the corpse king still has to deal with him. The fiery projectiles slam into the monster, engulfing it in a massive explosion. Using the opening Jiang Kai created, Hu Yan rushes forward and drags the injured Zhuzi back to safety behind a large tree. The team regroups. Hu Yan tells Su Nuanuan they're back. Zhuzi, still dazed, optimistically states that the king was already wounded and Captain Kai's attack should finish it. But Ryuan Yu voices her doubt, reminding them that Zhuzi's earlier attack didn't even make a dent. While the others discuss the battle, Su Nuanuan stares intently, a look of confusion on her face. Zhuzi notices her silence and asks her what's wrong. Su Nuanuan doesn't answer. A look of dawning horror appears on her face as she starts to realize something is terribly wrong. Her eyes widen as she processes what she's seeing on the battlefield, a critical detail that everyone else has missed. As the smoke clears, the monster stands tall, completely unharmed. Su Nuanuan watches in disbelief, wondering if this fallen corpse king is somehow unkillable. Her observation triggers a revelation. The boss has a special ability. Upon receiving a fatal blow, it forms a spirit energy shield that drastically reduces damage and rapidly heals its wounds. She confirms her theory, pointing out in horror that the massive wound on the monster's chest is already showing signs of healing right before their eyes. Back on the battlefield, the corpse king smashes the ground with its fists, narrowly missing Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai lands gracefully, remarking on the monster's incredible fortitude. Even with its armor broken and suffering from previous heavy injuries, it withstood his critical strikes. Having discovered the monster's secret, Su Nuanuan cups her hands and shouts to her captain, urgently telling him that he must pierce the corpse king's heart, or it will simply regenerate from any and all injuries. The vital information reaches Jiang Kai, his eyes sharpen with understanding. So that's it, he thinks. No wonder it won't die. It must be completely pierced through the heart. Now knowing the monster's weakness, Jiang Kai readies himself for a new strategy, facing the fully regenerated Corpse King. Angered by the persistent humans, the monster lets out another earth-shattering roar. It unleashes a powerful shockwave of green energy that blasts through the forest, catching Su Nuinuan off guard. With its target now vulnerable, the fallen Corpse King leaps into the air, charging directly towards Su Nuinuan. Seeing his teammate in imminent danger, Jiang Kai desperately screams Su Nuinuan's name and rushes forward to intercept the monster's attack. However, the Corpse King seems to have a different plan. It turns its head midair, its glowing red eyes locking onto a new target. Instead of striking Su Nuinuan, it unleashes a powerful torrent of green energy breath from its mouth, blasting the battlefield as the chapter comes to a dramatic end. Continuing from the last chapter, the battle begins. Jiang Kai is suddenly thrown into the air by a surprise attack from below, a powerful blast of green energy erupting from the ground. The source of the attack reveals itself, a monstrous, shadowy claw wreathed in the same green energy, lunging up from the earth to grab him. The giant hand seizes Jiang Kai, crushing him in its grip as he lets out a pained cry. The monster, a spectral beast made of pure energy, lifts the captured Jiang Kai high into the air, its long, ethereal body twisting as it does. In the monster's grasp, Jiang Kai grits his teeth against the searing pain, realizing with alarm that his bones are fractured. He's shocked that the creature is intelligent enough to use diversion tactics. The gigantic, skeletal face of the fallen Corpse King looms before him. Trapped and wounded, Jiang Kai understands with dawning horror that he can't possibly break free on his own. The creature opens its massive maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, preparing to devour him whole. Just in the nick of time, his teammate, Huyan, rushes onto the scene, screaming his name in terror. Close behind her is another teammate, Juzi, who roars in fury, his body glowing with power as he shouts, "You audacious monster, how dare you harm my teammates?" But Juzi's charge is intercepted as the fallen Corpse King unleashes a torrent of violent purple energy, blasting him back. From the sidelines, the team's medic, Nuinuan, coughs while identifying the attack. "It's dark purple corpse poison mist," she shouts, warning Juzi to be careful. She explains the horrific nature of the attack. While a commander-level King's blue mist is highly toxic, this is far worse. A King-level boss's mist is black ordinary, meaning instant death upon contact for most adventurers. Watching the monster's silhouette through the trees, Nuinuan realizes the terrifying truth. This is a mutated commander-level king. Even though it's injured, it can still release this impossibly deadly poison. A wave of dread washes over her. No wonder, she thinks, even in its heavily injured state, it managed to wipe out an entire skilled guild. She watches with growing anxiety as Juzi engages the fallen Corpse King, knowing the power gap between them is far too great for him to last long. Her expression hardens with resolve. She won't allow Captain Kai to be harmed. At that moment, she hears a familiar voice that catches her by surprise. Another teammate, the tank Ryuan Yu, appears, planting his glowing shield firmly into the ground. "I, Ryuan Yu, have never been inferior to anyone in my life," he declares. As Nuinuan cries out his name, she sees his shield struggling against the purple mist. She starts to run towards him, but a hand suddenly grabs her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. It's Huyan holding her back. Huyan pulls her away from the battle, warning her not to act rashly. "This dark purple poison is likely extremely dangerous," she says. "You're a doctor, possibly our last hope." Nuinuan looks back towards her struggling teammates, conflicted. "Okay, but still," she protests, wanting to help. A sly, unsettling smile spreads across Huyan's face. "So from now on, you must protect yourself," she says cryptically. Nuinuan looks at her, confused by the strange advice. "Protect myself." In a shocking act of betrayal, Huyan suddenly shoves Nuinuan forward, sending her stumbling directly towards the deadly poison mist. "Huyan, wait, what are you doing?" Nuinuan screams in sheer panic. With a chilling and triumphant smile, Huyan offers a twisted excuse for her actions. "Don't come over, it's dangerous," she calls out, feigning concern. "The mist's range is too large. I must get closer to summon a storm to flush it out." As Nuinuan stumbles into the poison, her mind goes blank with shock and despair. She sees visions of her teammates, all fighting for their lives. Her hands tremble as she thinks, everyone is fighting fearlessly. But why? As the team's doctor, am I still powerless to do anything? She asks herself, tears welling in her eyes. Her mind flashes back to her childhood. "Ever since I was young," she recalls, "my sister shielded me from every danger. I grew up obliviously relying on her protection. But that peace shattered one day when the ghost star descended, and monstrous divine beasts began appearing across the world. Humans could only fight back by undergoing trials to become transcendents. Her father sacrificed himself on the battlefield, unable to get medical help while resisting the beast tide. His death made her feel like she grew up overnight, determined to join the military and support others. She remembers her first time on the Ghost Star, feeling isolated and helpless. It was then that she met Juzi and Shu, Jiang Kai, and they fought together seamlessly. Under Kai's guidance, she and Juzi achieved excellent results and were selected by the military. Finally, like her sister before her, she fulfilled her dream of joining. But after joining, she realized the gap between herself and others. Despite working hard, her rating was still only a C. She comforted Juzi, whose results were also poor, but in truth, she was even more discouraged than he was. The flashback ends with her questioning herself, her eyes filled with doubt. "Can I really become an excellent doctor? Do I truly deserve to protect everyone? Returning to the present, she sees her friends fighting for their lives against the fallen corpse king. Just like in the past, she feels she can only hide behind them, just as she once hid behind her sister. Her self-doubt deepens, and she begins to question the very path she chose. Should I have chosen to become a doctor? The fallen corpse king lets out a guttural roar and unleashes another blast of purple flame from its mouth. Juzi and Ryuan-yu stand together, bracing themselves against the toxic onslaught. From the monster's grip, a weak but determined voice calls out. It's Kai, coughing but still trying to direct his team. Juzi, Ryuan-yu. The sound of his voice snaps Nuan out of her spiral of despair. She recognizes it instantly. It's Kai's voice. But the monster's attack is too strong. Both Juzi and Ryuan-yu are blown back, crying out in pain as they slam into trees and the ground. Nuan can only scream their names in horror as she watches them fall. She rushes to their side and sees the horrifying effects of the poison. Less than a minute into the poison mist, she observes in terror, and they're already suffering such severe blood corrosion. Gritting her teeth, she forces herself to focus. Stay calm, Su Nuan, she tells herself, her hands beginning to glow with healing energy. Saving lives is the priority right now. Green healing energy envelops Juzi as he groans in pain, the light working to counteract the poison. The same healing light covers Ryuan-yu, who is also bleeding and battered from the attack. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, Huyan begins to gather a massive amount of energy. True to her twisted words, she starts summoning a powerful storm as purple lightning cracks across the sky, preparing to alter the battlefield. As Nuan heals her teammates, she feels the rain and looks up, surprised. She realizes what's happening. It's Huyan. With Huyan's storm washing over it, the poison mist is thinning out. The downpour begins to cleanse the air. Crouched behind a tree, Huyan strains, pouring all of her energy into a magic circle to command the storm, her face a mask of grim determination. The fallen corpse king roars in fury as the rain pours down on it, still clutching the struggling Jiang Kai in its fist. Trapped and wounded, Kai can feel his body failing. My body hurts so much, and my breathing, I can barely catch my breath. Regret fills him as he reflects on his choices. As expected, was I too overconfident? He flashes back to a previous battle. Back on Eternal Frost Island, if it weren't for the boost from my kickstarting gambler skill, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the heavily injured merman boss. And this time, he thinks, as the image of the corpse king and Huyan's storm fills his mind, this commander-level mutated fallen corpse king wasn't even part of my plan. I brought everyone here, but I couldn't protect them properly. As if on cue, Huyan finally succumbs to the strain of her powerful magic, coughing up blood as she collapses. Let Kai go, she whispers with her final breath. Kai watches in horror as she falls. No, Huyan, he cries out, blaming himself. Was I truly overestimating myself, making such a terrible mistake? His thoughts darken, turning to the ones truly responsible for so much of his pain, the menacing figures of the Huang family. He looks down, his resolve wavering as despair creeps in. Can I really make them pay the price they deserve? But his team isn't done yet. Thanks to Nuan's healing, Juzi and Ryuan-yu are back on their feet. I, Yuanzhu, am the world's greatest war god, Juzi boasts, who dares to act recklessly. With a powerful shout, Juzi swings his glowing blade, landing a significant blow against the giant monster. Ryuan-yu follows up, unleashing a concentrated beam of energy from his crystalline shield directly at the corpse king. However, their combined assault isn't enough. The monster retaliates, and Ryuan-yu is thrown into the air, defeated once again. Watching his teammates fall again, Kai's despair turns to fury. How can I give up like this? He thinks, gritting his teeth. He finds strength in the memory of his loved ones. My sister and Skinny are still waiting for me to join them for a good life. His gaze sweeps over his entire Vulcan team, Huyan, Ryuan-yu, Juzi, and Nuan, all fighting until the very last moment for their squad. This sight reignites his will to fight. With a final surge of strength, Kai breaks free from the monster's weakening grip, but he is too wounded. He collapses to the forest floor, coughing violently in the rain. He tries to push himself up, but the pain is immense. My whole body hurts like all my bones are broken. I can't stand up. Nuan rushes to his side in a panic. Kai, what do we do? Juzi, Huyan, brother Ryuan. They. Kai kneels, holding himself up as he tells her to calm down. He knows the storm won't last, and that they need to finish the monster quickly. I feel like every bone in my body is broken, he says. Is there any way to make me recover as fast as possible? His eyes blazing with desperation, Kai puts all of his hope into this one final request. I'm begging you. Tears stream down Nuan's face as the weight of his plea settles upon her. She knows exactly what he's asking for, their ultimate trump card, a gamble that offers a fleeting moment of godlike power in exchange for certain collapse. The decision is hers alone. Stealing her nerves, Nuan makes her decision. Okay, she says, her voice trembling but firm. I understand, she agrees to his desperate gamble. But while they are occupied, the fallen corpse king sees its chance. It lashes out its long, grotesque tongue, wrapping it around the unconscious bodies of Juzi and Ryuan-yu and pulling them into its maw. With a sickening gulp, the monster swallows them whole, and a furious voice cries out, "You bastard." The desperate measure worked. Now fully healed and radiating an immense golden aura, Kai rises into the air, his eyes burning with rage. He points at the monster and roars, "Spit out my friends." Right now, he unleashes his temporary power, slamming into the beast with the force of a meteor and sending a massive shockwave through its body, forcing it to spew out his captured teammates. In the pouring rain, amidst a chaotic battle, Su Nuinuan cries out in despair for her fallen comrade, Ryuen Yu. The colossal fallen corpse king looms over them, radiating a menacing blue aura while Jiang Kai watches from a distance, assessing the dire situation. A smirk plays on Jiang Kai's lips, his green eyes glinting with a hidden plan. He calls out to his healer, Nuan, I'll leave them to you, entrusting the care of their injured teammates to her as he prepares to act. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Kai lunges forward, launching himself directly at the towering fallen corpse king, ready to engage the formidable beast. Su Nuan looks at the grievously injured Jiang Kai, explaining that her current healing skills are not enough to recover him instantly. She offers a last resort. A precious beginner's Phoenix Tear she obtained from her time in the military. The Phoenix Tear is revealed to be a powerful potion. For adventurers below level 20, it provides a full minute of peak condition, ignoring all injuries, but at the cost of immediate unconsciousness afterward. Aware of the danger, Su Nuan asks Kai if he is truly sure about using it. Decisively, Jiang Kai's hand closes around the vial, accepting the risky gambit without a second thought. With the glowing potion in hand, a look of fierce determination crosses Jiang Kai's face. He states with absolute confidence, 1 minute is enough. The fallen corpse king retaliates, its glowing red eyes firing off powerful beams of destructive red energy. Now fully healed and empowered by the Phoenix Tear, Jiang Kai sprints away, taunting the monster. Come on, idiots, if you've got the guts, try and chase me, he yells, beginning his strategy to lure the beast away. The enraged monster takes the bait, giving chase and unleashing a massive cloud of purple toxic energy that explodes in Jiang Kai's wake. Jiang Kai glances back, a satisfied look on his face as he notes that the storm of poison has nearly stopped, confirming his plan is proceeding perfectly. He reaches a clearing in the forest, having created the opening he needs. The distance should be enough, he thinks to himself, preparing for the next stage of his trap. Pivoting sharply, Jiang Kai takes a ready stance, his body glowing with power as he prepares to face the monster he has led here. As if on cue, the ground erupts with sharp, venomous-looking spikes, a trap laid by the fallen corpse king. Jiang Kai swiftly activates an ability, his body dissolving into a spectral blur as he enters his phantom form to evade the attack. He reappears, crackling with electrical energy and wielding sharp daggers. You think I'd fall for the same trick twice, he says with a knowing smirk, revealing he had anticipated this very move. The fallen corpse king lets out a furious roar and spews another massive cloud of dark purple, toxic energy. From within the toxic cloud, 3 sharp projectiles of red energy shoot forward, aimed directly at Kai. In a stunning turn of events, the projectiles pierce the fallen corpse king's own chest, causing the beast to reel back in shock and pain. Jiang Kai had tricked it into hurting itself. As the monster stumbles, a powerful beam of purple light erupts from the ground beneath it, engulfing its entire body. The beam culminates in a blinding, massive golden explosion that seems to completely incinerate the fallen corpse king. However, from within the smoke, the monster emerges once more, roaring in fury. It has now mutated into a more terrifying form with 2 heads. Deep within the dissipating smoke, 3 malevolent red eyes glare out, signaling the monster is preparing to strike again. The 2-headed beast unleashes another volley of 3 red energy beams. However, its aim is off, and the attack goes wide, striking the ground harmlessly instead of hitting its intended target. The fallen corpse king lets out a furious roar. It appears to be heavily damaged and unstable after the last assault, but its rage is far from extinguished. Despite the massive explosion, the fallen corpse king still stands, roaring with fury as it hovers over the chasm. From the monster's point of view, a tiny figure stands in the distance. It's Jiang Kai, and he's not done yet. Hey, he shouts, grabbing its attention. As projectiles of light speed towards the monster, Jiang Kai leaps through the air, taunting the beast. I'm right here. Your reaction time is ridiculously slow, don't you think? Kai effortlessly dodges the monster's attacks, weaving through the air as his own volley of light arrows finds its mark. The arrows strike the fallen corpse king's head, causing it to reel from the impacts. The monster roars in agony as the attacks connect, but it manages to throw up a claw to defend itself, its arm glowing with green energy. Suddenly, Kai's descent is halted. He grunts as he is caught midair, his own hand glowing with a dark red energy. The fallen corpse king has captured him, its massive hand closing around Kai's small frame. Watching from afar, Su Nuan screams in terror, her face pale with horror as she witnesses Kai being caught. The monster brings its captive towards its giant, gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, preparing to devour him. The view from inside the monster's gullet reveals its glowing red core, the source of its immense power. But instead of fear, Jiang Kai wears a confident smirk. His hand begins to glow with fiery energy as he taunts the beast. Filthy corpse, don't tell me, you really thought you could catch me a second time. With his hand positioned perfectly over the monster's exposed, pulsating core, Kai reveals his true plan. I was just pretending to get caught to lure you in. He channels all the power of the Phoenix Tear into his fist, which now burns with the intensity of a small sun. Kai unleashes the energy in a catastrophic explosion from within the monster's own body, blowing it apart from the inside out. As he falls through the air, a look of grim satisfaction and relief washes over Jiang Kai's face. Ha, looks like the gamble worked, he thinks. The monster's chest is torn open, flames erupting from the fatal wound. At the same time, Kai feels his power fading. The 1-minute effect. It really is short. The mighty fallen corpse king finally collapses, its massive body crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the effect of the phoenix tear wears off, and Jiang Kai plummets from the sky, unconscious. Su Nuanuan desperately runs towards him. In his last moments of consciousness, Kai sees her approaching and entrusts her with the team's fate. Nuan, from here on, it's up to you. She reaches his side, her expression a mix of anguish and resolve. She calls his name as she immediately begins casting a healing spell on his unconscious body. The narration reveals the full genius of Kai's plan. The 3 arrows that seemed to miss earlier were not mistakes. They were strategically placed in a tree, waiting for the perfect moment to be activated for the final strike. In a flashback to the moments before the final explosion, Kai, glowing with power, commands the hidden arrows to return. The recalled arrows fly true, striking the monster's core at the exact same moment as his internal attack. The beast seems to realize the depth of the plan, questioning if this was all orchestrated. Back in the present, a sudden noise startles Su Nuanuan as she tends to the unconscious Kai. Her head whips around in shock and disbelief. Her eyes widen in horror as she sees the massive corpse of the fallen corpse king beginning to twitch and stir. "It's still not dead," she exclaims, her voice trembling. Kai's last words echo in Su Nuanuan's mind. From here on, it's up to you. As she remembers his trust in her, a new, powerful resolve, represented by a glowing red aura, envelops her. The fear in her eyes is replaced by a burning, fierce determination. Clutching a dagger, Su Nuanuan is no longer just a healer, she is now a protector. She stands before the severely wounded but still living monster, steeling her nerves. "Su Nuan, be strong," she tells herself. "Your teammates need you right now." With a furious cry, she raises the dagger high above her head, ready to deliver the final blow to the beast that has tormented her team. The monster's empty eye sockets flicker with a final spark of malevolent red light as it senses her intent. Gathering its remaining strength, the fallen corpse king rises one last time, letting out a final, terrifying roar as it charges at her. But Su Nuanuan does not retreat. She meets the monster's lunge head-on, blocking its massive claw with her small dagger in a shower of sparks. Dark, corrupted blood drips from the wound she inflicted. Her strike was true. Standing firm, blood splattered on her arm and face, she glares at the wounded beast with cold fury. "You think you can still escape?" she asks. The monster lets out a confused growl, stunned by the ferocity of the once-timid healer. Her voice is filled with rage as she thinks of her fallen comrades. "How dare you hurt my friends?" With a final, vengeful shout, she lunges forward to end it once and for all. "Get ready to die." A wave of green energy envelops the fallen corpse king as Nuan strikes, its body finally giving out. The battle is finally over. Silence falls over the dark forest as the monster is vanquished for good. The scene transitions to the next day. The sun shines brightly over a peaceful green field, a stark contrast to the dark battlefield of the previous night. The rest of Jiang Kai's team, including Zhuzi and the now recovering Ruan Yu and Hu Yan, rest in the field, their bodies bandaged but their spirits intact. Nearby, Su Nuanuan tends to Jiang Kai, who is now awake. She gently checks on him, advising, "Avoid intense movement, get plenty of rest, and with my medicine, you should recover in 3 days." Jiang Kai looks at her, not at his injuries, but at her face, a warm and knowing smile spreading across his lips. Flustered by his gentle gaze, she asks, "What is it? Do I have something strange on my face?" They sit together by a peaceful river as he praises her. "No, I just feel like Nuan, you're growing so fast. You're becoming a truly outstanding adventurer." She's taken aback by his praise, but he confirms it with a simple, heartfelt, "Of course." Following the intense battle, Nuan looks downcast, her voice filled with self-doubt. She confesses to her teammates that as a healer, she felt like a burden, believing she dragged down the team's combat effectiveness by having to rely on them to do all the fighting. However, Jiang Kai immediately counters her with a reassuring smile. He tells her plainly that she is severely underestimating her own value to the team. As Nuan looks on in confusion, Kai begins to list her contributions. He reminds her of how she tirelessly helped Zhuzi and Yuan Yu level up without complaint, and how she bravely stood up to the Falcon squad despite knowing she was outmatched. Kai continues, reminding her of a critical moment in their last fight. After he had severely wounded the fallen corpse king, it was Nuan who, without a moment's hesitation, delivered the decisive final blow, which led to her own level up. Her eyes widen in surprise as Kai points out the most significant outcome of her bravery. She unlocked a new, powerful ability to simultaneously heal multiple critically injured teammates. Sitting beside her, Kai softens his tone. He acknowledges that while she may not have direct combat skills, her spirit has never wavered. He assures her that everyone on the team sees and appreciates her immense contributions. He looks at her with a sincere, heartfelt smile and concludes with 3 simple, powerful words: "We need you." Kai's words hit their mark. Nuan is completely taken aback, her face flushing as tears of emotion well up in her eyes. Suddenly, the rest of the team pops into frame in a comedic, chibai style. They enthusiastically agree, pointing out that without her healing, they wouldn't have the energy they do now. The whole team gathers around, all bandaged but cheerful. They all chime in, recounting how her support allowed them to fight without fear, with one even admitting he would have died long ago without her. Overwhelmed by the outpouring of love and appreciation from her friends, a single, sparkling tear escapes her eye. With tears of happiness now streaming down her face, Nguyen joyfully confesses that she feels the same way, and that she needs them just as much as they need her. The scene shifts. 2 hours have passed since the team reaffirmed their bonds of friendship. The mood is now serious. With their spirits high and their unity strengthened, Kai turns to his team and asks if they are ready for what comes next. Filled with newfound determination, the rest of the members, Nguyen, Zhuzi, Yuanyu, and Huyan, all shout back in perfect unison, ready. The team stands in formation around a large, ornate treasure chest that glows with a magical aura. It is the reward for their hard-fought victory against the fallen corpse king. A confident smirk plays on Kai's lips as he steps forward, announcing that he will be the one to open the chest. As the lock clicks open, the air crackles with anticipation. This is no ordinary loot drop. It's a mutation-grade treasure chest, known for holding extremely rare, top-tier equipment. The chest lid flies open, unleashing an explosive burst of brilliant golden light that engulfs the entire area. From the light, Kai pulls out the first item, a blazing Furablade. Nguyen's data screen reveals its incredible rarity and value, a level 80 executioner weapon worth a staggering 350,000 Ghost Star coins. The rest of the team is stunned by the weapon's astronomical price. They realize that even though none of them can wield the executioner-class weapon, selling it will bring them a massive fortune. Before they can even finish celebrating, a second item materializes from the chest and equips itself directly onto Kai's body. Surprised, he asks Nguyen what it is. Nguyen stares at her monitor in disbelief. Her system shows no record of the armor, which can only mean one thing. They have discovered a completely new, undocumented piece of equipment. Kai, ever prepared, remains unfazed. He reveals that he anticipated such a possibility, pulling out a special identification card he acquired during his military service, specifically for identifying unrecorded gear. He activates the card, and a massive surge of blue energy erupts from the armor. A large, cannon-like weapon attachment materializes, its immense power palpable as the identification process begins. The identification is a success. The mysterious item is revealed to be the Necromancer armor, a level 60 piece of equipment with incredible stats. More importantly, it has 3 powerful special effects. Death's Mercy, which reduces the level requirement by a staggering 40 levels, Necromancer's State, which grants temporary immunity to nerve-based attacks, and Death Torment, a mental attack that can be used on heavily injured foes. Yuanju is the first to react, his face a mask of pure shock. He yells in disbelief at the armor's insane attribute boosts, particularly the massive plus 71 to spirit power. Kai, however, points out that the special effects are even more impressive. He explains that the first effect, Death's Mercy, is a game-changer, as it means even a level 20 adventurer like himself can equip this powerful level 60 armor. He continues, explaining that the second effect, Necromancer's State, is the core of the armor's power. A chibi animation illustrates how its temporary immunity to neurotoxins or sound-based attacks provides a critical opening for a counterattack. Finally, Kai discusses the third effect, Death Torment. While he admits it's situational and not ideal for direct combat, he recognizes its value as a powerful tool for intimidation when needed. 25 minutes later, the team has sorted through most of the treasure. Yuanju notes that while the loot is high-level, it's not suitable for them, and suggests they sell it all to fund their upcoming class advancements. Just as they're about to finish, Yuanju spots another glowing object nestled deep within the chest. He reaches in to investigate. He pulls out a shimmering ring, exclaiming in surprise that it's an accessory. The rest of the team looks on with renewed excitement and curiosity. Kai notes that the ring seems to be a high-level item and instructs Nguyen to use her wristband to identify it. Once again, Nguyen is baffled. Her identification device fails, showing no record of the ring. This means they have stumbled upon yet another item that has never been seen before in the world of Ghost Star. As Nguyen struggles with the ring, Kai uncovers something else from the chest, something that immediately captures his attention, a strange, ornate card pulsing with a faint light. As soon as he picks it up, a system notification appears before him, announcing that he has obtained a gambler-exclusive unique weapon, the divine card Death. A beautiful, ethereal woman with white hair appears in a vision before Kai. When he questions the card's name, she simply confirms it with a single word, yes. An information panel details the nature of the Death card. It's a unique weapon exclusively for the Gambler class with no level requirement. It is one of a set of 9 divine cards, which can be brought into the real world once an adventurer reaches a high enough stage. Kai is floored. He realizes that unique means this is the only one in existence. A weapon with no level restrictions for his specific class. It feels like it was tailor-made just for him. His mind races as he recalls his class skill, Phantom Hand, which already increases the accuracy and penetration of thrown items. With a dedicated card-based weapon, those bonuses will be amplified to an insane degree. 120% for accuracy and 250% for penetration. The implication is clear. Using the death card will make his attacks several times more powerful and precise than any regular weapon he could throw. He briefly puzzles over the terms transcendent and eerie mentioned in the description, surmising they must be titles for players above level 80. He shelves the thought, deciding to investigate it later. His attention is drawn back to the card's incredible passive boosts. A 20% increase to his 4 main stats, 50% armor penetration, a 15% crit rate increase, and a massive 150% boost to critical damage. He's ecstatic to see that they are percentage-based, meaning their effect will grow as he becomes stronger. A smug grin spreads across Kai's face. With such powerful base stats, he can only imagine what kind of overpowered special effects this card must have. The ethereal guide reappears, ready to introduce the 3 special effects of the divine card. The first is Time Has Not Yet Come. When activated, the card automatically attacks a target 50 times. During this assault, the target takes 50% additional damage, but is rendered unable to die. Kai can't help but find the cruel irony amusing, a card of death that prevents its target from dying. The second effect is Wrath of the Gods. The card spins like a saw blade, dealing continuous damage that grows stronger the longer the target is unable to escape. Kai realizes that when combined with the first effect, this creates a truly inescapable and devastating combo. The third and final effect is Recognized Master. The card is indestructible and can be summoned, thrown, and recalled purely by thought. Kai immediately sees the strategic value. It's the perfect hidden trump card to use against cunning and powerful foes like the Huang family. Fireworks erupt in his imagination as Kai celebrates his incredible luck. He had been searching for materials to advance his class, but instead, he stumbled upon a unique, exclusive weapon that far surpasses any advancement he could have hoped for. In the midst of his celebration, Kai is suddenly jolted back to reality. His eyes dart to the side as he hears a sound, his instincts screaming that danger is near. He immediately activates his ghost eye focus, his vision sharpening as he scans the surrounding forest for the source of the disturbance. The sounds grow closer, indicating a group is moving quickly and forcefully through the dense woods. His enhanced vision reveals his fears are justified. A high-level team of adventurers is approaching fast. Kai realizes that with his own team exhausted and injured, a confrontation would be disastrous, especially if this new group discovers they have the Corpse King's treasure. There's no time to waste. Kai shouts for his team to retreat immediately. Trusting their leader's judgment, they comply without a moment's hesitation. The scene abruptly shifts to a sprawling, futuristic metropolis. Attached to one of the central skyscrapers is a massive, glowing ring, a teleportation gate buzzing with energy. Inside a high-rise office overlooking the city, a man with a commanding presence and a cape stands silhouetted against the bright window. His quiet contemplation is interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. He turns, revealing the stern, weathered face of a military general, his gaze sharp and his expression serious. A female subordinate in a pristine uniform bursts into the office, delivering an urgent report. Another country has just discovered a connection teleportation array. The general walks through his spacious office, the subordinate's words echoing in his mind as he contemplates the global ramifications of this news. His expression remains pensive, understanding that the balance of power in the world is beginning to shift. An infographic explains the situation. Due to the early stages of Ghost Star's development, the game worlds of different nations have always been separate and unable to connect. This separation had been the status quo for years. However, the narration states that a year ago, something began to change. Adventurers across the globe were taken by surprise as a new phenomenon started to occur. One by one, different countries began to discover mysterious new portals, lost land teleportation arrays. Though these arrays were scattered all over the world of Ghost Star, they all led to the exact same destination, a shared, neutral territory known as the Lost Land. The general's explanation reveals the nature of this place. First, it is a vast continent whose physical location within the game world changes every 6 months. Second, this mysterious land is home to multiple lost ruins, which are unexplored dungeons teeming with unknown challenges and rewards. These ruins are the main prize, as they are filled with incredibly rare treasures and priceless advanced job materials. The third and most important rule is a level restriction. Only adventurers who are below level 60 are permitted to enter the Lost Land. The most intriguing part is the trigger for the event. The moment 80 different countries enter the Lost Land, the AI system broadcasts a global event announcement to all players, officially beginning a massive competition. The ethereal system guide appears to lay out the rules. All participants, in teams of 5, will compete against each other. The top 3 ranking teams will be rewarded with special keys that grant access to the coveted Lost Ruins, and each player can only participate once per level bracket. The aid provides a grim update. So far, 49 countries have already discovered a teleportation array. She notes with urgency that once that number hits 80, the event will start, but their own Holy Radiance nation has yet to find a single one, putting them at a severe disadvantage. The general takes a drag from his cigarette, spelling out the dire stakes. The only way to explore the ruins is to rank highly in the event, and the treasures hidden within have the potential to change the fate of entire nations. As he stares out at the city, he becomes lost in thought. contemplating the immense pressure of the race they are already falling behind in. His aide notices he is lost in thought and calls out to him, addressing him as Commander Wei, trying to bring his focus back to the urgent matter at hand. Snapping back to the present, Commander Wei issues a decisive order: summon every National Guild representative for an emergency meeting. With a sharp salute, his aide rushes off to carry out the command. The story then jumps forward 3 days. The scene changes back to a bustling town square, with a sign bearing the scales of justice hanging prominently, indicating a place of commerce like an auction house or exchange. Kai is seen walking calmly down a set of stone steps, his hands casually in his pockets. He has just finished handling the team's business. He meets up with the rest of his anxious team. They gather around him, eagerly asking if he was able to successfully sell all the high-level loot they acquired from the treasure chest. 3 days after the intense battle, Kai, with a confident smirk, shows his team the job transfer materials he acquired. He explains that he listed their loot in the private trading space, and it all sold instantly. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu are ecstatic. They can't believe that their rare materials sold for such a high price and were snapped up so quickly, realizing there must be more and more big spenders in the game now. Su Nuanuan, the team's healer, offers a sharp insight. She mentions hearing about a National Guild representatives meeting a few days ago, after which military procurement departments intensified their acquisition of rare resources, guessing it's all related. Kai's expression shifts as he notices a couple of familiar-looking figures in the distance, muttering again, under his breath, clearly not pleased to see them. The men are loudly discussing the upcoming Guild Challenge tournament. One of them mentions that the Xuanwu Guild is especially focused on the tournament this year, even boasting they're guaranteed to win first place. Hearing the arrogant claims of the Xuanwu Guild, Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu fly into a rage. Yuan Zhu clenches his fist, promising Kai that he'll put those arrogant fools in their place. The group decides to head to the guild district. Since they need to join a guild to enter the tournament, the team curiously asks Kai which one he has chosen, knowing that his history with the Huang family would make it difficult. In response to their questions, Kai simply turns his head with a sly, confident grin and replies with a single word: secret. The scene transitions to a wide shot of the guild area, a bustling district filled with European-style architecture where adventurers gather. Upon arriving, Kai announces, "We're here." His team looks on as Ruan Yu hesitantly asks if this is the guild they are going to join. Yuan Zhu looks up at a large, ornate, but seemingly abandoned gate. He questions Kai's choice, pointing out that the location is remote, deserted, and doesn't even have a guild name. Suddenly, a look of shocked realization dawns on Su Nuanuan's face as she puts the pieces together. As Kai walks determinedly towards the gate, Su Nuanuan voices her suspicion aloud, asking in disbelief, "Wait, Kai, you're not planning to create your own guild, are you?" Without a word, Kai approaches the gate's access panel and activates it with a device from his hand, sending arcs of energy across a futuristic interface. In response to her question, a golden, ornate plaque materializes on the gate, displaying the name, Lord God Guild's Area C number 319. Kai simply replies, "That's right." As the massive gates swing open, the rest of the team stands frozen in place, their silhouettes stark against the bright light emanating from within, completely stunned. Close-ups reveal the team's utter shock and awe. Yuan Zhu's eyes are wide with disbelief. Su Nuanuan is speechless. Hu Yan shouts an emphatic yes, and Ruan Yu's jaw is on the floor. The source of their astonishment is revealed: a magnificent, sprawling mansion surrounded by a perfectly manicured courtyard. Standing proudly at the entrance, Kai spreads his arms wide, a triumphant smile on his face as he says, "Welcome everyone to the main God Guild." The view pans out to showcase the guild's vast and luxurious estate, complete with sparkling water features and lush greenery. Yuan Zhu grabs Kai, completely bewildered. "Hey Kai, when did you create the guild?" he asks, amazed that his friend quietly made such a massive move. Hu Yan is equally flabbergasted, exclaiming that she couldn't have imagined that Kai, a person she considers so stingy, would ever be willing to buy such a beautiful place. The others chime in, with Su Nuanuan labeling him a miser, while Ruan Yu wonders if the place cost at least 100 million holy radiance coins. Kai wryly thinks to himself that his image as a miser seems to be unshakable. After letting the initial excitement die down, Kai clears his throat to signal a more serious explanation. He activates a holographic interface on his wrist-mounted device, ready to share the full story. He addresses his team, who now have their own holographic panels open. Kai confirms that this has been his plan for a long time, explaining that he applied for the guild registration while buying their job-changing materials. He then prepares to explain the reason why he was forced to take such a bold step on his own. Kai continues his explanation with a flashback, showing how a guild master laughed him away. He recounts how, when he first arrived on Ghost Star, every guild rejected him because they were afraid of the powerful Huang family. With a look of fierce determination, Kai declares his new philosophy: relying on heaven and fate is not as good as relying on oneself. And with that, he made a decision: he would build his own guild. The system interface shows the guild's location and information being verified. Kai explains that even though the Lord God Guild is only just starting, a final confirmation flashes on the screen: the Lord God Guild formally established. The realization hits the entire team at once, and they erupt in joyous celebration. Kai proclaims that they finally have a home on Ghost Star, and everyone cheers in agreement. The next day, Yuanzhu bursts out of a room, fist pumping the air in triumph. "Yay, I successfully changed jobs," he shouts. He rushes up to Kai, his face beaming with excitement, and proudly announces that he has successfully become a warrior. His status screen confirms his new occupation as fighter. Yuanzhu boasts to Kai that he now has a second talent, and his attributes have become super strong. A curious Kai asks him to explain the new talent. Puffing his chest out with pride, Yuanzhu gives a thumbs up and explains his new talent is called Omnipotent Warrior. It grants him a 10% attribute boost over other professions and an extra 7 attribute points every time he levels up. Kai smiles, genuinely impressed by the powerful new talent his teammate has acquired. "Not bad," he says with an approving nod. Hu Yan looks on with wide, envious eyes. She remarks that the attribute boost from the martial apprentice career path is incredibly strong and truly deserves its reputation as one of the strongest professions in Holy Radiance. But Yuanzhu isn't finished boasting. He dramatically points to the sky and exclaims, "And that's not all." He goes on to explain that during combat, he can now freely reallocate all his attributes to become agile or a heavy hitter at will. Not only that, but the talent also gives him a chance to learn new moves when he's learning other combat skills. Both Kai and Hu Yan are stunned by this revelation. Kai realizes that with the ability to freely allocate attributes, Yuanzhu could completely crush opponents of the same level. Hu Yan adds that learning new moves is almost the same as getting free skill. Kai congratulates Yuanzhu, telling him he could become the most versatile martial apprentice. Overflowing with confidence, Yuanzhu declares he'll protect Kai from now on, much to the comical envy of Hu Yan. As the others celebrate, the camera focuses on Ryuanyu, who looks downcast and is blushing with embarrassment. The team turns their attention to the sullen Ryuanyu. Kai asks him what's wrong, while Yuanzhu worries that his job change might have failed. Ryuanyu gloomily explains that the change was successful, but he became a drunkard, with his occupation listed as alcoholic. His talent is revelry in wine, which also alters his stat growth, decreasing his constitution gains. Kai reassures him, however, explaining that it's rare for professions besides martial apprentices to get extra attribute points at all. The fact that Ryuanyu's new class gets 3 extra points is already quite good, which comes as a surprise to Ryuanyu. Hu Yan, looking skeptical, agrees that the class is rare, but she can't help but ask with a dubious look on her face, "I'm curious about revelry in wine. How does one revel in wine?" Ryuanyu explains that the state stimulates his subconscious, allowing him to enter a subtle state between drunk and sober. He trails off, searching for the right words, saying, "Overall, I think it might be, rather, His vague explanation leaves the others completely bewildered. Kai, Yuanzhu, and Hu Yan all stare at him blankly and ask in unison, "Compare what?" With a shy, blushing expression and a bottle of wine in hand, Ryuanyu makes a suggestive comment, giggling, a more unrestrained comparison, hee. The implication of his words immediately dawns on the other three, and they recoil in unison with looks of utter shock and disgust, breaking out in a nervous sweat at his bizarre comparison. After that awkward moment, the team moves on. The scene shifts, showing a closed door with a caption indicating that half an hour has passed. It is now Su Nuanuan's turn to undergo her job change. The team waits anxiously outside the job change room. Yuanzhu frets that it's been half an hour, hoping nothing went wrong. Kai calmly reassures him, saying that class changing is a tough process, but he has faith in Nuanuan. Inside, Su Nuanuan is visibly trembling, enduring the difficult and transformative process of her class change. When she emerges looking dejected, the team immediately fears the worst. They rush to comfort her, telling her it's okay if she failed and that they're all there for her. Kai, ever perceptive, senses there's more to the story. He quiets the others, saying he thinks Nuanuan has something she wants to tell them. A single drop of sweat rolls down Su Nuanuan's face as she hesitates, only managing to stammer out the word, "I." Her gloomy expression suddenly explodes into one of pure joy. With her new status as a physician displayed, she ecstatically announces she got the ultimate talent, toxin analysis, a skill with a probability of less than 1 in 1,000. The entire team is left completely speechless and flabbergasted, shouting, "What?" in absolute shock at her incredible luck. With a dramatic flair, Nuanuan explains her powerful new toxin analysis talent. It allows her to increase the effectiveness of medicine by 10%, poisons by 50%, and her perception of toxins in any substance by 30%. Ryuanyu grins broadly, immediately asking if this means she's going to specialize in using poisons from now on. Nuanuan clarifies that while poison is an option, the talent's true strength lies elsewhere. Since every medicine contains trace amounts of poison, she can use her ability to remove those toxins, ultimately enhancing the medicine's effects. The rest of the team listens with expressions of awe, finally understanding the massive potential of her new talent. They collectively say, "I see." With their new powers secured, Kai gathers the team. He reminds them that while their class changes are impressive, many opponents in the tournament have intentionally kept their levels low to compete, so they cannot let their guard down. With his eyes gleaming with determination, Kai rallies the group, telling them that in the days before the guild challenge officially begins, they must all continue to work hard on leveling up. Filled with newfound motivation and confidence, the entire team cheers in unison, shouting a powerful "okay." 7 days later, After a week of intense training in the forest, the team has grown stronger, with system messages indicating that both Yuan Zhu and Su Nuanuan have leveled up. Yuan Zhu, now a level 25 fighter, stands proudly beside Su Nuanuan, a level 24 physician. He confidently states that after 7 days of practical combat, he feels like he's grown a lot. Meanwhile, Hu Yan, a level 31 fortune teller, boasts that she's getting better at using her rain prayer skill, standing beside Ruan Yu, a level 25 wine lover. As his team chats excitedly, Kai suddenly gets an alert on his wrist device, and his expression turns serious, causing the others to fall silent. A large holographic screen projects from Kai's arm, catching everyone's attention. He announces, the guild challenge groupings are out. The team gathers to look at the tournament bracket. They are shocked to see their first opponent is the Black Tortoise Guild. Even more alarmingly, the rules state that the only way to win is through the complete elimination of the opposing team. Su Nuanuan reacts with horror, realizing the terrible coincidence. Their first opponent is the Black Tortoise Guild, led by Huangde, the very man who holds a deep grudge against Kai. Hu Yan adds furiously that the rules have been changed from a point-scoring system to a deathmatch, convinced that the Huang family has pulled strings to set up a deliberate act of revenge. Enraged, Yuan Zhu roars that he'll go to the military to find out if the Huang family is playing tricks, forcing Ruan Yu to physically restrain him and beg him to calm down. Kai, however, remains completely unfazed. No need, he says calmly. Whether it's fate or deliberate revenge, it just so happens I've long wanted a face-to-face match with Huangde. Stunned by his calm and confident resolve, Su Nuanuan and Hu Yan can only stare in awe, murmuring his name as they realize Kai is not afraid, but is eagerly embracing the fated confrontation. The stage is set for a grudge match. The arrogant Huangde smirks, eager to settle a score with the Huang family. Below, the determined protagonist, Jiang Kai, silently promises to return the favor with interest. The next day, the grand arena is buzzing with energy, holographic screens flashing high above the roaring crowd. The annual guild challenge is about to begin. The crowd goes wild, their fists pumping in the air, their cheers echoing throughout the stadium as they watch the massive screens, hyped for the battle. A lively announcer takes the stage, informing the audience that the level 2140 team match will begin in 15 minutes. She introduces the competitors. The Black Tortoise Guild's Instant Kill Squad versus the Main God Guild's Fire God Squad. The crowd chants the fearsome slogan of the Instant Kill Squad, their voices thundering in unison as an image of their leader, Huangde, flashes on screen. The Instant Kill Squad makes their entrance, led by the smug Huangde. They walk with extreme confidence, declaring that they will make history and that their guild, Black Tortoise, is invincible. Elsewhere in the stands, a senior warrior named Liang advises his companion. He tells her that since they are here for the annual guild challenge, she should watch and learn from the experienced teams instead of being arrogant, despite her good performance in the newcomer trials. His companion, a prideful green-haired woman named Hong Shuang, scoffs at the advice. She dismisses the preliminary rounds, claiming that only the finals are worth her time. Liang decides to put her in her place. He reminds her not to be so arrogant just because she placed first in the newcomer trials, revealing that someone participating in this very match broke a 30-year-old record. Hong Shuang and the rest of her group react with utter shock, their eyes wide as they collectively exclaim the record breaker's name, Jiang Kai. Meanwhile, Huangde and his teammates mock Jiang Kai, wondering if he's too scared to show up. They laugh, revealing that Jiang Kai had dared to cross Huangde's brother, adding a personal vendetta to the mix. Huangde throws his head back, laughing maniacally as he loudly taunts Jiang Kai, calling him a coward. His squad joins in, disparaging the entire Fire God squad. In the middle of his gloating, a voice cuts through the noise, calling out his name. Huangde stops, turning to see who dared to interrupt him. From a shadowy entrance, the silhouettes of an entire team emerge, their presence immediately silencing the arena. The Fire God squad has arrived, led by Jiang Kai. With his team behind him, he coolly looks at his opponents and asks what all the blathering was about. Now on the arena floor, the two teams face off. One of Jiang Kai's teammates yells that the fight will decide who the real cowards are, a sentiment Jiang Kai quietly agrees with. The scene shifts to a high-tech observation room, where several officials are monitoring the competition on a large screen, focusing on two of Jiang Kai's teammates. A scientist, Professor Lei, confirms that the system is calibrated. They can now assess the performance of two of Jiang Kai's squad members, Su Nuanuan and Yuan Zhu, at any time. However, Commander Wei, a higher-ranking official, steps in and tells Professor Li to add another person to the assessment list, much to the professor's confusion. A female officer explains that the request comes from Commander Wei himself, who is personally interested in the evaluation results of this additional person. Professor Li, understanding the order came from a superior, happily obliges. Adding one more person is no problem. He simply asks, "Who is it?" Commander Wei takes a seat, a slight, knowing smile on his face as he anticipates the answer. Back in the arena, the person they want to monitor is revealed. It's the captain of the Vulcan squad. Jiang Kai stands with a calm, unwavering gaze, his power and presence undeniable as the full attention of the powerful figures watching from above is fixed squarely on him. But it's not just him that's drawing their attention. On the observation screen, the data for two of his teammates flashes, showing explorer Yuan Zhu at level 25 and physician Su Nuinuan at level 24, causing the observers to exclaim in disbelief at their impossibly high levels. In the observation room, the officials are stunned. Professor Lee exclaims that in such a short amount of time, Su Nuinuan and Yuan Zhu have not only completed their job changes, but have also gained several levels. The female officer is in disbelief. She adds that just over 20 days ago when they left the military, they hadn't even reached level 10. She wonders aloud about the secret to their success, questioning why everyone who follows Jiang Kai improves so rapidly. Commander Wei, however, remains calm and collected. With a knowing smile, he remarks that this incredible growth isn't surprising because Jiang Kai himself is a uniquely interesting individual. Back in the arena, the announcer calls for the attention of the players on the field, ready to lay down the rules of the match. As energy barriers rise around the stage, she explains the grim rules. This is an elimination match. No one can leave the field, and surrender is not an option. The only way to win is to eliminate every single member of the opposing team. Both teams, Jiang Kai's Fire God Squad and Huang De's Instant Kill Squad, face each other with looks of fierce determination, shouting their understanding of the deadly terms. With a powerful swing of her arm, the announcer's voice booms across the stadium, officially declaring that the match has begun. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang De gives a savage command to his squad, screaming for them to kill them all. Following their orders, the members of the Instant Kill Squad charge forward as one, a wave of aggression aimed squarely at Jiang Kai's team. Jiang Kai remains unfazed, calmly issuing strategic orders. He and Yuan Zhu will take the lead, while Ruan Yu protects the supporters, Hu Yan and Su Nuinuan. He tasks Nuinuan, the team's physician, with monitoring the battle and providing healing when needed. His team responds with a unified yes, and falls into formation. Jiang Kai and Yuan Zhu stand ready at the front, while their support members prepare their skills behind a shielded warrior. A wild, crazed expression appears on Yuan Zhu's face as he laughs manically, eager to charge into the fray and chop his opponents to pieces. But as the enemy squad closes in, Yuan Zhu's bravado falters, and he nervously tells Jiang Kai that they're here. Jiang Kai calmly tells him not to be afraid and to follow his commands. Watching from the stands, a veteran warrior berates Yuan Zhu, reminding him that his strength is second to none, but that he must pull his own weight or risk being kicked off the team. The veteran warrior looks on with concern, pondering Yuan Zhu's greatest weakness, his cowardice. He wonders if this time, in this critical match, he will finally be able to overcome it. Suddenly, the onlookers are completely baffled, staring in confusion at the battlefield, and wondering what on earth Yuan Zhu is doing. The cause of their confusion is revealed. In the middle of this tense standoff, Yuan Zhu has just casually uncorked a jug. Right before the clash, he begins chugging from the jug, drinking alcohol in the middle of the arena. After his drink, a blush spreads across his face. He appears happy and energized, ready for a fight. The bizarre act shocks everyone. An opposing fighter shouts in disbelief as Yuan Zhu smashes the now empty jug on the ground. He can't believe anyone would be drinking at a time like this. Fueled by the drink, Yuan Zhu's personality completely shifts. He boldly declares himself the #1 warrior in the world and points his sword at the enemy, calling them trash for daring to cause trouble for his captain, Kai. Even his own captain, Jiang Kai, is caught off guard by the sudden transformation, letting out a small sweat drop as he realizes his teammate is already drinking. The members of the Instant Kill Squad, who were charging forward moments ago, are now completely stunned by Yuan Zhu's strange behavior. Then with a mighty roar, Yuan Zhu unleashes a massive, crescent-shaped wave of golden energy from his sword, screaming for his enemies to die quickly. The sheer force of the attack stuns the charging enemy fighters. They are utterly baffled, as they were told Yuan Zhu was a coward with a mere E rating. Faced with this unbelievable power, they can only conclude that he's a drunken madman. Empowered by the alcohol, Yuan Zhu lets out a wild laugh. Surrounded by a golden aura, he smashes his fists into the ground, challenging anyone who dares to face him. Jiang Kai sighs in resignation, realizing that the now berserk Yuan Zhu is completely uncontrollable. He holds onto a sliver of hope that at least Ruan Yu is still dependable. His hope is instantly shattered. Jiang Kai turns just in time to see something that makes him freeze, a look of pure disbelief and exhaustion on his face. The team's supporters, Su Nuinuan and Zhu Zai, cry out in shock and desperation, calling out to their teammate, Ruan Yu. Just like Yuan Zhu before him, Ruan Yu is now chugging from a bottle of alcohol. He declares that he will never yield and that their Vulcan squad will not be defeated. An opposing fighter, furious at the display, shouts, "Damn it, another drunkard." He decides to take care of Ruan Yu first. As the enemy approaches, a blush spreads across Ruan Yu's face. His eyes glint strangely as he lets out a curious, "Oh." The burly fighter leaps towards Ruan Yu with a lecherous grin, calling him a little darling and promising to take good care of him. But his grin quickly turns into a mask of pure terror as he realizes he has made a grave mistake. Ruan Yu unleashes his power in a massive explosion, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The attack wasn't what anyone expected. Instead of fighting, the now love-struck Ruan Yu smothers the enemy fighter in an unwanted embrace, leaving the opponent groaning in disgust. With a swift and powerful kick, Ruan Yu sends the enemy fighter flying out of the arena, shouting, "Get lost." Jiang Kai can only watch, completely speechless and exasperated by his team's bizarre and unpredictable fighting style. Ryuan Yu, his eyes now shaped like hearts, laughs joyfully. He completely misinterprets the situation, declaring his love for feisty beauties. The remaining members of the Instant Kill Squad look on in terror, sweating nervously as they wonder if the entire Fire God Squad is completely insane. Even the arrogant Hong Shuang, watching from the stands, is taken aback. She comments to her companion that the Fire God Squad is incredibly weird. Zhuzai and Su Nunuan cringe with embarrassment, hoping the audience doesn't think their team is just a gathering of weirdos. Zhuzai then quietly explains that she and Ryuan Yu can only unleash their true power when they're drunk, and they're doing it to protect everyone. Jiang Kai steals his resolve. Knowing that two of his key teammates are now in their uncontrollable drunken states, he realizes he must focus. He activates his special ability, Ghost Eye Focus. Meanwhile, the Berserk Yuan Zhu leaps high into the air, preparing to unleash his ultimate skill on the enemies below, the earth-shattering stomp. He crashes down with immense force, causing a massive explosion that blasts several members of the Instant Kill Squad off their feet. One of the opposing swordsmen barely manages to dodge the devastating attack. He breathes a sigh of relief, thankful for his agility. Before he can recover, another enemy fighter lunges towards the rampaging Yuan Zhu, calling him a lunatic and aiming for a fatal blow. Seeing his teammate Zhuzai is in the line of fire, Jiang Kai springs into action, throwing a volley of his signature darts to intercept the attack. However, a heavily armored enemy, Xuanwu, steps in. He activates a powerful defensive ability, creating a glowing blue shield to block the incoming projectiles. The darts are effortlessly stopped by the powerful shield, much to the surprise of Yuan Zhu, whose own attack was just nullified. The battlefield goes quiet for a moment. Xuanwu, the shield-bearer, stands his ground effortlessly, having neutralized the attacks from both Jiang Kai and Yuan Zhu. Xuanwu lets out a confident sneer, boasting that he prepared his Titan shield specifically for this fight. He claims its defense is so absolute that not even a critical hit could hope to break through it. Seeing an opening, another enemy fighter decides to take out what he perceives as the weakest links. He sneers that a healer and a fortune teller are easy targets and charges directly at Su Nunuan and Zhuzai. But Zhuzai is far from helpless. She steps in front of Su Nunuan, telling her to stay back. With a determined look, she prepares to handle the attacker herself, summoning icy energy around her mystical compass. Zhuzai unleashes her hidden power, shouting the name of her technique, Invincible Ice Halo. A massive, crystalline structure of ice materializes, radiating a powerful, chilling aura, ready to intercept the foe. The scene opens on the grand arena of the annual guild challenge. As the battle is about to begin, a sudden hailstorm descends upon the field, catching everyone by surprise. The hail is not a natural phenomenon, it's a magic spell. A member of the opposing Instant Kill Squad stares in disbelief as Zhuzai, the fortune teller of Vulcan Squad, unleashes a powerful ice and lightning attack. Zhuzai smirks, revealing her secret. She has been practicing this skill using a B-level piece of equipment, the mysterious Ice Jade, which was a gift from her captain, Jiang Kai. She notes that the results are quite good. Her ice attack, sharp and precise, flies through the air towards its intended targets. The members of the Instant Kill Squad are thrown off balance as Zhuzai skillfully uses her ice magic to disrupt their formation and attack. Seeing her teammate in the heat of battle, the team's healer, Su Nunuan, grabs hold of Zhuzai, calling out her name in concern. The leader of the Instant Kill Squad, Huang De, and his subordinate look on, annoyed. They can't believe they were caught off guard by a mere fortune teller. Enraged, the blonde-haired squad member dismisses his leader's caution, declaring that the fortune teller is his to kill. But before he can make a move, another warrior intercepts him. It's Yuan Zhu from Vulcan Squad, who leaps into the fray, boldly claiming that his opponent is none other than the world's greatest warrior. Yuan Zhu immediately unleashes a powerful skill, the earth-shattering stomp, causing the ground to explode with force and sending his opponents flying. Thrown back by the force of the stomp, Huang De curses in frustration, annoyed by this lunatic who is as persistent as a fly. The blonde-haired subordinate regroups with his leader, Huang De. Seeing that Yuan Zhu is fighting alone, they decide to team up and take him down first. Yuan Zhu faces them down, his eyes glowing with yellow energy, completely unfazed by the prospect of fighting two opponents at once. Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, a different battle is unfolding. Ryuan Yu of the Vulcan Squad charges forward with his massive ice shield, bizarrely calling out to his opponent, Wifey. Let me leave a mark of love on your pink, tender cherry lips. His opponent, a large, bald warrior from the Instant Kill Squad, is utterly enraged by the taunt. Looking for death, who's your wifey? Take a good look at who I am, he bellows. Despite his anger, the bald warrior recognizes the threat. He notes that the pervert's shield has incredibly high defense and realizes he needs to find an opening to land a clean hit. Ryuan Yu continues his comical yet aggressive charge, completely ignoring the warrior's fury and shouting, Wifey, don't be shy. Having had enough, the bald warrior leaps into the air to strike down at Ryuan Yu, screaming, Annoying bastard, die. Suddenly, a new danger appears. An unseen person shouts, Ryuan Yu, look out, as several flaming darts come flying through the air, aimed directly at him. The bald warrior mid-attack freezes in shock as he recognizes the style of the attack. It's Jiang Kai, he exclaims. The scene shows Jiang Kai, captain of the Vulcan squad. His hand is still glowing with fiery energy after having just launched his signature dart attack to save his teammate. Seeing the captain's intervention, a member of the opposing team cries out in panic to their own captain, alerting him that Jiang Kai has already used 8 of his powerful darts. Across the field, Ouyang Feng, a member of the instant kill squad, begins to channel a powerful purple energy in his hand, preparing his counter strategy. He reveals his trump card, a rare and powerful item specifically designed to counter projectile weapons, the supermagnetic stone. Ouyang Feng unleashes the stone's power, projecting a massive vortex of purple magnetic energy across the arena, a move calculated to disarm anyone wielding metallic items. The magnetic force of the stone immediately affects the entire battlefield. Zhu Zai cries out in alarm as her magical compass spins wildly, while Su Nuinuan finds her own dagger being pulled from her grip. Even the powerful warrior Yuan Zhu grunts as he struggles to keep hold of his sword, which is being drawn in by the intense magnetic pull. Jiang Kai himself feels the pull on his armored gauntlet. He looks on with a grim expression, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Just as planned, the supermagnetic stone works its magic. All 8 of the flaming darts that Jiang Kai had thrown are caught in the powerful purple vortex, completely neutralized. The man with the stone, Chuanwu, taunts Jiang Kai from across the field. "You didn't think we'd come unprepared, do you?" he gloats, as Jiang Kai's darts float helplessly before him. Chuanwu proudly explains his trump card, the supermagnetic stone, an item cut from the core of a high-level supermagnet, specifically designed to counter Jiang Kai's primary weapon. With a sinister smile, Chuanwu points out Jiang Kai's predicament. "Now you only have 1 dart left. What are your chances of winning?" Jiang Kai remains silent, his face partially obscured in shadow, giving no hint of his thoughts. Then a confident smirk spreads across his face. Surrounded by a faint golden aura, he addresses the enemy leader directly. "Huang De, I think you're celebrating a little too early." Chuanwu's smug expression vanishes, replaced by shock. He stares in disbelief, realizing that Jiang Kai's final, remaining dart is completely unaffected by the supermagnetic stone. The dart glows with its own power, effortlessly resisting the intense magnetic pull that had captured all the others. Xuanwu is utterly bewildered. Dismissing the strange phenomenon, Xuanwu decides to press his advantage. But it doesn't matter, he thinks. This guy is already dead. He then summons a massive, formidable shield adorned with a skull. With the dark energy of the shield swirling around him, he issues a final threat to Jiang Kai. "See this shield. Today I'm going to show you what true despair is." Back in the monitoring room, the professor leaps from his seat in alarm. He exclaims that Kai is going to lose, recognizing the shield as the Titan Great Shield, a fabled weapon with a terrifying 72 defense points. The scene provides an explanation of the world's mechanics. High-level weapons can be downgraded for low-level explorers. While this causes irreversible damage, their power remains far superior to ordinary equipment, as illustrated by the immense power radiating from the Titan Great Shield. Commander Wei and the professor analyze the situation, shocked that Xuanwu would downgrade a transcendent weapon. They realize the enemy went to a lot of trouble, using multiple pieces of downgraded top-tier equipment just to deal with Jiang Kai. The gravity of the situation sinks in for Commander Wei. With the Vulcan squad so thoroughly countered, she worries aloud. Then, is Nuinuan destined to be killed? On the battlefield, the enemy leader Huang De flashes a malicious, toothy grin. Believing victory is assured, he begins to issue his orders. "Instant Kill Squad, listen up." Across the field, the members of the Instant Kill Squad respond to their leader's call. Huang De, his blonde subordinate, and the bald warrior all share sadistic smiles, preparing to eliminate every last member of the Vulcan squad. Xuanwu, his eyes glowing red with malice, adds a cruel directive to the order. "Oh right," he says, "kill them slowly. I want them to fully experience the consequences of offending someone they shouldn't have." With their orders given, 3 members of the Instant Kill Squad charge towards Yuan Zhu, whose weapon is still being hampered by the magnetic force. Helpless on the sidelines, Zhu Zai and Su Nuinuan can only watch in horror. Taking advantage of the chaos, the large bald warrior renews his assault on Ruan Yu. With his eyes glowing red with rage, he brings his weapon down, screaming, "You pervert, die." In the stands, other competitors watch the one-sided battle unfold. A female observer sighs in despair, convinced that the difference in equipment is too great and that there is no hope for Jiang Kai's team. This sentiment is shared by others watching from the sidelines. A green-haired woman scoffs at the overwhelming display from the Instant Kill Squad. "So, that Jiang Kai isn't so strong after all," she remarks, convinced he is about to lose. On the field, Xuanwu delivers what he believes to be the final blow to Vulcan Squad's morale. He boasts that their black rhino armor makes them immune to the magnetic field, rendering any resistance a futile struggle. As his enemies gloat, Jiang Kai raises his hand. His final, unaffected dart begins to pulse with a brilliant white and purple light, signaling its transformation. The magnetic force continues to wreak havoc on Jiang Kai's teammates. Su Nuinuan is thrown to the ground as her dagger is ripped from her hand, while Zhu Zai struggles to control her own magical items. Xuanwu laughs maniacally, believing he has already won. He screams at Jiang Kai, vowing to make him pay for everything he did to the Huang family and to make him beg for mercy on his knees. Ignoring the taunts, Jiang Kai's final dart erupts in a plume of red and black flame as it morphs into its true form. "I, Jiang Kai," he begins to declare. With his eyes blazing with green light and his body radiating determination, Jiang Kai finishes his vow in the face of overwhelming odds. "Will never surrender." Xuanwu scoffs at the display of defiance. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Kai, stop struggling," he mocks. "Do you really think that one dart can deal with me? Dream on." In a flash of brilliant turquoise light, Jiang Kai reveals his hidden ace. The dart doesn't attack, but instead transforms into a glowing blue card that depicts a hooded figure with a scythe. Xuanwu's mocking laughter dies in his throat. He stares, his eyes wide with shock and confusion behind his glasses. "What?" is all he can manage to say. The other members of the Instant Kill Squad are just as stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. In the monitoring room, Commander Wei expresses everyone's confusion, asking how Jiang Kai's signature dart skill, 9 trials chasing fate, suddenly turned into a card. The professor is equally stunned, but he senses the immense power emanating from the object. "Such strong killing intent," he exclaims. "That's a weapon with its own aura." Jiang Kai smirks, finally explaining his trump card. He reveals that this isn't his normal dart skill, but the gambler's exclusive unique weapon, the main god card. A system interface appears, providing exposition. On Ghost Star, equipment is normally graded on a scale from F to S. However, the system reveals that above the S rank, there exist even higher SS and SSS ranks. The main god card is revealed to be one of these legendary SSS rank weapons. Even Jiang Kai seems to be understanding the full scope of his own weapon for the first time, exclaiming in delighted surprise, "What? An SSS rank weapon?" The system continues its explanation, noting that the main god card also possesses a unique and powerful set effect. The first set effect is detailed. For each additional main god card held, all cards gain a 10% boost to their base stats and a massive 50% weapon penetration bonus. The second and most critical set effect is revealed. The main god card can devour other throwing weapons, inheriting all their attributes and effects. This process does not affect the card's original powerful attributes. With a sinister grin, Jiang Kai explains his master plan. He had disguised his Death God card as a normal dart before the match using its Devour and Transform ability. Since it's fundamentally a card with no metal, the supermagnetic stone has no effect on it. Holding the glowing card, Jiang Kai turns his opponent's taunts back on him. He says the one who will be begging for mercy is Huang De, but he won't be begging to be spared. In a chilling final close-up, Jiang Kai's eyes glow with terrifying green light as he delivers his final line, his voice dripping with killing intent. "But to let me kill you." Continuing from the last chapter, Huang De looks on in utter disbelief, wondering what But Jiang Kai is already unleashing his ultimate skill, the Wrath of the Gods. The attack slams into Huang De's Titan Great Shield, a top-tier dark-grade transcendent weapon. Huang De can't believe his eyes. His powerful shield is being pierced by what looks like the Great Shield shatters into pieces, unable to withstand the force. The impact sends Huang De flying backward, screaming in pain and shock. The mysterious purple card that caused all this damage falls quietly to the ground. As the supermagnetic stone's control fades, Jiang Kai seizes the opportunity to press his. Meanwhile, the other members of the Fire God Squad and the Instant Kill Squad are locked in it. One of the Instant Kill Squad members looks on in shock at the unfolding chaos. A fierce battle erupts between the two sides, with shields clashing against powerful attacks. A bald member of the Instant Kill Squad is stunned by the fierce resistance from the Fire God. One of the Fire God members playfully scolds his teammate after a friendly fire incident. The bald squad member looks on, sweating, as the battle intensifies. Spectators watch the broadcast in disbelief, wondering how Jiang Kai's power could be so. Back in the arena, Huang De is on his knees, completely defeated and unable to even stand. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining members of the Instant Kill Squad start to panic, and the Fire God Squad members defend against the desperate attacks of the Instant Kill Squad. Two opponents face off, one grinning with excitement while the other gives a confident thumbs up. Jiang Kai looms over the fallen Huang De, his presence overwhelming. The card, now revealed as a main god card, glows with immense power. Jiang Kai holds the card, a cruel smile on his face as he tells Huang De that the real show is. A close-up reveals the sheer terror in Huang De's eye. The card's effect activates, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on Huang De, who is powerless to defend himself. A woman in the audience gasps, shocked by the brutal and overwhelmingly fast assault that seems to have no end. Jiang Kai looks down on his foe, his eyes glowing with green energy. He remarks that Huang De never learns from his mistakes and that this is far from over. A system window explains the card's special effect. Time has not come. It can attack the target up to 50 times on its own, and while the skill is active, the target takes an additional 50% damage but cannot die. The brutal assault continues, slicing through Huang De's armor and flesh relentlessly. Huang De can do nothing but scream in agony as the blades of energy cut into him over and over. The crowd watches in horror, their faces pale as they witness the unending torture. The members of the Fire God Squad can only look on, stunned by the sheer brutality of their captain. Jiang Kai tells the tormented Huang De that, since killing is so common for him, it's time he experienced the true fear that comes before death. Huang De's eyes widen in sheer terror as he begins to understand Jiang Kai's true intentions. He begs him to stop. But Jiang Kai is not finished. He activates another special effect from his armor, Death's Torment. Death. Torment. Huang De's mind begins to break under the combined assault, his consciousness spiraling into a vortex of pain. Jiang Kai's terrifying visage looms over Huang De, a shadowy god of death passing judgment. The pain is unimaginable. Huang De feels countless blades slicing at him from every direction, wondering who is doing this to him. He screams that it hurts so much, questioning who is cutting him. The torment is not just external. He feels as if his insides are being eaten away, a burning, gnawing agony from within. He begs for help, screaming that his body feels like it's being crushed into mincemeat. The pain is so immense, so all-encompassing, that his mind can barely process it. He is pierced by dozens of ethereal swords, yet he remains alive, forced to endure every single moment. His mind finally breaks, and he screams out the ultimate question of his despair. Why? Why can't I die? He screams that he can't take it anymore, even as the energy blades continue to slice through him. Jiang Kai coldly replies that the suffering he's enduring now is not even 1/10,000th of the pain felt by the innocent people Huang De killed. Driven completely insane by the pain, Huang De can only beg for death. Jiang Kai coldly notes that the combination of his card and armor creates the perfect physical and mental torture. Lying in a broken heap on the floor, Huang De continues to plead for Jiang Kai to kill him and end his suffering, his mind utterly shattered by the endless torment. From the viewing box, even Su Feixiang, the president of the Black Tortoise Guild, can only watch in stunned silence. He wonders what Jiang Kai's secret weapon is, admitting that even he cannot see through its power. Finally broken, Huang De coughs up blood and begs for mercy. He swears he'll never touch Jiang Kai's family again, admitting he was wrong. But the torture has gone on too long. His pleas for mercy turn back into agonized screams, begging only for death. Jiang Kai knows this is a golden opportunity. He can't just let Huang De die so easily, not when he has a bigger goal in mind. He scoffs, turning his gaze upwards towards the stands. He knows that the real person in charge must be getting impatient. The whole spectacle was designed to draw him out. From the stands, the president of the Black Tortoise Guild, Su Feixiang, seethes. He realizes Jiang Kai was intentionally torturing Huang De to force him to show himself. Unable to watch any longer, Su Feixiang descends into the arena and calls out to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai looks up with a smug grin, feigning politeness. Oh, if it isn't President Su of the Black Tortoise Guild, what can I do for you? Su Feixiang tries to bargain, promising that if Jiang Kai kills Huang De now, he will ensure Jiang Kai's family is never touched again. Jiang Kai is unimpressed. He asks why he should believe the promise of a man like him. Su Feixiang warns him not to push his luck. With a cruel smile, Jiang Kai simply says, "As you wish," as the torture on Huang De seems to resume, with the broken man continuing to scream for death. Su Feixiang panics. He reveals that another of his men, Xiaoi, is already in psychotherapy, and he can't let Huang De be mentally destroyed as well. Desperate, Su Feixiang makes a public vow, staking the entire reputation of the Black Tortoise Guild to ensure the safety of Jiang Kai's family. Hearing this, Jiang Kai smiles. This is the concession he was waiting for. Good, he says. He clenches his fist, his voice turning ice cold as he delivers his final threat. You said it, after today, if you dare touch my family again, I don't care if it's the Huang family or the Black Tortoise Guild. I'll destroy you all to the roots. With his point made, the card strikes one last time, finally ending Huang De's suffering. Jiang Kai stands over the corpse, holding the card that sealed Huang De's fate. He looks directly at Su Feixiang and asks, "Understand?" Su Feixiang grits his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage, utterly humiliated. One of his subordinates nervously calls out to him, unsure of what to do. Su Feixiang explodes in anger, ordering his men to immediately get the best psychotherapist to check on Huang De, still not grasping the finality of what just happened. As he storms away, Su Feixiang's face is a mask of shadow and fury. He silently vows revenge. Jiang Kai, you just wait. With his enemies gone, Jiang Kai stands alone in the now quiet arena, his arms crossed. Suddenly, the world inverts as a wave of exhaustion hits him. He stumbles, realizing that was a close call. Continuously using his most powerful skills has left his spiritual power almost completely overdrawn. But he grits his teeth, forcing himself to stay upright. He knows that although Huang De is dead, the enemy still has 4 level 40 fighters. He can't afford to fall now. He formulates a new strategy. As long as he remains on the field, his mere presence will make the enemy wary. They'll be distracted, giving Zhu and the rest of his team an opening. Meanwhile, the battle between the remaining squad members rages on. An enemy fighter, glowing with a strength boost, screams in frustration at the Fire God Squad for dodging his attacks. He unleashes a powerful slash, which is met by the shield of a Fire God member. The enemy fighter grins, confident in his overwhelming power as he continues to press his assault. The battle rages on as Zhu unleashes a powerful attack, his sword glowing with a menacing red light. His opponent raises a shield to defend, but the force of the blow sends him flying backward. The shielded fighter is in disbelief, his shield cracking under the immense pressure. He can't comprehend how Zhu's strength could have surged so suddenly, making him feel the pressure despite being a level 40 fighter. Watching from the sidelines, the purple-haired mage and her pink-haired companion are ecstatic. The mage explains that this is Zhu's unique talent, omnipotent warrior, in action. He has the ability to instantly convert all his attributes into pure strength, which is why even a level 40 fighter is struggling to keep up. Suddenly, the tides turn as two other fighters from the opposing team seize an opportunity, launching a coordinated attack on Zhu from both sides while he's focused on his initial opponent. But Zhu is not easily cornered. With incredible agility, he weaves between the dual sword strikes, dodging the pincer attack with fluid movements. He moves with such blinding speed that he seems to teleport, leaving his would-be ambushers striking at nothing but air as green energy crackles around him. The two attackers are left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock. They can only exclaim in unison at his incomprehensible speed. Enveloped in a fiery aura, Zhu goes on the offensive. He laughs maniacally, telling his opponents he told them long ago that they are all nothing but trash. In the stands, the spectators are in an uproar, completely stunned by the turn of events. They can't believe how fierce and agile Zhu has become, fighting like a man possessed. Meanwhile, in another corner of the arena, a different kind of battle unfolds. A warrior with a large shield charges forward with hearts in his eyes, comically shouting "Wifey, hugs" at a terrified unnamed instant kill squad member. The bald squad member recoils in disgust, yelling "You pervert, get away," as he dodges. He curses under his breath, realizing his opponent's shield has incredibly high defense, making it difficult to land a decisive blow. All this time, Jiang Kai has been standing perfectly still, observing the chaos. He muses that if he were to attack the other opponents, he could focus on his main target, but for now, he remains motionless, a silent, calculating figure in the background. The realization suddenly dawns on one of the fighters. He stares in Jiang Kai's direction, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he processes the unnerving fact. Jiang Kai hasn't made a single move. One of the instant kill squad members, brimming with arrogance, relentlessly attacks his opponent, mocking him and his entire class as a useless bunch and a disgrace to all fighters. The fighters start to question Jiang Kai's strategy. They know he possesses the power to eliminate them, so why is he just standing there? There seems to be no benefit for him in delaying the match. Then a thought strikes one of them. Wait, he thinks, we've overlooked something critical. He recalls that Jiang Kai's level isn't actually that high, and he already expended a massive amount of energy on that powerful skill earlier. The pieces click into place for the squad members. Their expressions turn from confusion to predatory glee as they arrive at the same conclusion. Jiang Kai is completely exhausted. The scene shifts to a high-tech control room where officials are monitoring the battle's data streams. One of them notes with interest that the data for a fighter named Yuan Zhu keeps rising, marking him as someone special. Ms. Lan is in utter disbelief. She exclaims, "What kind of magic does this fire god squad have?" She's shocked that not only did the level 20 Jiang Kai overwhelm a level 40 fighter, but even the usually timid Yuan Zhu is performing exceptionally well. Feeling relieved, Ms. Lan is confident that the fire god squad will win this time, ensuring Nuanuan's safety. However, a voice from off-screen interjects with a grim, "Not necessarily." The man with red hair and glasses offers his analysis. He points out that with Huang De taken out, the remaining 4 members of the instant kill squad have lost morale. However, this is a battle to the death, and they won't simply surrender. Back in the arena, the pink-haired girl observes the remaining opponents. She notes that their caution is centered on Jiang Kai, who has remained frozen in place ever since he dealt with Huang De. The conversation continues in the control room. The red-haired man suggests it's more likely that Jiang Kai is simply exhausted from his previous attack. This theory shocks both Ms. Lan and the pink-haired girl. The analyst's expression turns grim as he looks on, his glasses glinting. And the worst part is, he begins, leaving the others in suspense. They're starting to notice. Just as he says that, the remaining members of the instant kill squad decide to seize the moment. Realizing Jiang Kai is a sitting duck, they laugh and charge forward together, aiming to finish him off while the rest of the fire god squad is still occupied. The battle continues to rage on as the bald member of the instant kill squad leaps into the air, bringing his fists down on his shielded opponent. 2 minutes later, the battle has clearly taken its toll. A massive sword is seen embedded in the cracked ground, a testament to the ferocious fighting that has transpired. Zhu stands his ground, but a frustrated "damn it" escapes his lips, hinting that the prolonged battle is not going in his favor. His opponents have started to notice a pattern. One of them points out that Yuan's strength seems to fluctuate, and his speed decreases every time his sword power increases. The leader of the group confirms their suspicions. He realizes that Yuan's talent for transferring attributes is a double-edged sword. While it makes him powerful, it also creates a fatal weakness if exploited. A plan begins to form. They decide that if they can strike at the right moment when he is unable to convert his attributes, he'll be finished. They're further emboldened by their belief that Jiang Kai has fully exhausted his mental energy. With newfound confidence, they face Zhu and his team. In that case, what are we waiting for? One of them taunts, ready to put their new strategy to the test. In response, Zhu channels his energy, his body glowing with power. He roars, "Defeated foes, empty boasts, prepare to die." The instant kill squad members charge forward, their target set on Zhu. Good, after we deal with you, Jiang Kai is next. Die, they scream, confident in their victory. Watching from the sidelines, the spectators' faces are filled with worry. They realize the enemy has figured out Zhu's weakness and adjusted their strategy. It now seems Zhu is destined to lose. But just as the enemy thinks they have the upper hand, an unexpected attack cuts through the air. Just you lot think you can beat our fire god squad, a voice cries out. The members of the instant kill squad stop in their tracks, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What is all they can manage to say? An enormous explosion of fiery energy engulfs the battlefield. Damage counters showing 2,000 HP loss flash across the screen as screams of agony echo through the arena. As the smoke begins to clear, a figure stands untouched amidst the devastation. It's Jiang Kai, who had been standing still all this time. The once arrogant instant kill squad members are now strewn across the ground, defeated and broken. One of them looks up in disbelief, stammering, Jiang Kai, how is this possible? Jiang Kai looks down at his fallen enemies with a smug grin, his eyes glowing a menacing green. He simply asks, curious. The scene flashes back to the night before the guild challenge. The unnamed pink-haired girl approaches Jiang Kai by a fountain, asking him what he was so preoccupied with during dinner. Looking out at the moon, Jiang Kai explains his worries. He knows that Huang De hates him to the bone and will use every trick in the book to destroy them, likely targeting his primary weapon. The pink-haired girl, her face etched with concern, asks him if he has a plan to counter their enemies. Jiang Kai smirks, revealing a mysterious, dark energy-wreathed card. He reminds her of the card he got from the mutated Fallen Corpse King's treasure chest, boasting that with it, he has a 90% chance of taking down Huang De by himself. However, he turns serious, admitting that they're not just facing Huang De alone. The card has side effects, and without a solid strategy, his chances of defeating the entire instant kill squad are less than 60%. The pink-haired girl pulls up a holographic interface, explaining that the tears of the undying bird have been used up, and her research into substitutes has unfortunately been unsuccessful. She then presents a glimmering red capsule. She tells him it's the only numbing capsule. For someone with his attributes, it can temporarily restore his status to 50% of its peak for 1 minute. But there's a heavy price. She explains that during the minute it takes for the capsule to be digested, the user will be completely paralyzed and helpless. Jiang Kai adds that the capsule has another extremely strict condition. The user must completely exhaust all their mental energy in advance. Otherwise, the capsule won't take effect at all. The unnamed pink-haired girl expresses her deep concern, stating that being completely paralyzed for a minute on a life-or-death battlefield, while also being mentally exhausted, is no different from suicide. She urges him to think of other ways. But instead of fear, Jiang Kai is ecstatic. He grabs her by the shoulders, a crazed look in his eyes, and exclaims, "You're amazing," leaving her completely bewildered by his reaction to the deadly risks. His eyes glow with absolute certainty. He declares that with this risky plan now in place, his confidence in killing the entire instant kill squad has just risen to 100%. "Just wait and see," he says, ending the flashback. The story jumps back to 1 minute ago in the arena. The instant kill squad, believing Jiang Kai to be helpless, charges forward with bloodlust, laughing as they prepare to strike him down. At that same moment, the comical chase between the perverted shield user and the bald squad member continues, with the two scrambling up the arena wall. We see Jiang Kai standing over the defeated body of Huang De. This was the first step of his plan, a grueling fight to completely drain his mental energy and fulfill the numbing capsule's condition. With Huang De taken care of and his energy reserves depleted, Jiang Kai grits his teeth. The perfect moment has arrived. It's time to enact the most dangerous part of his strategy. He takes the capsule. His face falls into shadow, his eyes glowing an eerie white as a system notification appears. Status restoration countdown, 1 minute. The minute of paralysis begins. Returning to the present, Jiang Kai stands triumphantly over his fallen foes. Answering their question of how this was possible, he simply says, "Too bad you won't live to find out," as he summons deadly daggers of red energy. The final side battle reaches its climax. The bald warrior is shocked by the shield user's stamina, as the latter comically asks if he's playing hide-and-seek before launching a powerful attack. The bald man screams in frustration, realizing he missed his opportunity to finish the fight. In that moment of distraction, Zhu appears in a flash, moving too fast for the bald warrior to react. Zhu delivers a devastating uppercut, the impact sending a shockwave through the air as it connects squarely with his opponent's jaw. The final member of the instant kill squad is sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. He can only stare in utter disbelief as his consciousness fades, marking the complete victory of Jiang Kai's Fire God Squad. In what appears to be a strange dream, Yuan Zhu stands victorious over a fallen enemy, proclaiming, "Remember this, it's your honor to die by the sword of the world's greatest warrior." Yuan Yu watches in horror, letting out a desperate cry as he holds his fallen comrade. He turns to Yuan Zhu, his face twisted in rage, and screams, "You, why did you kill my sweetheart?" Yuan Zhu laughs maniacally, his body glowing with power. "Why did I kill him? What a joke, do I need a reason? I'm the world's greatest warrior," he bellows. Suddenly, Yuan Yu's mood shifts entirely. With hearts in his eyes, he declares, "My sweetheart is gone, so you'll replace him and receive my kisses." The scene dissolves as Ruan Yu is jolted back to reality, a strange green liquid surrounding him. He feels dizzy and nauseous, recognizing a familiar and unpleasant smell. The reality is that Ruan Yu has passed out drunk. His teammate, Jiang Kai, sighs as he uses a self-defense spray provided by Nuanuan, noting that Ruan Yu's drunken rampages are getting worse. Jiang Kai looks up from the mess and calls out to his other teammates, Hu Yan and Su Nuanuan, asking if they are all right after the match. The two girls, Hu Yan with her purple hair and Su Nuanuan with her pink hair, cheerfully reply that they're fine, addressing him as Captain Kai. The scene shows the defeated enemy team, the Instant Kill Squad, dissolving into blue pixels as they are eliminated from the arena. A female announcer with a microphone takes the stage to formally conclude the match. However, before she can finish, the overexcited Yuan Zhu, still buzzing from the fight, ignites his aura and challenges someone named Yuan to face him. The announcer is caught completely off guard by his outburst, letting out a confused huh. Seeing Yuan Zhu about to cause trouble, his teammates Jiang Kai, Hu Yan, and Su Nuanuan panic. Hu Yan and Jiang Kai rush to physically restrain the powerhouse warrior, pleading with him to calm down as they admit they are no match for him. Seeing the chaos, the flustered announcer quickly declares the Fire God Squad as the winners and schedules their next match to get them off the stage. As they are being dragged away, Yuan Zhu enthusiastically tells a terrified Jiang Kai that he'll always have his back, prompting Kai to tell his teammates to hurry up and leave. The Fire God Squad leaves the arena. Yuan Zhu is still fired up, Jiang Kai is utterly embarrassed, and the girls are laughing at the absurdity of their teammates. In the audience, a group of spectators looks on in shock, having just realized the implications of what they witnessed. The crowd begins to buzz. They can't believe that the little-known Fire God Squad completely wiped out the famed Instant Kill Squad, and they question the strange and powerful abilities of members like Yuan Zhu and Jiang Kai. Watching from a private box, a woman with green hair remarks to her companion, a silver-haired man she calls Brother Zia, that she now understands why he wanted to watch the Fire God Squad's match. Elsewhere in a high-tech facility, a man in a white suit named Professor Lai discusses the results with a sharp-looking woman with reddish-brown hair, Ms. Lan. He notes that Jiang Kai's victory will please their commander. The results of the evaluation are out. Professor Li turns to an expectant Ms. Lan, ready to reveal the data. He brings up a holographic display, pointing to the first explosive result. Yuan Zhu's evaluation has reached an incredible SS level. As for Su Nuanuan, her evaluation remains at a C level since she didn't display her other abilities. Ms. Lan is stunned by the news of Yuan Zhu's SS level evaluation, exclaiming that Jiangzhong City hasn't seen a warrior under 40 achieve such a rank in a very long time. Mr. Han explains the significance of this achievement. With an SS level rating, once Yuan Zhu reaches level 60, he can directly enter the Holy Radiance War God Temple's preparatory camp. An overview explains that to combat rampant beast gods, each country established national and local level war god temples, which in turn set up these preparatory camps to train potential new war gods. There are two ways to enter the prestigious camp. The first, and most common path, is to demonstrate absolutely outstanding combat ability during the layers of local level assessments. The second, much rarer route, is to be selected directly by the military after reaching the required professional level, passing their evaluation, and receiving a recommendation. Ms. Lan expresses her astonishment again, realizing that Yuan Zhu has the potential to directly enter the camp, a feat not even one person in the entire nation might achieve in a year. Having processed the news about Yuan Zhu, Mr. Han turns to Professor Lei and asks the crucial question, what about Jiang Kai's rating? Professor Li's expression turns grim as he delivers a shocking answer. Jiang Kai's power couldn't be measured. Both Mr. Han and Ms. Lan are floored by this revelation, simultaneously crying out, "What?" Professor Li elaborates, explaining that Jiang Kai's data showed severe inconsistencies. Firstly, his attributes are far too high for a level 20, yet they are somewhat lacking compared to a top-tier level 40 powerhouse. However, his attacks show incredible destructive power. Showing a wireframe data model, the professor reveals that in one test, Jiang Kai's attack coefficient reached an unbelievable 24,000. Furthermore, his card weapon couldn't be found in any database, and it caused the measurement program itself to malfunction, triggering multiple danger warnings. Professor Li concludes his technical analysis with a critique of his performance, stating that although Jiang Kai won, he exhausted himself too early and gives his team members too much freedom as a captain. With all the conflicting data, Professor Li hesitates, considering what official rating he could possibly assign to such an anomaly. Ultimately, he makes a decision. Let's just say D rank for now. Ms. Lan is outraged by the insultingly low rating. Mr. Han, however, calmly accepts the flawed assessment. He thanks Professor Lei and states that he will report the final results to Commander Wei. As they leave the evaluation room, Ms. Lan continues to protest, unable to accept the D rank assigned to Jiang Kai. Once they are alone, Mr. Han sits down and calmly agrees with her. Of course he can't be a D, he states plainly. Confused and frustrated, Ms. Lan demands to know why he didn't raise an objection to Professor Lei's assessment earlier. Mr. Han explains that the issue wasn't with Professor Li's assessment, but with the entire evaluation model itself. He calls her Lanlin, revealing a closer relationship. He poses a rhetorical question, suggesting that if a person's path is completely different from anyone else's, then using the established system to measure them is fundamentally problematic. With a knowing look, Mr. Han says that just like Commander Wei, he is looking forward to seeing Jiang Kai's next performance, implying they see a potential that transcends standard metrics. The story jumps to the next day. As the team walks through the city, Hu Yan spots a pharmacy and suggests they stop to pick up more herbs to make the spray they used on Ryu and Yu. The Fire God Squad steps into the pharmacy, a vast shop lined from floor to ceiling with countless jars of herbs. As they take in the sight, an apothecary greets them from the counter, asking what they need. Hu Yan steps forward and lists the ingredients for their spray. While the enthusiastic shopkeeper confirms he has the items and asks them to follow him, the rest of the team begins to browse the overwhelming collection of wares. As the apothecary leads them away, Jiang Kai looks around and realizes that Su Nuanuan has wandered off. He spots her down a different aisle, captivated by a shelf full of various potions and formulas. Jiang Kai approaches her, noticing that she's found a section of the shop that sells not just ingredients, but entire formulas. On the shelf are 3 ancient-looking scrolls, labeled Green Submariner, Eternal Freeze Poison, and Bloody Kiss. Su Nuanuan picks one up, identifying it as a poison formula for something called Green Spectre, and remarks that she's never seen it available on the public exchange. The old apothecary explains that the Green Spectre is indeed very rare. It was recently acquired from a treasure quest involving a mutated, warlord-level water ghost in the Taping Mountains Water Ghost Lake. Jiang Kai and Su Nuanuan listen intently, surprised that anyone would venture into such a notoriously dangerous location. The apothecary laughs, explaining that the mysterious, ascetic class of professionals are known for exploring such dangerous places, and that one of them got lucky, finding the ingredient on a dying monster. He continues his tale, noting the sheer luck involved in acquiring such a rare item from a perilous zone. However, he warns Su Nuanuan that the Green Spectre is highly toxic with strict activation conditions, making it easy to poison oneself during preparation and difficult to use, suggesting she consider other options. Intrigued rather than deterred, Su Nuanuan asks the apothecary to describe exactly what kind of poison the Green Spectre is. He explains that it's a deadly poison that penetrates armor and adheres to the body, but it has a crucial weakness. The enemy must be completely soaked in water for the poison to take effect. Both Jiang Kai and Su Nuanuan react with surprise, repeating the strange activation condition, water. The entire team, rendered in a chibai art style, discusses the absurdity. Not only do you have to succeed in applying the poison, but you also have to knock the opponent into a body of water, which is highly situational. Despite the apparent uselessness of the poison, Jiang Kai and Su Nuanuan exchange a knowing glance, a spark of inspiration flashing in their eyes. With matching grins, they enthusiastically declare in unison, "Great, we'll take it." The apothecary is left utterly baffled, unable to understand why they would want such an impractical and situational item. The scene shifts dramatically, signaling a change in location and tone. The setting is now the Jiangzhou City Black Tortoise Private Hospital, a skyscraper looming under the night sky. Inside a stark and dimly lit hospital room, a lone figure in striped pajamas sits on the edge of a bed, cast in shadow. President Huang, the head of the Huang family, peers into the room, his face a mask of grim concern. A doctor delivers a grave report. His son, Huang De, has suffered a devastating mental blow from his fight with Jiang Kai and is on the verge of a breakdown, requiring months of psychological counseling. A close-up shows Huang De, sitting catatonically, a dark aura of trauma surrounding him. Hearing the news, President Huang smashes his fist against the doorframe in a fit of rage. He seethes with anger, lamenting that his other son, Xiao, is still recovering, and now his most talented son, Huang De, has been broken. He furiously blames it all on Jiang Kai. President Huang seethes with rage. He had promised not to touch Jiang Kai's family, but he ominously reminds himself that he never promised not to touch Jiang Kai directly, and the guild challenge is not over yet. As he plots his revenge, a mysterious, fully armored figure approaches him in the hospital corridor, announcing their arrival. With a sinister grin, the hooded man confirms he's here to discuss the guild challenge, clearly ready to act on President Huang's behalf. The scene shifts back to the tournament arena, where in the following days, the guild challenge continued. However, Jiang Kai's reputation now preceded him. Some teams, having witnessed his brutal and absolute destruction of Huang De, chose to forfeit their matches against the Fire God Squad before they even began. After a series of intense battles, many teams were defeated by the Fire God Squad. With their captain, Jiang Kai, raising his sword in victory, the squad celebrates their hard-won success. Thanks to their efforts, Jiang Kai successfully led the Fire God Squad into the top 16, leaving many other powerful teams eliminated from the competition. Later that night, as the moon hangs high in the sky, Hu Yan rushes to find her captain, exclaiming that the news for their next match is out. A holographic message appears, congratulating the Fire God Squad on entering the top 16. It announces their next opponent, the Falcon Squad 4 from the Black Tortoise Guild, led by Su Feixiang. They are summoned to the arena in the West District of Holy Radiance City at 8 a.m. sharp. Hearing the names, Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu are taken aback. Yuanzhu wonders why the name Su Feixiang feels so familiar, and Ruan Yu agrees. Jiang Kai immediately recalls where he's heard the name. Su Feixiang's Falcon Squad 4 was the same team they encountered while searching for the fallen Corpse King. He realizes the Huang family can no longer hold back and is coming for them. Yuanzhu shouts as he remembers the arrogant group. Hu Yan confirms his recollection, adding that Falcon Squad 4 is known to be an elite team within the Black Tortoise Guild, though she believes they are no match for instant kill in terms of raw combat ability. Hu Yan continues, explaining that the members of Instant Kill are almost all children of the Black Tortoise executives, which grants them access to abundant resources and superior equipment. Su Nuanuan chimes in, adding that Su Feixiang's team was selected from among many powerful players after numerous battles, and they possess extremely strong teamwork and adaptability. She turns to Jiang Kai, reminding him of what she told him before. She warns him to be especially careful of Su Feixiang, whose agility is extremely high. With a determined gaze, Jiang Kai simply replies, "Yeah," acknowledging the weight of the upcoming challenge. The next day, the crowd is buzzing with excitement. The match between the Black Tortoise's Falcon Squad and the main God's Fire God Squad is about to begin, and everyone knows it's going to be a good one. As both teams make their way into the arena, the spectators murmur among themselves. They know the fight between Jiang Kai and Su Feixiang is personal. Su Feixiang is rumored to be Kai's nemesis. Su Feixiang smirks at Jiang Kai. "We finally meet again," he says menacingly. "Remember what I said, I'll personally chop off your arms." Yuanzhu angrily retorts, telling Su not to be so cocky and reminding him of the fate of the last arrogant person they faced, Huang De, whose grave must be meters high by now. Jiang Kai, with a confident smirk, cuts the conversation short. "Su Feixiang, enough talk. Let's let our strength do the talking." The announcer's voice booms across the field, grabbing the attention of all the players. The 36th Guild Challenge, round of 16, is about to start, and the countdown begins. The countdown starts at 10. The screen shows a tense face-off between Jiang Kai and Su Feixiang. In the arena, the crowd watches with bated breath, knowing the match is about to begin. The countdown reaches 8. In the stands, Mr. Han and Ms. Lan watch intently, with Ms. Lan wondering aloud if Jiang Kai can pull off another miracle against the formidable Falcon Squad. As the countdown goes from 3 to 2, a blonde woman in the crowd excitedly cheers for Zhu, promising their unwavering support. Nearby, a stern-looking man with blue hair watches the arena with a serious expression. The countdown hits 1, and with a final booming shout of "Start" from the announcer, the match officially begins. The moment the match starts, the Falcon Squad lunges forward in a furious, coordinated assault, aiming to overwhelm their opponents from the very beginning. Jiang Kai shouts for his team to be careful. They immediately form a defensive line. Hu Yan and Su Nuanuan get ready to deploy their protective abilities, while Yuanzhu prepares to engage. Leading the charge, Su Feixiang dashes forward with incredible speed, unleashing a volley of sharp, blade-like projectiles to initiate the clash. However, this opening move is exactly what the Fire God Squad was anticipating. With a wild, gleeful expression, Hu Yan shouts the signal for their counterplan, exclaiming, "So many chasing fates, let's catch them off guard." A fiery attack comes hurtling down, but Su Feixiang, with his incredible agility, dodges it with ease. A smirk plays on Su Feixiang's lips as he thinks to himself, "Haha, I knew it," anticipating his opponent's moves. Just as the attack misses, other members of the Falcon Squad leap into action, shouting, "Leave it to us." A red-haired female member of the Falcon Squad grins menacingly, declaring, "Now I'll show you what a team battle is." The Falcon Squad demonstrates their superior coordination, effortlessly dodging a barrage of projectiles aimed at them. This flawless defense leaves Jiang Kai's teammates, Su Nuanuan and Ruan Yu, completely stunned and exclaiming in disbelief. The crowd is equally amazed by the Falcon Squad's incredible reaction speed, noting how they perfectly blocked Jiang Kai's 6 darts while maintaining a full-speed charge. One of Jiang Kai's attacks lands a critical hit, striking a member of the Falcon Squad dead on. But even with the critical hit, the targeted player doesn't panic. Instead, he calmly uses the force of the blow to retreat. A red-haired male teammate grins and steps forward, shouting, "Ha, let me take him on," as his comrade expertly falls back. A spectator points out their flawless strategy. As soon as a frontline member is knocked back, another teammate instantly fills the gap. The red-haired woman from the Falcon Squad then launches her own attack, shouting, "Fire God Squad, taste my flaming whip," seamlessly transitioning from defense to offense. The flaming whip strikes the ground with explosive force right in front of the Fire God Squad, impressing the audience with its power and flair. Watching from the stands, Ms. Lan remarks that while she's heard of Falcon Squad 4, this is her first time seeing them fight up close. She admits they live up to their fame for team battles. Mr. Han agrees, adding that although the individual members aren't top tier within the talent-rich Black Tortoise Guild, their performance as a cohesive team is truly exceptional. Jiang Kai observes their perfect cooperation, realizing it could only be forged through countless real battles on the edge of life and death. He quickly orders his own team to pull back. With just this one exchange, it's clear to Jiang Kai that the Falcon Squad is far more terrifying than their previous opponents, Instant Kill. A member of the Falcon Squad reveals their trump card, a glowing purple crystal. Supermagnetic stone, he declares. You still want to retrieve chasing fate. The crowd erupts in a panic. They recognize the supermagnetic stone and shout that the Fire God Squad's weapons will be controlled again. They speculate that Jiang Kai will be forced to use his mysterious card from the start. But just as the crowd expects the worst, one of the spectators shouts, "Wait, look." To everyone's astonishment, the supermagnetic stone is completely ineffective. The Fire God Squad's weapons remain under their control, surrounded by a protective aura. The crowd is left wondering what just happened. Su Feixiang is momentarily surprised, but a smirk quickly forms on his face. "Heh, you guys modified your weapons too," he asks, impressed by their preparation. Jiang Kai smirks back confidently. "Surprised," he taunts. "Since we suffered a loss against instant kill, did you think we wouldn't be prepared?" The scene flashes back to before the match. Ryuan Yu thanks Captain Kai for saving some special ores from the Murloc's secret palace. He explains that he discovered the special-grade tough ironstone creates a counteracting force against the supermagnetic stone, and he used it to modify the entire team's weapons. A shot shows the newly modified weapons, including Jiang Kai's sword and daggers. Ryuan Yu proudly declares that with this upgrade, they won't have to worry about the supermagnetic stone anymore. Returning to the present, Jiang Kai pats a beaming Ryuan Yu on the back, praising him for his brilliant work. With their trump card neutralized, Jiang Kai leaps into the air, shouting, "Su Feixiang, now I'll show you that even the most seamless teamwork has flaws in the face of ultimate speed." Su Feixiang activates his ability, Gambler's Time, surrounding himself with ethereal dice as he deftly dodges Jiang Kai's incoming daggers. He smirks, thinking his continuous attack will be enough to fend off the 6 daggers, but his confidence is short-lived as the projectiles strike his teammates, catching them completely off guard. From the observation deck, Ms. Lan breathes a sigh of relief, realizing Jiang Kai's squad had a countermeasure all along. She smiles, reflecting that perhaps this is the fun part of witnessing his team's growth. Knowing that Gambler's Time can't last long, Jiang Kai yells to his teammates, "Zhu, Ryuan Yu now. This is the best time to counterattack." On cue, the bottles thrown by Ryuan Yu shatter across the battlefield, releasing their contents. Yuan Zhu lands with a thud, muttering in annoyance, "Tusk, even nobodies dare to challenge us now." He channels immense power, declaring, "Then let me show you the power of the world's greatest warrior." He stomps the ground, unleashing his ultimate move, Earth-Shattering Stomp. Seeing the massive wave of energy coming, the Falcon Squad's leader screams for his team to fall back. An enormous pillar of light erupts from the ground, the force of the blast sending the Falcon Squad members flying. As the smoke clears, Yuan Zhu stands victoriously amidst the rubble. He looks around, confused, and asks, where is he?" realizing Su Feixiang is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, without warning, a blade slices through the air and strikes Yuan Zhu from behind. Jiang Kai, activating his eye ability, sees the danger and desperately shouts, "Zhu, watch out." It's revealed that the Falcon Squad's red-haired female member used her whip to pull her teammate out of the blast just in time, allowing him to launch a surprise attack. At the same time, Su Feixiang appears behind Jiang Kai, his eyes glowing with rage. "Jiang Kai, you dare to be distracted while fighting me," he snarls. "I told you if we meet again, I will kill you." Meanwhile, the red-haired woman confronts Yuan Zhu, mockingly throwing his own words back at him. "You dare to challenge me, the world's greatest warrior. You've got guts." Enraged, Yuan Zhu parries a blow from another member of the Falcon Squad, their weapons clashing with a shower of sparks as the chaotic team battle continues. The battle begins. Su Nuanuan, with a determined look, tells her team leader Jiang Kai that she's moving on to her own fight, leaving this section of the battlefield to him. From afar, Su Feixiang watches Jiang Kai's movements closely. He's inwardly surprised, admitting to himself that he underestimated his opponent's incredible reaction speed. Jiang Kai, crackling with a golden aura, readily accepts the challenge. With his sword in hand and eyes glowing with power, he prepares to unleash his own attack. Accept his challenge. He stomps on the ground with tremendous force, causing the floor to crack and explode upwards from the impact. Jiang Kai executes his earth-shattering stomp. The sheer power of the blow radiates outwards, sending a shockwave across the arena towards his opponent. The force of the stomp is so immense that it sends his opponent flying helplessly into the air. In the background, Su Nuanuan continues her own battle. Meanwhile, another member of Jiang Kai's team, Ryuan Yu, confidently declares that he is not weaker than anyone as he breaks a bottle, seemingly ready to fight. A muscular opponent, Huang De, brings his massive sword down on a smaller foe. However, the attack is blocked by a crystal-clear blue shield, summoned just in time by a man who cheekily introduces himself. Angered by the failed attack, Huang De glares at his opponent, infuriated that his strike was so easily blocked. On another front, 2 female members of the Falcon Squad mock Ryuan Yu, calling him a perverted drunkard and deciding to leave him for their teammate to handle. The women then turn their attention to Hu Yan, warning her to watch out as they prepare to gang up on her. In response to the threat, Hu Yan gathers a large amount of icy energy above her head, preparing to unleash her powerful, enhanced invincible ice halo technique. Seeing her teammate in a pinch, another member of Jiang Kai's team, a girl with long pink hair, decides to step in and help, gathering golden energy in her hands. The enemy team launches their attack first, firing a volley of glowing blue arrows at Su Nuinuan and her dark-winged teammate. Back on the main battlefield, Su Feixiang leaps into the air, blades ready, preparing to strike down at Jiang Kai from above. Jiang Kai meets the attack head-on, his own sword glowing with brilliant blue energy as he swings it upwards to parry the blow. Su Feixiang is surprised by the block, dodging backwards in midair to avoid Jiang Kai's counterattack. With a sinister smile, Su Feixiang taunts Jiang Kai, boasting that when it comes to speed, he has never lost. He then unleashes a flurry of high-speed attacks, his movements so fast they appear as streaks of purple energy. Su Feixiang mocks Jiang Kai, calling his movements too slow. Jiang Kai, however, remains focused, realizing that his opponent is just as tough as he expected. In the audience, spectators are in disbelief, with one commentator noting that no one has ever dodged Jiang Kai's darts at such close range before. Another, a famous analyst, is amazed, unable to even comprehend the speed of the fight without a slow-motion replay. Su Feixiang unleashes a powerful energy blast, a massive red beam that threatens to overwhelm his opponents completely. An announcer, shocked, explains the incredible feat that just occurred. While spinning to dodge a dart, Su Feixiang used the momentum to close the distance and attack Jiang Kai instantly. In the commentator booth, an analyst reveals Su Feixiang's staggering stats after checking his data. He confirms that Su Feixiang's base agility alone is over 300, and with his gear, it likely tops 350. The analyst elaborates on the dire situation, explaining that while Jiang Kai is known for his agility, Su Feixiang is at least 100 points higher in that same attribute. The conclusion is chilling. Based on pure stats, Su Feixiang is Jiang Kai's perfect counter. Looming over his opponent, Su Feixiang declares that making an enemy of him will be the biggest regret of Jiang Kai's life. A flash of realization hits Jiang Kai as he understands the gravity of the threat he's facing. Su Feixiang spins through the air, unleashing a devastating whirlwind-slash-attack, surrounding himself in arcs of purple energy. Caught off guard by the speed and intensity of the attack, Jiang Kai can only brace for impact as the energy slash closes in. But Jiang Kai quickly realizes the opponent's complex strategy. It seems Su Feixiang only attacked once, but his other hand is clearly charging up a second, hidden attack. He understands that the whirlwind slash isn't just a simple one-hit move, it's a carefully planned combination. Jiang Kai knows he's trapped. He calculates that with his current agility, if he only focuses on dodging, he won't be able to avoid both of the consecutive attacks. Forced to evade the initial slash, Jiang Kai leaps away, leaving himself vulnerable to a volley of golden, fiery projectiles that were hidden in the first attack. A sinister grin spreads across Su Feixiang's face as he watches his plan unfold perfectly. Ha, he took the bait, he thinks to himself. The fiery projectiles explode on the ground where Jiang Kai was just a moment ago, demonstrating the power of Su Feixiang's coordinated assault. Su Feixiang lands, his eyes and blades glowing with a menacing purple light, confident in his superiority. Jiang Kai is shocked, exclaiming "What?" as he realizes his signature move, Chasing Fate, is somehow being controlled and neutralized. Su Feixiang reveals his trump card. "Did you think you were the only one who could modify their weapons?" he boasts, his twin swords crackling with purple lightning. He explains that his purple-silver twin swords have been specifically modified. While they can't control weapons from afar, they are perfect for countering Jiang Kai's Chasing Fate in close quarters. The depth of his opponent's preparation dawns on Jiang Kai. He realizes he was being baited into using his Chasing Fate darts all along. Su Feixiang mockingly confirms Jiang Kai's suspicion, admiring that he still has the presence of mind to ask questions at a time like this. His eyes glint with cunning as he spots an opening, remarking how interesting the situation has become. Su Feixiang begins to pick apart Jiang Kai's strategy, asking if that's his last dart, or perhaps the special card he had disguised as a dart earlier. A smug, knowing smile spreads across his face as his suspicions are confirmed. "Heh, just as I thought," he exclaims. Jiang Kai, now on the back foot, can only ask what his opponent means, sensing the trap closing around him. Su Feixiang explains the reason his Hawk Squad 4 is at the top. Aside from flawless teamwork, they have another advantage: they never underestimate any enemy. "That's why," he reveals, "before the match, I repeatedly watched and analyzed your match against Instant Kill." A flashback shows him and his team studying holographic data of Jiang Kai's team. He continues his lecture, stating that Jiang Kai was only able to unexpectedly defeat Huang De because of that one powerful card he had disguised as a dart. He then presses his advantage, questioning Jiang Kai's inaction after that first victory. "Why didn't you go help your teammates? Was it because you trusted them, or because that trump card is so taxing you were left unable to move?" The scene flashes back, revealing the source of his confidence. It was through this obsessive, repeated analysis of the fight footage that Su Feixiang found the answer, pinpointing the critical weakness he is now about to exploit. Su Feixiang continues his psychological assault, noting the sweat on Jiang Kai's brow. He correctly deduces that Jiang Kai isn't just putting on a brave face, but is genuinely under pressure. With a predatory grin, Su Feixiang reveals his bold guess. Jiang Kai's trump card, while powerful, consumes a massive amount of energy, preventing it from being used again in a short period. His calculations have confirmed this weakness. Jiang Kai grits his teeth in frustration, shocked that his greatest secret has been so thoroughly analyzed and exposed. Su Feixiang lays out the perfect trap. If Jiang Kai uses his trump card, Su Feixiang will surely die. But in the minute it takes to disqualify him, his teammates will have more than enough time to eliminate the rest of the Fire God squad. Elsewhere, the battle rages. Hu Yan tells her teammate Su Nuanuan to stay behind her. Su Nuanuan agrees, preparing to amplify Hu Yan's healing abilities as they fend off a powerful beam attack. Jiang Kai's eyes narrow, his focus unbroken despite the grim situation. He silently accepts the challenge, ready to fight against the odds. In another part of the arena, a warrior from Jiang Kai's team, named Zhu, confidently declares himself the greatest war god, challenging his opponent to kneel before him. Zhu clashes fiercely with his long-haired opponent from the Falcon squad, their blades creating streaks of golden light. As his opponent attempts to retreat, Zhu's eyes glow with power. "Run," he scoffs, preparing to pursue. However, the Falcon squad member, Ryuan Yu, retaliates with contempt, calling Zhu's title trash before leaping down with a powerful shield strike. Zhu manages to block the heavy shield bash with his sword, the impact sending sparks flying. Enraged, Zhu unleashes a furious counterattack, questioning how anyone dares to question the power of the greatest war god. Watching from the sidelines, an analyst in the audience correctly identifies the Falcon squad's strategy. Their fighter is intentionally avoiding a direct confrontation, tactically playing with Zhu. The analyst elaborates that Ryuan Yu is aware of Zhu's ability to transfer attributes and knows he can't win a head-on battle. Instead, he is using hit-and-run tactics to test Zhu's patience and deplete his stamina. Another spectator questions if this dishonorable tactic damages the Falcon squad's reputation, but the head analyst refutes this. He explains that this is a true battle strategy, and for experienced fighters, winning is the only thing that matters. The psychological warfare is working. Zhu is becoming visibly agitated, his brow furrowed in anger as he's told to remain calm. In a different fight, Ryuan Yu, true to his flirtatious persona, is comically distracted, fawning over his female opponent's physique instead of fighting. His opponent, the brutish Huang De, is not impressed. "Shut up. A drunkard is always a drunkard and the most useless profession," he roars as he charges forward. Huang De's powerful strike slams into Ryuan Yu's shield with immense force. Breaking through his defenses, Huang De viciously impales Ryuan Yu, sneering that he, like his profession, will always be a worthless piece of trash. Ryuan Yu coughs up blood, having sustained a fatal blow, as Huang De stands over him in triumph. The entire Fire God squad screams in horror as they witness their teammate, Ryuan Yu, being brutally struck down. In a panic, Hu Yan tells a shocked Su Nuanuan to hold on, while she tries to figure out a way to heal Ryuan Yu's critical wound. But their enemies give them no quarter. A red-haired female warrior from the Falcon squad ignites in flames, moving to block any attempt at rescue. "Want to save someone right under my nose? No way," she declares. The Falcon squad launches a coordinated assault. While the red-haired warrior attacks head-on, her teammates strike from above. One of Jiang Kai's allies intercepts the immediate physical threat, shouting, "Nuanuan, I'll cover you." Go, creating a desperate opening for her to act. A hand reaches through a swirling blue vortex, attempting to break through a shimmering digital barrier. The two female warriors from the Falcon squad mock Hu Yan from above, challenging her to see if she truly has the ability to stop them. They launch a swirling vortex of energy down at her. The energy blast strikes Hu Yan directly, creating a massive explosion and sending a powerful shockwave across the battlefield. Su Nuanuan can only watch in horror, screaming her teammate's name as she is engulfed by the attack. The Falcon squad warriors stand victorious. One sneers, "A quack and a doctor with no combat ability. Are these two wastes worthy of fighting us?" The other adds that their captain, Jiang Kai, can't save them as he can barely protect himself. The battle rages on. The enemy team surrounds Jiang Kai, with one of the female warriors yelling at him for his arrogance and disrespect towards the war god Axe's authority. From a distance, the enemy leader, Su Feixiang, mockingly compliments Jiang Kai's speed, calling him a little brat who runs fast. Enraged, Jiang Kai turns to confront him, challenging him to a direct fight. He swings his sword, but Su Feixiang deftly dodges the attack. Su Feixiang smirks, calling Jiang Kai an idiot. He explains his strategy. Why would he fight Jiang Kai's strength with his own weakness? On the battlefield, victory is all that matters. Losing his patience, Jiang Kai ignites his sword with fiery energy and lunges forward, roaring for his opponent to die. The attack is parried. Seeing an opening in Jiang Kai's aggressive assault, Su Feixiang seizes the opportunity for a counterattack. Jiang Kai is struck, the impact shown in a flash of inverted colors as he lets out a pained grunt. Jiang Kai's teammates watch in horror, their faces filled with shock and disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Having maneuvered behind his opponent, Su Feixiang taunts Jiang Kai, saying it's too late for him to change his approach now. A devastating blow lands on Jiang Kai's back, sending him stumbling forward. With a look of utter contempt, Su Feixiang declares Jiang Kai to be the biggest waste in the world. Standing over a fallen member of Jiang Kai's squad, Su Feixiang delivers a crushing blow to his morale, announcing that all his teammates have been defeated. Su Feixiang presents Jiang Kai with a final, cruel option, to use his one remaining trump card to save someone. The scene reveals the brute of the Falcon squad, Huang De, holding one of Jiang Kai's teammates hostage. Su Feixiang reminds him that he only has one trump card. His other two female teammates, Su Nuanuan and Hu Yan, are also shown to be captured and helpless. Su Feixiang forces the impossible choice upon him. Who will he save? A shot of Jiang Kai's other teammates, defeated and lying on the ground, emphasizing the hopelessness of his situation. Su Feixiang smirks, declaring that no matter who Jiang Kai chooses to save, the fate of his Fire God squad is sealed. They are all doomed to lose. Jiang Kai stands with his head down, seemingly crushed by the weight of his inevitable defeat. As rain begins to fall, Jiang Kai looks up, facing Su Feixiang. Is that so? He asks, a hint of defiance in his voice. But he doesn't think so. A strange green energy swirls around him as his eyes glow, activating the Ghost Eye Focus skill. A confident smirk spreads across his face. The enemy combatants are taken aback by his sudden use of a rain skill, mocking him for bringing out such a trash skill and overestimating himself. They prepare to deliver the final blow. As the rain pours down on his captured teammates, Jiang Kai retorts, "Who says rain can't take your lives?" On the ground, a bottle of green poison, the Green Spectre, lies open. The rain becomes the catalyst for the poison. Green, toxic tendrils rise from the ground, enveloping the enemy team members. The enemies cry out in confusion, baffled by the mysterious green substance rising around them. Ignoring the potential threat, one warrior decides to eliminate the immediate problem, shouting to kill the two captive girls first. With a final, desperate cry of die, an energy blade is launched directly at Su Nuanuan and Hu Yan, who can only huddle together as the attack closes in. From the stands, the spectators are bewildered. They question the strange rain skill from the fortune teller and the F-rank prank weapon thrown by the doctor, seeing them as easy targets. In a high-tech observation room, the analyst Lanlin is startled, feeling a sudden warmth emanating from the battlefield. Her colleague, Mr. Han, urgently tells her to look closer at what's unfolding. On the field, the tide has turned. The enemy warrior with horns cries out in agony as the green poison spreads across her body, activated by the rain. Her red-haired teammate is also afflicted, screaming as the toxic substance clings to her skin. In a moment of horrified realization, she understands their opponent's true strategy. You used poison. Now freed, Jiang Kai's teammates, Su Nuanuan and Hu Yan, stand ready for a counterattack, their eyes glowing with power. Consumed by rage and pain from the poison, the red-haired enemy vows to kill them. Hu Yan scoffs at the threat, telling her to dream on. She unleashes her powerful ice lightning technique, a storm of frozen energy. The devastating ice attack descends upon the two poisoned warriors, engulfing them completely. A close-up shows their faces twisted in agony, blood and poison marking their defeat. Both members of the Falcon squad lie motionless on the wet ground, their weapons scattered, completely incapacitated. Back in the observation room, Lanlin is stunned. What kind of poison is that? It's so terrifyingly potent, it completely incapacitated a fighter. Mr. Han explains with a grim smile. The rare poison, Green Spectre, was never used because its activation condition was too harsh. He never expected someone to pair it so perfectly with a rain-making skill. Su Feixiang, the enemy leader, watches his plan crumble, his face a mask of pure disbelief as he shouts, "How is this possible?" Jiang Kai smirks. He explains that in battle, a seemingly useless profession, skill and poison can create amazing effects when combined correctly. With confidence, he warns his opponent, "But if you think this is all our Fire God squad has, then you're sorely mistaken." The crowd's attention shifts as they notice another member of Jiang Kai's team, the one they call that drunkard, is getting back on his feet. It's Ryuan Yu. He clutches a bleeding wound in his chest, having been stabbed earlier. His opponent, the muscular Huang De, taunts him from across the arena, mocking him for trying to struggle. He prepares to wipe out the Fire God squad, starting with him. But Ryuan Yu's eyes glow with a fierce red light. He declares with newfound conviction, "I, Ryuan Yu, am never weaker than anyone. No matter who you are, I fear nothing." Huang De is taken aback by the sudden change. He notices the strange look in Ryuan Yu's eyes, so different from his earlier carefree demeanor, and wonders if it's another trick. With a wild roar, Ryuan Yu charges forward, his killing intent palpable. "Today, you must submit to me. You have no other choice." Infuriated by the audacity, Huang De raises his spear, shouting, "Damn it, how dare you try to get me." The spectators are confused once more. They thought the drunkard was just for show, but now they see his strange state. He's sober, yet still spouting nonsense, and they sense something is very different. But you can hardly say he is drunk now. Ryuan Yu charges forward with astonishing speed, a blue aura trailing behind him. In a flash, he closes the distance, effortlessly dodging Huang De's powerful spear thrust. Even the enemy leader, Su Feixiang, is stunned. He notes that Ryuan Yu's reaction speed is unbelievably fast and realizes with shock that after being injured, his speed has more than doubled. Watching from afar, Jiang Kai smirks at his rival's confusion. Surprised, he asks, "Do you know the difference between human instinct and human reaction?" Su Feixiang, whose perfect plan has completely fallen apart, can only grit his teeth in frustration. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Jiang Kai begins to explain that reaction is a calculated response. As he speaks, Huang De attacks again, dismissing the dodge as luck and vowing to split Ryuan Yu's head open. Instinct, however, is a primitive ability. Jiang Kai continues. Ryuan Yu once again dodges with ease, reverting to his flirty persona to taunt his opponent, "Hey beauty, your speed isn't fast enough." Completely losing his composure, Huangde screams for him to shut up and die. Jiang Kai's voiceover explains that no matter how much combat experience or mental stability one possesses, in the face of the most primitive instinct, human reaction is always a step behind. The chapter ends on a triumphant note for the Fire God Squad, with Ryuan Yu revealing his true, instinct-driven power. The battle rages on. The brawny fighter lunges forward, his spear glowing with power, aiming for a decisive blow. But his attack is just a fraction too slow. Ryuan Yu, with a nimble leap, easily evades the powerful thrust. The muscular warrior is immediately forced on the defensive, raising his shield to block a sudden storm of golden projectiles raining down from the sky. He grits his teeth in frustration, unable to comprehend the situation. Damn it, he thinks, this guy is clearly injured, so how can he avoid my attacks so accurately every time? He's even more agile than before. I can't figure out his patterns at all. Watching from the sidelines, Su Nuanuan has a sudden realization. She understands that Ryuan Yu is using his new talent, merrymaking, which unleashes the body's most primitive abilities and power. Indeed, Ryuan Yu is in a daze. He explains that the merrymaking state stimulates his subconscious, putting him in a subtle state between drunk and not drunk, making his movements feel a bit unrestrained. Su Nuanuan decides to test her theory and help her teammate. She reaches for her sword, ready to intervene. With a powerful throw, she sends her sword flying across the battlefield, yelling, "Ryuan Yu, catch." Ryuan Yu, with a drunken blush and a carefree attitude, catches the sword. He playfully calls out to his opponent, "Burp, beauty, are you tired already? I'm still waiting for you to kiss me drunk with your passionate lips." Enraged by the mockery, the fighter roars and charges forward with his glowing spear, shouting, "You're dead. Today I'll chop you into 8 pieces." But Ryuan Yu, in his drunken state, moves with impossible grace. He effortlessly dodges not just one, but multiple spear thrusts that seem to come from all directions. The spectators are in disbelief. An older man points out the incredible sight. "Look, that drunkard's footwork is chaotic, but he avoids attacks every single time." His companions watch with wide-eyed amazement. The opponent can't believe what's happening. He screams in denial, "Impossible. Drunkards are trash, the lowest class. How could I possibly lose to a drunkard?" Fueled by rage and desperation, he lunges one last time, screaming, "Die," as his spear and shield glow with intense energy. There's a brilliant flash of light as the two attacks meet, followed by a powerful shockwave. When the dust settles, Ryuan Yu stands victorious, using the opponent's own spear to hold him at bay. In a swift move, Ryuan Yu brings the blade he was thrown earlier right to the fighter's neck. The fighter's eyes widen in shock and terror as a drop of blood trickles down his face. With a lecherous, love-struck expression, Ryuan Yu grins and demands, "Take off your clothes." The defeated fighter, now with a blade at his neck and another stuck in his shoulder, can only stammer in fear and confusion, "You. His rage boils over, his face turning red with veins popping. He lets out a frustrated grunt, completely humiliated. The crowd goes wild. A spectator shouts in astonishment, "Oh my god, in Holy Radiant City, a profession everyone considers trash actually overwhelmed a fighter beyond their level." Below, the defeated fighter lies on the ground as Ryuan Yu celebrates. The announcer notes that the Falcon Squad 4 has lost 3 members, questioning if the Fire God Squad is making a comeback. Watching his team fall one by one, the enemy squad leader, Su Feixiang, rushes forward in a fury, screaming, "These useless bunch." Suddenly, a figure glowing with lightning-fast energy appears, blocking Su Feixiang's path. It's Jiang Kai. He calmly faces the enraged opponent, holding a glowing card in his hand. "What, can't hold back anymore?" he taunts. "Weren't you specially here to deal with me?" Su Feixiang glares, his voice dripping with venom as he acknowledges his rival's advantage. "Jiang Kai," he seethes, "so you really did have that mysterious trump card up your sleeve." In the face of such intense animosity, Jiang Kai remains unshaken. He simply lets out a quiet, confident HMPH, calmly accepting the challenge and waiting for his opponent's inevitable move. Su Feixiang, cloaked in a sinister purple aura, lunges at Zhu, who stands calmly in the distance. "However, don't get too cocky yet," Su Feixiang snarls. "Don't forget, my men haven't completely lost yet." Just as Su Feixiang's attack is about to land, a vial of green liquid flies through the air, shattering and releasing its contents right in the path of the attack. Su Nuanuan, the team's doctor, watches with a look of pure panic, screaming out, "Not good." Su Feixiang, now realizing he's been hit by the substance, turns his furious gaze towards Su Nuanuan. "You annoying doctor, you actually plan to use poison against me," he shouts. Enraged, he changes his target. "Fine, since you're courting death, I'll kill you first, then kill that cowardly fighter." The attack meant for Su Nuanuan is intercepted. A pair of eyes widens in shock as the blow lands. It's Zhu. He has thrown himself in front of Su Nuanuan, taking the full force of Su Feixiang's deadly charge. Su Nuanuan can only watch, her face a mask of determined horror as her teammate sacrifices himself for her. Su Feixiang brutally impales Zhu, lifting him off the ground with his weapon. Tears streaming down her face, Su Nuanuan lets out a heart-wrenching scream, "Zhu." Su Feixiang glares down at the seemingly lifeless body of his victim. He sneers with contempt. "Heh, a trash wants to play the hero saving the beauty. This is what you get." With a mad laugh, he declares, "Now, I'll grant your wish and let you two be a pair of dead lovebirds. Ha 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 ha." But as he tries to pull his weapon out to finish the job, he finds it stuck. What's going on? He wonders. I can't pull it out. His eyes widen in shock and confusion as he struggles fruitlessly. Suddenly, the supposedly dead Zhu looks up, his eyes glowing with yellow light. He speaks with a defiant tone. "Ha, who said this is death, huh?" Before Su Feixiang can react, crimson bands of energy erupt from Zhu's body, wrapping around and trapping Su Feixiang completely. "What?" he screams, caught off guard. Zhu, now glowing with a powerful golden aura, reveals the truth of the strategy. "After all," he declares, "I've long since transferred my attributes to Constitution." The spectators finally understand the brilliant, insane strategy. One explains, in actual combat, attack, reaction, and speed are related to agility, but Zhu actually used his body as bait, directly transferring his attributes to Constitution. With Su Feixiang trapped and immobilized, the real Jiang Kai makes his move, stepping out from the shadows. In a flash, Jiang Kai appears behind the helpless Su Feixiang, his sword already stained with blood from a devastating strike. He grips the handle of his sword, preparing to channel his power for the finishing blow. Jiang Kai, glowing with the same golden aura as Zhu, looks down on his defeated foe. He notes the difference in their power, stating, "No, not the same." He raises his flaming sword, ready to end it. "This time," he says coldly, "let's see how you run." He thrusts his sword down, and the flaming blade plunges straight through Su Feixiang, who can only scream in agony as his life force is violently extinguished in a brilliant pillar of light. As his consciousness fades, the once arrogant squad leader can only stare in utter disbelief. "This is impossible," are the last, desperate words to escape his lips before he dissolves into particles of light. Jiang Kai stands over his fallen opponent with a confident smirk. "What did I say? You hawks think it's so easy to kill my teammates." Su Feixiang, still reeling, can't believe what happened. "Damn it," he thinks in a rage. "How did these fire god trashes suddenly become so powerful? According to the previous analysis, they clearly had no chance of winning." Jiang Kai, surrounded by a faint turquoise aura, holds up his glowing trump card. "Now then, it's time for our showdown," he declares. "Su Feixiang, I'll make you accept defeat with all your heart." Refusing to accept his loss, Su Feixiang's eyes glow red with fury. "Jiang Kai, don't get too cocky," he roars. "Today, my people may not be able to deal with the trash around you, but I, Su Feixiang, will definitely take your head, Jiang Kai." Jiang Kai remains calm and analytical, stating, "In battle, the most direct way to gain the upper hand is often." Before he can finish, Su Feixiang unleashes his ultimate attack, a furious combination of slashes cloaked in purple energy. "Die, storm thrust double slash," he screams. Jiang Kai's eye glows with power as he analyzes the incoming assault. He notes the strong, explosive power and understands that even if the attack doesn't hit directly, he'll be affected by the energy. However, he also deduces the attack's weakness. It means Su Feixiang has no power left for a follow-up. This is his chance to launch the second strike. As the attack is about to connect, Jiang Kai calmly utters a single word: "Phantomize." Su Feixiang's devastating attack hits nothing but empty air, crashing into the ground as Jiang Kai vanishes into a shadowy blur. Su Feixiang's eyes widen in absolute shock. He missed. "What?" he cries out, realizing his all-or-nothing attack has failed. From the dissipating smoke behind him, Jiang Kai emerges completely unharmed. "Su Feixiang," he states coldly, "you've already lost." Jiang Kai raises his glowing card, the source of his power, ready to end the duel. He leaps into the air, his body glowing with turquoise energy as he prepares his final, decisive attack. Su Feixiang, completely spent and defeated, can only roar in defiance. "Who said I lost? Jiang Kai, you dare to trick me? I'll kill you." Jiang Kai's eyes narrow. He knows his opponent's weakness. The more you are controlled by emotions, the easier it is to make one mistake, and then mistake after mistake. He reveals the mechanics of his fatal blow. The previous 8 chasing fates were controlled and failed to crit. After the death card devoured my 9th chasing fate, it inherited a 90% critical hit rate. Plus the death card's own attribute bonus, this attack, he explains, as his glowing card materializes in front of a horrified Su Feixiang. A system window displays the card's terrifying stats. Penetration increased by 50, permanently increases critical hit rate by 15%, and increases critical hit damage by 150%. The full weight of his defeat finally hits Su Feixiang. His mind breaks as he realizes he never stood a chance against such a calculated assault. "How is this possible?" he mutters in despair. With Jiang Kai's final move, a massive defeated emblem materializes, signaling Su Feixiang's ultimate loss. The match is over. Jiang Kai stands over the fallen body of Su Feixiang. He reaches out a hand, absorbing the spoils of his victory as blue particles of data-like energy rise from the corpse. With the battle won, Jiang Kai looks down at his defeated rival. "I already said it," he states, his voice devoid of emotion. "You've already lost." The spectators are left speechless, their faces a mixture of shock and awe as they process the final blow. One of them can only stammer, "Heavens." The stunned silence breaks, turning into a massive wave of celebration. The crowd erupts, screaming in disbelief at the miraculous upset. "Oh my God," one fan shouts with glee, "the Fire Squad won again." The celebration continues as the crowd processes the unbelievable upset. One fan screams with excitement, They actually completely defeated the Black Tortoise's elite squad twice in a row. An armored man in the stands, likely a guild official, pumps his fists in the air, laughing with glee. "It's simply a miracle," he exclaims, overjoyed by the unexpected victory. The members of the Fire God Squad are overjoyed. Jiang Kai allows himself a small, satisfied smile. His teammates, a purple-haired girl and Nguyen, cheer with pure elation, while Yuanzhu blushes and pants, exhausted but happy. Another teammate lets out a breath of pure relief. Elsewhere, two figures in a viewing room analyze the battle. A woman in a sharp business suit asks, "It's over." The red-haired man beside her replies with a smile, "It's over, what a delightful battle." Jiang Kai's performance was as wonderful as always, and Yuanzhu didn't disappoint me either. Besides that, Nguyen's performance was also very eye-catching. The analyst elaborates on Nguyen's crucial role. Healers using poison is often not obvious in battle, but that girl was actually able to concoct the complex green spectre, and even directly use it in battle, showing that her talent for using poison is very strong. In the background, Nguyen and her teammate continue to celebrate their hard-won victory. From the ground, Su Feixiang mocks the team, saying it's a pity the evaluation is over, otherwise Nguyen's grades might have reached an 11. Yuanzhu dramatically weeps over the incapacitated Su Feixiang, crying out in mock sorrow. In a flashback to the critical moment, Su Nguyen sprays a substance directly into Yuanzhu's face. With her own teammate on the ground, Su Nguyen declares that at the critical moment, her skills are the ones to watch. The match commentator, a woman with pink hair, shouts in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. The team appears in disarray as an enraged Zhu Ting yells at his opponent, being held back by Ruan Yu and his other teammates. Jiang Kai, the team captain, lets out a sigh, lamenting how difficult modern teams are to lead. The commentator raises her arm decisively, preparing to announce the outcome of the chaotic battle. She declares the Fire God Squad as the winners, and the crowd erupts in cheers of Fire God. Jiang Kai allows himself a small, confident smile, admitting to himself that this feeling of victory isn't bad. The victorious Fire God Squad walks away from the arena, with the crowd continuing to chant their name in the background. From the stands, a mysterious onlooker with silver hair watches the victorious team leave the stage. A smirk plays on his lips as he finds the Fire God Squad to be an interesting development. A few days later, the scene shifts to the main God Guild headquarters at night. A figure is seen rushing through the halls of the guild, urgently calling out for Captain Kai. Jiang Kai and his teammates, looking perplexed, ask what all the excitement is about. Su Nguyen and Yuanzhu burst in, excitedly explaining that they heard the class change materials for the drunkard and feng shui master professions have suddenly risen in price and sold out. Yuanzhu elaborates that ever since those professions were abandoned by the military, their class change materials have been unsaleable for a long time. With sparkling eyes, Su Nguyen asks if this finally proves that their two professions are no longer considered trash. Jiang Kai smiles and agrees, praising their outstanding performance in the battle against Falcon Squad 4, especially Ruan Yu's shocking kill. However, he adds that their success is ultimately difficult to replicate due to their unique talents. Hearing the praise, Su Nguyen and Yuanzhu laugh together, clearly delighted by the recognition. Zhu Ting claps a hand on his captain's shoulder, agreeing with him and stating that they are not ordinary people in the Fire God Squad. Suddenly, a holographic screen beeps with a news alert. Su Nguyen reads that in a battle between the Cheetah and Walong squads, Captain Walong made a desperate counterattack and killed all the members of Cheetah after his own team was wiped out. The entire team stares in stunned silence at the news report, shocked by the brutal outcome of the match. Jiang Kai recalls that the Cheetah squad was a decent team affiliated with the Black Tortoise Guild. His expression turns grim as he considers the ruthless power of Captain Walong, who managed to single-handedly wipe them out. Ruan Yu suggests they should investigate the Walong's captain, but Jiang Kai tells her they don't have time and must be prepared in case they encounter them. Jiang Kai addresses his team, telling them that he has news. Their next opponent lacks members and has voluntarily withdrawn from the competition. With a wide, excited grin, he announces that this means they will directly enter the finals. The team erupts in celebration. They are the only team with no casualties, a fact they attribute to Jiang Kai's excellent leadership. Jiang Kai humbly credits the team's success to their tacit cooperation, which allows him to rush forward without any worries. He insists the glory belongs to everyone. He tells them they've all worked hard, and since there is still some time before the finals, they should take a day off to relax. The team cheers in agreement. With time on his hands, Jiang Kai decides he should use the opportunity to go back home and check on his family. The scene shifts to a peaceful, modern neighborhood in Jiangzhou City, showing luxurious villa-style home. Inside, Jiang Kai's sister, Jiang Yingzi, helps their father, reminding him he just got out of the hospital. He insists he's not fragile and wants to exercise so he can help Kai sooner. Startled by a sudden movement, Jiang Yingzi turns with concern, mistaking the person for her other brother and asking if he's okay. A hand gently drapes a coat over the father's shoulders. It's Jiang Kai who has appeared suddenly. He teases his father, asking how he can help him if he catches a cold. Both his father and sister look at him, stunned. After the intense battle, Jiang Kai returns home. He is greeted by his cheerful sister, Yingzi, who is surprised and delighted to see him. "Brother, why are you back?" she exclaims. Jiang Kai looks on with a stunned expression, sweating nervously. He seems completely taken aback by what he sees, muttering, "Wait, this is also too lavish," he finishes his thought. The scene reveals an enormous, glistening feast laid out on the table, complete with roasted chicken, wine, and numerous other dishes. While his father and sister sit calmly, Jiang Kai is shocked by the sheer extravagance. Yingzi, holding a platter of meat, beams at her brother and asks with concern, "Brother, why aren't you eating?" Seeing her pile even more food onto his plate, Jiang Kai panics. "Aya Yingzi, that's enough, I'm not a pig," he protests. Their father chuckles, explaining, "Kai, Yingzi sees that you've lost weight recently and feels sorry for you." As she sets down the food, Yingzi's tone becomes more serious. She looks at her brother hopefully and asks, "Brother, can you stay longer this time?" Their father chimes in, telling Jiang Kai, "Yeah, Kai, you've sacrificed too much for this family. Now that my body is getting better, you don't have to work so hard on Ghost Star." Jiang Kai looks at his family and explains, "Big brother Yingzi, I still have things to do and can't stay long, but you don't have to worry, I'm fine. I just took time out of my schedule to come back and see if you're doing well." Changing the subject to a more serious matter, Jiang Kai looks at his sister intently and asks, "By the way, have the Huang family people been harassing you again?" Yingzi laughs brightly, reassuring him, "No, the security in the villa area is very good, and Brother Lu also often sends people to take care of us." She adds that even the feeling of being followed and monitored has recently disappeared, but as she speaks, ominous red eyes glow in the darkness below. The scene flashes to an image of Yingzi walking alone with her backpack, looking determined yet vulnerable, as multiple pairs of glowing red eyes stalk her from the shadows above. Back in the present, Jiang Kai smiles with relief, unaware of the hidden threat. Brother Lu really keeps his word. I must thank him properly when I have time," he thinks to himself. The father smiles warmly at his daughter. "Yes, now Yingzi can live a peaceful life at school. You should have made many friends, right?" he asks. Yingzi, holding her rice bowl, replies enthusiastically, "Of course." The father continues proudly, After all, our Yingzi is smart, kind, and likable." Seated across the table, Jiang Kai listens and agrees, "That's great." As Yingzi picks up a piece of food with her chopsticks, her cheerful expression fades for a moment, replaced by a thoughtful, almost troubled look, indicated by a blank speech bubble. She quickly puts the food in her mouth and resumes her happy smile, but it seems to hide a deeper emotion. Jiang Kai watches his sister, his sharp instincts picking up on the subtle shift. His expression turns serious as he thinks, did I just see things? Yingzi seems to have something on her mind. With his family visit concluded, the scene shifts. The next day, Jiang Kai hurriedly returned to Ghost Star. The Fire God Squad gathered once again to prepare for the upcoming finals. A few days later, during their training, a fierce monster appears. It's a level 25 elite sharp-toothed boar, charging forward with immense energy. Before the boar can cause any trouble, a brilliant golden arc of light slices through the air with incredible speed. The attack comes from one of the Fire God Squad's warriors, who gracefully swings his sword, unleashing a powerful blow against the beast. The team easily handles the threat. The warrior boasts, dealing with elite monsters of the sharp-tooth level is a piece of cake for this war god. Another teammate calls out, "Zhu, it's not just you who has improved." As a third confirms, "That's right, I've also killed at least 3 of them." Jiang Kai looks on with a confident smirk, pleased with his team's progress. "Our teamwork has improved," he thinks. "Seems like the pre-match training was a good idea." As they reflect on their growth, one of the team members, a man with goggles, suddenly gets an alert and excitedly shouts to the group, "The news about the finals is here." A holographic notification materializes, confirming their advancement. It reads, "Congratulations on reaching the finals. Your next opponent is the Azure Dragon Guild's Walong Squad. Please arrive at the arena in the West District of Holy Radiance City promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow to participate in the match." The Fire God Squad studies the information on their new opponents. Liang expresses his disbelief. "Walong Squad, I can't believe that captain actually made it to the finals single-handedly." The pink-haired woman agrees, calling him a terrifying guy. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman gets Jiang Kai's attention. "Kai, I have news about the Walong Squad captain you asked me to investigate." She begins her report, a spectral image of their opponent glowing behind her. His name is Dai Sang. He's a level 40 fighter, and his weapon is a silver longsword. He's a newcomer who just joined the Azure Dragon Guild this year. An imposing image shows Dai Sang sitting on a throne-like chair, flanked by ominous, hooded figures. The briefing continues. Upon joining, Dai Sang immediately formed the Walong Squad. Under his leadership, the squad quickly grew and became a dark horse among the guild teams in less than half a year. The pink-haired teammate adds more details. Since Dai Sang is still new and the Walong Squad isn't as high-profile as the Falcon Squad, there isn't much information about him. She then pulls up a new file, saying, "Fortunately, I found video footage of his previous battles." The video shows Dai Sang in combat, moving with blinding speed. "I noticed that one of his moves, Ghostly Shadowless Slash, is extremely fast, almost capable of killing an opponent in one hit." Hu Yan, the man with goggles, crosses his arms and analyzes the information. "Ghostly Shadowless Slash. Sounds like he's got an agility bonus, like that Su Feixiang from before," he remarks, as the purple-haired woman beside him listens intently. Jiang Kai looks on with a grim expression. Hu Yan's right, however, he adds, raising the stakes. Someone who can stand out in a large guild and fight their way into the finals solo in just half a year must be far stronger than Su Feixian. A close-up on Jiang Kai's eye reveals his intense focus. He understands the gravity of the situation and the immense power of his next opponent. Standing firm, Jiang Kai prepares himself mentally. An aura of power radiates from him as he focuses on the challenge that lies ahead in the finals. In his mind's eye, Jiang Kai visualizes the confrontation. He sees himself leaping into action, blade ready, to clash directly with his formidable new adversary, Dai Sang. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. A mysterious man, Dai Sang, launches a surprise attack, remarking that his opponent's reaction speed is faster than he anticipated. His opponent, Jiang Kai, remains composed, his sharp green eyes silently gauging the attacker before him. In a flash, Dai Sang closes the distance, swinging his blade down in a powerful arc aimed directly at Jiang Kai. But Jiang Kai, the renowned captain of the Fire God's team, stands his ground, unfazed by the sudden assault. Seeing their captain attacked, Jiang Kai's teammates erupt in anger. They shout at the masked coward, demanding a fair fight. However, the team's pink-haired mage looks on with a shocked expression, a sense of familiarity sparking as she observes the attacker's height and build. Liang, a hot-headed teammate, tries to rush forward, but Jiang Kai calmly stops him, explaining that their opponent is not trying to kill him. Jiang Kai clarifies that the man was merely testing him, well aware that the penalty for killing an opponent before the finals is severe. Having seen through the man's intentions, Jiang Kai confidently calls out his name, Mr. Dai Sang. A smirk plays on Dai Sang's lips as he realizes his identity has been discovered. Liang is taken aback, shocked to find that the attacker is indeed the infamous Dai Sang. Now facing each other openly, Dai Sang looks down on Jiang Kai with a condescending air, remarking that he's still just a little kid. Just then, one of Dai Sang's own teammates steps forward to confront Liang, warning the leader of the Walong squad not to get arrogant just because they made it to the finals. Dai Sang waves his hand dismissively, assuring them he has no hostility and is actually there to negotiate with Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai's eyes narrow with suspicion. Negotiate? What could the leader of a rival team possibly want to negotiate with him? Dai Sang reveals that he has watched all of their matches and was impressed, especially by Jiang Kai's trump card, which left a deep impression on him. He continues with a surprising admission, stating that, to be honest, he's not entirely confident he can defeat Jiang Kai's team in a straightforward match. Jiang Kai remains wary, cutting straight to the point, and demanding to know what Dai Sang is truly trying to say. A cunning smile spreads across Dai Sang's face as he prepares to reveal his true intention. Dai Sang proposes a shocking deal, a one-on-one fight between him and Jiang Kai, where the outcome of their duel will serve as the final result of the entire competition. Jiang Kai stares back, his expression hardening as he processes the audacious offer. But Dai Sang isn't finished. He adds a critical, unfair condition. During the match, Jiang Kai is forbidden from using his trump card. He frames it as a fair exchange, promising that he, in turn, won't use any equipment that could counter Jiang Kai's darts, such as shields or armor with protective effects. Liang explodes with rage at the ridiculous condition. He accuses Dai Sang of being crazy to win and questions why they would ever agree to such a lopsided deal. Trying to pull his captain away, Liang urges him to ignore the lunatic. Jiang Kai seems to agree and turns down the offer, stating he's not interested. Dai Sang sweetens the deal, asking with a smug grin if Jiang Kai would still be uninterested if his guild provided the coordinates to a secret realm that could solve his class change problem. The mention of a secret realm makes Jiang Kai's breath catch. This is a game changer, an opportunity he desperately needs. Jiang Kai questions the offer, his suspicion piqued, while his teammate Zhu looks on with distrust. Dai Sang explains that a secret realm is a mysterious, unexplored area full of resources essential for explorers to level up, noting that the largest ones are controlled by the military. He continues, stating that access to smaller realms is sometimes granted to large guilds by the military to motivate their members. These realms, he describes, typically have a powerful guardian who sets trials for any who enter. Explorers who manage to pass these difficult trials are given rare resources as rewards or even answers to their questions. With a confident smirk, Dai Sang presents a data card, claiming it contains the coordinates to a secret realm discovered by his very own guild. He holds out the card as bait. Jiang Kai and his team stare at it, a mix of skepticism and hope on their faces. The pink-haired teammate speaks up, confirming that the offer might be legitimate. She recalls her sister, mentioning that the Azure Dragon Guild had indeed discovered a secret realm recently. Dai Sang presses his advantage, showing he's done his homework. He mentions the trouble the Huang family has been causing Jiang Kai, reinforcing his desperate need to get stronger. The terms are now crystal clear. If Jiang Kai accepts the one-on-one duel and wins, the information on the secret realm is his. Dai Sang leans in, his voice dripping with condescension, asking if the deal isn't a highly cost-effective one for him. Jiang Kai looks up, admitting that the conditions are indeed very tempting. However, he then looks Dai Sang straight in the eye and firmly states, "But I still can't agree to your terms." Dai Sang is utterly stunned. He can't believe that Jiang Kai would turn down such a perfect opportunity. Even Jiang Kai's own teammates are bewildered. Zhu and the purple-haired mage question his refusal, reminding him how desperately he wanted to complete his class change. Dai Sang, unable to comprehend the rejection, asks one more time if Jiang Kai is absolutely sure about his decision. Jiang Kai reflects on his journey with his team. They've worked so hard to get to the finals together. He realizes that if he were to disregard their shared glory for his own selfish desires, he would betray the very trust that defines him as a captain. He pictures the trusting, happy faces of his teammates, their belief in him being the source of his strength. His resolve solidifies. He turns away from Dai Sang, coldly telling him to leave so they can get back to their training. But before Dai Sang can react, Zhu suddenly lunges forward, grabbing Jiang Kai by the collar in a fit of frustration. Startled, Jiang Kai looks at his teammate's hand, asking, "Zhu, what are you doing?" Zhu's voice is filled with hurt and anger as he confronts his captain, demanding to know if this refusal stems from a lack of faith in himself, or even worse, a lack of faith in them, his team. Zhu passionately flips his captain's logic back on him. If Jiang Kai wouldn't abandon the team for his own selfish desires, how could he expect them to stand by and watch him sacrifice his own future for theirs? The argument, so full of fierce loyalty, strikes Jiang Kai with more force than any physical blow, leaving him utterly speechless. He had resolved to sacrifice for them, but never imagined they would so passionately refuse to let him. The other teammates chime in with their support. The purple-haired mage declares she can't wait to see Captain Kai beat up the cocky Dai Sang, while another reminds him they are all waiting for him to complete his class change and lead them to greater heights. The team's pink-haired healer steps forward, a gentle green light emanating from her hands. She reassures him, saying that just as he has always believed in and considered them, they are also willing to unconditionally believe in and support him. With a radiant smile, she asks, "This is the meaning of a team, isn't it?" Jiang Kai is visibly stunned, his eyes widening in the face of such absolute, unwavering loyalty. Overwhelmed and deeply touched, a genuine smile breaks through his usual stoic expression. "You guys really," he trails off, unable to find the words. His smile turns into a look of fierce determination. He relents, but with a playful warning, "If we lose, don't blame me." A wave of cheers erupts from his teammates. With renewed vigor and absolute faith in their leader, they raise their fists in solidarity. Bolstered by his team's trust, Jiang Kai turns to face Dai Sang. He agrees to the conditions, but with a chilling addition of his own: "You will regret making this bet with me." His eyes glowing with cold fury, Jiang Kai makes a solemn vow, "Because I will definitely kill you with my own hands." Dai Sang, ever arrogant, merely scoffs at the threat. "We'll see about that," he says with a dismissive sneer. The scene shifts to the massive arena. An announcer's voice echoes through the stadium, building excitement for the final, unexpected showdown that is about to take place. A digital screen flashes to life, officially announcing the sudden change in format, a one-on-one duel between Jiang Kai of the Fire God Squad and Dai Sang of the Walong Squad. The crowd erupts in confusion and excitement. Some call Jiang Kai arrogant for giving up his team's advantage, while others are thrilled by the prospect of a high-stakes duel between two powerful individuals. From the sidelines, Jiang Kai's team watches with a mix of anxiety and hope. They acknowledge that Dai Sang looks sinister, but their faith in their captain remains unshaken. The announcer's voice booms once more, calling the two contestants to enter the arena. Jiang Kai's teammates lean forward, their eyes wide with anticipation as they shout, "Here they come." The two combatants walk towards the center of the vast, empty arena, the sheer scale of the stage highlighting the solitary nature of their impending battle. A close-up reveals Dai Sang's face, twisted into a confident, predatory smirk. In stark contrast, Jiang Kai's expression is one of cold, unwavering focus. His burning green eyes are locked on his opponent, ready for the fight of his life. The announcer clears her throat, ensuring she has everyone's attention before stating the grim rules of this special match. There is only one criterion for victory: kill the opponent. The two captains stare each other down, the tension palpable. When asked if they understand the deadly terms, they both respond with a calm and collected, "Understood." As the announcer prepares to begin the match, the camera pans across the anxious faces of Jiang Kai's teammates, their expressions reflecting the immense pressure of the moment. With the words "the match officially begins," Dai Sang explodes from his starting position. He lunges forward with incredible speed, challenging Jiang Kai to see whether his sword is mightier than his darts. Jiang Kai remains calm, activating an ability in his hand. He acknowledges Dai Sang's impressive speed, but knows that with the agility bonus from his Chasing Fate attribute, he is not at a disadvantage. He activates his Ghost Eye Focus ability, his vision sharpening to a superhuman degree. He is confident that as long as he can seize the right opportunity to land a hit, victory will be his. Through his enhanced vision, Jiang Kai tracks Dai Sang as he closes the distance with terrifying speed. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. Seeing his opening, Jiang Kai prepares to strike. "All right, now," he thinks, ready to unleash his own attack as Dai Sang leaps into the air. But he's too slow. Before Jiang Kai can react, Dai Sang unleashes his ultimate technique, the Ghost Shadow Traceless Slash, his blade glowing with a deadly blue energy. The devastating attack crashes into the arena floor, creating a massive explosion of pure force and sending a shockwave out in all directions. Though he avoided a direct hit, Jiang Kai is caught in the blast. The powerful shockwave sends him flying helplessly through the air, his counterattack completely thwarted. Kai's friends watch in horror. Although Kai managed to avoid a fatal blow at the last second, Dai Sang's power surged the moment he drew his sword. The spectators are shocked, recognizing the move as Dai Sang's proud killing technique, the Ghost Shadow Traceless Slash, which balances both offense and defense. A massive cloud of dust and smoke erupts from the force of the attack, obscuring the battlefield. Kai leaps through the air, narrowly dodging a series of golden energy spikes that shoot up from the ground. From the smoke, Dai Sang emerges with a confident and sinister smirk, his eyes glowing with power. With incredible speed, Dai Sang charges forward, his body wreathed in blue energy, effortlessly deflecting Kai's attacks as he closes the distance. Kai's eyes widen in disbelief at the sheer power and speed his opponent is displaying. A bead of sweat runs down his face as he exclaims inwardly at Dai Sang's incredible speed. Before Kai can react, Dai Sang has already blown past him, leaving Kai to realize that his opponent is now even faster than before. Dai Sang looks back with a triumphant, crazed smile, confidently stating that the victory between him and Jiang Kai has already been decided. Dai Sang activates a skill, Phantomize, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. From the sidelines, his teammates can only scream his name in terror as Dai Sang's power washes over the arena. The two opponents face each other on the stone platform, the air thick with tension and swirling energy. Despite the danger, Kai remains composed. He recalls watching Dai Sang's previous matches and realizes that the terrifying speed he's showing now means he was holding back significantly before. Dai Sang seems pleased, complimenting Kai on dodging his attack again with what he calls the ghost leather armor. He admits that while he wants to win for his guild, he's happy to meet such an interesting opponent. His face twists into a wide, sharp-toothed grin as he confesses that the thrill of the fight is making him extremely excited. The pink-haired woman watches with a terrified expression, thinking about what a terrifying opponent Dai Sang is. She worries that Kai, having been nearly killed in just a few moves, must be under a lot of pressure. Another one of Kai's teammates watches with a mix of anger and frustration, admitting that while the guy is annoying, he has some serious skills. The man with goggles and the purple-haired mage can only look on in worry, muttering their captain's name. Back in the arena, Dai Sang and Kai continue their standoff, sizing each other up. A confident smile returns to Kai's face. He tells Dai Sang that the feeling is mutual, and that he has also aroused Kai's desire to win. Dai Sang gives a thumbs up, calling Kai a bloody little brat he's reluctant to attack. He then makes an offer. Even if Kai loses, he can guarantee him entry into the Azure Dragon Guild. Kai dismisses the offer as nonsense. Shouting that the match isn't over yet, he launches himself forward again, dodging another volley of deadly projectiles. Dai Sang grins, calling Kai's response expected. He mockingly asks if Kai is underestimating him or has just become stupid, taunting that he'll have to shoot more than a few darts if he wants to win. With a flash of blue lightning, Dai Sang lunges forward, his blade crackling with energy, preparing to strike Kai down once and for all. But just as the attack is about to land, Kai activates a mysterious skill, enveloping himself in a strange, glowing teal cube at the last possible second. Dai Sang laughs mockingly as he unleashes his Ghost Shadow Traceless Slash once more. He thinks Kai is naive for trying to close the distance. A look of shock and disbelief flashes in an eye as the tables seem to have turned unexpectedly. The ground erupts as the two fighters clash again, both sent flying back by the sheer force of the impact. Kai is engulfed in a swirling blue aura, having seemingly absorbed or countered Dai Sang's attack. Gritting his teeth, Kai withstands the immense pressure, his body crackling with the newly acquired energy. From the stands, Kai's teammates scream his name, watching the terrifying clash with bated breath. The crowd is in awe of Dai Sang's special killing move. They murmur that if the shockwaves alone were enough to injure Kai so badly, a direct hit would have certainly been fatal. Kai lands back on the ground, his mind reeling as he struggles to understand what just happened. He stands amidst the swirling blue energy, wondering why he was still hit despite his defensive measure. Kai analyzes the situation, recalling that he had intentionally held back some of his strength during their first clash to test the attack, which allowed him to barely avoid it. However, despite his best efforts to dodge this time, a bloody slash mark on his armor proves he was still hit by the aftershocks of the blade. His eyes narrow as he wonders, was the distance too close for him to react, or has Dai Sang's Ghost Shadow Traceless Slash become even faster than before? Dai Sang looks down on him with a smug expression, noting that while Kai is back on his feet, he's looking a little worse for wear. As Dai Sang stands surrounded by a faint blue aura, an onlooker realizes something important has been overlooked. He remembers Su Feixiang once boasting that he has never lost when it comes to speed. Dai Sang's expression turns sinister as he boasts that no matter how fast his opponent is, they will definitely lose when facing him. He explains that this is because he possesses the ability to become stronger when facing stronger opponents. Kai stands in silence, his head lowered as if in defeat, casting a long shadow over the arena floor. But then his fist clenches, and sinister red claws of energy extend from his fingertips as he thinks to himself, who said, "I haven't lost yet." With a burst of golden energy, Kai leaps into the air, kicking away Dai Sang's projectiles in a powerful counterattack. Dai Sang's face breaks into a wide, malicious grin. He likes Kai's toughness, but warns him not to expect any mercy. Dai Sang effortlessly dodges Kai's assault and delivers a sweeping counterattack of his own, mockingly asking if that's all Kai has to offer. The blow sends Kai flying. Dai Sang taunts that with his current speed, Kai can't even hope to touch the corner of his clothes. With a desperate cry, Kai fires a beam of energy from his palm in a frantic attempt to fight back. Dai Sang easily parries the desperate blast and raises his sword for a devastating strike. "Give up," he warns. "My next attack won't give you any chance to breathe." The relentless, brutal assault proves too much. Stumbling back from a powerful blow, Kai coughs up a spray of blood, the heavy toll of the battle finally showing as his body reaches its limit. Kai's teammates watch in abject horror, their faces pale with shock and fear for their captain's life. The pink-haired woman covers her mouth, her eyes wide with terror, as she whispers that Kai's situation looks very bad. Other spectators wince at the brutal, one-sided beatdown. On the arena floor, Kai is on one knee, looking utterly defeated. One of his own teammates wonders why Kai gave up the chance for a team battle and insisted on this one-on-one duel. Hearing this, members of a rival team begin to mock him. They claim it was just a fluke that an overconfident nobody like Kai made it to the finals, and that he deserves to die for his arrogance. Hearing his captain being insulted, Kai's hot-headed teammate, Zhu, grits his teeth in absolute fury. Suddenly, the two mockers are silenced, as if being choked by an invisible force. Zhu confronts them, daring them to repeat their words. Kai's other teammates rush to hold him back, telling him not to be rash and to ignore the trash talk. One of the troublemakers, however, just gives a smug, provoking sneer. He repeats that Jiang Kai deserves to die and openly taunts Kai's team, calling them good dogs for protecting their master and daring them to come at him. Enraged beyond words, Zhu looks ready to leap over the barrier and tear them apart. Just as things are about to escalate, a stern voice cuts through the noise, asking what all the yelling is about. An authoritative woman with long purple hair makes her way down the steps. Flanked by security guards, she coldly orders them to throw the troublemakers out of the spectator area. The pink-haired girl looks over in surprise, recognizing the woman as her sister. Her sister explains that she was worried and anxious watching Kai's one-on-one match, so she came to check on her. Meanwhile, the guards begin dragging the struggling troublemakers away. As they're being removed, she explains that the two are from the Black Tortoise Guild. Since Kai's Fire God Squad came out of nowhere and eliminated them, costing them a spot in the finals and a lot of face, they are now hoping for Kai's death. Zhu scoffs, dismissing the hecklers as nothing more than a bunch of disgusting flies. With the disturbance handled, the pink-haired girl turns her worried gaze back to the arena, her heart aching for Kai. In the arena, the two fighters stand separated by a field of rubble. Kai, though wounded, is still standing. Panting heavily, Kai clutches his chest wound as he summons a series of ethereal, red-tipped daggers, refusing to give up. Dai Sang sighs, questioning why Kai bothers with this futile struggle. He repeats his offer, stating that if Kai joins the Azure Dragon Guild, he'll still have a chance to enter the secret realm. A close-up on Kai's bloodied face shows a glint of unwavering resolve in his eye. Struggling back to a firm stance, his body battered and bleeding, Kai states with grim determination, "I haven't lost yet." Dai Sang is visibly taken aback. He sees that despite being in a desperate situation, Kai shows no fear or panic, only a kind of stubborn calmness and resolution in his eyes. His patience wearing thin, Dai Sang's hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, frustrated by Kai's refusal to accept his fate. Powering up for what seems to be a final, decisive blow, Dai Sang declares that if Kai refuses to surrender, he will have no choice but to completely crush his confidence. In the arena, Si Jiang unleashes his ultimate move, the Ghost Shadow Traceless Slash, sending a powerful wave of energy hurtling towards Jiang Kai. Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Kai's teammates can only look on in horror, wondering why their captain isn't making any move to dodge the incoming attack. The guild's female mage is so terrified she can't even watch, covering her face as she lets out a cry of distress. From a high angle, the shimmering blade of energy is seen closing in on Jiang Kai, who is now on one knee, seemingly defenseless. But a close-up on Jiang Kai's eye reveals not fear, but intense focus. He's been analyzing his opponent all along. Multiple slashes appear to land on Jiang Kai, as Si Jiang presses his assault with overwhelming force. Jiang Kai feels a numbing sensation spreading through his body, seemingly confirming that the relentless attacks are taking a toll. Suddenly, the tides turn. Si Jiang is bewildered, questioning why his senses are failing him. He realizes in a panic that he can no longer track Jiang Kai's movements. The clear target from a moment ago has vanished. In a flash of insight, Si Jiang understands his predicament. As a new attack comes at him, he grits his teeth, knowing he's been completely outplayed. With a powerful roar, Jiang Kai reveals his true speed, launching his own fierce counterattack. It's his turn now. Si Jiang has no time to react, as Jiang Kai's blade strikes him multiple times, the turquoise energy searing through his armor. The impact of the final blow creates a massive explosion of light and energy, completely engulfing Si Jiang. The energy dissipates, revealing a grievously wounded Si Jiang, clutching a bloody wound on his chest as sparks of residual power crackle around him. A beam of energy from Jiang Kai's attack slices past Si Jiang's eye, a final, definitive statement of his defeat. With his opponent on the ground, defeated, Jiang Kai stands tall and declares coldly, you lost. The sudden turn of events leaves the audience and other competitors completely stunned and speechless. A high-ranking guild official looks on from the stands, his mouth agape in utter disbelief at what he just witnessed. In the stands, the crowd erupts. No one can believe their eyes. They shout in confusion and amazement, asking how it was possible for Jiang Kai to pull off such an incredible comeback. Back on the sidelines, the mood has completely shifted. Jiang Kai's teammates, once terrified, are now screaming with joy and excitement. One of his guild members is moved to tears of joy, shouting that he knew all along that Kai wouldn't be defeated so easily. With Jiang Kai holding a blade to his throat, the defeated Si Jiang can only look up in humiliation and confusion. You've already found my weakness, Si Jiang stammers, asking when Jiang Kai figured out his strategy. Jiang Kai looks down on him, a confident glint in his eye. I have to thank you, he says cryptically, for a word that reminded me of something. Si Jiang's eye widens in shock as he demands to know what Jiang Kai means. The answer to his defeat wasn't in the present moment, but in a memory from 15 minutes prior. The scene flashes back to 15 minutes ago, during the heat of the battle. Jiang Kai realizes that something isn't right, that he must have overlooked a crucial detail. He recalls a boastful claim Si Jiang made after a previous match. I remember Su Feixiang once said that he has never lost when it comes to speed, right? Then I'll tell you, no matter how fast my opponent is, they will definitely lose. In a moment of clarity, a phrase echoes in Jiang Kai's mind, become stronger against stronger opponents. A spark of understanding ignites in his eyes as he begins to piece the puzzle together. The flashback goes even further, to before the match at the main God Guild. Jiang Kai had studied his opponent, watching recordings of his previous fights and noting a pattern. He always finished his opponents with the ghost shadow traceless slash at the most critical moment. Back in the fight, Jiang Kai contemplates this. He had been so focused on Si Jiang's maximum attack speed that he failed to notice the subtle, occasional changes in his velocity. Then another memory surfaces. He remembers Si Jiang's desperation, how he'd used information about a secret realm as a bargaining chip. This wasn't just a regular match for Si Jiang. Jiang Kai understood that his opponent was a man absolutely determined to win, no matter the cost. This desperation was the key. Jiang Kai theorized that a person so eager to win wouldn't start with their full strength, but would first test their opponent. However, the moment they saw an opening, they would strike with their fastest speed to guarantee victory. A sharp glint appears in Jiang Kai's eye as he realizes the contradiction. But you didn't, he thinks to himself. He recalls watching one of Si Jiang's previous matches against a high-agility opponent. The attack speed he displayed then should have been more than enough to defeat Jiang Kai in a single hit. But instead of finishing the fight quickly, Si Jiang acted like an experienced hunter toying with his prey, calmly playing a game of hide-and-seek before delivering the final blow. This strange behavior was obviously unreasonable. That's when Jiang Kai grasped the key point and formed a bold guess. He felt as if his movements were being predicted, like his swordsmanship was being read like a book, and he wondered if it was all just an illusion. He looks at his own weaponized claws and thinks that perhaps this strange phenomenon may not be an illusion after all. Deciding he couldn't just wait around for defeat, Jiang Kai chose to take the initiative and verify his hypothesis himself, launching a new wave of attacks. He explains his method. To verify my guess, I used the pace of the battle and the speed of my low-level attacks as variables, respectively, to fight you and conduct controlled experiments. And just as he suspected, no matter which variable he changed, the results were the same every time. He was consistently hit. He realized that while Si Jiang's ghost shadow traceless slash couldn't hit him directly, the aftershocks were unavoidable, creating the illusion of being overwhelmed. The scene snaps back to the present. Jiang Kai stands over his defeated opponent. You're so eager to win, he says. Of course you wouldn't have the interest to play hide-and-seek with me. Jiang Kai delivers the final blow to Si Jiang's pride. Therefore, my judgment is that you have a mental skill that allows you to predict your opponent's moves. And this is your real killing move. Si Jiang's eyes widen in sheer terror and disbelief. His deepest secret has been completely exposed. Jiang Kai continues his explanation. And I guess that this mental skill of yours can capture the muscle twitches of your opponent, or the airflow on the surface of their body, through your eyes at ultra-high speed. He explains how it works, using the analogy of a predator fish that can predict the trajectory of its prey's movements in advance to launch and attack instantaneously. After seeing through your secret, Jiang Kai states, as long as I use a skill to paralyze your thinking and interfere with your judgment, even a moment is enough to become your weakness. Trying to cling to his last shred of dignity, Si Jiang scoffs, questioning if Jiang Kai wasn't afraid that his guess was wrong, that he still couldn't win. Scoffing in defiance, Si Jiang tries to turn the tables with a final psychological jab. Aren't you, too, confident? Jiang Kai finishes his devastating analysis. In order to increase the subsequent kill rate, you probably added attribute points to other attributes besides mind, so your mental power is not high. And this just gave me a chance to break the situation. With blood dripping from his mouth, Si Jiang looks up in utter disbelief. You were gambling, he says, realizing his fatal flaw was just a calculated guess on Jiang Kai's part. That's right, but as it turns out, I won the gamble, Jiang Kai retorts. but you lost. You lost on your proudest ultimate skill. Jiang Kai delivers the final, crushing blow to his opponent's ego. You lost to your invincible arrogance. Si Jiang is left completely speechless, his pride shattered. A moment of silence passes between them before Si Jiang lets out a sigh of resignation. Ha, so that's how it is. A wry smile forms on his face as he looks at Jiang Kai with newfound respect. I didn't expect it. To think that you, a little brat, taught me a lesson. He corrects himself, showing a sign of respect. Hey brat, no, Jiang Kai. With his head held high, Si Jiang formally concedes. You win. He then falls to his knees, presenting his head to the victor. Do it. Jiang Kai's eyes glow with power as he raises his blade, preparing to deliver the final strike. The screen flashes red as the sound of a decisive strike echoes through the arena. However, Jiang Kai stands over his defeated opponent, having spared him. The battle is truly over. Clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, Jiang Kai turns away from the battlefield and declares, it's over. The announcer, a woman with vibrant pinkish-purple hair, screams into her microphone. Heavens, did everyone see that? Jiang Kai, with almost no advantage, found his opponent's weakness and delivered a fatal blow. As a replay of the final moments appears on screen, she continues to hype the crowd. This is a textbook-level counterkill, a classic among classics. The crowd erupts into a frenzy, their voices joining in a massive chant of Jiang Kai's name. You are my hero, one fan shouts. Jiang Kai is now my one and only god. His teammates, ecstatic and relieved, rush towards him. Awesome, Kai, your performance blew my mind. One cheers. The pink-haired mage adds, yeah, Kai, I was so nervous I could barely breathe. Jiang Kai turns to his friends with a wide, reassuring grin. Despite his injuries, he's happy to see them. I made everyone worry, he says warmly. His purple-haired teammate and another male companion are overcome with admiration. Captain Kai, you are the brightest star in the entire arena today. Don't forget, I'm your #1 fan, she exclaims, while he chimes in, me too. Captain Kai, you're amazing. Another brawny teammate pumps his fist in the air. Good, I've decided. We're not going home tonight until we're drunk. He then adds that once Nuan heals Kai, they'll celebrate the victory properly. Suddenly, Jiang Kai is struck by a realization, his face showing a hint of panic as he remembers something important. But his team is already walking off, ready to start the party. The announcer tries to call them back, shouting, wait guys, I haven't announced the results of the match yet. Hey, don't go. Ignoring the departing team, the announcer raises her arm, ready to make the official declaration to the roaring crowd. With a powerful voice, she announces, now, I hereby officially announce that the champion of this match is Jiang Kai of the Fire God Squad. The crowd goes wild, chanting his name in unison. Jiang Kai is immediately swarmed by his overjoyed teammates, who lift him up in celebration. Watching from the stands, a mysterious woman with long, dark red hair smiles knowingly. I didn't expect Jiang Kai to create another miracle, she muses to herself. Or maybe, this guy is the miracle himself. The next day, back at the main God Guild headquarters, a shout rings out, announcing that the military has sent a messenger to deliver their rewards for winning the tournament. The reward arrives in a small, unassuming bronze box, held out for the team to receive. The entire team crowds around, peering at the tiny prize. The brawny teammate complains, what can such a small box hold? The military is so stingy. Jiang Kai decides there's only one way to find out. As he opens the box, a brilliant blue light erupts from within. Suddenly, 5 glowing cards shoot out of the box, one for each member of the Fire God Squad. A card imbued with powerful energy flies directly towards a surprised Jiang Kai. Another card shoots towards the goggle-wearing teammate, who looks on with his mouth agape. As her own card approaches, the purple-haired mage realizes the true nature of their prize. Oh, so the rewards are given in the form of cards, she says, stunned. A close-up of Jiang Kai's eye reflects the brilliant light of his personalized reward card. He reaches out and seizes the card, which pulses with an intense, radiant energy. As he holds the card, the energy envelops him, confirming this is a reward of immense power. A system message materializes before him. Congratulations on obtaining the upgraded version of 9 Revolutions, Chasing Fate, SI level. An info panel displays the details of his new SI level weapon, the 9 Calamities Chasing Fate. It provides massive boosts to strength, penetration, and agility, along with a special effect that continuously increases his critical hit rate and damage, while also reducing enemy armor. Jiang Kai is shocked to see it's an upgraded version of his Chasing Fate. He exclaims in amazement, realizing that some rare S-rank weapons can have advanced forms. He never expected his own weapon to have a second-level form, calling it a true surprise. In a Chibe-style thought bubble, Jiang Kai celebrates the new mechanics. A guaranteed critical hit after 7 uses is much more reliable, and combined with the continuous armor reduction, his odds of defeating high-defense monsters are now even greater. After the intense battle, a mysterious card materializes in front of Kai. Confused, he wonders what this new item could be. His young companion's eyes light up with excitement. He recognizes the items, explaining to Kai that they are called mother-child stones, a powerful pair that share an absolute attraction force. The boy elaborates that if these stones are embedded into Kai's gloves and his Chasing Fate weapon, no other weapon will be able to interfere with his attacks. Kai realizes how great this reward is. The team's purple-haired mage is overjoyed with her reward. It's a rare class change material that will allow her to become a high-level demon spiritualist, a significant power-up. The young boy with goggles excitedly shows off his own prize, a drunken immortal gourd. He explains that it enhances the effect of all alcohol by 30% and reduces hangover time by 50%. Looking at the two powerful cards in his hands, Kai is satisfied. He remarks that these rewards seem perfectly tailored for each of them. A thought suddenly strikes Kai, and his expression turns to one of concern as he asks his other teammates, Zhu and Nuanuan, about their rewards. Zhu and Nuanuan reassure him. Zhu explains that since they are still with the military, their rewards have already been sent directly to their captain, Li Bio. Zhu claps a hand on Kai's shoulder, agreeing with him that the rewards were truly generous and perfectly suited to their individual fighting styles. Nuanuan adds that the person who delivered the rewards was sent by Brother Lu, and it was Commander Wei who personally requested these specific items for them. Kai is surprised to hear that Commander Wei himself was involved, a sign of the high regard in which he is held. His teammates are ecstatic, cheering that Captain Kai is so respected and that Commander Wei has a good eye for talent. Kai smiles, feeling a sense of gratitude. He makes a mental note to thank Commander Wei and Brother Lu for their help the next time he sees them. Zhu then brings up another matter, reminding Kai that since he won the finals, the Azure Dragon Guild should be handing over the Secret Realm information card, as per their bet. Kai assures him they will deliver it in 3 days. Seeing Nuanuan still looking worried, the purple-haired mage playfully pinches her cheeks, telling her to stop frowning now that Kai has won the competition. Nuanuan shyly denies being troubled. Kai looks on, a quiet smile on his face, as he watches his friends and teammates celebrating their shared victory. The scene then shifts, transitioning to a new location, the modern and bustling Jiangzhang city. Now dressed in casual clothes, Kai walks through a park. He appears to have left the game world and is back in his everyday life. He thinks back to his sister, Yingzi, recalling an uneasy expression she had. Feeling that something is on her mind, he decides to give her a surprise visit at school to check on her. Meanwhile, at the school, students are leaving for the day. 2 boys chat about their after-school plans, with one reminding the other about an upcoming pop quiz. Kai arrives at his sister's classroom, Class 32. He opens the door and politely asks if Jiang Weiying is there. A female student inside informs him that Jiang Weiying isn't there, and that someone called her away. She recognizes Kai as Jiang Weiying's second older brother. Kai is a bit confused by the term called away and asks for clarification, wondering if a teacher simply called her to the office. The student's expression turns grave. With a worried look, she reveals that the situation is more serious, explaining that a group of upperclassmen have recently been targeting Jiang Weiying. The word targeting immediately shatters Kai's composure. His friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold fury as he grabs the student's shoulders, demanding to know exactly what she means. The student explains that the group's leader is Zhao Lei, a new transfer student. His father works for the powerful Huang Wei, and relying on this background, he does whatever he wants. He has gathered a following, and even the teachers can't control him. Just then, another student comes rushing out of the classroom, gasping for breath. He frantically says there's no time, explaining that Jiang Weiying was called away by 2 girls who usually hang out with Zhao Lei. Before he can say more, a foot lashes out and sends the student flying with a painful grunt. A group of delinquents stand over the fallen student. Their leader, a boy with a tall pompadour, scolds him for ignoring his summons. From the classroom doorway, Kai and the female student witness the scene. She points in horror, identifying the main bully as Zhao Lei. On the ground, the student stammers an apology, trying to explain himself, but the bully grabs him by the hair, ignoring his pleas. With a sadistic grin, the bully raises his fist, shouting that the student must be looking for death. But before the punch can land, a hand firmly grabs the bully's wrist, stopping him in his tracks. A close-up reveals Kai's cold, determined eye. Kai steps in, grabbing the bully's arm. He calmly asks, "You're Zhao Lei, do you know Huang Wei?" Enraged that someone dared to interfere, Zhao Lei shouts, "Which blind dog dares to be so arrogant knowing it's me? Tired of living." With an icy stare, Kai introduces himself. "I'm Jiang Weiying's older brother, Jiang Kai." He then gets straight to the point, demanding, "Where is Yingzi now?" Zhao Lei smirks, recognizing the name. "So you're that Jiang Kai who doesn't know his place and offended the Huang family." He scoffs, arrogantly asking why he should bother answering. With a sneer, he tries to humiliate Kai. "Of course, if you kneel down, beg for mercy, and bark like a dog, I might consider being merciful in telling you." Kai's expression remains dangerously calm. He replies with a chilling warning, "I'm afraid you can't handle it." Zhao Lei grits his teeth in anger, furious at Kai's defiance. Enraged, Zhao Lei declares that he'll show Kai what regret means. His lackeys eagerly volunteer to attack, shouting, "Brother Zhao, we'll kill him for you." The commotion attracts the attention of other students in the hallway. They immediately recognize the aggressor, wondering which unlucky person has angered the rich brat Zhao Lei this time. The first goon leaps into the air, aiming a kick at Kai's head. Without even looking, Kai effortlessly dodges the attack. He coolly remarks, "So slow." Before the first goon can even react, Kai incapacitates him with a single, swift blow. The other bullies look on in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how their companion was defeated so easily. Kai doesn't give them a moment to recover, immediately launching himself into the rest of the group. The fight is a blur of motion. Kai moves with blinding speed, taking down one bully after another with precise kicks and strikes, leaving them all sprawled on the ground. The entire confrontation lasts only a few seconds. When the dust settles, Kai is the only one left standing, calmly surrounded by the groaning bodies of the defeated bullies. Staring at the wreckage of his gang, Zhao Lei trembles with a mixture of shock and pure fury. He screams a final, parting threat, promising he will make both Jiang Kai and his sister understand who truly sets the rules in this school. Meanwhile, on the school's outdoor courts, another scene is unfolding. A tennis ball flies at high speed and strikes Jiang Wang directly in the head, sending her stumbling. Two older girls with tennis rackets stand over her, mocking her. One sarcastically asks why she had to use her face to catch the ball, while the other feigns concern that people might mistakenly think they are bullying her. On the ground, bruised and covering her face, Jiang Wang meekly whispers, "Sorry." Her backpack lies spilled open beside her. One of the bullies scoffs that it's good she knows she's wrong. She then cruelly picks up Jiang Wang's backpack and dumps all of its contents onto the dirty ground, remarking how the books are now ruined. As she rummages through the scattered belongings with the end of her racket, her eyes land on something. She picks up a photograph, looking at it with curiosity. Seeing this, Jiang Wang panics. She desperately reaches out, shouting, "Give it back." She explains that it's a precious commemorative photo from her birthday, the first time her big brother and the others had made her a cake. The bully holds the photo away, taunting her. "Why are you shouting so loudly, so fierce? Look how nervous you are. Seems like we found something interesting." With a cruel, smiling threat, the lead bully holds the photo between her fingers. "Hee, if you keep yelling, I can't guarantee my hand won't slip and tear it." Just as Jiang Wang looks on in despair, the lead bully's phone, attached to her shorts, starts ringing. She answers the call impatiently while her friend restrains Jiang Wang. On the other end of the line, she's told that someone named Jiang Kai was looking for Jiang Wang, ran into Zhao Lei, and started a fight. The bully scoffs, calling Kai an overconfident idiot. Hearing her brother's name, Jiang Wang's eyes widen in shock and realization. The chapter ends with her single, hopeful thought, "It's brother." In a desperate act of defiance, Jiang Wang is being held down by a group of bullies, but she manages to bite the hand of her tormentor. Having broken free, she runs for her life, her eyes glowing with a mix of fear and adrenaline. Behind her, the bullies are enraged, one of them shouting in anger after being bitten. Showing her battered and bruised legs, Jiang Wang scrambles up a flight of stairs, trying to escape her pursuers. As she flees, a sense of urgency washes over her. She worries that with their numbers, the bullies will overwhelm her brother. She finally reaches the hallway to see her brother, Jiang Kai, standing victoriously over two unconscious bodies. With relief, she calls out to him. Jiang Kai turns around, his expression softening as he sees his sister and calls out her name, Yingzi. Jiang Wang, bruised and panting, finally stops running. Her brother looks at her with concern, asking if she's all right. Suddenly, Jiang Wang's eyes widen in terror as she spots another threat approaching from behind her brother. Sensing the danger, Jiang Kai's demeanor instantly shifts. He clenches his fist, his face hardening with cold fury as he quietly says his sister's name. The leader of the bullies, Zhao, leaps into the air, aiming a powerful kick at Jiang Kai, screaming that it's too late for regrets. Seeing the surprise attack, Jiang Wang screams a desperate warning to her brother to watch out. Zhao closes in on Jiang Kai, ready to land a decisive blow. But Jiang Kai is faster. He meets Zhao's attack head-on, stopping his leg with a powerful punch of his own. The impact is immense. Zhao is sent reeling backwards, coughing up blood from the force of Jiang Kai's counterattack. Elsewhere in the school, other students are struggling to move large, heavy tables, complaining about their task and wishing the tables would just disappear. Back at the fight, Jiang Kai turns to the remaining bullies and tells them to get lost. The female bully, still furious about being bitten, searches for Jiang Wang, threatening to pull out all her teeth. Her hunt is cut short as a brilliant flash of light suddenly erupts down the hall, catching her completely by surprise. In that same instant, the heavy tables the other students were carrying are violently obliterated into countless pieces. The shockwave hits the bullies. Brother Zhao and the lead female bully are thrown back, their faces twisted in shock and pain. In a comical cut, the students who were tasked with moving the tables are ecstatic. Their wish came true, and they joke about buying a lottery ticket. The source of the destruction is revealed. Jiang Kai stands with his fist clenched, now enveloped in a blazing, powerful aura as his sister watches in awe. Jiang Wang, her face a mask of shock and concern, calls out to her brother, stunned by the incredible power he just displayed. On the ground, Zhao clutches his side, groaning in agony. He stares up in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he was so easily defeated. He now understands that Jiang Kai is far stronger than anyone ever imagined. Jiang Kai approaches and stands over the defeated bully, a silent and imposing figure of overwhelming strength, preparing to make his final point. Jiang Kai stands over the defeated Zhao, who looks up in a state of shock and disbelief. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, Jiang Kai leans down and delivers a chilling message. "You should not have bullied her." Zhao's face is filled with pure terror as he feels the immense and frightening pressure of Jiang Kai's aura. The onlookers are stunned. One girl remarks how amazing Jiang Wang's brother is, while another student recognizes him as the recently famous ghost star explorer, Jiang Kai, her brother's idol. Jiang Kai grabs Zhao by the chin, his own eyes glowing with a cold blue light, and asks menacingly, "Did you just say that you're the one who sets the rules in this school?" Declaring that he will teach Zhao a lesson, Jiang Kai unleashes a barrage of brutal punches, telling him that only those with power have the right to set the rules. Zhao can only scream for someone to save him. As Jiang Kai prepares to strike again, his rage is interrupted when his sister, Jiang Weiying, grabs his arm, begging him to stop fighting. With tears in her eyes and her voice filled with desperation, Jiang Weiying continues to plead with her brother to stop. Hearing his sister's plea, the intense, murderous aura around Jiang Kai begins to fade. His expression softens as he looks at his sister, and the rage in his eyes subsides. He calmly agrees, "Okay." Jiang Kai gently pulls his sister away from the scene of the fight, telling her to wait for him by the stairs while he takes care of the rest. In the background, the defeated bullies lie scattered on the floor. The remaining crowd of onlookers stares in stunned silence as Jiang Kai leads his sister away. Jiang Kai then turns his terrifying, red-eyed glare on the two female bullies from before. They tremble in fear, stammering and begging for him to talk things out. Later, in what appears to be the school's infirmary, Jiang Kai gently tends to the wounds on his sister's knee. He carefully dabs a cotton swab on her bruised and scraped skin, cleaning the injuries she sustained from the bullies. Looking up with a gentle expression, a stark contrast to his earlier rage, he asks with concern if he hurt her. Jiang Weiying quickly reassures him that it doesn't hurt. She then asks why he's at her school to pick her up when he's supposed to be busy on Ghost Star. Jiang Kai gently chides her, asking when she was planning on telling him about the bullying, noting that she always keeps everything to herself. She retorts with a blush, pointing out that he does the same, keeping the dangers he faces on Ghost Star a secret from their family. Caught off guard by her response, Jiang Kai is momentarily speechless. Jiang Weiying continues, explaining that she knows the money he brings home is earned by risking his life, even if he always smiles when he comes home. Tears welling up in her eyes, she confesses that she hates feeling incapable of helping him, so the only thing she feels she can do is try not to be a burden. Jiang Kai listens intently as she explains that the bullying started with rumors and only recently escalated. She didn't want to worry him, knowing he was busy with an important competition. After she finishes, she looks at her silent brother with apprehension, asking if he's angry and offering a heartfelt apology. Jiang Kai gently strokes her hair, thinking to himself with affection and a hint of sadness that his little sister has truly grown up without him even realizing it. Jiang Kai looks down at his sister and tells her that she doesn't need to apologize. The fault lies entirely with those who bullied her. He promises to video call her every day so she won't worry, then playfully but fiercely threatens to bring shovels and tear the school down if she ever hides her problems from him again. His expression softens into a gentle smile as he reminds her that, after all, it's only natural for a brother to protect his sister. Moved by his heartfelt words and fierce protectiveness, Jiang Weiying's eyes fill with tears. He then hands her a photograph, telling her to keep it safe. She looks at the photo, a cherished memory of a birthday celebration with her, Jiang Kai, and another young man with white hair, their older brother. Clutching the photo to her chest, she cries tears of gratitude and understanding, thanking him. With the matter settled, Jiang Kai says they should go home, knowing their big brother will be happy to see them together. They leave the school as night begins to fall. The scene shifts. A few days later, on the remote Ghost Star, we see a lone wooden house standing in a dense forest. Inside, Jiang Kai and his two teammates survey the building. One of them, Zhao Lei, expresses doubt, wondering if the Azure Dragon Guild tricked them with the location of the secret realm. Jiang Kai, now clad in his combat gear, inspects a table and states that he doesn't believe the location is a fake. His teammate, Hu Yan, points out that the interior is spotless despite the house's dilapidated exterior. Zhao Lei adds that the uneven ground in the yard suggests others have already been there, searching for an entrance. Jiang Kai is confident in their information, recalling that the proud and arrogant Dai Sang wouldn't resort to cheating, even in defeat. Hu Yan remains skeptical, questioning how the three of them could possibly find an entrance that a massive organization like the Azure Dragon Guild couldn't. Zhao Lei scratches his head in frustration, wishing their teammate Nuanuan was with them, as her intelligence-gathering skills would be invaluable right now. Hu Yan sighs, explaining that it can't be helped since the military forcibly recalled both Zhu and Nuanuan. Jiang Kai explains that they had only borrowed Zhu and Nuanuan for the guild challenge, and now that it's over, they must return to their training. With no immediate solution, Jiang Kai makes a decision. They will camp nearby for the night and keep the house under observation. As night descends, the forest is bathed in the light of the full moon. While his teammates rest, Zhao Lei is fast asleep, comically hugging a large rock and calling it his favorite wife. Jiang Kai stands guard, staring into the darkness. He's been watching for a while but has found nothing unusual, making him wonder if he was wrong after all. A figure approaches him from behind in the shadows of the moonlit forest. It's his teammate, Hu Yan, coming to take over the watch. Jiang Kai tells her there's no need to switch shifts and that she can keep sleeping. Suddenly, an unnatural rustling sound cuts through the quiet night, a chilling whisper of movement that doesn't belong. At that exact moment, the source of the sound appears. A ghostly figure with long, dark hair materializes inside the supposedly empty wooden house, her ominous presence felt but not yet seen by the observers outside. Jiang Kai's eyes snap open with alarm. He instantly recognizes that something is terribly wrong. He leaps to his feet, senses on high alert as the wind whips around him, carrying with it an ominous presence. His teammates are awake now too. Hu Yan confidently tells Jiang Kai to let her handle this, ready to unleash her power on the monster. But before anyone can react, a shadowy figure appears directly above Jiang Kai, startling him. A horrifying monster with piercing red eyes lunges down at him from the darkness, its ghastly face contorted in a silent scream. Continuing his investigation from the previous night, Jiang Kai confronts a spectral entity. As he fires a blast of energy, he identifies it as a ghost banshee. Jiang Kai immediately unleashes one of his signature moves, Chasing Fate, sending a volley of energy darts straight towards the ghostly figure. The attack lands perfectly, striking the banshee's head and chest, but strangely, it seems to have no effect, dissipating on impact. Jiang Kai looks on in disbelief, sweating. He can't believe that his powerful Chasing Fate skill couldn't even hit her. The ghost banshee, completely unfazed by his attack, turns away from him, seemingly ignoring his presence. She then flies off at incredible speed. Jiang Kai notes that she is heading directly for the mysterious wooden house. Determined to keep up, Jiang Kai activates one of his abilities, Ghost Eye Focus, to track her movements. He pursues her relentlessly, closing the distance to the wooden house in an instant. Without hesitation, he crashes right through the wall of the house, shattering it into pieces. Inside, Jiang Kai lands, ready for a fight, but he is startled by what he sees. Instead of a hostile monster, he finds the ghost banshee sitting calmly before a vanity mirror. He stands back, watching her, completely bewildered by this strange behavior. A closer look at her reflection in the mirror reveals a horrifying truth. Half of her face is a decaying skull, yet she peacefully combs her long black hair. While the banshee is occupied, Jiang Kai leaps into the air, preparing another attack from above. Her eyes glow, sensing the impending danger. He flips downwards, unleashing another powerful flaming skill directly at the seated banshee. Again, the attack hits its mark, enveloping the banshee in energy, but she remains completely unharmed. Refusing to give up, Jiang Kai launches an even more powerful version of the attack, a full quench, sending a massive barrage of flaming projectiles. The full force of the attack rains down upon the ghost banshee, causing a huge explosion around her. Jiang Kai is once again left in shock. He aimed for her vital points, but none of his attacks caused any damage whatsoever. The night passes with his fruitless efforts. Through the shattered window frame, the sun begins to rise, signaling the dawn. Undeterred, Jiang Kai decides to try a different method, summoning a mysterious, powerful card. He materializes a single, potent arrow of light, and fires it as his last resort against the strange entity. The scene shifts to the present. As Jiang Kai finishes recounting his tale, his teammates, Ruan Yu and Zhao Lei, listen with looks of utter shock and disbelief. Ruan Yu asks for confirmation. A ghost banshee appeared last night and went into this very cabin. Jiang Kai confirms their fears, explaining that it all happened so suddenly. He tells them how strange the ghost banshee was, running straight into the wooden house and simply sitting in front of the mirror combing her hair, never once trying to hurt him. Ruan Yu puts a hand to her chin, pondering the situation. She wonders aloud if the banshee's mysterious appearance is connected to the secret realm they believe is hidden within the wooden house. Jiang Kai confirms he had the exact same thought, which is why he relentlessly pursued her. He finishes his story by explaining that despite his strongest attacks, she remained completely immune, and as dawn broke, she simply vanished without a trace. The flashback of the battle ends, with Jiang Kai standing in the now empty room, the only trace of the banshee being the lingering sparkles in the air as he wonders how she just disappeared. Back in the present, Ruan Yu expresses her shock, stating that the banshee is just too strange. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoes, interrupting their conversation. A new figure appears. Standing behind them, a man with spiky gray hair remarks that he didn't expect Jiang Kai's team to find the banshee so quickly. Jiang Kai turns to face the intruder, his eyes sharp and questioning as he asks who he is. The man introduces himself as Ao Wu, the captain of the Azure Dragon Guild's Tinglong squad. He reveals that his team is also here to explore the secret realm. Ruan Yu confronts Ao Wu, accusing his Azure Dragon Guild of having bad intentions for knowing about the strange ghost banshee, but not warning them beforehand. One of Ao Wu's subordinates angrily reacts to Ruan Yu's accusation, clearly offended by her words. Ao Wu raises a hand to silence his man, calmly admitting that Ruan Yu isn't wrong. He confesses they had ulterior motives, but clarifies they only wanted to personally confirm the strength of the Fire God Squad. He compliments Jiang Kai on being impressive and suggests that their teams should try cooperating. Jiang Kai coldly rejects the offer. He states that he never cooperates with people he doesn't trust. Turning his back on Ao Wu, Jiang Kai calls to his teammates, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, and tells them it's time to go. As Jiang Kai's team leaves, Ao Wu's subordinates start complaining, mocking Kai's arrogance and doubting he can succeed where they failed for 2 months, especially since his teammates slept through the banshee's first appearance. Ao Wu, however, smiles with amusement. He says he actually admires Jiang Kai's reckless energy, and since he rejected the offer, he's curious to see what kind of splash he can make on his own. Later that night, as if on cue, the ghost banshee appears once again, emerging from the window of the wooden house. This time, Jiang Kai's team is ready. He leads the charge with Ruan Yu and Hu Yan, telling them to proceed according to their new plan. Meanwhile, Ao Wu and his Tinglong squad watch the events unfold from a nearby cliff, observing from a safe distance. One of Ao Wu's men asks if they're really not going to intervene and take a look inside. Ao Wu calmly tells his team there's no rush. Since Jiang Kai insisted on fighting alone, they should give him the chance to try. As part of the plan, Hu Yan charges forward with his shield, bizarrely shouting terms of endearment at the banshee, calling her wifey and declaring how much he's missed her. His strange approach is met with immediate failure as he is effortlessly swatted and sent flying backward from the house, much to Ruan Yu's alarm. The ghost banshee is seen in profile, an unnerving, subtle smile on her face as she continues to comb her hair, completely unbothered. Jiang Kai reflects on their failed attempts. They've already tried his rain prayer technique, and now even Ruan Yu's attacks have proven completely ineffective against the passive entity. Ruan Yu struggles to hold back a bruised and comically distraught Hu Yan, who complains that, just as Captain Kai said, their attacks are utterly useless against the ghost banshee. Jiang Kai watches his defeated teammates, his expression hardening. Realizing that brute force is useless, he knows the situation is trickier than a simple fight and requires a different approach. He focuses his gaze, staring intently at the banshee's ominous, glowing green reflection. He begins to search for a clue, wondering where the key to this puzzle truly lies. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's special ability, the Ghost Eye Focus, activates, causing his eye to glow with a crimson light as he perceives something beyond normal sight. He's startled by what he saw, wondering if something just flashed by. He quickly snaps his dazed teammate Hu Yan out of it, urging him to drink a sobering potion. Seeing his sudden change in demeanor, Ruan Yu asks him what's wrong now that Hu Yan has recovered. Using his ghost eye again, Jiang Kai tells his teammates that he noticed something strange specifically with the banshee's eyes in the mirror's reflection. His teammates, however, can't see what he sees. Both Hu Yan and Ruan Yu state that they don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Ruan Yu grows concerned, asking if his eyes are playing tricks on him. But Jiang Kai is resolute, insisting that his ghost eye focus can't be wrong and that he saw something in her eyes. He recalls the image that flashed in his vision, the Chinese character for fear, glowing ominously within the banshee's pupils. Staring intently, Jiang Kai realizes there's more to it, exclaiming that it's not over yet. His ghost eye focuses again, and as he reads the characters forming in the banshee's reflection, he begins to sound them out. Tur. The revelation continues as two more glowing red characters appear in sequence, roar, and then, nest. The banshee is not a monster but a message. Confused by his strange behavior, Ruan Yu asks him what he is possibly mumbling about. Jiang Kai puts the pieces together, verbalizing the terrifying clue he has just deciphered, Nest of Terror. The moment he speaks the words aloud, the banshee's head snaps up. Her true, monstrous form revealed as a wave of dark energy erupts from her body. A horrifying, blade-toothed grin spreads across her face as she addresses him directly for the first time. Declaring that he is qualified to enter the Nest of Terror, the banshee unleashes her power, blasting Jiang Kai off his feet and pulling him into a dark, swirling vortex. Jiang Kai's eye widens in shock as he is completely overwhelmed and consumed by the unknown energy. A massive explosion of dark power erupts where Jiang Kai once stood, sending a powerful shockwave through the area and blasting his teammates back. Helplessly thrown back by the force, Ruan Yu and Hu Yan can only scream their captain's name in horror as he vanishes before their very eyes. In a dimly lit room, a silhouetted figure sits before a vanity mirror. Just moments after Captain Kai was taken, his teammate, Yunmi, bursts in, shouting in a rage, "Bastard, hurry up and give Captain Kai back." Her face is contorted with fury and desperation as she lunges forward, determined to get her captain back from whatever took him. Meanwhile, outside the wooden house, the elder arrives with his own subordinates, sensing that something has gone wrong. He barges through the door, yelling at the commotion inside, demanding to know what is happening. Inside, Yunmi, along with a blonde teammate, is in a frenzy, trying to shatter the mirror. "Damn mirror, where did you take Captain Kai?" she screams. Seeing the chaos, the elder immediately commands his men to intervene. "Stop them," he orders, his voice ringing with authority. His subordinates quickly move in, grabbing a struggling Yunmi and her teammate to prevent them from destroying the mirror. As they are held back, both Yunmi and the blonde man shout in protest, demanding to be let go. The elder steps forward, explaining his reasoning. "Don't be reckless. This mirror might be the key clue to unlocking the secret realm. How can we let you easily destroy it?" With the situation under control, he turns to them and asks for an explanation. "Tell me exactly what just happened. Where's your captain?" He muses to himself that it's strange for the banshee to have disappeared before dawn. Pointing a trembling finger at the mirror, Yunmi explains frantically, the mirror, the mirror. Captain Kai was sucked into that mirror." The elder's eyes widen in shock and disbelief at her words. Sucked in. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts from the mirror, knocking everyone off their feet as the portal violently activates. A system message begins to materialize in the air, glowing with an ominous green light. The notification fully appears, announcing that a personal secret realm Nest of Terror has been activated and will permanently disappear after the explorer passes through it. The elder looks on, utterly stunned by this unexpected development. "What?" he exclaims. Another system window appears. The Mirror of Revelation will now display the explorer's combat progress within the Nest of Terror for those outside to see. A progress bar appears, showing the daunting task ahead for Jiang Kai, a progress of 0 out of 1 million. The scene shifts to inside the secret realm. Jiang Kai's eye snaps open, glowing an intense green in the darkness. He finds himself in a desolate, dark space, slowly realizing his situation. "What's going on? I was sucked into the mirror." A massive system window appears before him, congratulating him on entering the S-rank secret realm, the Nest of Terror. His mission: kill all terror creatures within 20 minutes to escape the fear of the unknown. The system concludes its message with a chillingly polite sign-off, "Wishing you a pleasant challenge." Jiang Kai looks on in shock, his mind racing. This is the Secret Realm Challenge. What is the Mirror of Revelation? And what are the terror creatures? Where are they? Before he can fully process the daunting task ahead, a sudden shift in the air signals that the challenge has begun. Reacting instantly, Jiang Kai activates his full quench ability. Fiery red blades materialize from his gauntlet, casting a faint glow as he prepares for the unseen enemies lurking in the dark. As he prepares for battle, a system window appears with a friendly reminder. While the flame effect of his weapon is retained, its light-emitting ability has been stripped. Jiang Kai realizes the grim truth, "So I have to complete the challenge without being able to see the monsters." Just then, the oppressive darkness is pierced by countless glowing red eyes, appearing like stars in a night sky. Jiang Kai is startled by the sudden appearance of the horde. His eye reflects the terrifying swarm, but his gaze remains focused and determined, ready for the fight of his life. The creatures are revealed, horrifying spider-like monsters with multiple red eyes and sharp fangs. "They're here," Jiang Kai announces, bracing himself. With no time for hesitation, he adopts a brutal mindset. Kill first, ask questions later. He launches himself forward, unleashing a volley of flaming projectiles into the darkness. His attacks are successful, and system notifications begin to flood his vision, confirming each kill and the minimal experience points gained. Jiang Kai continues his fierce assault, leaping through the air and firing relentlessly at the unseen horde. The fiery blades pierce through the spider creatures, their grotesque forms briefly illuminated before they are destroyed. More and more notifications stack up, a testament to his initial success against the swarm. After clearing the first wave, Jiang Kai pauses, a hint of confidence on his face. Is the challenge completed just like this? He wonders. A few dozen monsters doesn't seem that hard. But his relief is short-lived. In the blink of an eye, the darkness is filled once more, this time with an ocean of red eyes, forming colossal shapes that dwarf the previous wave. The sheer scale of the enemy sinks in, and his confidence shatters. That's not right, he thinks, his eyes wide with shock. He stands frozen for a moment, looking up in horror at a literal tidal wave of glowing red eyes, an army of monsters so vast it seems to blot out the very darkness itself. The gargantuan swarm of spider creatures descends upon him like an unstoppable avalanche. He is instantly engulfed, fighting desperately to stay alive as the horde swarms over him from all directions. Jiang Kai unleashes another powerful attack, trying to blast his way out from within the crushing mass of monsters. The resulting explosion vaporizes dozens of creatures, but it's like throwing a stone into an ocean. For every monster he destroys, countless more emerge from the shadows. The onslaught is truly endless. How many are there? He screams in desperation. He's taking damage, his hand dripping with blood. The thought of failure begins to creep in, but he fights it back. Faster, I need to be faster. Outside, the Mirror of Revelation displays Jiang Kai's grim progress. Only 77 monsters killed, after 44 agonizing seconds. The Elder and his men watch the monitor intently. The Elder remarks, "Does this mean that Jiang Kai killed 77 monsters in 44 seconds? The monsters in a secret realm are definitely not weak." Killing 77 in 44 seconds, this guy. One of the younger subordinates finally comprehends the horrifying number on the screen. Then, doesn't that string of numbers mean there are a million monsters inside? Nest of Terror. No wonder it's called the Nest of Terror. It's not a place for humans. Yunmi overhears them, and her face drains of all color. The sheer impossibility of the situation washes over her. A million monsters. Her blonde teammate is equally horrified, recalling a past battle against the Murloc Lord on Everfrost Island. Even with hundreds of thousands of players, it was a difficult fight. But Captain Kai is alone now, he says, his voice filled with dread. How can he possibly kill so many monsters? The dreadful reality causes Yunmi to snap. She struggles violently against the guards holding her back. "No, let me go," she screams, tears welling in her eyes. "I want to go in too. I need to save Captain Kai." The man holding Yunmi back tells her plainly, "You can't get in at all." She looks back, her face a mask of confusion and despair. "What do you mean?" The Elder explains the grim reality of the situation. Because this is a personal secret realm. He continues, his voice low. Unlike normal secret realms, only a single explorer is allowed to enter. The rewards are often richer, but the explorer must face the unknown challenges alone, and the difficulty is much higher. He turns away, unable to watch the monitor any longer. It's unfortunate, but I don't think Jiang Kai can last much longer. His words hit Yunmi like a physical blow, leaving her speechless and staring in horror, tears welling in her eyes. The scene cuts back to the Nest of Terror, where Jiang Kai is still being relentlessly assaulted by the endless sea of spider monsters. He continues to fight back, launching attacks into the crushing horde, but it's a futile effort against their sheer numbers. A larger spider lunges at him, spitting a venomous projectile. Jiang Kai manages to blast the projectile out of the air with a perfectly timed counterattack. He lands heavily, his resolve hardening as he glances at the timer. 20 minutes. It's been 20 minutes already, he says, panting and drenched in sweat. There are so many monsters that the system doesn't even have time to show the experience gained. He analyzes the creatures, noting their low HP and lack of intelligence, making them easy to kill, but they're endless. He realizes the futility of his situation. No matter how fast my attack speed is, I can't kill them all. As his stamina wanes, a monster breaks through his defense and lands a solid hit, drawing blood. And the worst part is, he staggers, his body screaming in protest from the endless fighting. He gasps for air, his energy completely depleted, about to collapse. His legs finally give out, and he stumbles over the pile of monster corpses that have accumulated at his feet. He cries out as he falls backward, vulnerable and exposed to the monstrous horde. The spiders see their chance, their glowing red eyes fixated on the fallen explorer as they prepare to strike. They descend upon him, burying him under a writhing mass of bodies, claws, and fangs. "It hurts, my body," he screams in agony. Overwhelmed and being torn apart, Jiang Kai grits his teeth as despair finally sets in. Damn it, the difference is too much. This time I really can't win. He feels his consciousness fading, his thoughts turning bitter, to be defeated by such low-level creatures. Blood trickles from his lips as he clings to his last shred of defiance. So unwilling. But just as his life is about to be extinguished, a new system window flashes in the darkness. Explorer DETCTD in NEAR death state. As he lies dying, a single card shoots forth from his body, glowing with an intense, star-like blue light that cuts through the darkness. The card, his gambler's exclusive artifact, unleashes a torrent of energy. The system announces its hidden effect has been triggered. Wheel of Fortune, ACTIVATD. Everything goes black. Jiang Kai's consciousness drifts in the void, confused. What was that sound just now? Suddenly, his spiritual form is pulled into a space of pure white, surrounded by swirling blue energy. He has been transported away from the Nest of Terror. He finds himself floating in a blinding radiance emanating from his activated card. After fighting for so long in absolute darkness, he can only wonder, light. In a state of near death, Jiang Kai's eyes glow with a green, intricate light as he activates his skill, Ghost Eye Focus. Suddenly, he finds his consciousness in a digital space where a mysterious, goddess-like entity with long white hair appears before him. She smiles, and a system window announces that his near-death state has triggered a hidden effect of his death card, the Wheel of Fortune. The guide explains that the death card's Wheel of Fortune has a special effect. Every outcome has both a reward and a punishment, and by spinning the wheel, he agrees to bear both. Jiang Kai is presented with the image of the card, representing a double-edged sword. He wonders if this gamble will be his salvation or his final destruction. The system formally asks him, "Now, will you spin the Wheel of Fortune?" Despite being battered and bleeding, Jiang Kai smirks with unwavering resolve. For him, there is no other choice. With a defiant shout, he commands the wheel to spin IT, and a powerful vortex of energy erupts. His consciousness is pulled into the swirling blue energy, whisked away from the battlefield. Jiang Kai finds himself in an ethereal form within his own mindscape. He's shocked to find that all the pain in his body has suddenly disappeared. Before him stands a colossal, magnificent golden clock, the Wheel of Fortune itself, waiting for his command. The hands of the giant clock tick, ready to spin and decide his fate. As he braces himself, Jiang Kai's ethereal form feels the immense power of the wheel as it begins to turn. The Wheel of Fortune spins at a blinding speed. Jiang Kai can only watch as the golden mechanism whirls, a blur of light and destiny. Finally, the spinning slows, and the great hand of the wheel comes to a stop. The system announces that the Wheel of Fortune has made its choice. Jiang Kai's eyes widen as he awaits the outcome of the divine gamble. The reward is revealed, a beneficial status of rapid recovery. Thanks to his talent, this is immediately upgraded to extreme recovery, restoring all his consumption at the fastest speed for 60 minutes. But with the reward comes the punishment, a negative status of exposed weakness. This too is upgraded to fragile constitution, making him vulnerable to fatal damage and doubling all pain for 60 minutes. Immediately, Jiang Kai's ethereal form is enveloped in a powerful golden aura as the extreme recovery buff takes effect. His body feels like it's burning as immense power surges through him, restoring him to his peak physical state. The recovery is so intense that even his very muscle fibers are shown, regenerating at an incredible rate. He lets out a powerful roar as the overwhelming energy of recovery flows through his entire being. The scene flashes back to the moment just before the wheel was spun, showing Jiang Kai in the real world, gritting his teeth against excruciating pain. This reveals the true cause of his near-death state. Moments before, he was being impaled by dozens of spider-like monsters, seconds away from a gruesome end. But it was in that moment of utter despair, facing certain death, that the death card activated, offering him one final, desperate chance at survival, a chance he has now seized. Now fully restored by the Wheel of Fortune's power, Jiang Kai is back on his feet, unleashing a powerful shockwave against the horde of spider monsters. He looks at the glowing death card in his hand, the artifact that granted him this second chance. With his back to the endless swarm, he knows that the chips are down. This is an all-or-nothing gamble. An intense blue aura erupts around him. Holding the card that decides his fate, he prepares for a true life-or-death battle. He begins his counterattack, unleashing a blinding flash of golden energy. The blast of energy rips through the front lines of the spider monsters, a stark contrast to his earlier struggle. Jiang Kai quickly analyzes his new condition. His body has recovered to its peak state, but with the fragile constitution debuff, he could be finished if a single attack gets through. A wild, determined grin spreads across his face as he realizes the simple, yet terrifying, path to victory. He just needs to avoid being attacked entirely. Putting his new avoidance strategy to the test, he uses his Chasing Fate skill, launching a barrage of fiery projectiles at the enemy horde. The fiery attacks rain down on the monsters, causing massive explosions and tearing through their ranks. The sheer force of the explosions shatters the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. The continuous blasts create a beautiful but deadly firework display, decimating the once overwhelming swarm of spiders. Jiang Kai observes the effect. He realizes he can kill them within seconds by hitting them with flames, and if he gets a critical hit, it triggers a chain reaction. Just as he predicted, a critical hit sets off a massive chain reaction of explosions, incinerating a huge portion of the monster army. Still, he knows he has to kill even more. He calculates the daunting task ahead. Since this is a challenge with 1,000,000 monsters, there's a limit. His recovery buff lasts for 60 minutes. To win, he must kill over 300 monsters every second. However, he stands in a small circle of safety, surrounded by a literal sea of red-eyed monsters. He knows his gambler's time, ability, lasting only 10 seconds, is useless in such a prolonged war of attrition. But then a new idea strikes him. Wait, he thinks, a spark of genius flashing in his eyes. He realizes that after his death card devoured the upgraded version of Chasing Fate, the attack became incredibly efficient. Looking at the card, now glowing with a fiery golden aura, he formulates a new, brilliant plan. With a powerful cry, he hurls the enchanted death card directly into the center of the monster horde. As the card flies, he begins a countdown. 3. The card begins to emit waves of intense, fiery energy. 2. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the spider monsters closest to the card. 1. A confident, almost cruel smile plays on his lips as he watches his master plan unfold. The moment the countdown finishes, the death card detonates in a colossal, fiery explosion, creating a massive inferno that vaporizes everything in its path. A triumphant smirk plays on Jiang Kai's lips as he stands unscathed amidst the swirling ashes. His gamble paid off. He now understands the true power of his new strategy. The death card ignites a massive area with flames, and a single critical hit within that blaze can trigger an unstoppable chain reaction. A path to victory has been cleared. With a menacing glint in his glowing green eyes and a wicked smile, Jiang Kai readies himself to continue the slaughter, roaring, blast more monsters. A moment later, another series of cataclysmic explosions tears through the battlefield, proving that his new strategy is devastatingly effective. As he unleashes another attack, he thinks, the death card is controlled by thought, so its attack damage is far higher than 9 calamities Chasing Fate. I can fully use this to directly ignite the entire battlefield. With his new strategy, victory is finally within his grasp. Continuing his trial in the secret realm, the man unleashes a powerful blast of light, effortlessly clearing a path through the swarming spider monsters as he seeks a greater challenge. In the desolate landscape of the secret realm, a mountain of monster carcasses is all that remains, a testament to the man's overwhelming power. Despite his victory, he wears a dissatisfied smirk, complaining to himself. What's going on? These guys are moving too slowly. At least they're monsters from a secret realm, can't they put up more of a fight? With a determined leap, he soars over the field of defeated enemies, shouting his intent to find a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the observers watch a magical mirror. The kill count, which was rising rapidly, has suddenly frozen at 416 after only 20.9 seconds. The purple-haired mage panics, grabbing the boy with goggles next to her. Ryu, is this mirror broken? Why has the kill count suddenly stopped moving? She yells, her face filled with worry. A man with grayish-blue hair observes calmly, noting the gravity of the situation. Although it's only stopped for more than 10 seconds, this is a secret realm where 1,000,000 beasts are attacking a single person. A few seconds can determine life and death. However, another man with spiky black hair scoffs at their concern. He states that with the realm's difficulty, it's normal for Jiang Kai not to pass, and that they should be arranging psychological therapy for him instead of being anxious. Infuriated by his pessimism, the purple-haired mage snaps back. You're the one who's mentally unstable. The result is not yet determined, so stop being a jinx. I believe in Captain Kai. The black-haired man remains unconvinced, pointing out that they've been squatting there for months while Jiang Kai just stumbled into the realm by chance. He implies that if Jiang Kai passes, he'd have nothing to say. He concludes with a grim certainty, but at least for now, this opportunity has been wasted for nothing. A million beasts, I dare to bet Jiang Kai will die without a doubt. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. The boy with goggles, who had been listening quietly, steps forward to confront the skeptic, asking simply, "What do you want to bet?" The black-haired man turns, a flicker of surprise on his face at being challenged so directly. The boy with goggles stares him down, his expression hardening as he presses the issue. "I'm asking you, what do you want to bet?" Provoked, the black-haired man's anger flares. "You guys really won't give up. Since that's the case, then I'll leave my words here." He towers over the boy and makes an outrageous wager. "If Jiang Kai can come out alive, I'll kneel down on the spot and call you daddy. Otherwise, you have to kneel down and call me daddy." He leans in, taunting the boy with a final question, "Do you dare?" The two face off in a tense standoff. Without hesitation, the boy with goggles accepts the challenge with a defiant shout, "Bet it is." Just as the bet is struck, the purple-haired mage gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stares at the mirror. "Oh my god, what's going on?" Her cry snaps the others to attention. The boy and the skeptic both turn toward the mirror, their argument forgotten as they see what caused her alarm. To their astonishment, the kill count on the mirror is no longer frozen. It has suddenly leaped from 416 to 620 and is climbing rapidly. The scene flashes back inside the secret realm, where a massive explosion rips through the darkness, signaling the start of a new, intense battle. From the shadows, a fresh horde of larger, more menacing spider monsters emerges, their multiple red eyes glowing with malice. The warrior materializes above the newly spawned swarm, his eyes locking onto the dense horde. After searching for a real fight, he's finally found his targets, remarking with a smirk, "Huh, so you were all here." With a surge of excitement, he dives toward them, unleashing a furious assault. "Hey, you guys are secret realm monsters at least," he shouts, his eyes glowing as he commands them. "Why are you running? Keep fighting. Don't you dare stop." His challenge signals the beginning of the true battle. A final, massive explosion of force rips through the monster horde, marking the climax of the battle. The remaining spider-like creatures retaliate, firing a barrage of green energy blasts in a last-ditch effort. But their resistance is futile, as another fiery detonation engulfs them completely, silencing the battlefield. In the aftermath, the warrior holds a single, glowing card, a spoil of his hard-fought victory. A holographic notification appears in the void, declaring his success. All secret realm creatures have been killed. Time ELAPSED, 1447 seconds. He stands confidently, inspecting his reward card. "It's over. I still had over 20 minutes left of the extreme recovery state. What a waste," he says with a satisfied grin. Suddenly, a brilliant light shines before him, signaling the beginning of his reward phase. He looks on with anticipation. From within a grand, golden mirror, the secret realm guardian emerges. The horned, elegant being announces, "Congratulations, you have completed the Nest of Terror challenge. Now I will calculate your rewards." The warrior is taken aback, realizing who she is. Is this the secret realm guardian Daisang mentioned earlier? He wonders aloud, connecting her appearance to his teammates' prior discussion. The guardian smiles slyly and presents his first reward. "Now, you may ask the Mirror of Revelation 5 questions within its permitted scope." His mind immediately begins to strategize. He considers asking for his class change formula, but then thinks bigger. "Maybe I can use this to glimpse some truth about Ghost Star and prepare for the upcoming crisis," he muses. The guardian interrupts his thoughts with a warning, adding a condition of urgency. "Please ask your questions quickly. The Mirror of Revelation's energy will be depleted in 5 minutes." His strategic composure breaks for a moment as he panics in a Chibai-style reaction, exclaiming, "There's a time limit too." Wasting no time, he asks his first, ambitious question. What is the connection between Ghost Star and the beast god of Blue Star? He waits, but the guardian and the mirror simply float there, giving no answer to his profound query. He watches the silent mirror, quickly analyzing the situation. No reaction. Could it be that the question's difficulty exceeded the scope of permission? He correctly deduces. The guardian confirms his theory. "Your first question exceeded the scope of permission. You now have 4 remaining question opportunities." As expected, he says unfazed. He immediately pivots to his next plan, asking, "Then, among the gambler's class change materials, what do the spontaneously combusting flame, the ever-changing metal, the floating earth, and the still breeze refer to, respectively?" This time, the Mirror of Revelation responds. Its surface begins to swirl with brilliant golden light, preparing to reveal the answer. His face lights up with excitement as the mirror reacts to his practical question. "It appeared," he exclaims. He stands before the luminous mirror, where the guardian floats majestically, ready to witness the revelation. As the image within the mirror takes form, his eye widens with a shocking realization. Wait, this is... The mirror shows him the answer for the spontaneously combusting flame. It is a magnificent, gnarled tree engulfed in eternal fire, a skyfir tree. He stares intently into the mirror, captivated by the image of the blazing skyfir tree, trying to decipher the true meaning of this revelation for the spontaneously combusting flame. As he processes the vision, the mirror's light intensifies with a brilliant flash, drawing him deeper into the explanation of the first material. As he watches the mirror, a helpful spirit appears, explaining the nature of the skyfir tree. She notes that older trees may become spirits, which can be killed for a fire tree heart, a material used to enhance flame effects. A look of revelation dawns on the warrior's face. That's right, it directly generates flames without fuel. Isn't the Skyfire tree heart the spontaneously combusting flame? He kicks himself for not thinking of it when he was at Blazing Ridge. The mirror's image shifts to swirling liquid metal. He recognizes it as common silver iron, a metal from Ghost Star that's liquid at room temperature. He mutters, I didn't expect it to be the ever-changing metal. Suddenly, a flash of insight strikes him as he reconsiders the nature of the seemingly common material. The mirror changes again, this time showing a barren, dusty wasteland under a hazy sky. Is this a wasteland? He asks, confused by the new image. His eye widens as he looks closer, rejecting his initial assessment. No. He focuses on the motes floating in the air. The realization hits him. It's dust. He smiles, having solved another riddle. When dust lands, it becomes Earth. So when it's floating, isn't that floating Earth? The mirror's image shifts for a final time, revealing a clear blue sky filled with white clouds. He strokes his chin, perplexed by the new vision. This time it's the sky, but there seems to be nothing in the sky. What does this have to do with the still breeze? His expression changes from confusion to excitement as he solves the final piece of the puzzle. Wait, it's not that there's nothing. There's also air. The still breeze was the air itself. A system message appears, confirming the end of the session. The Mirror of Revelation has finished answering your 5 questions. He reflects on what he's learned. The supposedly rare materials were all common things, just viewed from a different perspective. Applying this logic, he realizes what the living water with no source must be. With a cunning smile, he concludes his thought process. It must be the most common water cycle on the planet, rainwater. Having uncovered all the secrets, he stands ready, his current class of gambler behind him. I wonder what kind of surprise this new class will bring me after the change, he anticipates. The Secret Realm Guardian reappears, floating gracefully before him. Now, I will present you with the second reward, she announces. He looks up, his eyes wide with surprise and anticipation for the next phase of his reward. A brilliant blue octagonal crystal materializes in a flash of light and data. A system notification announces his prize. Congratulations, you have obtained the SS rank weapon, Sacred Radiance Crystal. He holds the powerful Sacred Radiance Crystal in his hand as a cool, mystical blue energy swirls around it. A detailed description of the SS rank weapon appears. It can be controlled by thought, forms a purifying aura, cleanses the target's soul, and grants immunity to certain mental attacks. He analyzes the weapon's properties, noting its key features. It can be used on others, not just himself, and is easily controlled by thought, much like his death card. He examines the crystal in his palm, understanding its most critical function, the purification effect. His thoughts turn to the dangers of mental attacks, recalling how even an elite banshee's soul-shattering scream could deter countless explorers, making them a formidable foe. A confident, almost menacing grin spreads across his face. And now, he says, adding the necrotic outer armor I got before, I already have 2 items that can grant immunity to mental attacks. Another system window provides more details on its combat use. The crystal's aura can bind targets without consuming the user's energy, recharging upon killing a target. At full charge, its effects can last for an extended period, depending on the power difference between the user and the enemy. He continues to ponder the new weapon's abilities. It also has a crowd control skill. He notes that while it's a pleasant surprise, for now, it seems limited to purification and support functions. He wonders why its SS rank classification is so high. A new info panel reveals the crystal's true potential. It is a Ghost Star unique grade weapon that can be upgraded with Tears of God from other secret realms to unlock a secondary state. A cunning smile spreads across his face as he realizes the crystal's true value. Like his unique death card, this crystal is one of a kind. At a critical moment, he concludes, it might become my trump card. Back in the outside world, the number on the mirror finally updates. The progress bar is full, 1 million monsters killed in 1755 seconds. The challenge is complete. Ryuan Yu and Hu Yan explode with joy. Oh my god, she shouts, grabbing him excitedly. Quickly help me see, did that number hit 1 million? Hu Yan confirms with a massive grin. That's right, it's 1 million. Captain Kai must have succeeded. The other observers are stunned into disbelief. What, all 1 million monsters in the secret realm were killed by Jiang Kai? The gray-haired man asks, shocked. The skeptic, Dai Sang, shouts in denial, damn it, I bet this mirror is broken. As they argue, a blinding light erupts from the mirror. A figure begins to emerge from the portal, causing someone in the room to scream in shock. The gray-haired man grunts, bracing himself as if hit by a wave of pressure from the portal's opening. Ryuan Yu's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated joy and surprise as she witnesses the return. Surrounded by crackling blue energy, Jiang Kai steps out of the mirror, returning to the real world at last. He stands tall and confident as his teammate, Ryuan Yu, joyfully shouts his name, Captain Kai. Sometime later, the scene shifts to a forest at night. Blue particles, remnants of a teleportation or magical effect, dissipate into the air. Having regrouped, the team immediately bombards Jiang Kai with questions. Hu Yan and Ryuan Yu excitedly ask about the million monsters, the secret realm's mechanics, and the Guardian. Jiang Kai laughs, holding his hands up in mock surrender. Hu Yan, Ryu and you, you're asking one question after another. I can't even keep up. Finally, the gray-haired man steps forward, his expression stern but his tone respectful. Jiang Kai, honestly, although I don't know how you did it, and I'm a bit unwilling to accept it. Congratulations on passing this personal secret realm. After Jiang Kai's miraculous survival, Dai Sang approaches him with a newfound respect. He apologizes for his previous arrogance and for testing Jiang Kai by withholding information about the Banshee. Dai Sang admits that Jiang Kai is the most outstanding young explorer he has ever met. With a confident smirk, Jiang Kai replies that he never needed anyone's validation to define his own worth. Dai Sang is momentarily taken aback by his assertive response. However, Jiang Kai's expression softens as he accepts the sincere praise and apology. His teammates, Ryu Yu and Hu Yan, look on with relief. Jiang Kai adds a compliment of his own, acknowledging that Dai Sang isn't so bad himself. Dai Sang lets out a small, relieved laugh, the tension between them finally broken. The two men seal their newfound mutual respect with a firm handshake. They both agree, looking forward to working together in the future. Seeing this, Ryu Yu and Hu Yan burst into laughter, happy that the conflict is resolved. The rest of Dai Sang's team also smiles, relieved that their leader has reconciled with the powerful newcomer. Ryu Yu, however, isn't about to let things go that easily. With a mischievous grin, she brings up a certain bet that was made about what someone would do if Captain Kai came out alive. Her teammates immediately turn to a stunned Dai Sang, who starts to sweat, remembering his foolish wager. Feigning ignorance, Dai Sang asks what bet she could possibly be talking about. But it's too late. As part of the losing bet, another teammate comically gets on his knees and calls out "Daddy" to a shocked Jiang Kai, much to Hu Yan's amusement. A few days later, the scene shifts to a grand, ornate building. Inside, Hu Yan and the Ryu Yu twins wait anxiously. Hu Yan wonders why Captain Kai is taking so long to change his class, noting it's taking even longer than when Ryu Yu's sister, Nguyen, did hers. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai is in the middle of the class change process, floating as he's enveloped in a torrent of blue magical energy. A complex and powerful magic circle glows intensely beneath him, channeling immense power. The energy swirls and concentrates around Jiang Kai as he reaches the final stage of his transformation. With a final surge of power, his eyes flash green. He has succeeded. A system window appears, confirming his success. Congratulations, you have completed the level 20 class change for the gambler. Your new class is. The system reveals his new, advanced class, Deceiver. An image of a masked figure surrounded by playing cards represents this new, unpredictable path. Jiang Kai reads the notification, musing that Deceiver sounds like a class that takes the art of gambling to a whole new level. He eagerly awaits the details of his new abilities. As if on cue, the secret realm guardian appears before him, as another system window begins to detail the incredible benefits of the class change, starting with a 100% increase in his base attributes. The system window displays the details of his enhanced talents. Talent Super Doubled now has a 100% trigger chance, while Talent Super Critical has been upgraded, giving him a 0.2% chance to trigger a massive 200x critical hit. Jiang Kai is thrilled. Though the increase seems small, he knows that in a desperate situation, this slight edge can be the difference between defeat and victory. He turns to the AI brain, the goddess-like manifestation of the system, and asks if his new Deceiver class also comes with new talents. The AI brain confirms this, revealing the Deceive Heaven and Cross the Sea talent. It explains that as a deceiver, he will be highly skilled at using words and body language to manipulate and deceive his opponent's judgment. Jiang Kai smirks, realizing this is an upgraded version of his natural cunning. If used well, this new ability could lead to some very unexpected and advantageous situations. Another system window pops up. The doubled talent has triggered, granting him a second random talent, Enhanced Agility. Jiang Kai's eyes widen in excitement, as the system confirms his agility value will be permanently increased by 40%. His new stats are displayed, showing a massive agility score of 454. He calculates that this 40% increase puts his speed even higher than that of his teammates, Su Feixiang and Dai Sang. With a confident grin, Jiang Kai clenches his fist, eager to see what his new Deceiver class is truly capable of. The scene shifts to a high-tech data research lab, where a researcher is analyzing Jiang Kai's profile. He notes that Jiang Kai tested as a D rank, yet somehow managed to win the Guild Challenge tournament. Instructor Su walks in, admitting that she initially laughed at Jiang Kai when he refused to join the military and claimed he would defeat the Huang family on his own, thinking he was arrogant. With a self-deprecating smile, she confesses that after watching his recent matches, she realizes she was the foolish one, the frog in the well who couldn't see the bigger picture. The researcher looks at Jiang Kai's data on the screen. He confirms that Jiang Kai really did it, and now the powerful Huang family no longer dares to pressure the military. They both agree that their evaluation model needs to be improved. Changing the subject, the researcher hands instructor Su a data slate. He tells her it's the latest data on the teleportation circles of the Lost Lands and asks her to research their common characteristics. He reviews the report with a grim expression, noting that 55 countries have already made discoveries while they are still empty-handed. Time is running out. Despite the pressure, instructor Su looks determined. She says that for some reason, she has a strong hunch that they are about to find it too. The scene changes again, showing Jiang Kai and his team entering a dark forest under the light of a full moon. Ryuan Yu complains that she's exhausted. They've been wandering for a long time, but haven't seen a single howling moon wolf demon. Hu Yan asks Captain Kai if he thinks someone could have gotten there faster and already cleared out all the wolf packs for level-up points. Jiang Kai immediately dismisses the idea as impossible. He explains that howling moon wolf demons are extremely difficult to deal with due to their ability to walk upright, their flexible combat style, and their sharp teeth and claws. He continues, explaining that ordinary small guilds wouldn't dare to challenge these monsters. As for large guilds, news of their movements would have spread beforehand. The absence of monsters is strange. Suddenly, Ryuan Yu gasps in horror, staring at her golden divination tool. She cries out, "Blood Moon Knight," realizing they are incredibly unlucky. Jiang Kai immediately turns to her, a serious look on his face, asking what's happened. In the ominous crimson-tinged forest, a voice explains that the impending blood moon has a special power. It can awaken the ancient bloodline of the wolf clan. This allows them to transform into powerful, intelligent humanoid forms, their combat power and intellect soaring as a werewolf howls at the full blood moon. Ryuan Yu looks startled as he puts the pieces together. He remarks that it said wolf demons hibernate and wait before the blood moon, which explains why their party hadn't encountered any on their way here. Jiang Kai, with a grim expression, adds to the gravity of the situation. He states that a pack of howling moon wolf demons numbers no less than 100, and after they transform, even an ordinary one would be as strong as the warlord-rank iron-armored lizard dragon they fought previously. The implication hangs heavy in the air as the three adventurers stand in the blood-red forest. They are facing at least 100 monsters, each one stronger than a warlord-rank beast. Sweating profusely, the terrified Ryuan Yu stammers, asking Captain Kai if they should retreat first. But Jiang Kai's sharp, determined gaze tells a different story. He simply says, "It's too late." As if on cue, the forest is completely drenched in the crimson light of the full blood moon. The Blood Moon Knight has officially arrived, and the team braces for the inevitable. Suddenly, a swift object flies through the air with a piercing sound, heading directly for the group. The object strikes Hu Yan, knocking her prized compass from her grasp. Helplessly, she watches it fly away, as her teammates look on in shock. From the shadows of the forest, a pair of bright, menacing red eyes gleam, fixed on the adventurers. As Hu Yan desperately reaches for her falling compass, she fails to notice the predator lurking in the darkness. In a flash, a dark shape lunges out from the bushes, moving too fast to be seen clearly. Just as the creature is about to strike, a powerful beam of energy shoots down from above, intercepting its path. Jiang Kai, his body wreathed in flames, unleashes the attack and screams at his teammate, Hu Yan, dodge quickly. But Hu Yan is frozen in terror, her eyes wide as a clawed shadow descends upon her. In a moment of shock, all she can muster is a confused "eh," as the reflection in her eye shows the impending attack. Jiang Kai lunges forward, furious at what is happening, only to see a small creature snatch the compass midair. The chaos settles for a moment, revealing a cute, fluffy fox-like creature now resting in Hu Yan's arms. Both she and the creature look utterly confused, with the fox still holding the compass in its mouth. Switching tactics, Hu Yan smiles sweetly at the little fox, trying to nicely ask it to spit out what's in its mouth and give her compass back. The creature struggles with all its might, refusing to let go of its prize. Then, with a happy little chirp, the fox seems to have made a decision, grinning with its sharp teeth. Hu Yan's pleasant demeanor shatters as a dark shadow falls over her face, her patience clearly worn thin. The immediate danger is momentarily forgotten as the scene descends into chaos. Hu Yan loses her temper, screaming at the little fox to give back her compass. Ryuan Yu and Jiang Kai try to intervene, urging her to calm down, all while the mischievous fox seems to puff out its chest, enjoying the commotion it caused. But the light-hearted moment is fleeting. The sound of a chilling wind rustling through the trees cuts through their argument, instantly silencing them. The eerie darkness of the forest closes in once more, serving as a stark reminder of the 100 bloodthirsty monsters that are still out there, watching them. The light-hearted moment vanishes as Jiang Kai's expression turns serious, a bead of sweat running down his face. He senses a change in the atmosphere, exclaiming, "Wait, this feeling." His senses didn't deceive him. The dark forest around them suddenly glitters with countless pairs of glowing red eyes, and at the edge of the clearing, the silhouette of a wolf demon appears. They are surrounded. From the shadows emerge a pack of formidable humanoid wolf-like creatures. A system window pops up, identifying them as mutated howling moon wolf demons. Jiang Kai immediately takes command, shouting that they're surrounded by mutated wolf demons. He orders his team to prepare for battle, telling Ryuan Yu to protect Hu Yan. In his panic, Ryuan Yu drops the bottle he was holding, and it shatters on the ground. However, instead of fear, Ryuan Yu enters a strange state of delusion. He sees the monstrous wolves as top-quality beauties and declares himself the Wolf King, brazenly charging forward and announcing he will favor them one by one. Jiang Kai looks on in horror, realizing the situation is not good. Ryuan Yu has rushed up before even entering his revelry in wine state, and his frost shield alone won't be enough to handle a siege from multiple mutated wolf demons. Thinking fast, Jiang Kai decides to use Ryuan Yu's bizarre charge as a diversion. He yells for Hu Yan to follow Ryuan Yu's lead. As Ruan Yu charges with his shield, a horde of snarling wolf demons descends upon him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Kai leaps into the air, unleashing a powerful fire ability. He yells quench, and reminds his team that the wolves have strong defenses, so they must maintain long-range firepower. Beams of fire rain down on the wolf demons, striking them with explosive force and sending them reeling. The attack culminates in a massive fiery blast, engulfing the battlefield. A system notification confirms that Jiang Kai has successfully killed several demons and gained experience. Amidst the scorched bodies of the defeated wolves, Ruan Yu comically weeps, complaining that someone ruined his good time with his beauties. Jiang Kai stands firm, a thoughtful expression on his face. He finds it strange that despite the large number of wolf demons, they didn't all swarm the party at once. A realization dawns on him as his eyes narrow. He wonders aloud, wait, could it be that they're testing our strength? The scene confirms his suspicion. More wolf demons are shown lurking among the trees, observing the fight with intelligent, glowing red eyes rather than blindly attacking. Jiang Kai says, as expected, as he sees more of the wolf demons strategically positioned in the distance, confirming they are not just mindless beasts. In response to their intelligence, Jiang Kai gathers a massive amount of energy between his hands, preparing to unleash an even more powerful attack. He thrusts his hands forward, sending a colossal wave of fire surging through the forest. However, as the flames die down, a pack of the wolf demons is still standing, their intimidating forms emerging from the smoke, seemingly unfazed. Hu Yan, still clutching the small white fox, looks at Jiang Kai in disbelief. She exclaims that his chasing fate skill, which critically hit 4 times, only managed to kill 4 out of 17 of the mutated demons. Jiang Kai silently reflects on her words, a drop of sweat on his face. He thinks to himself that these creatures have gotten smarter, their positioning is too scattered, making it impossible to hit a large area effectively. The realization of their enemy's intelligence sends a shiver down Hu Yan's spine, her face a mask of shock and fear. Suddenly, a warning cry pierces the air. Watch out behind you. A wolf demon, having slipped past their defenses, leaps towards an unsuspecting Jiang Kai. The massive, clawed hand of the wolf demon swings down, aiming to ambush Jiang Kai from behind while his attention is elsewhere. His eyes sharp and focused, Jiang Kai instantly senses the danger from behind. He spins around, deflecting the wolf demon's surprise attack with a swirl of crimson energy, much to the beast's surprise. Silhouetted against the blood moon, Jiang Kai taunts the creature, hinting at an illusion ability. What you see as reality is only what I allow you to see, he declares. Now, enjoy the pain of death. He unleashes his chasing fate, go, skill, sending a powerful wave of energy hurtling towards the wolf demon. The wolf demon is completely engulfed in the blinding light of the attack, its silhouette vaporizing within the blast. A system notification confirms his victory. 1 level 55 mutated howling moon wolf demon has been killed. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu, still in his drunken, delusional state, happily charges towards another group of wolf demons, shouting, "Haha, beauty, your wolf king brother is here." With a blissful, almost cherubic expression, he remains lost in his fantasy, ready to fight his imaginary beauties. Though he's getting hit, his shield and strange abilities seem to be protecting him, and another system message confirms he's killed yet another wolf demon. Watching the chaos unfold, Hu Yan remarks on how close of a call it was, noting that if Captain Kai hadn't acted in time, the team would have been in real trouble. Her patience finally snapping, Hu Yan grabs the little white fox, shaking it while threatening to throw it to the wolves if it doesn't spit out her compass immediately. Just then, Jiang Kai's eyes flash with alarm as he senses yet another incoming threat. A fresh wave of wolf demons charges from all sides. Jiang Kai shouts a warning, "Hu Yan, 4 o'clock." Hu Yan turns just in time to see the danger, her face filled with shock and alarm. A massive wolf demon lunges straight for her. Realizing it's too late to get away, all she can do is brace for the impact. Clutching the little fox, she squeezes her eyes shut as the wolf's claws swing down. The attack connects, and deep claw marks appear on her arm, drawing blood as she grunts in pain. Crying out, she is thrown to the ground by the force of the blow. But then something strange happens. The pack of vicious wolf demons suddenly looks startled, even afraid. Jiang Kai notices their hesitation, wondering why the wolf demons seem scared and are backing away. He sees that they are trembling, as if they've sensed something terrifying. Following their gaze, he realizes they're all looking in one direction. He looks over and screams, "Hu Yan." On the ground where she fell, the little white fox is now floating, enveloped in a sinister red aura, its eyes glowing with a terrifying, otherworldly power. Jiang Kai immediately launches another powerful attack, trying to intervene. Jiang Kai unleashes his attack, but to his shock, the energy morphs midair, transforming from his intended fire blast into a volley of ornate, wickedly sharp daggers pulsing with red and black light. The daggers don't strike their target. Instead, they rain down and embed themselves in the ground to form a strange circle. From this circle and the glowing fox, a powerful sphere of pink energy rapidly expands, lifting Hu Yan's unconscious body into the air. Jiang Kai looks on, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events and the strange magical display. All he can do is shout, "What?" The sphere of pink energy erupts, unleashing a massive, blinding shockwave that blasts through the entire forest. Helpless against the powerful blast, Jiang Kai can only scream Hu Yan's name as he charges desperately towards the light. From the pillar of intense pink light, a new figure emerges. It is a tall, seductive woman with pink hair and fox ears, holding Hu Yan's unconscious body in her arms. The fox-eared woman has made her appearance. Jiang Kai is caught in a whirlwind of magical energy, powerless to resist. "What is this?" he yells, as the fox-eared woman looks down on him with a cruel, mocking smile, in complete control of the situation. A purple-haired mage floats in a daze, surrounded by a strange pink energy as she mumbles to herself. Her eyes snap open, revealing intricate pupils. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she confronts an unseen foe, demanding, "Who are you?" A mysterious and powerful woman with pink hair and fox ears appears before her, her eyes glowing with an eerie white light. The fox-eared woman looks down on the mage with a smirk, taunting her. "You lasted longer than I imagined." She looms over the struggling mage, mocking her apparent weakness. "Clearly as weak as a rabbit, yet you're quite good at acting tough." As the fox-eared woman grabs her, a dark, corrupting energy begins to seep into the mage's body, causing her immense pain. The fox-eared woman looks annoyed by the resistance, letting out an exasperated sigh and calling her a pain. She unleashes a powerful attack, blasting the purple-haired mage away with a wave of violent energy. A close-up shows the fox-eared woman's sharp fangs as she licks her lips, savoring the moment. She sinks her teeth into the mage's shoulder, who cries out in agony as green sparks of energy fly from the wound. Holding the defeated mage in her arms, the fox-eared woman mockingly whispers, "Bear with it, little rabbit." A massive wave of pink energy ripples outwards from the scene of the attack. Suddenly, the fox-eared woman's ear twitches. She glances to the side with a curious "oh," having sensed a new presence. A man in black armor appears, blocking an attack with a shield of energy. He seems shocked, exclaiming, "Under my deterrence, you can still maintain consciousness. You're quite an interesting fellow." The fox-eared woman gives a sly grin, intrigued by this newcomer. "In that case," she says, "I'll play with you." Without hesitation, she fires a massive beam of destructive pink energy directly at the armored man. He is taken by surprise by the speed and power of the attack, exclaiming "What? How suddenly?" as he is thrown off his feet. His vision flips upside down as he tumbles through the air, completely disoriented by the blast. His eyes are wide with shock and confusion, sweat pouring down his face as a strange blue aura surrounds him. Landing on his feet, he looks around at a completely new and alien environment, wondering what just happened. His eyes widen in horrifying realization as he recognizes where he is. Wait, this is... He stands alone in the middle of a destroyed city, rubble and fire everywhere under a blazing sun. He mutters in disbelief, "Blue Star." Panic sets in, he screams, "Why am I suddenly here? I was clearly in the Ghost Star Forest." He calls out for his companions, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, and desperately cries for help. He feels a powerful vibration, and his battle instincts kick in. This vibration, it's a giant creature weighing at least 50 tons. The scene is one of pure chaos. People run for their lives, screaming for someone to save them. The armored man looks on in horror as a massive creature bears down on the civilians. His eyes are wide with horrified recognition. He knows this monster. "It's the beast god," he exclaims. The monstrous heads of the beast god descend upon the terrified citizens, who can only run and scream in utter terror. He clenches his fist, frustrated and helpless amidst the fiery chaos. "Damn it, what in the world is going on?" he yells. He tries to activate one of his skills, chasing fate, but nothing happens. He confirms his worst fears. "As expected, I can't use skills at all." He wonders if a system bug could have teleported him here. He quickly dismisses that idea, realizing the truth. No, this isn't an illusion. It's that fox's bizarre ability. The pink energy surrounding him confirms the fox-eared woman is behind this. He begins to analyze the situation, noticing inconsistencies. After all, in a real beast god battlefield, the probability of ordinary people appearing is extremely low. He runs through the desolate streets, his mind racing as he puts the pieces together. He looks at the fleeing crowds and notes another inconsistency. And until now, no transcendents have appeared either. This proves the illusion is designed specifically for him. Just then, a desperate cry pierces the air. "Please save my child." The hero's head whips around, his resolve shaken. He sees a mother trying to shield her wailing baby as the heads of the beast god loom over them, ready to strike. He tries to talk himself out of intervening. "Clear your head. Now isn't the time to play the hero." He knows it's an illusion, but the consequences of dying here are still unknown. A close-up shows the terrified, crying face of the baby, a detail designed to prey on his conscience. An image of a young, battered version of himself flashes in his mind, a traumatic memory being exploited by the illusion. He slams his foot into the ground, his frustration and empathy overriding his logic. "Damn it," he curses. He glares up at the towering monster, his decision made, even if it's not real. The baby continues to wail, completely helpless. The beast god's gigantic maw lunges toward the mother and child. The hero knows what he must do. This kind of thing, still. In a blur of motion, he dashes forward, snatching the baby from its mother's arms just as the beast's jaws are about to close. "I can't just ignore it," he roars. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories.